has since been charged with her murder. But this protest against police violence has been met with further police violence. Policing bill that goes
I think the violence
across London converged on Clapham Bandstand to mourn their sister, Sarah Everard. Everard's remains were found this week in a wood in Kent. A police officer has since been charged with her murder. But this protest against police violence has been met with further police violence as officers battered, kettled and arrested grieving women. The policing bill that goes to the Commons this week will allow police to shut down protests for causing even a serious annoyance. But today may be the end of that police power trip. Refusing to be afraid by what happened last night, people have come out today to say no more. I'm here outside the Houses of Parliament to ask protesters why they're here and what they want to happen next.
Looking at the violence against the protesters at Clapham Common yesterday, I think it's quite disgraceful. I mean, a lot of people said that more police on the streets was the answer to make women more safe. And actually, I think the violence displayed against the protesters yesterday at the vigil just shows that actually the police and the system don't have any real interest in actually trying to stop sexism or making women feel more safe. If anything, their only interest is protecting, the people at the top of society who are creating this like sexism. It's the same that we saw with the Black Lives Matter movement. I think people are starting to realise that these oppressions are institutional. So we've got to come out and protest against it.
Just keep hearing about violent attacks on women. Unfortunately, most of the people I know, including me and my mum, violence was within our lives. And it's kind of like, it feels like it keeps going on and nothing changes. Yeah. And I think last night as well, when the vigil took place and then the police also attacked the people who were protesting, that also made me even more frustrated and determined to try and come to this protest, because they're also challenging our democratic right to kind of take part in protests. The fact that they started to kettle it and then attack people showed that there's a difference between words and actions, and people want to see actions that take place.
I can't stop thinking about Sarah Everard and every other woman whose life has been cut short by male violence. So I'm here with protesters in solidarity against male violence, against police violence, against Priti Patel, who this week is rushing through a bill in Parliament to try and curtail our rights.
How do you feel about Labour's U-turn on the bill and deciding to oppose rather than abstain?
I was always going to oppose the bill and vote against it, so I'm glad that I don't have to break the whip again. The vigil last night on Clapham Common should never have been banned, and women shouldn't have been told to stay at home. And the police violence that we saw towards women was haunting. Increased policing isn't the answer to male violence. We need funding for our domestic and sexual violence services. We need to ratify the Istanbul Convention. We need material change, and we need social change. We need to dismantle the patriarchal structure that we live in.
We're really tired of feeling scared. Like, I'm a trans feminine person who has been followed home, who has been sexually assaulted, physically assaulted, and I'm very tired of it. And I'm tired of accepting that as a norm.
Seeing the way it was policed was just, it didn't make sense for a vigil. We wanted something peaceful and we wanted to show that we cared. And today we got to do that peacefully in the way that we wanted to do yesterday. And I'm really happy about that. When we speak about defund the police, it's something that we've had to say quite often recently, because at the end of the day, they don't just take care of gender-based crimes, they take care of all crimes. And the way that they handle it, the way that they treat people of colour when they're being apprehended, even when you're just walking down the street, you can feel the difference. Like, it's just something that needs to change at the end of the day. And that's why we're here,
from feminists to anti-racists to people who simply don't want to live under authoritarianism. The people I spoke to today come from different political traditions, but are united in their resistance to state terror. The people in the palace behind me won't be able to ignore them much longer.
Boom! Big up Cocoa Pop, but don't come on there telling me about what's annoying and what's not. Yeah, first of all, Manus says, say hello, say good morning or happy new day or whatever your greeting is. Do you know what I mean? And show love, support the stream, hit the like button, say hello to other people before you start criticizing what's on my show, innit? Please, if you don't mind. Because I'm playing it for a reason. I never played it to say I agreed. I played it because I'm trying to understand something. But big up to everyone in the Ross Clout, Bomber Clout, Pussy Clout building, Shaboy Jedi, for Jedi Online, Trilluminati Live, like, comment, share, subscribe, all of that. And yeah, man, hope everyone's good. Hope everyone's good. Big up the 18 people in the building. Let's build up the vibes, build up the numbers, and let's build up the truth and the reality, man. We're going to talk some Trill talk today. Guys, Trill Talk Tuesday. Yeah, I got a subject heading. Do protests work? Do protests work? Big question. Big question. I don't know if it's a complicated answer or not. Let me know what some of you lot are saying in the building. Yeah. Like up the show. Big up Rika B, General, Trilogy, Sasha Trill. Come on. Dunno, General, Nash Lion. Big up yourself. Each and every time, man. 77 Soldier, Mohib. So yeah. Tell me what you think. Do you think demonstrations work? Do you think protests work? That's what I need to know. All of you lot that are pro-protest, I'm trying to get some protesters to jump on and tell me what they think they get out of it. Yeah, tell me what they think they get out of it, man. Hold on a minute. Anyone said hello to me? Let me see. Let me see who's got manners, who's come in and said, yo, happy new day, Jedi. Not General, not Rika. Okay, big up Mohib, who said Assalamu alaikum. I'll accept that. Soldier said, hail up the family. I'll accept that as well. I'll accept the hail up the family too. Yeah. Nash Lion said, happy new day, Trilluminati Live. Direct to me, you know. Big up the whole Trill fam every time. Yeah, Nash Lion, that's a direct hail up. Hail up to you. Happy new day. Yeah, that's Trill. Big up. Big up. Get me? My mum would have cussed the rest of you lot for not saying a direct greeting. You would have got cuss out. You would have survived in my house. You would have got murked. You would have got bun up. Hello, Jedi. Yeah, man. Big up anyone. Big up. You know, that's running little jokes. Let me put a little thing in here just in case anyone feels like they can jump on and speak to me early. If you want to jump on and say hello, you can come on and say hello, man. You know what I mean? It'd be nice. Be nice. But yeah. Happy new day to everyone anyway, man. Each and every one of you, man. See, I tried to say your names individually, but I guess it's not, it don't run the same way, yeah? How about Nash Lion? You get me? My mom was, see your friend Nash, this your Nash Lion friend. He's a good boy. I like this one. But this your, who is this one? Rika B, Trilogy. Who are these people? Who are these people? These funny new generation people. They don't know how to greet elders. They don't have respect. They don't have manners. Hey, don't bring them to my house again. No. You get me? That's what she would say. I'd be like, Mom, it's not like that. She just forgot and he didn't mean it. You get me? This is your Mohib. I like him. He's a Muslim, Abi. He's a Abi Muslim. Yeah. He's Muslim, Mom. Okay, he's a nice boy. He said, Salam alaikum. You know, that I know that one. He's a nice boy. But that girl, that Vikabi, don't bring him here. Oh no, no, no. Don't bring him here. Yeah, yeah. We in the building. Let me look for another one of these ones. I'm like, look, I really need some protesters. I really need some pro-protest Donnies and Donettes to come forward. Is it raining outside? Tell me it's not raining outside. Yeah. I need some high-value protesters to jump on so we can converse. I need to know like what it is you think we gain from protesting. I'm trying to ring someone, but my phone died. I'm trying to ring a protester. My phone died. Let's see if I can message one. Nah. My phone died. Sorry, Mrs. Ali. Thank you, Mrs. Ali. Mud thing. It's not Mrs. though. Nah. I big up John Stone as well, man. So let me go to another one of these videos. Hundreds protest this, silent protests. Pulwama attack Slough. I'm just looking, man. I'm up.
Religion which is not following a humanity is not teaches us the first principle is humanity. So any religion which is not following a humanity is not following their religion, regardless of it. That's why we want peace. We support peace. We support peace. Bolo Bharat Mata ki people support every last line is the last line, and we should support subcontinent person is live in a peace, respect each religion.
This is what I'm talking about. Look at this waste. Yeah. I'm saying they got some kind of cause. I can't see what the cause is. Yeah. I can't see what their cause is. But I can see they got some kind of cause. And I'm saying, with all due respect, yeah, with all due respect, this protest is shit. Yeah? Shit. They got cordons around them to keep them in, and they're on a piece of green, and they're protesting about something they care about. So what they've done is they've got pictures and slogans about the thing they care about, and they're just standing in the park. And I want to know, what does anyone think that that's doing for them? Like, real talk, no disrespect intended. Anybody at this protest, what do you think this is doing? Yeah? What is it you lot think that this is doing? Well, I'm going to big up yourselves. Tell me, what is the point of this protest? And this is how I'm looking at many protests. This one here, just on a piece of green, waving some flags around. Probably people in that house and the house behind didn't even know something was going on in here. Didn't even know. What kind of, this ain't no protest. It's whack. It's whack, it's pointless. I don't get it. There's a reason why I'm getting into these protests. There's a reason why. We're gonna get there soon. We're gonna get there. Let's warm it up. Let me look for another one. UK cop thrown from horse during blah blah blah. Who cares? Mounted police force back Tommy Robinson. Let me see what this is. Hold on. Get back, get back. Ooh, ooh, ooh. This is not even really a protest, is it? Yeah, it is. Okay, so this.
Happy New Day.
Happy New Day, man. How you doing, MD?
Big up. Good, good. Oh, did you get an email, yeah? Basically, yeah, you checked. That's cool.
Nah, man, I went to sleep, man. When did I've been sleeping, man. I ain't got no internet, no email in my dreams, you know. But no, the answer is no, though.
Okay, well, I think it's the email to the proposal.
Yeah, okay. The answer is I don't have your email, though. Like, looking in the emails. Should I look in my trash?
No, you put it red pill trill, yeah?
Yeah, should I look in my trash?
Would it be in your trash?
Boy, if they thought it was trash.
Look at that. Look at that. Terrible.
Not me,
terrible,
you know?
Terrible.
Not me. You have to blame, like, what is this? Gmail or whatever this is. You have to blame Gmail if they put it in the trash. Sorry, like, I'm not gonna lie. Where's your email, sis?
Are you serious? All right,
Yeah,
no worries.
yeah.
You know what? I'll resend it. Maybe I might have put a .co instead of a .com or I don't know. I'll double check.
Oh yeah, no. It's in spam. It's in spam.
It's in spam.
Yeah, spam is a form of ham, so it's a form of pork as well.
That's is it? When I heard spam, I thought spammer, didn't it? I thought it's trying to target me because I'm East African.
No.
Terrible.
Not all East Africans have got spam heads, you know.
I know, not all do. Unfortunately, I do.
Do you have a spam head?
I've got a big forehead. Proud of it. I'm proud of it.
Okay, yeah. Let me not read this out
but
loud.
Yeah, what I was saying about the protest, you know what? The protests do have, it's like a double-edged sword, because one of the good things about seeing is, especially if it's something that you believe in, but you don't necessarily have to go, but it's nice to know that actually there are real people out there that also have a similar mindset. Does that make sense?
So it's a good networking tool.
Do you know what? It's a good propaganda tool.
Is it really though?
Yeah, because it's like, say for example, when you see the anti-vaxxers going to, like, you know what they say, the anti-vaccine rally or whatever, it's like sometimes when you're hearing the news and you're seeing like certain people and this person's taking the vaccine, that person's taking the vaccine, or you're seeing it in centers, or I don't know, it's just kind of comforting to know that, like, you know, you're not the only, you and your peoples are not the only ones that also see that there's an issue here. Like more people see the common sense in not trying to have this mandatory, not having things forced on you, or whatever the case is for whatever the issue is. And also it's a thing for some people, because some people, all they can do is walk and talk. Do you see what I'm saying? Like for them to do things on a different scale.
What person, how is it, what people are reduced to only walking and talking? Who is that? Because I don't know.
No.
What kind of citizen is that?
Do you know what? There's different types. I'll put them in 3 categories. Now I could be wrong. And the people in the chat, you can also, you know, put in your opinions when it comes to this. You got the people that generally, they have good intentions, but they just don't have the connections or people to actually know where to start. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if anyone else has been in that situation. You're like, you want to do something, but you just don't know how to do it. So the only thing you can do is to protest, to try and release. You know what I mean? You got the other type that are just there for the clout. They just want to be there to take photos and say, yeah, I was there for this, da 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 da. But they ain't about it. And then the third type, well, I'll leave that for everyone else to put their spin on it. I have my own views, but some things, you know, you keep to yourself. So
give me the 2 types again. Why are you keeping one type to yourself? Listen, we've got no time for keeping stuff to ourselves, you know. There might be someone that needs to hear this information. We got no time. Only fear is going to make us silent now.
no, it's not even that. It's just that I'm cautious to think. When I find the right words to articulate the third type of people, I'll speak it. But then, like I said, it's all different stages, and people have different stages in their life. Because I'm not gonna lie, when I was in my younger years, I was that protesting type. Do you see what I'm saying? And
you used
sometimes,
to go to protest, yeah?
Yeah. I've been to a few. Like,
and what did you get out of them?
Do you know what? When I went there, it was a case of like, you know, you have all this frustration and all this thing, and like you just want to scream for the people that, because they're wherever they are, they're locked up or they're being stolen, human trafficked, whatever the situation is. It's a case of like, because they can't scream, I'm gonna scream for them. I'm gonna be that voice because no one else can hear them. And it's like,
did anybody ever tell you that helped them? Was anyone ever that was in trouble was like, oh, there was a time when I couldn't scream and you screamed for me? Thank you.
No. It's not about screaming for me. It's like making a voice be known. Like, I don't know, like when I see certain protests happening in other parts of the world where the regime is a lot stricter, but these people are still coming out to show solidarity, what's happening to people, like say in America or in, like, to me, that does something for my soul. Does that make sense? That's like raw, you know?
Describe a protest.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? What do I mean? What do you mean? What do I mean?
Like when you mean describe the process, what do you want me to describe? The feeling? Do you want me to describe the action? Because obviously you're walking from A to B, but along the way you're surrounded by other people. You got to remember that. I don't know if you remember the conversation I had before, and I was talking about how, you know, words and stuff, when it's chanted as a collective, it does something to you. Do you see what I'm saying? So whether those vibrations are one that are gonna give you strength, whether that's one that's gonna be something positive or negative, that's based on the individual. So yeah.
So walking from A to B, shouting stuff.
It's not just, but this is the thing, it's not just shy. Don't get me wrong, because I'm at this in my older years, I'm not the type to be out protesting. Do you see what I'm saying? Because I feel personally the biggest change you can make is actual action, as in economics. Do you see what I'm saying? Because no matter what people say, yes, I understand the feeling. I understand sometimes you don't know what to do. I understand that frustration and you just want to get out there. You want to show, you know, that even though you don't have a certain type of platform, you're still making it known to the masses that you're in solidarity. Does that make sense? But as I've gotten older,
it just seems like a big waste of time. MD, man.
You know what? For some, yes. For some people, yeah. Like say for example, in warfare, everyone has their role. Do you see what I'm saying? Not everyone's going to be a general. Not everyone's going to be a lieutenant. Not everyone's going to be soldiers. You have medics. You have, you know, there's all parts. So what I'm not going to do is sort of act like they don't have no use, because you know what? sometimes it's when people see a big wake up call that they're like, raw, you know what? What are all these people actually doing?
You never seen that before? I never seen no demonstration that was like a big wake up call that woke me up. But then again, I've necessarily been aware or socially aware, and so I don't think I really needed that. But I'm saying
certain people. This is what I mean. It's not a blanket statement for everyone. Do you see what I'm saying? For you could be more of the action type of person. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, put your money where your mouth.
Why are we not all action people though? Because I think ultimately people that go and demonstrate, people that go on protests, usually chant about some kind of change that they want. But I've never seen any change taking place as a result of a protest.
No, but then who knows? A person, someone could have a similar mentality and look like, right, no change is actually happening. I've seen these protests, and by seeing these continual protests and certain things not developing from what the people are saying, something inside them might trigger and be like, you know what? I'm gonna do something. Does that make sense? Because sometimes, that's personally.
You need to see loads of people wasting their time to decide.
No. It's not about you need to.
That you're going to do something effective. It is about wasting your time, because if you're out there for change, that ain't change, is it?
No, but see,
walking on the streets.
But it can inspire the mind. It can look. It's not because you're probably looking at it from your you're looking at it from your perspective.
When did protests start?
General.
Who started protests?
Who knows, boy?
Think about it. Think about it carefully, MD. Think about it. You from a tribe of protesters, or from a tribe of changers and action takers?
Do you know what? I would say both, but mainly action taking.
Right. Protests to me seems like a deliberate formula. From what I've seen, I've been on protests. What I've seen is, you're safe by the bell.
Big up, Sash.
Yo, big up, MD. Big up, Jeds. He's on the phone. How are you? You alright?
Yeah, man, I'm good. So what's your views on it? Because like I said, I feel like they still have their place. Do you know what I'm saying? I know it's a propaganda technique, but it's a double-edged sword, so it could be foreign. You know, it has its good and its bad to it. But what do you think, sis?
It tends to be everyone's first step. It seems to be like for everyone who really starts to give a shit, it seems to be the first step into like. I think I went to the Free Palestine protests because obviously when I first learned about it, I was like, this is disgraceful, and no one gave a fuck. So being alongside people who cared, it's really silly, but it makes you feel like you're doing something, even though you're doing absolutely fucking nothing.
No, but then in a sense, you are still doing something. Do you see what I'm saying? Because sometimes it's a case of like, say for example, with certain protests can have an effect. I don't know if you remember in America, when it got to Palestine, there was a boycott on Israeli products, and then in certain states they actually implemented legislation that you couldn't boycott it. So it does show that there's an impact. Yeah, do you see what I'm saying? So it can show you,
But I don't know, did that work from the protests or did that work from people discussing things online?
No, but this is the thing. Sometimes it's not everyone has the same access to certain information. So some people, they might not be newspaper readers, they might not be news watchers, but then they see something pop up like on Facebook or on YouTube or Instagram or something, and it's like, oh, what's this? I didn't even know that this was going on. Let me look into this further. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear that.
So it has its benefit.
But then it's funny, isn't it? Because if, like, personally, now that I see them for what they are, and I just think it's like an organized anger outlet for some people, and it's also it's just a propaganda method. But anyway, when people use it to their own advantage, it like what you're saying with the boycott thing. And obviously, if it was never part of the plan, they'll make sure that it won't be part of the plan, like make it illegal, for example.
Yeah. But that's what they're trying to do with protests. I feel like it's, like I said, it's a double-edged sword. Like, there was a protest last year that my sister went to, and like you know, it's to do with the fighting that's happening in Ethiopia now, yeah. And it's a case of it's like I can't explain it. It's like it also brings the collective that are not necessarily there, but that are still connected to blood ties in those places. That look, the ones here haven't forgotten you. The ones here are still speaking out for you. We're not just, obviously, it's not just speaking because they're sending money back, they're sending supplies back. Do you know what I'm saying? But they're not doing it quietly. It's like you're gonna know about this sort of thing. Does that make sense?
No, I hear that. But then, is it a problem when it's organized? So, like, you have to get permission. Do you know what I mean? Because, I mean, if everyone just woke up tomorrow and thought, you know, fuck this shit, and took to the streets and was like, I'm fed up with this shit, then how much more different would that be? I mean, but when it's organized...
I didn't realize you needed permission to get to do
Neither
protest.
did
I just assumed that people made a call line and whoever turns up, turns up.
That's what I thought. That is literally what I thought. Maybe there are some that are like that, but I don't know. But I think, I don't know.
See, Mohit put, I think mass protest helps to change the general perception of situations. It's an intellectual age, a war on the hearts and minds, hence the propaganda. But this is what I'm saying. It's like same thing. Protest kind of like internet. You know, it's a tool that can be used both ways.
Yeah, I hear that, man. I don't know. It's only because I think it hasn't done anything on the grander scheme of things, on like a wider scale. It hasn't done anything.
I hear you.
And it's always No, go
ahead, sis. Go ahead, sis. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you.
No, it's right. You know, I'm just literally just chatting, and I've lost my train of thought now. So, go through.
I'm so sorry, sis.
No, don't be sorry.
But but this is what I'm saying. It's not everyone in an army is got the same position. Do you see what I'm saying? So, like I said, I feel like it still has its purpose. Does that make sense? Because sometimes, like you said, this is some people. This is their stepping stone into actual rule change. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I hear that.
Yeah. Because I know a lot of people, they say, oh, some people are like, you know what, you're saying that you can do this, do that. Let me try it this way for myself, not just from hearsay, and be like, you know what, I've done this, and there might have been this positive, but for me personally, that's not enough. For me personally, that's not rule change, because a lot of people just go for the clout thing. So once the protest is over, then people disappear, and then what happens next? Do you see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Man.
And we've got a Waiting Wisdom says, look at where the world is. How well have all these demos worked? We bear virtual prisoners. Yeah. But like I said, sometimes it's a case of, for some people, doing protests is like, you know, in a prison cell and you're looking up at the sky rather than looking at the bars and the walls. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it can inspire you to actually want to do something more. I don't know. I mean, to each their own. Obviously, you can't put everyone in the same bracket, but yeah, man.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, from what I know with the last... Ah! Shit. Sorry, one sec. My wires keep getting tangled and everything. Oh, one sec. I'm being summoned.
Okay, that's cool, sis. So what is everyone else saying in the chats?
Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Okay, bless. Go on.
Yeah. Shit, man. What was I saying again? It's gone. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, with the last protest, I'm not farting, by the way. It's a spray bottle.
Multitasking.
Yeah. Like, they all went because a lot of people were like, obviously seeing this is all bullshit from last year.
Yeah.
And it's probably the first time they've ever actually thought about things in that way. So, I mean, they lost friends, they fell out with family and stuff. So it was a way for them to feel like they're part of a community again.
I hear you.
That's what I found with these latest ones. It's just people were lonely.
You think it's more because people are lonely? That's what for the latest ones. You think it's more
for the latest ones, but yeah, but I think with a lot of them though, because I mean, when you see things that the majority of people can't see. You know, like daily conversations get harder. You know what I'm saying?
Listen,
Hi, Jed.
listen. Wagwan, everyone, man. You look good.
Big up,
Sash.
MJ.
Wagwan,
big up.
Sash. How are you?
Big up,
I'm
big up.
okay. I'm all right.
Yeah.
Big up, MJ.
What are you
Big
been
up, Jed.
to? Hello, Mary Jane. I was gonna get to you, Mary Jane, separately. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, okay. I got my own
That's
segment.
how I like to. That's how I like to deal with women separately.
How I like to deal with women,
So,
you know. Okay.
Yeah, women. Yeah. So individually.
He wants to give
women.
every one of us his
Sorry.
undivided attention. All right.
I'm sorry. It just feels like you don't like being called a woman at the moment, Sasha.
Oh, don't even try it. No, I don't. No.
Because I said women, and you was like, I don't feel like it sat right with you.
No, just no.
No, it's just
you know what? I don't.
It was the tone behind it.
It was with women. It was a tone. What was the tone that you picked up?
Just this, you know your place kind of tone.
Oh no, that's her man. That's MJ's man. Raw Beats. I don't just know your place. I don't just know. I don't know you don't know your place. You get me? That's why I'm here to teach you. No jokes. No, I'm saying though. Big up, Sash. Hope you've been
big
cool.
Up, man.
And that.
Yeah, man.
Sash, what have you got? What have I got of you? Have I got an hour of your time?
Yeah.
I do have an hour of your time. 60 minutes. Fucking hell. MD, when do you plan to do your typical runaway?
I heard her making tea, so I reckon she's going to drink that tea for about 15 minutes and then run away.
My
tea breaks over, guys.
Do you know what it is? Because I really enjoy the show, Jedi. I can't lie. Like, your show is so live, mashallah. Like, and I enjoy being an audience member.
Yeah, man, it's fun.
Yeah,
that didn't answer the question.
But yeah, thank you. You see what mood I'm in as well, MJ. Thank you.
But yeah, I should be for another half an hour, 45 minutes. So I'm cool.
Wow. Okay. Cool. And MJ, you're another one.
What?
How long do I have you for? This morning. Like,
what do you mean?
Because I know that obviously, like, you know, you got some kind of life going on. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but you got things to do. You got some life. You be going out doing stuff.
I know, right? It's terrible. No, I'm here. I'm here for the majority of today. I'll only have to disappear if I'm taking phone calls. What are you saying, Jed? How long have we got you for?
Good question.
I know he likes to disappear from his own stream, innit?
Good question.
But anyways, back to the subject at hand here. I was going to say, right, so, you know, like, if you got a job or whatever, right, let's go back to the NHS and the teachers and stuff like that when they were having problems over the years with their pay and all these kind of things. What did they do?
Union.
But what did that union advise them to do in these situations?
Protest.
Was it protest or was it strike?
Oh, sorry, yes, strike.
Strike. Why have we forgotten about strikes? Were the strikes more effective than these protests? Was everyone not complying with the bullshit more effective than these protests? Was everyone putting down tools and saying, we ain't having this, we ain't conforming to this, we ain't co-signing your bullshit? Was that more effective than these protests?
It really was. True talk.
So if we were to all say we ain't complying with your bullshit COVID act, then would that be more effective than these protests?
Do you know what? Yeah, strike action would be, but that's like what I was saying. For over the years, what I found is that money and economics is the best way forward. And even I see John Stone written it down here as well. He said, riots never work. People need to show action with their wallets and support. That simple. All this protesting, shouting with the sign is all a show and a front.
So I'm saying it's not going to achieve anything because those people go home and still conform to everything that they're told to do.
It's like when they boycotted the buses in America in the civil rights movement. that's when it was like people started to actually pay attention because it affected their wallet. But what I'm saying is, like, I agree with Sash Trill in saying sometimes that's protest is just can be a stepping stone for some people to take effective action. Do you know what I'm saying?
But how do MD? Because
okay, like, I'll say it for myself. Like, I remember like just seeing stuff going on and thinking this is just madness, and no one's white people doing X, Y, Z. And when I heard certain protests coming in, I'm like, you know what, boy, I've given money to charity, I've done this, that, and I want to, you know, I'm gonna go out there. And then been out there, seen what happened. Like, it's mad. Some of the things. Even someone I know was arrested at this, but this was years back. Yeah, but then later on, certain other things happen, and it's like, you know what, real change ain't gonna come for that. And then I started going to certain talks and certain meetings and certain things, and what I found was it's mainly problems everyone's saying, and although they say this is the type of solution we need, we go back to the problem, and no one's actually taking steps to do the actual solution. Don't get me wrong, there are some, and for those few that I've seen, like, you know, inshallah, I will continue to do whatever small thing I can to support. But yeah, that's what pushed me to be like, you know, I'm just sick and tired of this.
But like, I hear what you're saying about meetings and them kind of things. You know, if we all sort of like rally together in that sense, and there's communication and people are sharing information, then that can obviously open up people's eyes to, okay, I'm not alone in my way of thinking. I think she's in the back waiting to get back in.
Okay.
But what was I going to say?
Yeah, the meetings. And,
so the meetings and that help. But actually, like, rocking up to a protest, because obviously you're thinking a certain way if you're going to a protest anyway. Yeah, you've got a certain mindset. You're against something, right? So you might be in support of what the protest is about. But my question is, going to that protest, let's say spending 6 hours in London, because I've got a few friends that drove up to London over the weekend for these protests and that, and all they done was video it, I'm against the government, blah blah blah, and then they went back home and they're living their life. So what have they actually achieved? Because they already have a certain mindset going into this. They've then been shuffled around by the police in Hyde Park from place to place to place. They've took out their phones, they've videoed it until their batteries run out, and then they go home. So what has changed in their mindset? How has that helped them to go forward and make any changes? That's what I'm not understanding, because I feel like this conversation that we're having here, bringing a group of 1,000 people here, would be more effective to have a conversation than 20,000 people being shuffled around Hyde Park.
No, I hear what you're saying, and I'm not saying that you're wrong, but like I said, the whole thing is a double-edged sword because there's pros and cons to it. What I'm saying is, like, for some people, like,
I don't think the sword's as equally sided though. Might be two sides to it, but I don't think they're all as sharp as each other.
Which I can agree. But what I'm saying is, for some people, not for all, but for some people, that is a stepping stone. Do you know what I'm saying?
To what though, sis?
Like I said, for me personally, like, it was a stepping stone from protest to meetings and talks, and then to the point where I'm like, you know what? A lot of the talks and things, it's going around in circles. There's no actual real push to solidify and actually make a firm things in action to a certain degree. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, the first steps are there by actually trying to gather people to have the discussion, like you said, MJ, which I do believe is important. But after all the talking is said and done, then it's up to the individuals to say, you know what? I'm either gonna jump on board with this person or this person and add some bricks to their efforts, or start building your own team. I don't know. I feel like,
so the point, where was I now? Because it's like all weird things started happening. My Sky internet is down for whatever reason. This modern world we live in I find it very frustrating.
It's always when there's something important that needs to be discussed.
But I do have some real important things to look at. I was just going through some footage of protests. Like, I've been to a few protests and I've supported a few protests. And in all honesty, I've called some of my friends to come on that do protests on a regular basis. Because I really want them to come on, because I want to go hard against the protest. Okay, they'll be home soon. Okay, cool. We waiting for you, man. And I'm not your friend today as well. So when you come on, or when you don't come on, don't think I'm not your friend. You know what I mean? So be prepared. Big up. Yeah, yeah, I want to be quite harsh against protests. I've got quite a few things. Because that, as far as I'm concerned, one thing I think about protests they are a surefire way to get your group or your cause infiltrated by outsiders. Yeah? Protests, rather than planned action, protests call on the general public to just all come down. So it's based on not knowing who any of these people actually are that you're next to, really. Like one or two people you might recognize. But majority, you don't know whether you're walking with police, whether you're walking with counter lot that are going to try and infiltrate and make your thing look rubbish, look like you're undisciplined, right? Or people that are going to infiltrate and listen in and gain intel. And I think that this is the main thing about protests. Protests are used by the government to see who is in opposition or in support of certain issues.
Definitely.
And I think this makes it easier for them to target you and take you off your course of where you're going. Also gives the media an opportunity to make up lies about your movement and lies about your actions.
Are you of the opinion? Sorry to cut you. Are you of the opinion that all that what's that saying? You know, all publicity is good publicity.
Yeah, well, you there's no such thing as bad publicity.
That's it. Yeah. What do you think about that? Like in regards to this?
No, that might work. That might have worked at a time where people were very eager to be anti-establishment and anti the norm. Now we're in the opposite era where publicity can make or break you in terms of if they put false information out about you. Majority of people are not going to go past that first step to investigate, and they're going to go with what the media has told them, which could be counterproductive to your cause. So no, I don't agree. It used to be that. Oh yeah, no, MD Trill. No, she's a scourge of the city. She's da. And I'll be sitting there like, Raj, you know what? Who's this MD Trill? Like, if the government's saying ban MD Trill, then I might have to go and check her out. Now, people just like, oh yeah, that MD Trill, yeah, she's a really bad person. Oh, why? Oh, because the government said. They wouldn't lie about it, or even if they say, oh no.
But you know what I think as well, yeah?
Even if they're not for the government, they're going to be for somebody else that disguise themselves as being separate from the government, but actually they're just doing the government's work, which is spreading propaganda.
I hear you.
I kind of think anti-establishment, well, more like anti-norms, has already been marketed now. Like they've sold something to anyone who would, I guess, go against the norms and go against societal conditioning and stuff like that. They've already trapped them. They've already marketed it. Like there's like nothing's really sacred anymore. So do you know what I mean? Where you got the whole LGBT movement and you got all these other movements. I just feel like they've marketed how they want their opposition to be already.
I hear you.
So yeah, in terms of all publicity being bad, good publicity, I don't agree, because now publicity or propaganda, should we give it its proper name, has the ability to destroy you and destroy your movement, destroy the energy behind your movement, and really take the wind out of your sails, stop you in your tracks. You know what I mean?
And it also leaves for the government to impose certain laws, like say with the whole lockdown thing, they wouldn't use like undercover police will make the riots like they did in America, like they did in like all these different countries. just so that they can say, look, we told you it's like this. We need to do more stuff. So we're going to implement more police things. So we're going to end up coming more into a totalitarian government, which I do get. Like I said, it's there's pros and cons to it, but definitely, striking is a good one. I feel like, but when it comes
to okay, wait, hold there. You're gonna get into the alternate things. Let's deal with the protest for now. I'm so glad that you mentioned that though, because you now are talking about action.
Yeah, the MJ was the one that first mentioned about the striking, but I agree with that because striking does. Yeah.
Who was it?
MJ who brought it up, and I do agree with that.
Yeah. So we're gonna come back to other actions. You know what I mean? That can replace protesting, but I want to put protesting under the. So can you tell me about for instance, Sasha, what was the first protest you attended?
Free Palestine protest.
Free Palestine. When was that? I'm only asking just to get a picture.
That was before I had children, so about 10 years ago now, maybe.
10 years ago. How did you hear about it? How did you hear about it?
Online, I believe.
Online? Like what? What are you talking about? Facebook or something?
I'm trying to think. Maybe Facebook actually. I think I might have joined a couple of groups on Facebook.
Do you know any Palestinians? Did you know any Palestinians at the time?
No.
Okay. Did you have Muslim friends at the time?
Yes.
Was you quite close with your Muslim friend at the time?
Not so much then, no.
Were your Muslim friends vocal about Palestine?
Yes.
Could this possibly be the influence of why Palestine information was reaching you on the internet?
No, it was actually I came across that because when I was one of my lecturers that in sociology, she was like proper she was very clever with it, and I guess she kind of opened up my eyes to a lot of things. Then I started looking.
She was clever with what? Clever with what? With her teaching, the way she.
With the way she taught it, like she wasn't outright saying, "Look at this and look at that and look at this." She was like, she was pointing people in direction of it. More.
She was making a question.
Nowadays, they'd say your lecturer was radicalizing you.
Yeah, but you know what the joke thing is though, as well. She is, because there was a Karl Marx movement, and she was really involved in that. So yeah, but she was still a G though. I'm not even gonna lie, she was a G.
Okay, all right. So you've never been to a protest before, and you were convinced about the narrative on Palestine that it was a illegal occupation going on in Israel. You were convinced about it, yeah? Cool. And when the call for protest came up, which I assume was Parliament Square.
Well, I think we went to the Israeli embassy. I can't remember now. Sheesh.
Okay. Okay, so you saw, so this thing came up on your screen, whatever. I don't know, was you following like a Palestine, a pro-Palestine kind of group on Facebook or something?
Yeah, I was. That's what I'm saying. After this, I started finding these groups to follow on Facebook.
Not after this. I mean before,
after realizing and learning about it, I started following
right.
who were outspoken about it.
Outspoken about it, and it felt like, forgive me if I'm wrong, I feel like Palestine seems to be like Fisher Price, my first political movement. You know what I mean? My first protest, my first whatever. It seems to be a lot of people's first thing. I
who else did a lot of influence in that as well? You're gonna know the name that I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I know the name you're gonna say.
There you go. I think it's the same for everyone, or a lot of people.
Are you gonna? Sorry, was you gonna say low key?
Yep.
Right. this is what I'm finding interesting. I'm seeing a pattern here, yeah, in terms of politicizing the youth and getting them to engage in these political conversations seems to me to be part of a wider psyop to create a disillusioned fringe member of society that does not fully engage with the authorities but may not have the qualities to be true leaders. Not saying that's you, but I'm saying there's a lot of us that fall under that demographic. A lot of us, right? We got good hearts and we don't necessarily feel like we fit in with society. And I think that the think tanks know exactly how to not only spot those type of youth, but create them. Right? So we all think our little alternative worldviews are so original and so, you know, whatever. Like you said, what did you say about the counterculture? What did you say about the opposition? Manufactured.
Opposition.
Manufactured,
yeah.
Right. So I'm just thinking that a lot of these things were actually initially a trap. Like protesting initially is a secret service tool, to highlight people, to motivate people, and to affect the social consciousness, just like they do internationally.
Yeah.
But then this is the thing that does, like,
it's basically an abuser's mentality. You know, they like grooming.
Yeah, but what I was going to say is that when I said about it last year, when I thought that I was surprised at how very little people was like not falling for it. You know what I mean? And these are people who I'd been to protests with and I thought were like truly on it. And then when I think I saw Loki putting up certain things on his page, I was like, "Raw, hang on a second. Like, I thought he was about that life." Do you know what I mean? And a lot of people follow him.
Be specific if you can, please. Like, if you don't mind, what are we saying? What are we talking about?
Like, it was more of the thing of speaking to the gender like it's real, like staying home or the death toll and all that stuff. Like, saying, "Oh, the death toll is rising because NHS couldn't get PPE." Like, I'm thinking, hang on a second, that's so vague.
Hold on. So you saying you saw Loki talking about the death toll of COVID rising?
Yeah. And that's when I unfollowed him after that. So I was like, "Nah, man."
And that's when you unfollowed him. So
is it?
Yeah.
But that's a big gap between. So you followed him for a while then.
Yeah, but the thing is,
you even followed him through Grime for Corbyn. How did you manage that?
Oh my God, you know what? At one point, I'm not even gonna lie, I liked Corbyn. Like, this is what I'm saying. And the thing is, I'm not even ashamed to admit it because you know what? A lot of people, and I would rather say, yeah, I did, and try lie like I've always been like completely aware of everything. No, like, I mean, I fell for it too. Do you know what I mean? I fell for it too. The last year has been mad. Like, I'm not like, how much more can I really?
So hold on, wow. So you saying that from from jumping on the internet, getting in with some friends, and then finding a couple groups. No, actually going to uni, getting lectured. Is it uni or college?
It was an access course to social work. So it was
so kind of uni college. Uni
college.
Uni college. So from uni college, you became activated and interested in political activism or political reformation via the youth. And you decided there's a protest, Palestine. You know what? What's happening in Palestine is a liberty. From what I've seen, I'm going to go and join this protest.
Pretty much. And I think as well, when first learning about this stuff, it's not something you keep your mouth shut about. You know what I mean?
Talk to everyone about it.
Yeah, you do. And the thing is, when you do that, you realize how many people don't want to talk about it, how many people don't want to see the realities of certain things in the world. And it's very fucking frustrating. It's really, really frustrating. And
Like,
you know, obviously
this turned into a bit of a Dr. S moment, yeah.
Yeah, no, but
like,
what I'm saying is the reason. Oh, you go on. Sorry.
Now, I was gonna say, when I talk to people, I can't help but like hear more than what they say, and sometimes I want to bring it out, sometimes I don't, innit? But what I would say is, like, I'm very good at this. I really should have studied psychology, man. So what I'm picking up from you, and I'm also looking at myself, because I think mine and your story is quite similar in some degrees. I would say that the youth, the child that is angry at some of unfair treatment or unfair circumstances it has faced, or things it cannot rationalize, often looks for good causes to channel their energy into, and often gets passionate. You probably was a lot more passionate about it than some of your friends, even maybe some of your Muslim friends. Right or wrong?
Yeah.
Right.
There was a lot of heated arguments.
Because you're born in a society where fuckeries happens to us, and we don't work it out, or we don't come to the realization that, oh, fuckeries, I don't know. It just feels personal because it is personal, right? And then you're like, when you see injustice in the world, you're like, yo, I'm gonna speak up for that, even though some motherfucker never spoke up for me, or maybe they did. That's why I'm speaking up. But whatever, because something's happened to me, I can identify with fuckeries in the world and unfairness, and I want to tackle it. And this is how you end up now walking down towards the Israeli embassy, like, yeah, free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine. Say my name. What am I showing you? I better mine out. Look. Lecturer. Complicated notes. Palestine, but I realized I couldn't spell it, and I was writing plaster, so I left that. Strike. This is from MD. What else have I got here?
His notes are like mine.
Walk from A to B.
And a big arrow. What's with all the arrows, Jeds?
I don't know. I've been doing a lot of arrows.
I like the arrows, not gonna lie. Whenever I do notes, bro, MD, you're right.
MD. Oh.
Did you just fall down the stairs, sis? Are you alright?
MD, no, man.
I think she probably just got a phone call or something.
Switch the vibrator to low, man. To battery state.
Wow. Supercharged.
Oh.
I just need my headphones to a different position.
Has it got some kind of electric charge to it? So it sounds like it's shocking you as well.
No.
You're alright, MD, yeah?
Don't use that once a week. That's gonna hurt you. That's gonna damage you, bro.
I'm all natural. I don't use anything artificial. What can I say?
That's good. No? That's good. Big up yourself,
yeah,
sister,
man.
That's good. That's a whole nother conversation that I think some women should have still, because I think some women. This is for the culture. Us to whack and run the chat. All right, cool. Big up. Well, one last buzz just for the fun of it, yeah?
Big spliff for that, whoa. So you know what man's leaner. Blood, I'd rather die before I let him hit me with a vaccine. Never that. Mandatory for everybody, you know what that? Leaner. Keep ties with the mob. Stay on job for the peace. MOB, why would I run? If I got my machine, best be ready.
Right, yeah, so sorry, I forgot to bust the gun. Big up, man, like Flames. This one's for the culture. Cool. So
big up, Flame.
So you've decided you're going to the march. Did you go with your friends?
I think I went with my cousin, and I met some people up there as well. I made friends there as well.
Why did you go with your cousin? Because you said, cousin, come with me, or because your cousin was into what you're into?
Yeah, we was kind of into it at the same time, and I mentioned it to him. He's like, "Oh yeah, I see that." So I was like, "Yeah, cool, let's go."
Why do you think? Yeah, I mean, your cousin's from the Philippines origin, or mixture as well.
He's half Filipino and half Caribbean.
Half Filipino, half Caribbean.
Mhm.
No disrespect, that the Philippines is a Muslim country and a Christian country, right? Is it mainly Christian? Mainly Catholic,
mainly
right?
Christian.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the south there's a lot of Muslims.
There's a lot of Muslims in the Philippines as well. I know there is.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, man.
You didn't have Muslim family. What? So you're now going with your cousin to this thing. Like, remind me again why it mattered so much to you lot to go there.
Go.
Yeah.
Because I cared, didn't it? That's the only like, and as I said to MZ, like, it is the first thing of like, well, there's actually other people that care, or there's other people that are speaking about it. It's kind of like it's just, it's being part of something.
Right.
So
it is a
manipulation tactic.
Being part. See the being part of things, yeah. That I think that this is the biggest aspect of a protest. Yeah. Especially for us, for like we back in time, 10 years ago, we're youth. Yeah. I think being part of something is actually secretly the driving factor to this. Right? I think we just want to be part of something. Did you think, yeah, when you was on your way to the protest, that this protest is going to change the way things are? Did you think change was going to result from this?
Honestly, no. Honestly, no. Like,
no.
I didn't know what to expect. It was like walking into a new world. I didn't know what to expect. I've never been to one before.
Never been to one. So you get there, there's whistles, there's shouting, there's chants, there's banners, friendly faces. You feel like this feeling of, rah, I'm with people that are on what I'm on. Empowering. You don't feel like the That's a long go.
It's like a mad baseline.
It's gonna fall off if you carry on.
No, that was because my phone. No, my charger.
Take a minute to finish off.
No, my charger fell out. The vibration is the phone. Oh my god!
About vibration. What was that?
Your mind is taking you to dirty, dirty place like that. Oh my god! I can't.
I hope your phone's waterproof.
MJ, cross the goddamn road for that one, man.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
MJ, we was here and you just brought it here, man. You know what I mean?
That's what I do.
Don't worry. I understand the emotions, my darling. I know, because there's a delay with the marriage. It's okay, darling. It's okay. I take it for you, sister. I take it.
She's doing it mid conversation. She just don't give a damn.
Stop moving.
Mid sentence. She didn't even break a stride. Mad thing. Okay, so you're there. You got all these people around you. They're on free Palestine thing. You're not really looking for change because you're not really expecting anything. Tell me about your experience while you was there. Tell us about your experience, please.
It was actually quite nice to see how many people were there. I mean, there was just like old, young, black, white, Muslim, Christian. There was a priest there. Like I don't know. It was just really like seeing so many different people kind of coming together for the same thing. It was nice. Like, I'm not gonna lie. And I think as well, like obviously as it kind of settled down, you start speaking to more people. I met quite a few people up there. So
yeah. MD, that noise is crazy, man. MD, that noise is not stopping.
You might want to leave and come back to something, sis. Maybe something's interrupted your
How's it now? Stop taking off the headphones.
It's fine now.
Okay,
welcome, Roxanne. Big up, Rox. Welcome.
Big up, Roxanne. Big up, Rico as well.
You right?
Oh, big up, Rico.
Yeah, man. Yeah, big up, Rico.
See Rico there, you know. Shit.
Hey.
Big up. So Rox,
Mm-hmm.
you the opposition in this conversation right now. Not really, but like, so I woke up today and I decided that I'm anti-protest.
Okay.
Right. I mean, I don't know if I'm seriously anti-protest, but I know that you're one of my friends that's like you support protests sometimes and whatnot.
I can happily go on the other side of the fence today. It's all good.
Right. So I want to know, why protest?
Why protest?
Why?
Why protest? Okay, so public awareness, citizen awareness, people that don't normally come across things on social media, people that don't pay attention to.
Hello? You got a bit low.
On the internet like that. Protesting has been a way
Yeah, I
of
think
getting
you
public
kind of.
for various different reasons.
You kind of cut
Can
out.
you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, and your voice is kind of. Your voice
I'm
is
getting
a little bit low,
grabbled.
Rox.
I'm getting grabbled already.
Already,
Wow.
man.
All right, let me come out and let me come back in. Let me change my mic. Let me.
No, you're good now. You're good now. You're good now. All right, then.
Am I still here?
Yeah, you're still here.
Okay.
You still here, mum?
Yeah. So what I was going to say, sometimes it's a case of because you don't know what, because you want to do something, but you just don't know what to do. You just, sometimes that can feel like one portal if you don't have the access. So yeah.
Don't know what to do. You're looking for people to meet. So you're like, you know what? I heard there's a protest. I'm gonna go down there and meet people.
Mm-hmm.
And
so
like
yeah, carry on. Tash,
One thing.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
One thing about these protests and what I did notice is that everyone's kind of looking for someone who's bigger in the game, which is why I kind of found Loki as well. So you tend to kind of look for someone who's got more information, who can educate you more on the subject. So that's another thing that I noticed is you tend to look to who's bigger in the game.
Right. Do you think bigger people are looking for people that are smaller in the game? I think it works the other way around. And what would be the purpose of someone bigger in the game looking for smaller people in the game?
To influence them or for clout?
Recruitment. I think that protests are an excellent recruiting ground for intelligence services. And I think this is something else that you have to be aware of. I think if we probably look at many people's stories, a lot of them met people that they wouldn't have known via protests and somehow got themselves infiltrated. I'm just like, go on.
No, I was going to say, did you read a story? This was a few years back. I don't know, maybe 3-4 years ago. And I remember reading this in an article in a paper that, the same thing, these infiltrators, the undercover police officers, they come with aliases to certain organizations. Like, I think they were like the animal rights activists and stuff like that. And, like the climate change protest people. And some of these undercovers literally carried on that lie and had children and full-blown relationships.
We covered it. We covered it. It was crazy. And then now the boy's grown up. The boy's grown up, found out about his father, and now sued them and got a little bit of change and an apology. Sorry, your dad was an agent and breeded up your mum because he got carried away with his undercover work.
I mean, but for me, that's just like stuff like that. That scares me. That proper, yeah.
Yeah, and he had another family. It's crazy. Yeah. That was insane.
But then to know this, that's just one person coming out. But how many more are there out?
Never come out. How many people die undercover?
Who knows?
Well, yeah, die undercover, die undercover. You never gonna know who was an agent and who weren't if it gets like that. Yeah,
But
I hope
yeah,
that rocks.
well, I agree with what you were saying previously as well. Sometimes you come to the protest because you have some sort of connection to it. You see what I'm saying? Like, I find myself drawn to speaking out for certain things because of how I grew up. Because my dad spoke out actively against the Ethiopian government because he's a journalist, and basically he didn't. The first time he went back home, was it 2019? Or 2020, January 2020, or was it January 2019? But that was the first time he went back to Ethiopia. I think it was 2019, in 41 years, 42 years, because he couldn't return back home, because if he did, he would be arrested at the airport. Do you see what I'm saying? Because he was so vocal about the government and the political struggles that were going on back home. Do you see what I'm saying? And for me, growing up, I was very much surrounded by, you know, elders talking politics and this and that and change and and certain movements and certain things that were going on and affected the people. And it's a kind of like, when you reach a certain age, it's like, wow, there is so much madness going on to so many people that you just want to do something. Do you see what I'm saying? And sometimes you don't know where to channel it. So I do agree that there are people who organize protests. They utilize the fact that there are people that want to do stuff but don't know where to channel their energy, so they are trying to cultivate them to go in a particular way.
Right.
Yeah, an organized anger outlet.
Exactly. And I suppose it's rather than allowing them to channel their emotions in the correct way, which would be like what MJ was saying, protest, or doing or like building funds or organization of their own, all that energy is now focused on the marching and shouting.
Well, to be honest, the protests actually they squash the anger, because you're around, like, you actually feel happy in them situations. So you're not even angry anymore once you get there.
No, but it's the relief when you're shouting. That's a certain vibration that's coming out of you. That's not happiness coming out of you.
And do you think, let me ask you something. Do you think the release of tension, the release of anger and emotion is a good thing for somebody that wants action and change? Or is it a good thing for somebody that doesn't want action and change?
It's probably good for someone that doesn't want action and change, because you know why? It's that fire that pushes you to keep going forward. Does that make sense?
So are you saying that protests in their own way could be an outlet of outrage that stops you from actually taking action?
Yeah, because it's like it stops you from being the people that do the real change and real action, like as in that are, I don't know, building schools or building homes or trying to sort out rights within education or healthcare, and you know, whatever the issue is.
Yeah.
You're and then now you it's like you do feel like, I know it's
do you know
people,
what?
Yeah.
Do you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the inquiry syndrome. That's what I call it. Oh, you are angry at this institution, yeah? Oh, we've been caught bang to rights doing some fuckery. Don't worry, we're gonna have an inquiry. And then everyone's like, all right, cool, we wait for the inquiry. Yeah, the inquiry, yeah. And after the inquiry, no one's as angry as they were before. I've seen it with Hillsborough. I've seen it with weapons of mass destruction. I've seen it with phone tapping.
Grenfell?
Yeah,
Over and over. What do you think about that, Roxanne? Welcome back, by the way.
Cheers. As I said, I don't agree. I think protesting does raise public awareness.
Right.
There's an incredible amount of people that are now aware that the silent majority isn't a minority. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are now aware that what the mainstream media projects isn't what the majority of people think. People are now aware that what the think tanks are perpetuating out into the public domain isn't actually what the public feel. I feel in that respect it works.
Social media didn't do this?
Do you know how many, if I had £1 for every time someone's come up to me and gone, wow, this is actually a real thing, it's not just something on social media.
Yeah.
So I think people see what they see on social media, but I do think people take a lot of what they see on social media with a pinch of salt.
What do you feel about what Jed was saying about the fact that it can be used against the very people who give a shit?
Of course, I think that's par for the course. I think if you're going to go out onto the street and you're going to go and speak up about what you're passionate about, then of course you're going to become a target, and you're going to be the first thing that's used as collateral damage.
More on the yeah, but more not so much with like collateral damage in the sense where the media will put your face on the newspapers. More of people within the actual protest itself, who's organising it or who allowed it to happen. Like more the fact they could be leading people down the wrong path, even though it's for like
those that scream the loudest often do, though, because they're the controlled op. So I think there's a lot of people that are out there that are obviously controlled up, that are screaming the loudest, leading people down a garden path only to lead them to a dead end. I think that's why it's so important to engage with people when you're on a protest and actually talk to people, and fully let people know why people are out on the streets, because, you know, you only need a couple of paid agitators within a crowd to completely mess up a message. I saw that at Hyde Park at the end of Saturday. It all went belly up in Hyde Park at the end of Saturday.
I hear you. But then what I'm thinking as well, right, because we was just talking about this with MD and MJ, with the protest, like they're conveniently on a Saturday, you know, and like, what if the real change would be, you know what, let's not wait to get together, like let's just come out like now, like fuck it, Monday afternoon, Tuesday afternoon, let's just roll out now, like let's have no warning, let's just roll out now, let's do that change every single day.
That would push a lot of the people, that would sieve out certain types of people by doing so. So yeah, it definitely does have its benefits to do that. But then at the same time, I have to agree with Sash. One of the good things in the good points of protest and stuff like that is sometimes it brings about certain discussions, and then you realize that there may be some people around you that, you know what, we ain't really the same. You know, like I thought we was on the same road, like because of XYZ, but when it come down to the actual discussion of a real topic, then it's like, wow, you know what, we ain't on the same page at all. And then
I think one of the main things with these protests, like when I first heard about them, I was really gassed about it, man. Really gassed, like, yes, finally. And then like I think some things came to light about David Icke, or I can never say his name. And I just started questioning, like, like everyone is just like kind of regurgitating what he's saying. And then there's Corbyn's brother, like, and I was like, this don't seem right, man. Do you know what I mean? Like this don't seem right. So I don't know. I just don't know. Like I've got a totally different view on protest, but I know people that's gone to these ones, and yeah, they've used it as an outlet because they are angry, and rightfully so, you know. But it's one of them things again. Like nothing's happened from it.
I think like,
go ahead.
Just going back to what Roxanne said about like raising awareness for the public by doing the protests, and again, I would argue that if these people have found out about the protests through social media and that, they probably do have an amount of awareness already. And in terms of like, obviously, yeah, when people come together at these protests, they're able to have conversations and that. But if we went in this situation of a lockdown, would people not be out socializing and potentially having whatever conversations they're freely able to have? But I don't see how, like personally, so I'm asking Roxanne, like, how does it bring more awareness to people when they're at a protest than it does by them, let's say, being on a platform like this? I think when they're on a platform like this, it's very easy to become inside an echo chamber. So I'll give you an example. A few years ago, I was doing exactly just that. I was trying to raise public awareness for a few things on social media, and I realized I was in an echo chamber, like we all are. We're getting censored. A lot of people don't hear the conversations that are being had. So I said to myself, okay, let me collaborate with a few people and do just that. Go out 7 days a week for 3 months all across the country, everywhere, every single day for 7 days a week. Let me go out for 15 hours a day. Let me get a camper van. Let me go out with a few other people and just go out 7 days a week until we evoke real change in public awareness about these contentious topics. And you took action, but it wasn't essentially a protest. You took action. You took action, but it wasn't essentially a protest. Campaigned. Okay. Right. And in some cities that we went to, it was considered a protest by social media, because by mainstream media, because there was a few hundred people in some of these cities. And then sometimes we'd stay there static, and sometimes we would walk around the city, which was considered a type of protest. And then we leveled it up and went, okay, let's not do just the UK, let's do the whole of Europe. Let's do the whole of Europe over about 6 months. Let's go everywhere from the UK all the way down to Greece. In fact, let's go to Kosovo. Let's go to Italy. Let's go to Romania. Let's go to Bulgaria. Let's go to France. Let's go to Gibraltar. Let's go. I don't know what he's doing.
He's doing the Carlton dance. What
maybe
are you doing?
maybe when the food hits, he had a munch of something and then started dancing.
This guy.
Hold on.
All right, so
I'm looking at the comment in the chat. There was someone that said, "Why never protest on a work day? Please explain that one, please." I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. I think that protesting only works when it's perpetual, when it's consistent, when it's all the time, when it's almost 24 hours a day, and when it's everywhere, when it's absolutely everywhere. Right. So yeah, I do think it. Well, when we went across Europe, we came outside the internet censorship. We came outside the echo chamber, and so for that reason, I really don't think over the last couple of years the internet's been the way to evoke real change, because like the ones that do get out of the echo chamber scream the loudest, and they make the most ridiculous claims. They make claims and then they never back them up.
So when you say change, like, what's your idea of change? Like, there's a public awareness.
Change is public perception. People aren't aware of things until they're aware of things. But once they're aware of things, that seed is then planted, and then it flourishes within wherever you've planted it. It does. It really does. It does.
So, because I mean, a lot of things that I keep seeing petitions.
Do you think the pros of protesting outweigh the cons?
I think no.
No, they don't.
No.
I'm glad you're honest about that.
Yeah.
But still, you're like, what we got to do something though.
Got to do something. I think as a human, as we are, you can either do one or two things when you see something wrong. You can either do something or you can do nothing.
Right.
Simple as that. There's no grey area.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you now a question. Like we've seen in the case of Hyde Park at the end, which I'm sure you can speak about in a second, and 100% Bristol, demonstrations seem to be more I think a demonstration is different from a protest. I think protests seem to be more and more manufactured. I know there was massive concerns from the community about this protest that we just went through on the 20th, right? Massive concerns. I had people from all over the place saying, "Oh, do you think this one's cool? Do you think?" And even me myself, I advise caution, because I'm like, as you know, Rox, I've been trying to capture a protest for about the last 2.5 months, and it's been dead.
Yeah,
nothing's been going in. Now, if we the people are genuinely upset about something, and why none of these protests ever have that organic feel? Why is there always a flyer planned by some unknown group, like a month in advance with the location of where we're going to be? Like, it just seems quite contrived. It seems quite like...
I agreed with that. Myself and Jimmy completely agreed with that. All the people that I'm collaborating with just now agreed with that. None of us were very confident with exactly everything that you just said. The flyers, the online posters. We were like, who's designed that? Who's put that together? Who's done that? Having said that, though, being out in London at the weekend, there was no getting away from how many people were there. I knew that it was something I'd never seen. I was outside John Lewis
on Oxford Street. I couldn't see the back of the protest towards Marble Arch. Couldn't see the front of the protest.
And they tried to say hundreds of people. I'm like, you lot having a laugh.
Hayley rang me. She got out of a different. We got 2 separate Ubers into the protest. She got out outside the Aston Martin garage on Park Lane, and I got out down near the Grosvenor. And within 15 minutes, we couldn't find each other for a start. Batteries were going down really quickly. But I was outside Oxford Street, John Lewis, and Hayley called me, and she went, "Where are you?" I said where I was. I said, "Where are you?" She went, "Leicester Square." I said, "What? What do you mean?" She went, "I've just come down Regent Street. We're in Leicester Square." I said, "That's impossible." I said, "I'm in. How can you be that? How can there be that many people between me and you? But where I'm looking, my part of the protest hasn't gone down Regent Street. We've just carried on towards High Holborn, right down towards Tottenham Court Road."
So it's split.
But when I mean, it was shoulder to shoulder. So just imagine the whole of Oxford Street ram, all of it, all the way down to High Holborn. But then there's been more that have gone down Regent Street, all the way down to Leicester Square, Trafalgar Square. Everywhere was just ram. And at that point, I'm still getting calls from the Grosvenor with people still down there. So I realised at this point, this was nothing I'd ever seen in the capital city. Nothing. At that point, numbers were going through my head. I was trying to quantify it in my head and go shoulder to shoulder, all of Park Lane, all of Oxford Street, right down to High Holborn, all the way into Trafalgar Square, down to Parliament Square, along the embankment to Scotland Yard. There was just people everywhere. The section 3 cordon that they tried to do, which they'd been successful in doing every other time, the amount of people that were there was just too much. It was, obviously I'll get into it later, but it was just too much. There was nothing the police could do other than just put helicopters above and just watch. And the people, see the bystanders that were on the road, there was nothing to get away from the fact that there definitely is a silent majority out there. This wasn't just a small pocket of people walking down the street. And for hours, and I mean this literally for hours, you'd ask anyone that was on the protest, for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, all you saw was love, harmony, peace, good vibrations, all of that, all the way until the very end where we were at Hyde Park. And then just a tiny little, I was there right up close personal. I've got footage on my phone. There was literally half a dozen people and some, I don't want to label them, but they were very niche looking people that had masks on, that were moving within the crowd, agitating right at the very end as TSG were packing up and getting into their vans. And they were agitating each other. So we've got that one mask wearer with a bike and one mask wearer not with, stood there, and they're arguing with each other in the middle of a crowd of people that are like, you could see that things were being orchestrated to create a situation like we've seen before. But again, there was too many good people there to allow that to happen. But the good people that were there, I've never seen so many police herded out of a park by peaceful protesters.
Can I say though, yeah? Right, now here comes the objectiveness, because I knew you was gonna be on this vibe. Here comes my objectiveness now. It went that way because that's exactly how they wanted it according to the timetable.
Yep, correct. I have to agree with you on that one. I have to 100% agree with you on that one.
The protest that you was at the beginning of the year, earlier last year, whatever, they weren't going down like this.
No.
And now Boris has said, "Oh, we're all going to be coming out, and the shops will be open, and the gyms will be open." And we've gone down that route, and I think it's part of their manufacturing. It's part of the dip. They want to bring you up, bring you down, bring you up, bring you down, or the boa constrictor, let you breathe, constrict, let you breathe, constrict. So I feel like this is a deliberate breathing time. And on top of that, it coincides so well with the distrust of the police, with that weirdo guy that's done whatever he's done to the young woman. The protests that went on after that, which were to highlight police brutality, because none of us could ever do it as well as a white woman with tears in her eyes, could never convince you that the police don't give a fuck about us. No one cared. Big Jed says, "Oh, the police they all just want to." They're like, "All right, cool, sit down, man. We've heard your excuses." But once the white lady gets up and says, "Oh my God, it's like the police don't care about us. We're here to protest, and they're beating us up and they're hurting us," and now people are like, "Oh my God." Priti Patel and all these people like, yeah, we're going to do an internal investigation in what happened, and my support's with the women. And I just feel like it's part of a whole narrative to distrust the police at this point in time is what we need you to do. And also,
that didn't work though. That wasn't big enough to do anything in that protest, by the way. There wasn't anyone in that protest that was bannering or anything. There was too much oncoming traffic, too much people outside of their sunroofs and their windows thanking the people that were holding their banners saying no new normal. You know, I'm not with the lockdown. I don't think these vaccines are safe. You know, there was no one that could be confused that saw this protest on Saturday that would think it had anything to do with what happened with that policeman. It was just the media tried it. The media tried it. They definitely tried it, but no one at the protest tried it. No one. There was it was literally like a ratio of, you know, maybe 10,000 to 1. So there was no point in even if someone had a banner on them with that, I doubt they would have been brave enough to get it out around the people they were around. The amount of bus drivers that stopped, the amount of traffic that stopped to advocate for what was going on, the amount of people that were on buses taking off their masks and cheering out of the windows, trying to put their hand out the top window just to let people know on the ground that they were in 100% support with what they were doing. It was moving at some points. There was people that were literally like compelled to get off the bus and join the parade of happiness going down the road, going, we don't believe what the government's telling us. We don't believe what the ministries of education are telling us. We don't believe what the science is saying. We're not confident at the vaccines. We're not this. We're not complying with what the news is. There was a multitude of things. Yes, maybe the only unifying message amongst the whole protesters was their main remit was freedom.
Freedom. Which to me was cliche. I want to stay away from the cliche. It was a cliche thing, freedom. And I'm like, okay, so they tried to do a mass opening of shops. That failed around the country. Yeah. Certain days where everyone was going to open their shops.
Great reopening didn't work.
Right, there's a few businesses that held off, but because they didn't do their due diligence or didn't have a full grasp of their common law standing, I think they gave jurisdiction in different ways. And you know, notably the tattoo shop, the gym that that they tried to keep open. Big ups to them, but another failure because they couldn't stay open. So I guess what I'm asking is, LL Cultural said, bare people went, and that's great. So what changed from it? And I think definitely this is what I kind of want to gather from this. So in terms of you, Roxanne, did you gain anything from this? As in, has anything changed for you? Someone that's already aware, somebody that's already outspoken, somebody that's already involved. What has changed for you since the protest?
The knowledge that a good few 100,000 more people are aware that the silent majority is a reality. And once that happens, people will be less inclined to fear social reprisal in actually speaking their mind and not suffering in silence. And once that happens, the tide will turn and the actual minority will be outweighed. At the moment, most people are under the guise that the majority of people agree with what's being perpetuated.
But I kind of, it's weird, yeah, because I saw them hundreds of thousands, I'm going to say tens of thousands of people outside, yeah? I saw that, but I know that that's a minority. It is a minority of who's in London and who's in England and who's in Britain. It's a massive minority, right? I kind of feel like
I'll tell you what it is. It's less. Do you know what it is? At the beginning, it was an incredible minority. Do you know what it was? It was a handful of people. I remember I went to Speaker's Corner in the lockdown, and I remember thinking, what a flop! What a flop! The mainstream media told everyone to stay home, and I went back to Speaker's Corner, and it was a ghost town. And I was like, wow, everyone's been here arguing for decades, gone through all sorts of trials and tribulations internationally, and this has always popped off. Mainstream media, or I said, stay home, and you all stayed home. Wow.
Can I ask you something, Roxanne, yeah?
Big up, Leon.
Can you not hear me?
I mean, Leon, yes, yeah, we can hear you, Sash.
Big up, friends.
Big up, sis.
Big up, Flame.
Big up the panel. Come on.
I just want to really quickly ask, Roxanne, like, obviously, you know, you're doing this from a place where you care, you know, you want people to open their eyes and see, which all of us do in it. But what are your thoughts to think, you know what if I've helped create a movement?
All right, look. Look.
Yeah. Everyone, round of applause. Come on. Come on.
It's a screenshot moment.
I joined the first movement too. There you go. I didn't see that.
Alright, sorry, carry on, Sash. Sorry, my bad. I'm childish.
You lot, Tom.
That's right. Like, no, I was just gonna say, yeah, like, what if? How would you feel? Okay, you know what? I've been part of creating a movement which has started from somewhere that's real, isn't it? But has been infiltrated by people or whatever they are who don't want the best for people that wake up, I guess is the only way, lack of words here. Because I mentioned David Icke and all them earlier, and I mean, they're fishy, man. Extremely fishy.
Yeah,
you know
I think we're always aware, like I keep saying, those that shout the loudest. I've always been aware of those that shout the loudest. And I think if we're just talking about protesting, this aspect of it, I'm very aware that there are claim makers out there. I call them claim makers because that's what they are. They make outlandish claims that aren't backed
what
up
do you mean
with
by
source
outlandish
material
claims?
and whatnot.
Can I interject something quickly?
What do you mean by outlandish claims?
Hang on. Please let Roxanne finish her sentence and then maybe clarify outlandish claims. Then Flame, you can ask something. So carry on, Roxanne.
Sorry.
Rob? Sorry.
So
Rob.
outlandish claims that end up having them to outlandish claims that would result in them having to eat some type of crow and have to reverse what they've said. So they stay very away from people that are just talking about objective truths. So I don't want to be specific because I don't really want to start detracting from what we're saying. But I'm just making a point of saying, if you make a claim, if anyone makes a claim, then they really need to just back it up. But some people base their whole public remit about particular claims that may, I don't know, get a lot of public traction. So for those that scream the loudest, I'm aware that claims for me aren't really what I'm about. I'm just about finding out the truth and transparency on a situation and then making people aware of that. So for me, I've always been very skeptical of people that make claims, whoever they are. I've been skeptical of the Ministry of Education, the science community, the government, all the claim makers, right down to public figures that make claims. So for me, I think in life, you will always have people, even in business, you'll have people that may come into your business that may not want the best for your business, and they may start doing things that may put your business off track. They may come under the guise of a charlatan type of a person, you know, being all friendly, saying what you want to hear, doing what you want to do, and then all of a sudden switch halfway down the road. That's what I find with some of the claim makers. They schmooze you with nice talk, this, that, and the other, suck you in, and then by the time you're fully immersed in it, you realize you've got no source material to back up what it is they've dragged you into.
Can I ask a question?
So that's pretty much,
yeah, because we're talking about protesters, and then we're kind of drawing a line between a certain type of protester and some sort of an agent or whatnot. But I'm under the impression, that we are protesting against a slave master, and the slave master saying, you can go to this section of the plantation and you lot can say what you want about me. And then we're like, yeah, thank you very much. And then we go to that section, start protesting, but my man's the one that's told us to come here and do this. and we're trying to get rid of him. But he's structuring everything for us. Now, when we get to this section, we're looking at each other and saying, right, that guy's an agent, that guy's an agent, when we shouldn't have been there in the first place. When that's not the real way we should be doing this. Like, for me, the only protest that I've seen witnessed in my life, a real protest, was the riots. All this other shit, it's a compelling appeal to people who care, not the ones that don't. It's just an appeal. It's not no protest. I don't see that as a protest. Walking around the city, like, the one thing I agree with you lot is the fact that it raises awareness for other people. But I could burn down a car in my ends and raise awareness. I could burn down a certain bank and raise awareness.
Exactly. You could do a publicity stunt. Exactly.
Yeah.
You could do a publicity stunt that could create international awareness. So I'm 100% with you on that one. I think
what's
pretty
your
much the
opinion
only
on
thing
my
that
analogy
protests
of the plantation? I want to know about that. I want people's opinion on that analogy, like where the plantation owner is telling us where to protest and how to protest.
I think if you're anti-establishment, asking to have a protest somewhere is hypocritical, isn't it? You just do what you're doing and don't ask for permission and go where you want to go and do what you want to do.
Exactly.
That's why we went across Europe. We didn't wait for someone's permission to go across 30 countries and go where we wanted and cross borders and do. We caused havoc doing it. The amount of stops and madnesses we went through going across countries with no prior permission to do so, filming, doing activism and stuff. That was when we really saw how the establishment doesn't like it when you just go off piste and do things that completely go against their narrative. So I'd agree.
But I feel like we have to violate the laws for there to actually be a protest, because the actual thing that we're protesting is the system. We might be focusing on a certain aspect of the system, but that aspect cannot exist without the entirety of the system.
My thing as well is where we're doing petitions like that. I find that mad. Like, I'm not signing shit as far as I'm concerned.
I feel like that's a protest as well. I think a protest is a petition. Yeah, because it's a non-verbal or non-inked petition. They're saying you can come here, say what you got to say, and boom, bang. Same way you write down on a letter, sign it. It's the same thing to me. Ultimately, they're going to decide whether it makes a difference.
I was very curious about wanting to know, like Zion in the chat, she said she wants to know what's the difference between sort of protest, march, and demonstration. And I know Jed's before was speaking about there's a difference between a protest and a demonstration. So I'll be very curious when he jumps back on to hear his definition of that.
Flame.
Yeah, I would like someone to break it down. I know Roxanne mentioned campaign earlier on as well, and I think it would be interesting to know the difference between these things. When I looked up protest yesterday, demonstration came under the explanation for protest. So I don't know if there is a difference. But one of the things I was going to ask as well is, like, if you're having a protest and you're marching, don't you have to inform the police and give them all sorts of like details and stuff as well?
Again, I wouldn't advocate for doing that. I think it's hypocritical to be anti-establishment and then ask the establishment to
right.
I can't relate to that. I can't relate to
in terms of like the big ones, like what we've seen over the weekend, they've probably done that. Like someone's given all their details, said, yeah, we're going to rock up, because obviously it was publicly advertised, so they must have informed the police. And then I believe the police can put like certain restrictions on, and like obviously they're talking about this Kill Bill thing at the moment as well, where the police want to like put more restrictions.
There were some things with this protest that I saw at the weekend. There was some things I saw at the weekend that made me feel like there wasn't prior knowledge to where some of the protest was going. I've never been on a protest that's gone along Park Lane into oncoming traffic.
Right.
The cars that came down the road had no idea what they were just about to rock up to. And all three lanes had to come to a standstill. Oxford Street had to come to a standstill. Normally in the past, when it's gone around London, they've already closed those roads off, so there's no cars there, and we've had the whole road to walk on. But not this time. The cars were all over the place. Even at Marble Arch, the buses were still all going round. And Trafalgar Square, they had to momentarily shut Trafalgar Square off, but then to try and disperse the crowds, they opened up the roads again and were like forcing the cars around Trafalgar Square, and it became quite dangerous at one point. But I think at that point, a lot of us thought maybe they might, if the cars aren't agreeing with what's being said on the road, it will very quickly turn possibly, you know, like, you know, we've seen some stuff like that in the States where cars have actually just put their foot down and gone, do you know what, I'm just going to mow you all down. There was a lot of frustrating cars that were trying to turn onto Oxford Street and cross Oxford Street. But again, if you slowed down for a second to actually see what the car drivers were doing, they were waiting to see banners that they could read. And pretty much within 3 seconds of reading 1 or 2 banners, their windows were down, they were beeping. If they had a sunroof or if they had a convertible, it was down. They were, you know, some of the drivers looked frustrated that they couldn't get out of the cars right there and just come along. So I think even if aspects of this protest had been predetermined, from what I saw, I just saw the protest going into oncoming traffic. And that's not some like a pattern of behavior that I would have seen if it had already been predetermined on all of the routes. So maybe some of the route was predetermined, but it went off piece.
Who MJ, what was your first protest?
Never been to one.
Seriously? Flame, what was yours?
My first protest was the riots, I'm gonna lie.
I was literally gonna ask Jedi what he thought about those riots still. So MD, what was your first protest?
Do you know what? I remember when I was younger, like I can't remember the first, but I do remember being taken as a child to a protest. But as gotten older, my first proper one was the Palestine one.
Yeah. What about you, Roxanne?
My first protest would have been probably the first one that I went to during lockdown.
Oh, really?
Can I just say that's first and
actually
only
quite a lot
one?
of people.
Oh well, no. To be fair, no. I tell her that. It was that. Yeah.
The riots were my first and only. I just say it,
I find a lot of people.
I don't agree with all this other sort of walking around and like. I don't. I'm not saying I don't agree with it because I wouldn't tell everyone just to sit at home and do nothing. Rather do something than nothing. But that's not my kind of protest. For me, that's a vial of intellect, humanity, energy that we could be using elsewhere. Numbers. It's a violation of all the things that you see. That's my personal opinion, isn't it? All of us going to Trafalgar Square to not even do much, but to be there and raise awareness. All of us could have put out a jack, come together, built a whole nother corporation, and done dirt.
Yeah, exactly. I just find it interesting because I find a lot of people, I guess between like the ages of 25 and 40, first protests seems to be the Palestine protest. I just find that quite interesting. That's what we were talking about earlier. I don't know. Maybe in the comments, like, what was you lot's first protest? Because everyone seems to be on the Free Palestine protest at first.
Just going back to these protests at the weekend. I mean, the only thing I really have to say is that when I woke up yesterday morning, got on the bus, went somewhere, I was still the only person that wasn't wearing a mask. Like everyone else is still wearing a mask.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. So yeah, you've had thousands, hundreds of thousands of people there, possibly more awareness, more people waking up to what is going on. But hold on a second. Y'all are still wearing masks, and I'm still hearing this dumb announcement. They've even got a new announcement on the bus about, please wear your mask. Make sure it's over your nose and mouth. Blah, blah, blah. So I'm not seeing that having any actual impact in my immediate surroundings. And I'm not too far.
Can I say sorry because my internet's been messing up.
No, go on. That's all I had to say.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, in agreement with Mary Jen, I kind of do have a bit of the feeling that a protest to a lot of people is a good fun day out, like a bit like carnival with less whining and no patties, no jerk chicken, and no batty riders, no music, and no alcohol, and no weed. But yeah, just like carnival, right? And like the protests I've been on and the ones I've even arranged, well, I wouldn't say they're protests. They were more like organized walks, but they're basically the same. Make a bag of noise about what you care about in the middle of the street. Now, my thing was, we're gonna walk in the. My actual policy was we don't walk on the pavements. We walk in the road because we're reclaiming the roads. It's our streets. Any car, any bus, any coach, anyone that's they need to feel that we were here. There's no point in just being on London Tonight or whatever. They need to know we was here. And I think the ethos was, if we affect people's pockets, that it'd make a difference. So the first one we did was Libya. There was a slavery thing going on in Libya, highlighted by the powers that be, the government, the BBC, Channel 4, Christian and Guru Murphy, all the ops called us out. And we went out there because we were naive, yeah? So we went out there and we're like, yo, what? There's still slavery going on in Africa. What the hell's going on? Rah, all you Libyans, rare. So we went down there. Well, they went down there the first week, and it was like, we did what we normally do, G-circle, form a circle, say some like emotional stuff, you know, get people kind of thinking and amped up and saying, yo, we the people, blah, blah, blah. We came back the next week. I was part of that one. And, you know, we was like, yo, we're going to stand in front of the buses. We're only letting ambulances come through. They're going to feel it. When they're going to feel it, they're going to feel it. They're going to know we were here. And honestly, when I came home, I realized what we should have done was gone to some Libyan community centers and businesses, and we should have gone and stopped them from making any profit that day. Even if they weren't involved, that would have sent a message to the Libyans across the world, like, yo, you lot will be personally held accountable for the stuff done in your country. Yeah, that was more of a better route we should have went down. But essentially, we did what most protesters do: make a bit of noise, wave some banners around, you know, woo, 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 give ourselves a pat on the back, and go home. The next week,
no, what we need to employ what the white man do.
Nothing had changed. So my thing is this now, yeah. I feel like you need to feel a direct response from your protest, right? And as much as I can see the benefit, like Roxanne and some of the others have kind of highlighted the benefits of protest, I'm kind of the opinion that if you ain't fucking some shit up in one way or another, figuratively or physically, that it's pretty much just going to be a flash in the pan and it'll be over as soon as it started. Going back to MJ's point of getting back on the trains and the tubes and the buses and seeing people back with their masks on, I realized people come out, they feel good for that day. People like Roxanne, that might, you know what I mean? That might fuel them for a lifetime of activism. But others, it was just the day out and then back to, if anything, they do less now. Now they've been out on a protest, they're like, oh, I've done my part. And then nothing else is gone in. This one of my concerns about protesting is that it takes up people's energies. It gets people to expel all this negativity and tension that they've got, and then it leaves them kind of somber and somewhat more docile than before they started. What say ye?
Yeah, I agree. Like, that's what else it is. Like, I mentioned something like that earlier. It's like sometimes you need to keep that.
Is anyone here on the panel or in the chat room?
Go ahead.
Sorry?
Go ahead, Sid.
I was going to say, is anyone on the panel or in the chat room, was anyone there at the weekend in London?
No.
No, man.
None of them got off their asses. None of them. They just get on the internet and talk.
I was going to say, yeah, like, we need to employ what the white people done. Like when they went around the world.
Sorry. Was you there, Flame? No, none of you on the panel went to the protest. Right. None of them went, Rox. What's your point?
Okay, yeah. No, so I'm concurring with what you're saying about, you know, engaging with people. The amount of people that were engaged with at the weekend was like something I'd never seen.
Yeah.
I don't know if we right now are aware of the ripple effects of the amount of awareness that was caused at the weekend.
Right.
And I also concur with what everyone else is saying, that possibly it might not be the most efficient use of time or energy. However, if we get to a point where more, sorry.
No, you got.
What is, like I said before, doing something, because you can either do something or nothing.
Right.
Sorry, yeah. So like I said before, what is the point? The point is doing something. As a human, when we see wrong, we've got one of two choices. There is absolutely no grey area. You either do something or you do nothing. You can either stand on the wayside and complain or do something. So I'd like to ask the panel, if protesting isn't the way forward, what is the most efficient use of energy to evoke change?
I know. No, me first. I spoke first. Not complain. Change your everyday life. Just stop it. You're cheating.
He's matching his hand.
Me. Okay. Can we let Jedi go? It's been really good behaviour today. I think we should let him speak. Go ahead, Jedi.
All right. So I would say, and this is where I was trying to get to. I would say, rather than going out and protesting, we should abstain from our day-to-day routines, abstain from upholding the system. We should withdraw our consent.
Stop feeding the beast. Stop feeding the beast.
And this is called civil disobedience, or downing tools,
stop feeding
or
the beast.
No longer playing the game, or not feeding the beast. So I would say, if the beast feeds on our consent, we should withdraw our consent, which is something that if all them thousands of people did that today, we would be on the news. Big time. Rather than walking anywhere, staying where we are in our communities, and encouraging others to say, you know what, we're not doing this anymore. And what that means is all of us going about our business, reopening, doing the things that we want to do, and no longer complying with the things that we don't want to do. We have to stop asking them. It's like saying to someone, can you please take your hand off my throat? Please. Because if you keep your hand on my throat, I might suffocate and die. Please. Oh, please. You're not telling to please. And a bag of people, at some point, you have to remove the hand from your throat. Unless you like that kind of thing. But even if you do like that kind of thing, can't go on forever. Do you know what I mean? You've got to put a stop to it. And I think what we're not doing is trying to physically remove the hand from the throat or whatever. And we do that by just not complying anymore. I know it sounds like very simplistic, but this will have a ripple effect in many different ways. A lot of people have suggested not paying certain bills, certain taxes, certain blah, 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 blahs, whatever. I know when COVID was at its height, when we were all pretty much fresh and not jaded and not used to the scenario, I heard a lot of people talking about not paying rent. What happened to that? What happened to not paying your council tax and blah, blah, blah? And do you know what I mean?
So maybe the question is, what is everyone's price? What is your price? What is your price for making that change? Is it losing your house, losing your job, your car, your ability to go on holiday, your ability to buy makeup, perfume?
Yeah, but if you know the law, then you won't lose your car.
What is your price?
Rox, I'm not even going to lie to you. It seems like holiday is high up there.
No, but you will eventually lose things because the infrastructure will fail to support it.
Right.
So what would be your price? What's the bottom line?
Me personally, I'm a unique individual. I have no bottom line. So, you know, literally, my bum, I got one big bum cheek. There's no line. But seriously, yeah, I have a level of detachment that I think might be rare amongst my peers. But I'm pretty much detached from the system. So, like, do you know what I mean? As long as I can roast some sausages on the fire at Parliament Square, I'll probably be good. Do you know what I mean? I don't need to go into work tomorrow. I don't need to pay for anything. I'm pretty much Jason Bourne with a face, a pretty face.
Yeah.
That's the part where you say, "Oh yeah, very pretty."
Well, that's it. What are we fighting for? Are we fighting to keep our comforts? Or are we fighting? Are we actually fighting for our freedom?
How much do we stop feeding the beast by? I agree with you. How much are people going to unplug themselves from these needs to consume and obey and consume and obey? Because even if you think you've removed yourself from it from a little bit, everyone's still buying mass processed food that's not sustainable, factory farmed stuff. How How have we done it in our lives?
Well,
Have
it's
we
just
become self-employed? Are we sole traders? Are we still working for a company? Are we building someone else's dream? What makeup's everyone wearing? What garms is everyone wearing today?
Go on, Rox, get 'em.
Independent made or mass produced?
Get 'em, get 'em. So what you're saying is, so what are you saying then, Rox? What's your bottom line then? I'm in a dumb mood today. I'm in a proper dumb mood.
What's your bottom saying, Roxanne?
Yeah, I did not say that.
Sorry.
The bottom line.
I'm gonna go on mute.
So what's your bottom line, Rox? Out of interest.
So for me, I've my bottom line is to remove myself from feeding the beast in all forms as much as I can. I'm not trying to build up someone else's empire. I'm not trying to go into Sainsbury's and buy all the mass-produced stuff. I'm trying to stop feeding the beast. And I see what it is. The more you stop feeding the beast, the more it comes to bite you. The more it's saying, hold on, you're not allowed to be here.
The more it comes
Becoming a
under a
targeted
different
individual.
guise.
There you go. There you go. That we back to this, and we always get back to this point where you don't even have to physically harm or do or threaten anyone. You just not complying anymore will bring about a violent reaction.
I guess the question is, like, how do you encourage people to kind of behave like that, to be anti-establishment in that way? How do you encourage that without protest or without kind of this mass way of reaching the people? So I think protest is always a
do what the white man done,
which is what? Propaganda.
Which is, yeah, you galvanize your people into showing who the enemy is. So what they done when they went around the world and they gathered whoever they gathered, that was based on their people backing them. Their people didn't even need to do anything. They just backed them. Like, you know what? So for example, we say that we need to burn down the system. Everyone needs to be on the same page. So when me or Jedi, one or two of us take the step, everyone else is backing it. But we don't have that unity. We only have the unisense in stuff that is within the proximity of the system. When we go outside the system, there's repercussions that people don't want to deal with.
But Flame, unity exists though. Like, for example,
or the fact that we're too scared because no one really has that sense of security, even within the few links of the chains that they're in themselves. Do you see what I'm saying? So
I think we're shook. We can sit here and talk about whatever, but we're shook.
Big up Jedi. Love the talks. Love the show. I've got to go. Peace out, guys.
Big up,
right, Shalom, just take care, yeah.
Big love.
I think like this panel and the chat itself proves that unity exists, because we're from all different backgrounds, different genders, and we're all on the same page.
No, you need to understand the difference between liking a good idea. Like, everyone loves a good idea. Everyone's united on the idea. No one's united on the action. Like, that's one thing we need to falsify from the get-go. Like, everyone loves a good idea. We ain't unified. We're discussing unity. We ain't unified. That needs to be established. We might like to think that we're unified. We ain't unified. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sitting here.
I think we are unified. So I think that if this was to be mobilized now, you'll see that the people who support this kind of idea, will follow through, right?
No, that's what I mean. That I don't believe that. I don't believe half the people in this live chat or on this YouTube will do anything. I think when it comes down to it, when shit gets cracking, that's when you're gonna realize we ain't unified. Like, when we sit in a room and we discuss ideas, we're all unified. I can show you literally 100 mandem. I could bring 100 mandem to any spot, whatever, whatnot, blah blah. That would be on. If I fabricate in a way where I know all of them are going to join up. I can say, right, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do this, and I know each one of these 100 people are on what I'm on to a certain degree. But when it gets cracking, they're not going to be on that. I can unify 100 people. That's not an issue. I can bring 100 man them wherever. But when
what if you went across the country? What if you went across the country? What if you went across the country yourself and campaigned yourself and got tens of thousands of people that were on it?
What is my ultimate goal, though? What is my ultimate goal? Just to have numbers?
You could get 50, 60,000 people.
Yeah, but then what are we doing then? What's my ultimate goal? Just to have 50,000 people screaming what I'm screaming?
I'm asking you. I'm asking you if you could do that. I'm asking you if you could do that.
I
What would you
probably
do
could
with the
do that.
numbers? What
That
would you
was my
do if you could
ultimate goal.
correlate that many people?
I probably could
No,
do that.
I'm
If that was my
saying,
ultimate goal, but then
let's imagine you
that
did.
doesn't wage anything
What
for
would you
me.
do? What would you do?
I'll burn down the system. There's plenty of things I'll do. The first thing I'll do is wake up everyone and make people pick a jersey. That's my first fundamental thing. Pick a fucking jersey and wear it. There ain't no fucking bystanders. There ain't no one sitting in the stands. Pick a jersey. Like right
They
now, I'll
want
say to
people
everyone, who's free
divided.
on what?
They
I
want
went to
everyone
go to a certain
divided by
place
race,
and do a certain
class,
thing.
gender, sex, all of it.
Sorry, I didn't hear
Flame,
you.
I refuse to believe that people.
Sorry, 1 second. Can I just sort out? We got a sound issue, yeah. And if I sort it out, I think we have a more fluid conversation. Flames is not being rude. Roxanne's not being rude. Flame. I think between you two, one of you has a time delay. I'm suspecting it's Roxanne. Let's do an experiment. Roxanne, just jump in when you hear the number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Rox? I think we got a sound issue. Yo, Rox.
Probably got busy.
Roxanne? Yeah, can you hear me? I think you got.
Hello.
Yeah, have you got bad internet? Hello, Rox.
Yeah, I can hear you saying my name. I don't know why you're saying my name, but I can hear you now. I can hear you
Right,
counting.
I can hear this. Right, so I wanted to establish whether we got a time delay. So please, when you hear the number, say the next number for me, please. 1.
1. Oh, right, 2.
Wow.
Sorry.
Wow.
2.
So
It sounds like she's listening on YouTube, though. Rox, are you listening on YouTube?
Are you listening by YouTube or StreamYard?
Because I can hear it echo.
I can hear it as well.
I'm on my computer. I'm on my computer on StreamYard.
Do you think you could leave and come back? I think because I've got no internet, so I'm streaming from my phone. Yeah, leave and come back then, please. I think there's some kind of delay.
Cool.
So we just sort that out
No
so that the
worries.
sound.
All right.
All right, thank you, Rox. We saw that. Big up, Rox, man. We saw that so the sound kind of we could sort it out.
What do you not think about what? Because Mohib's of the opinion that we are united. I don't believe that.
No, I don't believe that.
I think we share ideas.
I don't believe that.
I don't know if I could trust any of you, if I'm completely honest.
So Flame, I refuse to believe this idea that.
Fall back in it.
Oh, liberties. All right, Flame. All right, if it's like that, yeah. All right, calm.
Sorry, man. God.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, I refuse to believe the idea that everyone's here just to make up numbers. I think that people are here because they gravitated towards something. So I think this panel and this channel has made it more palatable for people to come and gravitate towards something. So it's done that. It's done the hard work.
It makes it easier for them to join their understanding with art. I'm not saying about numbers. When I say numbers, I'm saying it's very easy for us to agree on ideas and have numbers. Do you know what I mean? So now, look, everyone here might not even believe that they won't help out or they won't bang out. But not everyone has been in some sort, I know it's going to sound a bit weird, I don't know how people are going to take this, but some sort of warfare, whether it be on the roads or whatever, whatnot, blah, blah, or the deeper passion. Do you know what I mean? There's certain things that I know for a fact that if I stand up and said, Rah, you know what, come to da-da-da-da-da-da, I got this much metal and we could do da-da-da. Half the people that are on shit are going to run away as soon as I say that. They're going to run away.
But the idea that everyone can't do, bro, everyone, like one person can't do anything, but everyone can do something. So maybe that's not people's strength, innit? So maybe like what I'm saying is I look at this like Speaker's Corner in many ways. Like this is just another conversation that's happened in a global Speaker's Corner. So people are gravitating towards it. And this is how change is made, isn't it? Change is made when people start agreeing on certain ideas. And I think everyone in the chat, like, and obviously on panel, I think we're all on the same page in many ways. Like I agree with burning down the system. I think that's the right way, but it's how do you achieve that? And I think that protest seems to be the only way to get people outside.
We have to weed them out, like they say.
But is it about?
What do you lot think about my? Like,
Is it not?
you
It's
lot totally
about getting
disagree with
away
me?
from the system. We're talking about burning down the system and this and that. Like, how many of us is it going to take collectively, even if we go and get 50,000, 60,000? How are we going to burn down the system? Or is it better that we just get as far away from this system as possible,
Yeah.
having our own land, our own communities, no fucking supermarkets, none of that bullshit. Like, we're making our own clothes, we're growing our own hemp, we're producing every last
To a
thing that
certain
we are
extent, that's
consuming.
selfish, no, Mary.
What I want to
Why?
say, right? Do you really think we can get 50,000 people, like, who
No,
think?
that's irrelevant. It's not about 50,000 or about this
But that's
number or
like
that
with the
number.
question of like getting more people on side. Like, I actually think that's impossible. Well, nothing's
It's
really
about
impossible. But
the
I
caliber
don't
of
think
people
that.
you've got.
The what? Sorry.
It's about the caliber of people that you've got. Like, for example, Mary, yeah, I used to agree with Mary. Like, that was my sentiment. Like, man, I'm going to go get an island or a bit of land, invite all the people, cultivate, renovate, elevate. But that's selfish, really, because the system is oppressing people that can't help themselves. We can, to a certain extent. You know
Yeah,
what
but
I'm
I
saying?
thought it was selfish as well at one point, but now I don't.
Before I used to
I keep going back and forth with it.
Now I do, because there's people in third world countries that can't do nothing about the system oppressing them, but we can. So if we go and run away, we still letting the system run tyranny over 30%. No, should I say 70% of the world, and we're an island living good. That's not burning down the system.
Some people don't want to run away. Some people don't want to wake
So,
up.
Flame, if that's the case, how do we burn down the system? How are we going to do that? And if you're talking about all of the systems, then how are we, and how many people is it going to take for us to do that?
It's not systems, though. It's an overarching system that might be disseminated into systems.
I think the London riots demonstrated. I think the London riots demonstrated that it's the spark. It's about creating the spark. This idea of running away from the system.
Whoa, who controls that spark? Who controlled that spark when it comes to the riots? Who really controlled that? You think it was the man them that kicked off in Tottenham? Did they own the spark, or did someone behind them, or someone influencing them control that spark? Was it our spark?
That was definitely organized.
I felt like I had.
But the point is, Jedi, the spark was created though. The spark was created, and it had reverberations across the country.
Yeah, but one's a spark to light our way, and the other's a spark to burn down our houses.
Yeah, I saw a lot of places burnt down.
We're talking about burning down the system. Burning down the system is not a pretty thing. It's not a pretty thing.
No, it's not.
We're talking
It's
about
not, bro.
down the system.
But that's not what when I say burn down our houses, bro, I don't mean burn down where we live. I mean it's gonna affect us rather than the establishment. So
it's gonna allow them to bring in new laws.
What took place affected
more
us.
pressure.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It affected us rather than it affected the establishment.
Look, for me, I said it early on that this is a war of hearts and minds. It's about winning hearts and minds. It's not like we don't want to live in this world. We want to live in society, this world, but we want the people that govern us to govern us in the correct way. It's never worked, the fact that people run away from the system. We see it countless times. People galvanize, and because they can't take the beast on, they kind of go in their little corner or their own city or their own country, and they create their own thing. It's never worked. In fact, you just create another a piece for the puzzle, another piece on the chessboard, which isn't helpful. So I think it burning down the system is not going to look pretty. So we know that the reverberations of something that happened, say the Mark Duggan shooting, it caused a ripple effect where people were looting for the wrong reasons. But we got to understand that the reverberations will actually look like that, and they will be like that, and they have to be like that. However, it's about controlling it, right?
Can I just address Mary's point as well? Because I do agree with Mary, but I felt, I don't know, maybe I got it wrong or heard half of it. I agree with, okay, we need to separate ourselves from the system. But when you said we just need to get away from the system, I thought that's all we're doing. Are we doing that so we can establish how to burn down the system once we're away? Or are we just going to stay away?
It's a thing of like, we get away and then we encourage others to do so. So eventually we get everyone so far away from the system that there is no need for the system.
Yo, what? Let's get the likes up. Let's let you lot got to stop and ask for likes sometimes. You know.
Yeah.
Like, get the likes
And
up.
Steph is coming, man.
I heard Flame say like 20 minutes ago, whatever, to try and get these likes up. So if you're not enjoying the conversation, don't stunt on us because we're all adults out here. You know, pay your way in it. Pay your way. If all you got to do is hit a like button, then do it, or just continue to find some other streaming service that you enjoy. And I respect that too. But we over here talking some real shit, and I just expect. This is what I'm trying to say. We talking about people's actions and that. You can't even get people that will sit here and watch something for 2 hours to hit a button. It's not even automatic to them. So we talking about all this freedom and us this unity. I'm saying people don't think the same. We don't all come to one place for the same reason, Mohib. Because if we did, Mohib, we'd have 74 likes. Clearly, people.
Absolutely.
Some people come.
I agree.
You understand what I'm trying to say? I mean, I know it's just a figure of speech. I mean, it's just an example, but that there's people have so many different motives, and sometimes people just want to have a day out, something to do. They're bored. Blah blah blah. They're gonna go to a protest. They're gonna act like they care. They're gonna post it on their social media. More importantly, to say I was there. Now, Black Lives Matter is something that will let you know that everyone and their dog has got a Black Lives Matter picture.
I mean, how I make sense of that is that there's some advice that was given to me, which is slowly but surely. Remember, like we met like 3 years ago at Speaker's Corner. Since then and now, slowly but surely, innit, bro? Everything in good time. So
I do hear that.
Because you said I mean, obviously we can complain, but at the same time, you have a few loyal people around you. That's more than 4, you know, on the same cause, and that's positive, man.
Yeah.
And again, the truth is undeniable. Truth undeniable.
I'm trying to deliver the ultimate truth to you lot, yeah, to us, to me, to myself. And the ultimate truth is revolution and evolution and change is not a group sport. Big up Dean Cow, the producer on Twitch. It's not a group sport, bro. Yeah.
Marcus Garvey said that. Revolution only works.
I think yes. So I'm gonna say my one. Go on. You go on. Say finish that one. Finish it.
Yeah, revolution only works for those who participate in it.
Right. Okay, I hear that, and it's not a group sport. When I say it's not a group sport, the key to all of this, is self-improvement, self-reflection, self-betterment. That is the key to all of our outer issues will be resolved when our internal is resolved. What do they say? An enemy, where there is no enemy within, an enemy outside cannot effect, or whatever the saying is. We got to deal with the enemy inside. And the enemy is inside is that unconscious, subconscious giver of consent.
Mm-hmm.
That allows the perpetuation of this system another second, another minute. That is who needs the reform. That is who needs the revolution. That is who needs the change. It's you, the individual, not the mass. So
you can't reach that unless you know self, right? You can't reach that level of thinking unless you know yourself. So encouraging people to know self, and that's how I epitomize you like that, you know, Jedi. Like when I watch you, I see that everything for you is about self-improvement, and everything else is a reverberation of that. Like the consequence of so what you do is because obviously you're trying to identify issues in self, and outwardly it changes. But I'm saying that like we all have a common understanding. Like earlier, Mary Jen said that something about wearing masks and people coming closer together and having a negative effect on the society. But I think that, like, don't you see that this is an attack on civil liberties? The fact that they're saying to wear masks and they're putting fear in people, because now when people get together, they've had that excuse. You can't be together because of the mask. That's why they shut down the last protest.
But maybe
So
the fear is the fact that some people are scared to not wear a mask unless there's other people doing it alongside them. Like that internal fear to be like, I don't want to put my head out above the crowd. I don't want to look different. I don't want people to not like me, because I mean it became quite a thing really when people were snitching on their neighbors and people were coming at people who went to the park with their kids. Like, so how willing are people to be disliked?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So that internal
for me,
battle.
that's the key to life. That's the key to life. You got to be willing to not be liked. That's the key to life. When you start wanting people to like you, that's the root of all problems.
But if I just look at this again on a day-to-day basis, take an example again of the bus, right? I don't wear a mask. I don't give a shit if people like me or not. I am not complying with this bullshit. So it's not about who likes who or who's against who. Like, if that's what you believe in, just do it. Do what's right for you.
No, but Mary is about who likes
Steppers, you there?
We wear a mask to conform.
You there, Steppers? I'm just trying to bring Steps in because obviously he jumped on when he must have wanted to say something, but he's just been quiet.
Nah, I'm here still. I'm here still.
All right, big up, Steps, man.
Big up, bro.
Thought you might have something to say on one of the points that we made before the conversation, how it goes. So
yeah, I've just been listening in, man. I think everyone's got enough valid points, man.
You might as well run your opinion then.
Now, the only thing with me is what Jed said about it's an individual thing. Cause I think like revolution. But for me, it's like even my brother said it's the process. Like he sees it as the process as well. Like I mean, not the end goal kind of thing. It's kind of the process. And but my thing is like as much as it's individual, like, and you focus on self, the mission's only complete when you know those people who set about the mission. So that last person is fulfilled within their self. Because that completes like everyone else in the process, if that makes sense.
And that safeguards the future generation. I hear you fully.
Yeah. So it is kind of a collective, but it's not.
So if you look at the new books that are coming out, like
you know, like how cells come together to form organs and this, that, like that's how I see it, like little parts coming together to make something whole. But yeah, that's me done still.
I guess that's not what I'm. That's not. Well, I agree with you, but I don't think that I'm seeing that. I like the point that you made. It's different parts coming together to make the whole. So like what Mohib was saying that yes, you like I'm saying that I could show people a bag of metal, but no one's gonna. I don't believe everyone's gonna grip it. And Mohib's like not everyone's meant to grip it. Not everyone's meant to play that position. And I feel like that's. Sorry.
I agree with him to an extent.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So I feel like more so than that brings me to the point that we need to identify what's actually needed. Like Roxanne was saying, that when she asked me, what would you do? And obviously I'm going to have one angle. Then someone like Mary's going to come with the other angle. And we need to build an amalgamation of these ideas to come with the ultimate one that's going to work for everyone.
But do the same, because does your freedom look the same as my freedom?
Yeah, but you don't know it.
Never do. You don't, to be fair.
Yeah. That's the thing, though. That's the thing.
We coexist in this world together, right? We live together, and we aspire to live together, surely, because we're in the same country, you know, in the same kind of localities. We aspire to live together, surely. So freedom does look the same. Freedom is the same.
But
it's just coming to that common
we don't know any different. We don't know any different. I can't say I aspire to live amongst thousands, millions of people. It's just what I've been born into.
I completely agree with you. I think it's down to the you see these new self-help books coming out, the art of not giving an F, you know, how to kind of do what you do but just not care about the outside. And I think it's part of that. Like we talk about simping all the time, and it's about not caring what people think. We start wanting to conform to what others want. This is how the mask has slowly seeped into society.
Yeah, but
how many people are brave enough for him? No, I'm saying how many people are brave enough to be like Mary? Like before, it might have been easier. Now it's getting more and more difficult to be like Mary, like to wear a mask and go around.
Yeah, but you see that mentality there, yeah. that same mentality a LGBT person could use and say, right, I agree with Mohim, because we should be able to be non-conformist. We should be able to break the mold. Do you get what I'm saying? That like an LGBT person could use your same argument.
No, but listen, bro. When I went to the Palestine thing, the LGBT were there. The thing is, like, they've galvanized more people because in many eyes they speak about.
No, though, because then you bring in poison at the same time. Sorry.
Oh no, but look, they galvanize people for the wrong reasons. They galvanize people because we all also believe in independence and liberation of self. We all believe in that, bro. But they use that to push their agenda of free thinking, open sexuality. You know, like they galvanize more people. They've got an element of truth in there. I'm saying that you have nothing to fear. Let them jump on these because they will jump on it because they got more people. Simple as that.
But you see what it is to me, bro. You're saying that you shouldn't care what people think, but you have to balance that out, man. Cause as much as I like to live in that, I do care. I care about my loved ones, what they think of me. You get me? Like that's what it really comes down to. People that I value and I appreciate in my life. Of course, I care what they think.
Of course, you care what they think. However, bro. However, you want change. How much do you want change now? If you want change, you got to be the difference. You got to be the change that you want to see in the world. You got to be that person that you got to walk that road where everyone else don't want to walk. You got to be ready to be hated. With every struggle, you're hated initially, but then obviously, like people realize, and they, real heroes are made like that.
And it's for the same reason as well. You're doing it because you care about them. You're doing it out of love. So why not show them out of love the better way?
Like I've been a black sheep in my family. You get me? I've been like looking my own parents and that looking to section man because I'm man are just talking certain things and rare. You get me? So like and I've grown through it, and over the years, like even now my brother's here in the room with me. My man's my witness. You get me? Like. He's grown to see that what man have been talking from years back has always been on foot, innit? You're living through from young, like the last 15 years.
Big up your broski.
You get me? But and I do get what you're saying, but yo, bro, don't think for a second when I was going through that. I didn't care. These are the people that I love most to me. So it burnt me, you get me? Even my own mom's looking at me and she's telling me that she don't trust me. Because I'm coming to her a baby photo, saying that I'm the same person that I was as a baby, and she's like, "Now you've changed," and I couldn't grasp it because to me, I'm the same. You get me? But to her, she can't pick me up and hold me in one hand like she could then or whatever. You get me? So
you're step nicely, like everything you're saying, everything you're saying, I understand it fully. You won't appreciate how much I respect and understand it. You don't need me to affirm that, bro. You don't need anyone to affirm that.
No, it's not that.
That's my point.
I'm not saying that because obviously I get what you're saying. If I weren't true to myself at that time, then I would have got lost in the system because I would have had to conform. I would have took the tablets that they come to the house with. Remember when the crisis team come knock the door and the geezer try come. Get me? These people try fuck with man. This is what man them ain't on. But yeah, man, I knew that as much as my head was in the cloud to a certain extent. You get me? Man, I had to remain grounded in the reality that man are living in, because if I'd like just accepted what my parents, it's down to smoking weed, it's down to this, it's down. Bare excuses. Why can't it just be the truth? Why can't I just be seeing shit that? Basically, I think that we all live a life.
But bro, is it not the art of
we all live a life? We're all here to conform. You get me? Most of us just here nodding and pretending to be fake. The whole reality of this thing's fake, man. You get me? People go to work, be fake smiles and that, especially if you're into retail or sales and all of these, smiling at people you don't even rate and that all day. Like, it's a joke, but yeah, it's the world we live in. We all act like it's normal.
Bro, back in the day, back in the day, anyone who rebelled against the system, they would have come and shot you, bro. Now they use different tactics, which is manipulation, medication.
Diggy, what you saying?
Yeah, you got to let them finish that. Flame, you've been interrupting people while they're chatting a lot recently. Have you got them? You sure you got the sound set up correctly?
Nah, I've been doing it intentionally, to be honest. I should stop, maybe.
Fine. Well, you can't fault Flame for his honesty, boy. You know what I mean? But yeah, Mohib, finish that point, please, and then maybe Flame and Steps can jump back in.
Yeah, Steps, I completely agree with you. But remember, you have to walk through fire, innit? And I think that back in the day, they would have come and put a bullet in your head if you went against the system, or you fought differently. Yeah. Now they use different tactics, which is manipulation. They use kind of, this kind of idea of subordinate and superior, and also medication. They use these things, and I think that not the only one that goes through this. You'll see there's a lot of people who don't want to conform. They have their kind of views, but I think that it's all easy to say the system's messed up, but you have to play the game, bro. You have to play the game.
Why?
So you have to realize that the game is a certain way.
Why?
Because in many ways, I think you play the game as well, and I'm playing the game now. We're all playing. You have to play the game.
What do you really
Why? I want to know why. It's all good you saying I play the game, but why?
Yeah. In order to connect the minds, bro. To connect the minds. So now Step Nicely is disclosed. I like, because as opposed to him going away and being like, oh fuck this, and not doing it, him coming and disclosing it connects minds, isn't it?
I hear you. I hear you. I can't deny that, man. Let me welcome in Flame. Big up S.
Big up S.
Big up S. Big up
Flame.
Flame,
Yes,
and then Step Nicely. So Flame, did you have something to respond to that? Yeah,
I want to get the middle ground between Steps and Mohib, because they sound like they agree, but they're coming from different angles. So I wanted to get like a more unison sort of. I don't know if they're in unison totally. That's what I wanted to clarify.
I fully agree, Step Nicely. I think it's more about empathy more than anything. So I'm able to empathize with him. I fully agree with him, and many things that he says, like I support him, and I'm like we're the same. We're the same in many ways. I think we want the change in the system. However, the question here, I think, is how do we cause that change? Whether it's protest that sparks the change and maybe controlling the mass outrage, how do we do that? That's the question. I'm protesting, I think like standing there doing that, it's not going to help no one, So, what are the alternatives? But I also think that you need a protest to happen in order for it to kick off.
Maybe
it has to kick off.
But
then I knew about stuff prior to going to the protest. The protest wasn't the thing that brought it to my attention. I went to there after realizing certain things.
But you go into the protest was who's doing the rustling? You not be aware that you're on a live stream on a broadcast, yeah. So any sounds that you're making around be picked up by a microphone and distributed to the world, right? I feel like going to the protest was your way of saying I'm gonna make this real. I've got these ideas in my head, I've got these feelings, and I wanna take physical action, because I think we're made like that. Once we've had a thought process, we want to see it manifest in some way. So we're gonna.
Right, but what I was trying to say, Jeds, is that the idea of the protest raising awareness was the opposite way around. I already had the awareness and went there, so it didn't really raise awareness to me because that's the awareness that I had was what took me there. If I didn't have the awareness, I wouldn't have known about it.
I think what she's saying is I think what Roxanne was saying, maybe somebody that was driving through West End,
right,
and couldn't move one on the window was like, "Yo, what's going on out here? What's going on? Yeah, mate, we're riding. Yeah, we're protesting against the tomatoes. The tomatoes are evil. They're killing everyone. The tomatoes are kidnapping." And you're like, "What? Tomatoes?" And then you might sit there and look on your phone and be like, "Tomatoes? Oh shit! I didn't know this was going on." So that's awareness, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I can't deny there's a factor to that. She made a good point with that. There's definitely some people that just didn't know. What? What do you mean we've got two legs? What? Oh shit, we got two legs. There's some people that genuinely don't know until you tell them. So I do see a place for that. But essentially, who is doing the advertising for you? Who Who is doing that? It's not you. So if the social networks don't want you to promote that, it ain't gonna get out there. They got such a stop on it. They got such a stop on it that you could post up a picture with a T-shirt that says, "I don't believe in COVID," and under that picture will come information of a little information thing telling you, "Oh, for more information on COVID," because they're reading text now. Right, they're reading pictures now. They're reading the contents of a picture now. You don't have to say anything.
Been doing that for years.
Right. So, but
Since
now,
Gmail
but I mean,
started.
No. But what I mean now is they're actually gonna place it on top of your post, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What I was adding to what you were saying by saying the technology to read words in pictures was from years ago. Now we're seeing these little boxes, it's like that's just the equivalent of breathing. It don't take no extra major effort for their
And how they
computers.
done it on Insta was they started it with if you write the word vaccine or COVID, then that thing's gonna pop up. Now, listen, I got tagged in something. I mean, I got that thing up on something that had nothing to do with COVID. I can't remember what it was.
I was just gonna say, Jeds, I've seen that on a few people's things, like literally nothing to do with COVID, vaccine, mask, like not completely unrelated. I think it was something to do with food or something.
They've made some assumption of a link via what I'm showing. So
But
they've
I couldn't
assumed
see
there's
one.
some correlation, which now shows that this is either AI or somebody or
Definitely AI.
you know. So now they've linked and they've seen, okay, so this has got some correlation to do with some anti-virus thing, but
Anti what we want thing. It's not just the virus.
So they just stuck a sticker on it. I mean, so I guess I say that to say this: when we're creating awareness, we're using social media, and the social media is fully their tool. So, is there ever a wonder
using AI?
Is there ever a worry that these protests that we do are actually what the government or whoever wants in the first place, the powers that be? Is that ever a concern? Rock says she's going to be back in about an hour. She's got to leave. Her internet's not working. My internet's not working. I don't know if any of you have got poor internet. My internet's totally down. I don't know if any of you have enough.
Nah, I normally pay my bills on time and all of them kind of things.
Just me and Rox, yeah. But yeah, man, I just wanted to kind of throw that out there that I feel sometimes we think we're doing something, but what we're doing is just part of the Hegelian dialectic, which is, you know, we just fulfilling some point in the 3-point plan that someone else has rolled out.
Or walking through the halls in the maze. We might go left or right, but there's walls
Through the
either
maze.
side of us. Yeah.
Yeah.
So whether we fuck it off or we protest, we're doing what they want.
Mad.
Do you know what I mean?
Mad. So yeah, exactly. Whether we just comply silently or we ride out is what they want.
It's what they wanted at that time because they've steered our minds there already.
And I can see a timeline, and then even Rox agreed with me. Like we're at the point now. Now, boom. Let me get to my next point. Now we here. I've led us here. This is what was inspiring today's. Yo, and LL Cool True, you need to jump on because the sideline info badman thing, it's not gonna work for long. You're gonna have to jump on, bro, and say stuff with your chest. You get me? And I know you're more than capable. That's why I'm gonna try and start drawing. I'm gonna start drawing you out, bro, until you jump on. Boom. So I woke up to this. Big up Super M, Super underscore M, or Super underscore M. I'm not sure how many underscores it is, but look for Super M or look through my followers or who I follow, and you'll see Super M. I only follow like 91 people, so it should be easier to look through my who I follow. Right. This is a genuine. I've checked it out on the interweb. This is a genuine article, right? In fact, I should have probably gone to the article because I pulled it up somewhere. Holidays overseas to be made illegal. £5,000 fines for people trying to leave Britain. Holidays abroad. For all you lot that felt like you were free, I want to go back to Hyde Park so badly to that conversation with Raven. I wanna know how hard our black economics is gonna get us out of this. Yeah, us coming together as black people and building businesses. How's this gonna get us out of this? Holidays overseas to be made illegal. £5,000 fines for people trying to leave Britain. Holidays abroad will be made illegal from Monday, with anyone caught trying to flee the country facing a £5,000 fine. Where's the rest of it? Let me see if there's more. No, there's not.
What newspaper was that?
That's the Express. Let me pull it up because I googled. I got it on my phone. I think.
Raven probably wouldn't have said this, but if we had private jets, we could still leave the country, bro. People with private jets will be. Yeah, they're gonna cause people with private jets are leaving the country.
Yeah, I feel like they've clearly stated something to do with legality. So I'm gonna say
says
no.
Illegal. Yeah. So what does that mean?
Can we do that? Obviously, if we got a piece, could we do that?
Of course. Why not?
All right. I'm just making sure.
So look, what's the worst that's gonna happen if you did?
You're gonna get fined.
And how much is a G650 cost?
I don't know, but like I ain't paying the
base price is like 65, 70 million dollars. So say $100 million for a jet. A charter flight costs way more than 5,000.
Yeah. It's 10.
So what's a £5,000 fine for someone who takes £80,000 flight?
No matter. I'm not taking the L. I'm not
saying to take the L. What I'm saying is they ain't getting no fines. Trust me, they're not getting fines.
They've not been getting fines so far. So far, there's been no successful prosecutions under the Coronavirus Act or whatever. So far, nobody has successfully been. Hold on. So far, no one has been successfully prosecuted. Right. So let me just read.
Because they're flying out with the guys of business and
no. It's not. No. Listen to what I'm saying, bro. Please.
You said no one.
Yeah, no one has been convicted. So they have made many fines. Yeah, over since lockdown. None of them have been successfully upheld.
None of them have been enforced. Yeah.
Yeah.
They've been deemed unlawful and told they've all been put on hold and they've been told to stop giving them out.
Right. That's what I'm trying to let you know, Flame. Yeah. All right. So anyone who fails to do this could face. Wait. Hold on.
It's a fresh
5,000.
Hold on. All right. Wait. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. So, UK new coronavirus rules will be coming into force next week. Who knew that? Put your hand up. Show your hands. Say aye.
Nope.
Right. New corona rules will be coming into force next week, which include a ban on anyone leaving the UK without a reasonable excuse.
There we go. That's it. Without a reasonable excuse.
Right. It's a bit like being out and saying you're jogging or whatever.
Because I need to be out.
Yeah.
Is this journey essential? Yes.
The new rules were published today, entitled Health Protection, Coronavirus Restrictions, Steps, England, Regulations 2021. Probably should be a document we should go through later. If someone could pull that up, that would be amazing.
Say the name again quickly.
It says
Health.
The new rules were published today entitled Health Protection, and then these are all commas, Coronavirus Restrictions, Steps, England, Regulations 2021. Yeah, and each one of those words is in its separate parentheses, right? So the document reads, the regulations also impose restrictions on leaving the United Kingdom without a reasonable excuse, which is Regulation 8. According to the new law, no one can leave England to travel to a destination outside the United Kingdom or travel to or be present at an embarkation point for the purpose of traveling from there to a destination outside the United Kingdom without a reasonable excuse. The document also suggests that anyone caught flouting the rules could face a whopping £5,000 fine. Currently, Britons who are looking to travel abroad with a reasonable excuse must fill it in a travel declaration form. Anyone who fails to do this could face a £200 fine, fixed penalty notice from next Monday. The form will be a legal requirement if you begin a journey where you intend to leave the UK from March the 29th. The travel ban will not apply to those traveling within the common travel area, which includes the Channel Islands, Isle of Man, and the Republic of Ireland, unless this is not your final destination. From March 29th, it will no longer be a requirement to stay at home. So
Is that my sound or something else cut off?
Nah, I think Jed's just froze. Yeah, he froze.
They got him, man. They got him.
They got him.
It's his
I'm
internet
telling you.
thing.
Have you
But
got
yeah.
that document, S?
Yeah. It's on legislation.gov.uk.
Yeah, I pulled it up. I wasn't sure which section you wanted. I was looking at something else just on the gov.uk thing, which was basically saying what Jed's was reading out. But I find it interesting that you can still go to Ireland. Come on.
No, but you got to read between the lines. It says it's a legal requirement for anyone trying to do whatever those specific words were in the legislation, including embark or blah, 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 blah. But if you had your own jet,
You have a legally permitted reason to do so. It's illegal to travel.
I'm not even trying to get too much into that. You see, like when I see the word legal, it's irrelevant. If someone's talking about preventing me from doing something in advance, this is how they put their information out there. In order to do this, you must do that. It's a legal requirement. I'm not interested in that. If I'm coming there to do anything I need to do, no rule that you've made up can lawfully stand in my way. It doesn't matter how legal it is. The legality is irrelevant. It doesn't matter if we signed a contract yesterday. That's not set in stone. And this is another maxim of law. Like, contracts are dynamic. They're subject to change. You lot have heard this a million times. Terms and conditions are subject to change. Right? So while it may be a legal requirement for the typical pleb to fill out that declaration form as they're trying to go through the airport, a person who's got their own jet is just going to pick up the phone and say, fuel up the jet. And then they're going to get in their car and they're going to drive to the jet and get in it. And the jet's going to take off. They're not going to fill out a form, give to themselves.
Well, essentially, that means man's getting priced out of their freedom, and that's like so.
No. I'm not saying you have to have a jet. What I'm saying is you don't have to fill out the form. I was just using that to highlight that. You don't have to. But if you want to, look, if someone wants to use your car, they got to follow your rules, right? So when you get on an aeroplane from the airport, you've paid for your ticket, you're getting on somebody else's plane. That's not public, it's private. But we're just so used to using other people's shit, we take for granted we have rights to it when we don't.
Let's give us an example of how, say I'm going through the thing, they've given me the form, I said, fuck that, I ain't filling that in. Then they said to me, what am I going to say to them? What would, actually, let's put it on you because you have the answer.
Right, the airport. I wouldn't be at the airport, bro. I wouldn't be there.
Yeah. Okay, show us how to do it then. Show us how it's done so I can understand.
Bro, let me try and explain what I mean. You see, last year when all this shit kicked off, my missus and my baby daughter got stuck in New Zealand, bro. On someone else's whim, some little joker's whim, who's a little puppet for these little punks, yeah? My missus and my baby daughter got stuck in New Zealand on their whim. I made that decision that day, along with many others. Fuck public transport. I'm not putting my family at your mercy again. Never. So I won't be at the airport because I could see what was coming. From the time I saw this happen, I could see, yep, this is them rolling out the New World Order. I could see. I could just see what was up. So I don't know what to say. Like,
so essentially, you're saying
nobody book any tickets to go anywhere. That's what we do. Nobody. When they start putting out offers, flights to Spain for £1, flights to this is £1. Don't buy none of them.
Did I not say this?
People ain't gonna do that.
That I seen that they had all these adverts on the TV. Oh, everyone book a
free
summer
flight with a
holiday now.
jab.
Blah blah blah. No, not
Wasn't
that
it
one. When they were just it wasn't the jab one. It was just when they
book
was
your
like
summer
talking
holiday
about
now.
holidays.
Yeah, don't book any. None whatsoever.
That's when
And we said it. People are going to book holidays, and then they're going to come out with some bullshit telling people you can't go nowhere.
But I'm not saying don't book it because they're going to say this and that. I'm saying don't book it so that they don't get no money to run their planes. No one go to the airport. Nobody get on a flight. I mean, ghost town. The same way how no one came out of their house except me when they did this first bullshit lockdown. Do that, but don't make it because they said so. Don't buy no tickets. Don't get on their fucking planes. Don't go to their hotels. Don't do none of that. Crush their whole fucking enterprise. Yeah. And then when they run out of money and they have to sell off their planes, we buy them up for pennies on the dollar. Now, yeah, it doesn't sound realistic because it's not realistic right now, but it's an actual solution.
Mm-hmm.
Take the fucking plane. Take the plane.
Let me quickly finish reading this article real quick before my.
Too late.
Oh, it's cut again. Fuck's sake. It's this conversation that was running nice for a minute. Like, these people are just so fucking stupid.
Yeah, no, Jed has had issues with his internet all day. I think he's running on phone internet.
Or mobile.
Yeah.
But that's the problem in living in the society that's kind of run with kind of economics, which is like they'll just reduce the price of things and people just jump on it. You see,
Right.
So it's
And
like
this is why I'm saying you can't rely on people if you're trying to make a difference. Because all they have to do is reduce the price of something and your whole crowd will be like, yeah, but it's...
But you did touch
I'll
on
be
something
back in a
important,
minute,
like,
and they're all gone.
Yeah. You did touch on something important, which is like if you hit their pockets, that's where change is really made, isn't it? So once you start,
do you know what? They could survive that. Like that money issue wouldn't kill them. But what I mean is, it would. If that happened, let's say everybody stopped, and some of the airlines did crash, and then they were selling off their stock, and then we bought the stock collectively as people, 60, 70 million of us, whatever, we could do it. Not to say that's realistically going to happen, but if it did, then the people would have planes. The people's planes. Which to get on the people's planes, you have to follow the people's rules. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
So to get on my plane, mine, if I've got my own airline, you don't need no COVID, nothing to get on my planes.
Because essentially, I think all these rules and regulations always start with the people's interest, really, innit? And then that's how they kind of build up. And then once they get
that's bullshit. I think that's where government started back in the day when they were trying to hijack from the monarchy. That's where it started. Yeah. But I don't see that at all nowadays. I see legislation and policy starting from the interest of those who are in control and nothing else.
Yeah, but don't you think that's how businesses begin? They begin by kind of being for the people, and then essentially once they filling the need, and then once they
businesses,
get powerful,
No, I don't think businesses start for people. No, businesses exist for the purpose of making profit. Anyone who says anything outside of that is reading from a different book.
I think there's a balance there. I think there's a balance. First, they are for the interest of, like, for example, let's take Google, for example. They'll fill in for people, a purpose for people. So people jumped on that.
So you're talking about filling a need. Seeing an opportunity and filling a need, something that people need. If you can fill that gap, right? But that's not for the people. That's exploiting.
But essentially giving it free, bro. They were giving it free. They give you Google accounts for free. So really,
in the 80s.
technically, you can go and learn. You can do a lot.
My guys,
that's what I like what you said, Jedi. I like what you said about.
I keep coming in and interrupting people. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, my internet's just not playing ball with me. Yeah, so I just want to read the end of this article so I know I've read it. Sorry about that, fam. If it fails again, someone else take up this article. It's in Express, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So I'm having a nightmare this morning. Boom. However, you will have to have reasonable excuse to leave the UK. The permitted reasons to leave the UK have been updated, but similar to what is currently in place. Reasonable excuses include those needing to travel for work, study, for legal obligations, or to vote. If they are moving, selling, or renting property for some childcare reasons, or to be present at a birth, to visit a dying relative or close friend, to attend a funeral, for those getting married, or to attend the wedding of a close relative, for medical appointments, or to escape risk of harm. The main changes from March 29th are for those attending weddings or civil partnership ceremonies, funerals, educational purposes, or non-residents who have been in the UK temporarily. From March 29th, you will only be able to leave the UK to attend your own wedding or civil partnerships, or a family member's wedding or civil partnership. If one of both people getting married or entering into a civil partnership does not live in the UK, you will still be able to travel abroad for a funeral, but not for commemorative events or to visit burial ground. If you are enrolled on a course of study at an institution outside the UK and you have to leave the UK to attend the course, then you can. The government advice states you are permitted to travel abroad if the study
Government
new
advice.
regulations
Government
will be
advice.
voted in Parliament on Thursday. The declaration form for international travel from England from March 29th, 2021 can be found here. So they've given a link to it. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people been getting gassed about, oh yeah, there's been a lift, things are going back to normal, things are opening. Yeah, let's fly here, let's fly there. I'm like, yo, you lot are not reading the same comic book I am, because the comic book I'm reading is clearly going to be a third wave. I said this.
Exactly.
I predicted this whole thing, and it's just going to get worse and worse and worse and worse till my phone don't stop blowing. People say, oh my God, fucking hell, Jedi, what are we going to do? This is a madness. It's going to be too late by then. It's already semi-too late. Yeah? I'm saying, what are protests doing to stop this? It's the theme of the show, isn't it? Protests.
Okay,
what protests
cool.
doing to stop our human rights being infringed upon? Right now, I've still got more to show you of some other stuff that's going on. But let's start with that.
Yeah, I would say protest, nothing at all. I would say protest is something I've seen over the decades of my life. It's something that's pretty much gone ignored, especially on any issue that was close to my heart. I've seen protests get ignored or violently crushed. So personally, that's my answer. It's short. I'd say protests are doing nothing to help protect our freedoms and rights right now. Except maybe raising awareness, as someone said earlier.
What are the alternatives? I agree with what Sash said earlier on. Like, we were already informed before we went to the Palestinian thing. However, we went there, we looked around, people were on the similar page. But I mean, what happened really? It was just a day out. But I think what the intention was is that we march onto something or into something, whether it's kind of head on with the people that are causing the oppression or, again, hitting them in the pockets. But, nothing was really done. So I think that protest is important because of the fact that we all know how to protest. You just have to get out of your house. And that's step one. And I think that's a very important step. So I think just
But I think Jenna was asking what's it doing to protect.
I think it's step one. But if you're dismissing, what are the alternatives?
There's loads of alternatives.
I think right now the protests are giving people false hope. I think they're actually making people believe that, okay, there's so many of us, this is actually going to happen, when the reality is, I mean, like, if it's a case of like what S was saying, cool, I ain't going on no holidays. I won't go on holiday. I refuse. Like, the same thing with the vaccine is that people are getting it at the fear of a vaccine passport rather than it's not even like coming in, it's not even there. Like, yeah, it's not there yet, but people are doing it out of fear. So I think like a lot of people have this false hope. You know what I mean? Like, oh, this is gonna work. This is gonna work, and then
but you also said that like you see all these people. You said that when you go out, you see all these people. This is a world of illusion. Isn't that part of the stepping stones? Isn't that what the first step to see all these people?
Maybe the first protest, the first one, yeah, maybe the first one. But I mean, like, to constantly keep going around and around and around in circles, like what this started last year, March. Where have we gone? Like, nothing ain't changed.
Not only
if
that,
anything, it's becoming more obvious, like how bad it is getting.
Yeah, I was going to say, and when people protest, they allow, like Jedi mentioned earlier, they allow people to organize protests, they allow them to carry on, they allow the people to group up, and then they selectively photograph and film elements of that protest that don't represent the true protest and the true tone of the protest, and then they promote those through the mainstream media, and they not even convert, but they solidify the minds of even more sheep into believing that people who think like the protesters are just total weirdos. Look at the kind of stuff they do. They sit on the grass and just get arrested.
They're very selective.
And I mean, they're all promoting signing petitions. Like, why are we signing petitions for? We're asking for freedom, and that don't make no sense.
Not even freedom. We're asking the people who we believe are doing wrong to look into the fact that we think they're doing wrong, and have a discussion amongst themselves about whether or not they think they're doing wrong, and if so, do something about it.
Actually, your point's been highlighted on the screen as well.
Oh, what? Sorry?
The point that you made earlier has been highlighted on the screen.
No, I didn't even say if you're under 18. Yeah, I'm here. I was just reading it. You do not need to complete the form yourself if you're under 18. Or if you lack the capacity to click. Yeah, but they mean lack the mental capacity or physical capacity.
If your responsible adult is traveling with you, they must complete or separate a separate copy.
They may complete. Must is synonymous with may.
Oh, okay.
If you understand that this is just terms and conditions of an agreement, then must is synonymous with may.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Ash, yeah?
May is synonymous with may not. And then must is the opposite.
Sorry, say that again.
Must is synonymous with must not. So they both mean the same thing, innit? So yeah.
Right. There you go.
So sorry guys, just 1 second. I'm just slightly confused because after seeing this, I'm thinking these rules don't look too different from what they were before the 29th of March.
Yeah, they've just squeezed it back a bit.
Yeah, this one I pulled up is from the 29th. They've got one there before the 29th, but it's a very simplistic form, as you can see, name, what's your reason, and declaration. And then if I just go back up to page 1, I noted that it says, keep this form with you. Police may ask to see it, but will not collect it from you. So how are they saying, like, holidays are banned? You will get a £5,000 fine if you don't fill in this form. But this is just a shitty little form that you may or may not be asked to produce, and no one's going to collect it from you. So someone make it make sense for me.
What? Okay, I was going to say, rather than saying how can they say this, have you got another question? How other than, or is the question is, can someone make it make sense to me?
Make it make sense to me, yeah.
I kind of say like that if they can get you to sign something to say, I won't lie and I won't, I'm going for essential, and then they find out you're lying and you've already signed that, that's when they've got you, isn't it?
That's definitely one thing. Yeah, but she's asking how can they even do this? And the reason why how they can do this is because they do this stuff and people ask how can they do this? That's how. It sounds like a stupid answer, but in reality, yeah, if a hyena tries to take a lion's kill, the lion's not going to have it. And vice versa. If the lion tries to take the kill from a pack of hyenas, the hyenas ain't going to say, right, how can he do that? Because they know how he can do it. If we ain't got the numbers, he's taking the kill. They know that. It's not a question of how.
Obviously, they're trying to clamp down on the civil disobedience. And from this, I can see that the attempt to clamp down on civil disobedience in the social sphere. So people who want to travel abroad for social purposes or want to link up with their friends, which is I think they're targeting that because they think the problem lies there.
We shouldn't use terms like civil disobedience. We should use terms like freedom to travel. They're clamping down on freedom to travel. It's not civil disobedience to go to another country and say, oh, fuck this dump, I'm getting out of here. In fact, for the UK government, if you leave, then you're minimizing this quote unquote risk to other people because you're one less infection vector.
Yeah. Everything has an agenda, and I think everything has an agenda, and you can see from what they're writing. You know, you know, especially when it said like medical and compassionate. So it's all trying to be a superior.
But you're missing the
on
point.
mental
You're
health.
missing the point. You're missing the point. They're categorizing your travel into different categories of importance. They are. In reality, your travel is your travel. Where you choose to go is where you choose to go. It doesn't need to be categorized. And if you even if you personally choose to categorize your travel, it's still just an illusion, something you just made up in your head.
Absolutely, but you'll find, like, for example, if people are being disobedient to this kind of paper, they will say, "Oh, I'm just going to my friends," or "I'm just going to see my family."
Terms like if people are being disobedient, I'm not going to use language like that because that language implies that people are supposed to obey these people.
Yeah, I'm using language like that because that's what this paper is infringing on that. It's infringing on our freedom.
No, but I'm talking about terms like civil disobedience.
Yeah, because it's infringing on our freedom. So that's what they will term it. That's what they will term it.
But what I'm trying to say is we shouldn't be too interested in what they're terming it. Like, for example, if I'm going to kick you in your nuts and I term that, I term it a pat on the back. If I term it a pat on the back, wait. I'm trying to make the point. If I'm going to kick you on your nuts and I term it a pat on the back, yeah, I kick you in your nuts in front of everyone and they say, "What the fuck just happened?" And you say, "Oh, he gave me a pat on the back." They're just going to think you're a weirdo because they know I kicked you in your nuts. It doesn't matter what I term it. Do you see what I mean? It doesn't matter what fancy name I give it. So that's the answer to your question. If we're not going to use their terms, go on.
But then why are we even reading this on the screen? Why are we even paying attention to it? It's because it infringes on our freedom.
I understand that, bro. What I'm saying is we shouldn't use language that depowers us. We shouldn't use terms like civil disobedience to describe freedom of expression. We shouldn't use terms like civil disobedience to describe an attempt to preserve our rights. That's not civil disobedience. That's their term to make to label what we're doing. Right. So we shouldn't be using their terms. We should be using our own terms.
That's their paper, but that's their paper right now.
And I've already said you shouldn't be using it. That was my first thing I said. Fuck that paper. That was my first answer. That's always my first answer to anything. Masks, fucking COVID passports, vaccines, tests. It's been my answer to everything. Fuck that. You can't do this and you can't do that and you can't go in the shops. Really? Watch me. And I just do it.
I agree with you. And you know, the truth is that, like, I completely agree with you. And the truth is that I've lived my life like that. I've lived my life knowing that these things exist, but just being like very dismissive of it. However, the reality, let's be honest about the reality. The reality is that these people are putting out these things that people are obeying. That's the reality.
Yeah, I know. And that's why I come to the conclusion where I feel like people are just putting strain on the trees. And the dirty, evil bastards who are pulling off this disgusting, despicable plan, it's like they've earned themselves more right to put strain on the trees than the ones who are sitting around on their asses with their fucking thumbs up their bum.
So my question is, how long are we going to know that this is happening and not challenge it, i.e. bring it up and discuss it and talk about what's actually happening? Because I think through challenging
Sorry, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, I think only through challenging it can we deal with it, because like I take the same route as you. Me personally, I ignore everything. I know that it happens. I see how it's affecting people, and I choose to ignore it. But for how long?
Let me be clear, Bohib. I don't just ignore everything. I don't ignore. Or if I ignore something, it's like, say for example, if you were standing there saying S and I'm ignoring you, I can still hear you. So some bullshit like this comes out, it comes to my attention, I'm on the panel. Let's say I weren't here for this conversation. At some point, it's going to come back into my head and I'm going to think, oh yeah, what was that regulations thing they were talking about, 29th of March 20, and it will come up and then I'll look at it just to see what's on it. But I'll do that when I've got time. Because between now and then, I don't give a fuck what them new regulations are. Anyone tries to put it on me, then we're going to have to deal with that on a case-by-case basis. Yeah,
I think there's a difference between ignoring something and just getting to the stage where you're not affected by it anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Just don't mind.
Too many. Yeah, because there's too many. Like from when the Coronavirus Act came out, last year, that enough should have been talking about discussions.
Exactly.
Everything else is building on top of that act.
On top of that,
like everything else is building on top of that, right? So when people are like, oh yeah, they're going to let us go on holiday, and then like 10 minutes later, there's a thing saying you can't go on holiday, and everyone's like, oh no, like everyone's just letting their emotions and
Just
their
getting
things just be
bounced about.
completely controlled. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
About like property.
Sorry, my little.
So
it's just like.
How long do we ignore it for? So, for example, this doesn't affect me, it doesn't affect your life. But for how long until we start addressing it? You know what? This is actually infringing on our freedom now. Now they're saying...
But it has been.
You know, now,
it always has been.
But
he's asking how long. Right, so how long? So the answer is no long. So from the time I first ever noticed anything like this, from way before any of this bullshit last year, I'm talking over a decade, 2 decades ago, yeah, I've been living similar to how I'm living now. Obviously, I've progressed, but I've been challenging it all along. Everybody should be challenging shit like this all the time. It shouldn't take this super extreme. It shouldn't take the rollout of the New World Order after 4 decades of warning that there's a rollout of a New World Order. It shouldn't take for the actual rollout to happen for us to begin discussing, Rod, you see they're taking our rights.
Oh, my brother S, like for me, yeah, like, I'm listening to what you're saying. And the common thing that I'm hearing, and I'm hearing it a lot, which is, I've been saying this for 10 years, I've been saying this for 20 years. My brother, I've been saying it for 20 years, I've been saying it for, you know, but my point is, what good does that do to moving forward? Before, it didn't affect me. Now, when I'm going into certain supermarkets, somebody's tapping me on my shoulder and saying something.
Who touched you?
Tuesday, I just look at them and say, no,
that's
somebody
assault,
will be like, no, I mean, like,
who touched you, man? Who touched you?
Yeah, so somebody saying, "Are you
I
wearing
wasn't
a
even
mask?"
being
Now
funny. I was being serious.
Yeah, now it's affected. You know, it's actually I'm actually having to address it in real life. So I'm saying, when do we start addressing it together collectively? When do we start putting these things up and saying, you know,
let's just say you didn't know 10 years ago the stuff you know now. How much harder would it have been for you to address it today when you do go to the shop? So having a prior knowledge has been extremely helpful in thinking, well, I'm not complying to none of this shit.
Yeah, but
before
you didn't have. So but before you didn't have someone asking you like to wear a mask. Now you have somebody physically impeding in real life and telling you to do something. So now it's affecting you.
Right, but I'm more.
Move out my way. That's what you're telling. Move out my way.
Yeah. So I'm very happy now to be like, well, no, sorry, I'm not up for it. So it's each individual person needs to make that choice. Like, however, I can't make that choice on behalf of my sister.
But my thing is that if you've got more and more sheep jumping on this bandwagon, then it's going to affect your reality, isn't it?
Yeah, it's affecting our reality already, but these people have been affecting our reality for our whole lives. It's just that they've increased the amount that they're that they're affecting it. They've increased the amount now to where they're totally taking the piss. But they've been affecting our lives this whole time, and we've had to deal with that this whole time. I think it's
the
just...
point I'm trying to make is discussing it doesn't mean you conform in any way. That's what I'm saying.
No,
I'm saying discussing it can be free from it. It's actually dissecting, you know, just for your own clarity and for longevity of your own thinking.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, definitely. For clarity and understanding and coming to terms, definitely. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with discussion. I think discussion is probably more powerful than protest, because at least with discussion, you're pushing ideas together and you're organizing your thoughts. But with protest, I think what happens is a lot of the times everyone goes out and they're full of energy because it's the day now. We're going to let them know how we feel. And all that energy gets taken and dissipated, or worse. I'm not going to elaborate because it changes the subject to a totally different conversation.
But a lot of people are saying that this solution is burn down Babylon. When is the closest thing that you've ever seen to burning down Babylon? It stemmed from a protest.
Possibly, not necessarily though, because I think anytime you've seen burning down Babylon going on that stemmed from a protest or any type of equivalent, we've usually seen it on the telly, and that protest was probably staged by the same people who are staging the ones over here now, the fake ones.
So what do you think the closest that we've come to this concept of burning it down? What's the closest we've come? I'm saying that the physical reaction was after London.
Nothing. We've come nowhere because we couldn't even identify Babylon. We couldn't even put a list of names that make up Babylon. We got some names they've handed us, their little handout names, but that's not the real extent of it, is it? So we've come nowhere. We've come nowhere. No one's taken any steps to remove Babylon from the equation. Because what is it you're calling Babylon?
Yeah, injustice. So the injustice provoked a reaction from the community, which had reverberations. I'm not saying that these reverberations had the same intention, but the truth is that people went out looting. And
yeah, but that ain't burning down Babylon. You're talking about after Mark Duggan or before that? Or after that?
Yeah, I'm talking about Mark Duggan, yeah.
Right, so Mark Duggan's son still gets harassed by police. Randomly, or watching a random video, fam, I see police hop out of vans on the man them who's standing up on the block. And Mark Duggan's son's there.
So this idea of
one of them said to him, one of them little batty boys said to him, "You alright?" So he just had to run them, pussy, or you don't ask me if I'm alright. Move yourself. Run them. But he's because he's a little G, yeah, he's running them, but he's chatting to the piglets all nice. Yeah, you can chat to me, but these little pussies can't chat to me. You get me? I know I ain't forgot what you did. So that ain't changed shit. Because Mark Duggan's son's getting harassed by police on a joke thing, because they know if he was to lick one of them down, he's a goner.
So what I'm hearing from what you're saying is that if it's not done effectively, this attempt to kind of bun it down, it makes things worse, doesn't it?
Say that again, sorry. If it's not done effectively, what?
If bunning down isn't done effectively, then essentially it makes the situation worse.
I guess so, but I didn't see that riot reaction as bunning down Babylon. Yes, it was an angry reaction. People were blowing off steam, but they weren't trying to bun down Babylon.
I'm not saying that they were bunning, but I'm saying that injustice provoked a reaction, which is bunning down Babylon. I think injustice and fighting against the tyranny is actually bunning down Babylon. So when you challenge it, when you fight it, however you do it, that's bunning Babylon.
I'll be honest. If that riot wasn't started by malevolent forces staging it, I'm not saying it was, I'm saying if it wasn't, then I think the actual reaction, because the injustice had happened, people were standing around, and I think they saw the family getting dissed, and they must have just thought, right, that's man's mum, you know. And certain man, when they thought, right, that's man's mum, you know, that was it. The blood just started boiling. I don't think it was the fact, because there's injustice all day, every day. But I think it's just the fact they were dissing man's mum on the steps, making her stand out there, or whoever was, and then come out and send them away as some fuckery. Certain man were just like, nah,
that's a beautiful
what?
thing, because
Fuck that.
You know what?
I think that's a beautiful.
I think that's a beautiful thing, because it just shows that, like, the introvert perspective, which is the weak. You have standing up for the weak is what causes it. So if you look at all the riots that have ever happened in humanity, it's always happened when the strong is picking on the weak. That's what causes the reaction.
Yeah.
And that was just another symbol of that.
Sorry, I just left the room quickly. Yeah, man.
But again, like Mohib, as I was saying, what did any of those riots actually achieve? Because, as S said, like, man's son is still getting stopped. The police are still killing people. They're still, do you know what I mean? It certainly didn't bun down the system. Those riots didn't do anything necessarily to change the system, as far as I can see.
Yeah, I think it did. I think it did a lot for us understanding the effects of rioting, the effects of these things happening. So I think it did a lot in that sense. I'm just against.
But sorry, hold on again. I'm just gonna say it how I've seen it. Yeah, the only thing that I've seen, and I might, there might be a lot of things that I haven't seen. Yeah, but what I have seen personally is that a lot of people after those riots were then getting arrested for stupid things. Oh, you broke into the. Oh, you done this. Now you got a record. I seen people lose their jobs after getting a criminal record.
People did.
People were getting their houses raided.
They're sending single mums with multiple kids to jail for 18 months for being in the riots.
You're overlooking what I said. You're overlooking what I said. I said that. I'm saying that the learning that we can take from it. So you're saying that this is what I saw, the reaction of it. So that's the learning that you take from it. We know that these things can cause these consequences. Do you see?
So what's
there's a blessing in
pro
everything.
to it then?
So the pro is that there's a blessing in every experience. At the end of the day, it's happened now. So we have to look and take the learning from it. So that's a positive. Moving forward, we know that, you know, there are certain people that will hijack your protest to loot. So we know these things. So I think there's always
Can I just say,
see
yeah,
what I'm against. Hold on, what I'm against is people saying, "Oh, well, you know, that's a bad idea," but you're not bringing any solutions. What's the alternatives here? What are we really looking at as alternatives?
But can we actually identify the
I've brought
problem before we
solutions
start talking
myself.
about solutions?
Sorry, Steps, was you going to say something?
No, it was me. I was saying that
Flame.
those riots were like the government set those riots up. They necessitated those riots. They put everything in. They put everything in position, because when I was there, go on, gents, go on then. Oh no, he's trying to do the hunting. So when I was in the whole scenario, I witnessed it with my own two eyes. 6 hours later, I went home, I watched the news, and the news was showing a whole different scenario. News was only showing what the police done after, how they were trying to stop the fire that they watched burn down a building in its entirety. Then they came in. I was standing there watching them do this. Do you know what I'm saying? So those
Police were
riots
standing way up the road at every riot, every end. This was brand new. I'd never seen this before, and they allowed all of it to happen. And bare people
Weren't
went
they
jail.
protecting certain areas? From what I remember, they were very strong in certain areas. So places like Chelsea and Westminster.
Listen. All the men that I was with, they got shifted a year or two after the riot.
Yeah.
The first few days of the riot, no one got arrested. I was watching man take stuff home. That's making other men look at it and think, why am I not doing this? It's making the average Joe look at it and think, why am I not doing this? Why am I not benefiting? When I was out there, I was seeing cars turn into like bombs, essentially. Cars are being lit up. That's making other cars get lit up. Buses are getting stolen. Buses are getting crashed. And I'm literally 20 feet away from the police. They're locking up, watching all this shit happen.
Bro, the riots happened in the month of Ramadan, alhamdulillah, and a lot of the Muslims were in prayer, obviously engaged in fasting that day. But I think that they would have been used as a scapegoat as well.
I'm not gonna lie, I came from the mosque, innit? I went from the mosque and I done what I had to do. Astaghfirullah, I asked for forgiveness, but bro, trust me, the way the riots were, like, even though people must have felt good about the riots, like, yeah, we done something. That was just to man them because they got something. Do you get what I'm saying? Ultimately, what I learned,
they rid out for man's mom and burn down the place a little bit for man's mom because they diss man's mom on the steps.
Yeah, exactly. But ultimately, they used it against us. They used it to say, right now, we need to bring in these laws. A lot of shit changed back then, you know. A lot of shit changed. You know what I'm saying? Like, when it comes to stop and search, that shit changed. You know what I'm saying? They were onto, man. I used to drive illegally, for at least 5-6 years, I was a fucking 13-year-old in a big boy Mercedes, Never got stopped until after the recession and the riots. When I went lidge, that's when I started getting stopped. So the riots more so worked in their favor than our favor. But obviously, for the man,
gives them the right to
what
put more
Jedi said
powers in
earlier.
play. Exactly.
Yeah. That riot happened because they wanted it to happen, and that's why they instructed the officers to approach and keep a mad distance.
And let's not go into
way down the road
Tottenham and how much money and the whole regeneration thing and all of that. Like, it's all part of their plan.
Yeah,
see, I'm a firm believer that God and change comes through the people, especially young people. I'm a firm believer in that, and I think that, like, when the riots kicked off, for example, you saw there's the element of chaos, but there was still a street code there, and I think for me it's about understanding that street code and making sure that people are on code, not looting, flipping JD Sports and attacking or kind of mobilizing to hit where it really hurts or to make proper change.
Right, so now you're bringing it back to where I wanted it to go to, where you said about people not bringing solutions, and I said I've been bringing solutions the whole time, not today, but in general. Well, I've even said it today, and the solution's really short. Keep it nice and simple. We all, as people or like-minded people, the ones who would ask what should we do, we need to at our core, we need to stop relying on them and start thinking forward. And how can we rely on ourselves and each other?
Mm-hmm. Agree.
I think there's a fundamental thing we need to understand here when we talk about these things here.
We're back there.
Is the fact that you could take all the money in the world. You could get us lot could gather together and say, right, S is going to be Robin Hood. We're going to be part of the gang. It's going to lead us into all the banks in the world, all the main majority bank, like ones that run the thing. We're going to rob all the money and we're going to distribute it evenly. It comes down to the psychology of the people. Us lot can go do that. Woo, we got all the money. You know what? All the people that were in power ain't got the money no more. The psychology of the people is going to hand the money back over.
Yeah.
The way the system is run, we're gonna hand the money back over.
But again, that comes back around to the same point. That's what I'm saying. We've got to make this change at the core, where we stop relying on them. So instead of handing the money back over, we hand the money to one of us. We hand the money to another person. We hand the money to someone we know that their front business we're handing the money to is handing it back to another business that belongs to us, the people, or one of the people, or something strong. Just like how the people who are in control did and still do.
But I think we lack that in our psychology.
We do.
No, we don't lack that. I don't think we lack that. But if you look at the UK general population, you'll see that a lot of people follow this kind of street culture. They follow the culture of, like, you know, a lot of them. You might visit white people in certain areas. They speak Jamaican patois, bro. They have an understanding of it. So no, in many ways, it's not failed. In fact, it's been quite successful. The street culture is a real thing. It's a real thing. But handling within that chaos is important to understand. How do you handle within the chaos? Because if you don't have control,
it's telling me that someone's trying to get in. Does anyone on here that don't feel like they're going to talk for the next half hour and they're just going to sit on mute? Then can you do that?
I can step out for a bit, Jed.
Shut your mouth. Stay there, woman.
Big up everyone.
Yeah, we can hear you, but everyone's talking.
Yeah, I don't get it. I'm just saying, who just dropped out?
Flame
ran away.
Why?
Maybe his internet or something.
No, he did say he was the first one to say he weren't going to talk for a little while. I don't think, didn't hear whether he said he was going to do something, but he did say he could
was doing some of the most. He was doing some of the most talking. But yeah, whoever was trying to get on just now, jump on. But I was hoping that Flame would have stayed on. I'm looking at more of you silent motherfuckers to bounce. You know what I mean? If you're not going to chat. But yeah, we all good. I'll probably be.
I was just letting people chat, bro. Just trying to get a gist of the conversation before I just talk. You know what I mean?
Big up Fossilites, man. Big up.
Yo, can you hear me clearly? Can anyone?
Big up.
Yo. Yeah. Big up, everyone, man.
Big up.
Yeah, it was me, Jeds. It was me.
No, it weren't.
Yo, can I ask
No, it wasn't you, bro. It's someone just now. There we go.
Yo, can I ask a question? Yo, how many of you was there on Saturday?
Not me.
Not me.
No. Never that. Nope.
Why not?
Come on, man.
Because I'm not going to come on myself.
Sorry, as I was going to explain, I was going to go back to the idea of the riots, and it's like a problem, reaction, solution. So the problem was Mark Duggan got shot, right?
Yeah.
But you're dealing with the past. I just asked you about the now, bro. The now.
Sorry, not me.
The now.
I just come in, bro.
This is the answer, though, or part of the answer.
So I'm saying, like, the reaction was the riots, right? The solution was gentrification of every ends that had, you get what I'm saying, that had particular trouble and blah blah blah, because I watched it. Everybody watched it.
That's what I said.
Mass incarceration all across the nation as well.
Right.
Some of the
right.
Give him some space. Give him some space.
Someone said.
Give Sniper some space.
Sorry. Someone said this is all psychology. And it's a fact, it's psychology, because someone mentioned before a couple of days ago, sick man Freud. These men who came up with the concept of sociology and all of this type of stuff, right? The study of human beings and how they crowd control and all of these type of things.
Yes.
So all of these things are organized. So a demonstration of these organized systems that they have to make you think that you're actually making some form of change.
So, I mean, we argued yesterday whether demonstration and protest were the same thing.
Right.
But I would say, yesterday I said no, but today I might be saying yes, because I feel like a demonstration is part of democracy. Yeah, and it is another wing of democracy. Yeah, and when your democracy is not going right, you start demonstrating. Yeah, so you give them a sample, you give them a demonstration of civil unrest, of civil disobedience.
Right.
Don't actually create any real unrest or any real disobedience, just a symbolic type that sends a message to those in control that, well, if you don't start looking after us properly, this is how we're going to move. And then we go and we fall back in line and wait for their response. Who's doing that? Who's doing the crockery? The crockery's got to stop. If you're doing up a whole a plate of food and that, go on mute. The crockery's got to stop. Right, man. Yeah, so like I'm in agreements with Sniper on that. It feels to me that the concept of a protest comes with a certain type of environment, a certain type of society. When I look at the village, I don't see picket lines. Like when I close my eyes and try to imagine this ancient village, that always seems to be in my head as if I was ever there. I was never there. I've never been there. I've never been anywhere like that.
Concept.
But I keep creating this concept in my head of the ancient village, and I can't see how you're gonna be unhappy with the chief and then start making signs be like, oh, we're unhappy. It doesn't seem like it could work like that. It simply be like, we ain't feeling this, so we're not doing this. Either we gonna leave. What S? You with me? What snipes? What fire? Can we get the wifeys? Get the youths. We're getting over Dessa. We're gonna do it like this is dead, and we just up and leave. In this prison type of society we're in, where we slightly feel like we can't really escape it, or maybe we're wise and we know the system is international. There's not really nowhere to run. All we're left with is to complain.
Yeah, have a straight.
They've already worked it out, as you said. They've already worked it out.
Agree with you.
Every reaction that we have has been processed. Do you get me? Has been foretold, analyzed in advance. Has been analyzed. You get what I'm saying? And set like, okay. If they don't react like this, then the only alternative is to react like this or react like this. We're not giving them any other bases, isn't it? Yeah. And Jedi's thing is definitely
seems to be one option.
Outside of the
there's a couple options. There's a couple options.
Yep.
Demonstration, protest. Yeah. Run for office. Take part in it.
Yeah, I want to change it.
You join them, basically join them.
Yep.
Or, and I don't even know how real this is, but I'm going to say it anyway. Terrorism. I question how real terrorism is.
That's a fact.
I question it full stop. Like
the terrorists are scared of COVID, bro. The terrorists got scared of COVID.
All right, you see what I'm trying to say? So now I've got a question.
There were suicide bombers, but they're scared of COVID.
No, they're quarantining. They're doing it.
They're on furlough.
Furlough, you know.
That's how it feels.
Furlough is sweet, though. They're not unhappy.
Nice, this is how it
Get
feels.
to live longer.
This is genuinely how it feels to me.
That's right.
So, because I seen pictures of Gaddafi rolling around in a Rascal limo at the top, waving, high-fiving hands like he's in Gladiators. Woo! Yeah, like I seen that. Yeah, and I'm like, you told us this guy is a tyrant, and my man's rolling through his city center, high-fiving everyone, and then I think the comparison was made to who was president and prime minister at the time. Was it Tony Blair or something?
Bush.
No, over here. We had like
Tony Blair.
Bulletproofed up. You get me? Like no stopping. Go. Do you know what I mean? So it just made me feel like is terrorism real? Is this really real? Are there even people that's got that much fire in their belly where they're gonna ride out? Because I don't see evidence of it in my community, and this is what's sad. This is what's saddening.
One of the biggest tools of Babylon is propaganda, is the way that they're portrayed. Es mentioned earlier how it's portrayed on the news. This is their tool. Their tool is to portray to the masses in a certain way. I agree with all the things that you said, and I think that they're all part and parcel. All of those things need to happen at the right time for the antithesis to be perfect. I think they all need to happen. But I agree with Sniper, what you talked about.
No,
psychology.
Mohib. What I was saying is, those seems to be the propagated reactions. That's what's promoted to us.
Correct.
This is how to react.
I agree.
Now, hold on. Now, the course of action that's going to lead us to the solutions we want is not being promoted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
And that is nowhere are you being encouraged to not comply.
Jeddah, I think that you mentioned this notion of the village.
But you're encouraged. But you're encouraged to speak about it. This is why I always say, if I had a plan or whatever, I would never release it. I would never, good things are done in secret. These guys have shown us. If you want to keep a secret, you don't tell no blood clot buddy. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah. We known as a people. One second. We known as a people to gather together to plan our escape or our freedom, or you get me, our reparations, all of that, online or on the street or in public, where they can send agents sitting down in funny trench coats, you know what I'm saying, and getting up and leaving halfway through different speeches.
I think it's
that's what Speaker's Corner's about. Remember, that's what Speaker's Corner's about. That's what Speaker's Corner's about. Fire.
I agree.
Yeah, go.
Fire, go.
They want to say yesterday, I was watching EastEnders, and it was so funny, bruv. The propaganda is mad. They had the broke woman in there, the brokest woman in there, like burning out the vaccine. Then you had like a black man, Patrick, saying, "Me just get me 2 vaccines, me happy." And the Indian was like, "Yeah, you have to get the vaccine." Then they was basically making the poor woman look mad dumb.
My friend sent me a video of that, because the woman, that's the white woman, the broke one, in it. She goes up, she's like, nah, I don't believe in all that. I'm not putting that rubbish into my body. Give me 20 fags. Give me 20 fags.
Give me some cigarettes. Why would you watch? So they're mocking. So they're openly mocking it.
Why would you buy the propaganda?
And they use the BAME community, the BAM community, to use it to promote the propaganda. Like, out of everyone in EastEnders, they use Patrick to say, "Me get me 2 vaccine and me feel good."
And remember, he said
the truth. And do you know what? Do you know why that's not propaganda? That's so far from propaganda. You know why? It's simply the truth. Yep. It's simply truth. Unfortunately, Patrick, our Patrick, my Uncle Patrick, your Uncle Patrick, is and has taken the vaccine and is promoting it. This is real shit.
But the problem is,
let me just add. It is the poor white woman who's woke as fuck. Living through her contradictions or not, drinking, smoking or not, she's decided she's making a choice on what poison she takes in and what she don't. This is actually real. But it looks like propaganda to a woke person, but it's real life. This is your neighbors. This is actually Wagwan. For once, they're showing. For once, they're showing an accurate portrayal of what's actually happening in our streets.
Real talk.
Yeah, but that's because the manipulation. Hold on, the manipulation is happening elsewhere.
They made her look mad, fam. When they looked at the shop, they looked at her mad like she's some mad woman. You know what I mean?
Right. The whole thing is a program, is it not? A TV program.
That's still real life.
Well done, EastEnders. Well done, EastEnders. Because now, just guess what you did. You put that in the minds of people. Do you get what I'm saying? To the extent where our brothers and sisters are coming back and telling us, like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. People getting posts sent to them of the program, parts of the program.
Yeah.
That's mad.
The manipulation is happening elsewhere. The manipulation is you spending 5 minutes talking about EastEnders, about how it's real life. That's where the manipulation is happening. What are you doing with your time? Where are you spending your time?
No, even if you think it's
let me finish speaking. Like, Jeddah, you mentioned the important notion of this village notion. I also think that as well. So I think it's very important that we take it back to that. By all means necessary, we take it back to what we understand and what we feel is right. So I think once this riot kicks off, the danger element is the chaos. and people hijacking the chaos. But what we need to understand is in that chaos, we need to, as opposed to looking for betterment for individual ourselves, like jacking shops, we need to look for betterment of the people, which is targeting things that were beneficial for the people. Right now, we're so self-absorbed. We're in this materialistic world. We just look out for ourselves. And the reality is, if we do riot, we're just going to look out for ourselves and they get nabbed. That's the reality.
To be fair, like, you can't even really come up with proper solutions, like, because it's too... If you actually want to do shit, you just get taken out. Do you know what I'm saying?
So what about just doing your own thing? What about just doing your own thing?
Yeah, stop snitching.
Wait, hold on, Mo, 1 sec, Mo, sorry. It was Diggy that said that. What about the alternative of just do your own thing?
If everyone stood in non-compliance, it'd work.
Not even everyone. Not even everyone. Let's say the 10 of us on this panel right now did our own thing in one way or another, 10,000 different ways. The 10 of us did our own thing. What's wrong with that?
Diggy,
that's what I'm saying. Like,
if you believe nothing can be done, what are you even
more
doing?
Change than just doing that, though, isn't it? Like, so
Diggy, you sound like somebody who's come to get in the way. If you believe nothing can be done,
No. How? Why? Because what, bro? You don't.
I'm saying that if you have this.
No. 1 second, please. I beg you. Yeah. Diggy's been on here like what, 3-4 days in a row, spitting nothing but fire with us. Hold on.
No,
please.
listen. No, it's not at him directly.
Bro.
I'm not saying.
Hello.
It's not personal, bro. Just understand the notion.
Brother, do me a favor, bro. Let's do the deep breath thing, yeah? And let's listen to each other and hear each other out, yeah? And let's not go out of our way to inaccurately label each other because there's allies here. And one of the main things that I realize is the deepest fuck up is half the time we don't realize when we're in agreement with people, right? All we're doing is we're poking at the different facets of whatever this reality is. Between you and Diggy, I don't see any. I feel no vibration of agent or blockage or obstacle at all. Different communication styles, different ways of illustrating and describing how we feel and what this experience is that we're sharing may like bring up more causes for conversation. But I guarantee you, 100%. When it comes to the end, you've been way more aligned with Diggy than probably 80% of the panel. I'm telling you this.
What you need to understand is what I'm saying to Diggy. What I'm saying to Diggy is not personal at all. It's actually talking about on a society level that there's people who have this mindset, and I'm saying that this mindset is very destructive to having a progressive. I'm sure Diggy's a very nice guy. And I'm sure we are on the same page. I'm not denying that. Like, what I'm saying is that there are people who come and say, "Oh, there's nothing we can do." I'm saying if you have this mindset and say that nothing we can do on a bigger scale, where we're talking about progression, it's not helpful. It's really not helpful.
Okay, and that's like me, Mohib, assuming that on the day of judgment or on the day of battle, or you know what I mean, if I put a gun in your hand and I ask you to shoot an officer, that you're gonna guarantee do that.
It's more like saying that he's coming to a meeting where we're discussing the solution to create something, and he's saying that I got no ideas. That's what it's like saying.
No, what I'm saying.
That's fine. That's fine. Hold on one second. That's fine, isn't it? What's wrong with that?
That's
and what
fine.
I'm saying I can't. If I wanted to say what we needed to do, it's bait, bro.
Yeah, thank you, bro. Thank you. I've been saying that for the longest time. I wouldn't say it on here.
That's what I'm saying.
I wouldn't say it on here. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree. 100%. I agree, it's bait. I agree, it's very bait, and I agree what you said.
Right.
It's about psychology. It's about the psychology, and I think that what we find
so who's in the way is the person who's trying to make us snitch.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that I agree. But at the end of the day, then why are we even having the topic of discussion? We're here to discuss.
No, we can have it. And you know words. You know about words. And you know about saying things without saying things. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro.
100%.
Yeah, I suppose that's where we've got to get wise, isn't it?
Of course.
Yeah.
And
But
remember how it is
I
out
heard
here.
Diggy saying non-compliance, right? And I think this is where I was going at the beginning of this conversation about protests and all of that. I believe in non-compliance, or possibly, you know, taking other forms of action. It doesn't always have to be about protesting. And remember, the conversation right now is that, are protests helping, or is there better ways in which we could be raising awareness and making changes?
Funny for me, I've been in all types of riot, prison riot, poll tax riot. I've been in all sorts of riots. So I see the different degrees and the different reasonings. You know what I mean? How it started with just one thing, like, yeah, we don't want this poll tax. Why are you not bringing poll tax in? To people just smashing up the whole of West End and doing all that crazy stuff.
What was the outcome of that, Matthew?
And
Like,
some
what
of
was
it was
it?
nothing. You still got
tax,
poll
innit?
tax. You
Right,
still
it's
got poll
called
tax.
council tax.
Yeah, I just
No,
wanted
it's
the
council
audience to
tax.
hear
Yeah.
it.
They
Exactly.
flipped it. They flipped
They
it. They
flipped
changed the
it
name.
to something else. Right.
No, but the result of that for us was a vote of no confidence for Labour. So this is what happened. Do you get what I'm saying? Because they upheld some of these taxes and all of this and brought in other taxes. So everyone was like, oh, is that how you doing? While you was in opposition with the people, you were learning what the people do, how they get around the system and all of that. And then you screwed us as soon as you got into power. So the next action from that was, what do you call it? A coalition government. Because people was disappointed and disillusioned with Labour. Everybody decided, or whoever was left, decided to vote Conservative and Liberal Democrat and screw up Labour.
But you know what I find
smack
funny
them on
about
the
like
hand.
past riots and protests and all that stuff? They always become a case study. Like,
Of course they do.
eventually. You know what I mean? They always become a case study. People sit up in classes and discuss it,
Right.
and da 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 da.
Sociology classes, no?
Yeah, especially.
Psychology classes, no?
Yeah.
Thank you. And that is it. There you go. Voila. Yeah, they've planned this stuff from a long time. They knew that people can riot. They knew that about crowd control. They know that the 1% control the 99%. To get it.
Do you think
They
you're
know
giving
that.
them too
They
much
know how to
power
do it.
though by even saying that? Like it's like I believe in the
saying
Wizard
it
of
is
Oz
knowing
theory.
it.
You get
Saying
me?
it is
I
knowing
believe
it.
we give them too much power, bro.
No,
I
well,
believe
knowledge
that.
is power, my brother. Knowledge is
I
power.
believe that I believe that they're hanging on by a thread now. They're shook. You get me?
Yeah.
But it's
I
like
don't believe
they're
anything.
trying to keep the people in their yard and all this stuff. But as when I went out on Saturday, you could feel that the police are baffled. They can't handle it if we all come out. But when people say protests don't work and all that, it's usually the ones that don't come out. So that's why it don't work, because you're not coming
It
out.
don't work because
Nah,
they
that's
don't
dead,
have an
man. That's dead,
objective
bro.
that's going to make a difference.
Hold on.
Of course it works, because it makes people with like minds link up. It's about linking up. It's not about, we're going to make a change on that day.
You link up and then what?
Why not make a change on that day?
Wait, one second. Hello, man. Fucking hell, can we just stop shouting stuff out? Like, let's have a little piece of order, man, so we can have a good constructive conversation. So I'm saying to you, like, what is the point of linking up, Fire?
The point of linking up with like-minded people is that you can share resources, you can share ideas, you can build up funds together. You understand? Because say like so-called conscious people or whatever, it's hard for them to link up on the internet because a lot of our stuff is shut down. So when I go to protests, do you know how much people I've met just like on Saturday alone that are like-minded, people that I would have never met online? You understand? So
let me ask you, can I ask you a question? Was there a reason all them people never came to your estate when we came to your estate, bro?
what do you mean? For the children and all that?
When we came to your estate, is there a reason that all them people you linked up with on Saturday weren't there?
The reason was because that didn't have that much publicity or promotion. No one really, even dons in ends, like say like for instance, it's only a selective few that know about gang really. You understand? Because when you ask, if I come out of my house and I ask 10 youths on my end, do you know about gang? Do you know about Raspberry? Do you know about Red Pill? They'll say no. But we think a lot of people know, but it's not on the mass, the majority, not a lot of people know.
So now you've answered my question. Then my next few questions. So you was given so the promotion was assisted by social media, the enemy. The same social media you said blah blah blah. People need to link up. They only found out about it through social media, so that kind of takes that out of play, because without social media, then people wouldn't have been there.
Kind of, right? But it was more like the build up from last year to this one on Saturday. Like last year, I went to like 8 or 10 of them, bro. I went to all of them more or less, yeah. And man saw the build up of numbers. Every time the numbers got bigger. And say like for the black community, when I speak to a lot of black youths, they're like, fam, I didn't know this was going on. I didn't know this was going on. So the algorithm ain't reaching everyone. You understand? Like,
but it's reaching enough people though.
None
for you to go out.
Not really.
Like,
even the thing that happened on Saturday.
The word you said was timeline, and I kind of I'm very much aware of this. I'm seeing the timeline, but it's coinciding with the government's timeline of maneuvers, with the psyop, with the psychological warfare that they're playing on the people, the up and the down, the freedom and the incarceration. They're playing with us. I predicted this from last year, and it's rolled out exactly how I've seen it rolling out. I ain't got one thing wrong from how this shit rolls out, yeah? And I'm saying now it's spring. You have a natural inbuilt defrosting going in, especially as being a man of the sun. You got this defrosting going in. So that means that you're going through your winter slumber, your winter kind of depression, you're not getting your vitamin D and You're a mammal. You're going through this natural thing. So to lock us down over winter, like I said they would do, was easy. But as soon as the sun comes out, it's so much harder to do it, especially with a timeline where this has been going on for a year. So it's only right where we have a releasing of steam, where we have this
facts. Yeah,
right,
facts.
Then,
that is facts. I knew that would happen.
Let him finish though, bro.
So now I feel like all of that has been manipulated and, if anything, set up to be like that, so that we all march down through the city centre again, back to the same fucking energy point, which is Parliament and Hyde Park. All rituals. I'm never doing a protest or anything near Hyde Park again like that. It's all an energy ritual. It's all the energy. We have to bring them into the heart of South London or something else. But man's not going on certain ley lines that like people from 10, 15, 25, 30, 40, 50, 60, 80 years ago were protesting in the same spot. This is making me know that this is part of some kind of game. Spring's out. We need to welcome in the summer, the spring equinox. It's a new batch of rituals, new batch of energy harvesting, and let's get the people out for a cause that we know they're going to support, which is going to be freedom, freedom. But all these men out here screaming freedom, do they scream freedom from day to day? Where are they on an everyday basis? How many of you lot are wearing masks? How many of you lot are actually good? How many of them people walking in that crowd took the vaccine?
Who knows? Who knows that? Who knows
right,
that?
So really, eventually, we're talking about a feel-good day where people get to come out and feel good, feel free, feel like they're going against the system, and then they go back into their little boxes. Why do we come out for a protest?
Start, though. It's a start. It's a start.
No,
Trust me when it's
it was a
better
start
than
last
doing
year.
nothing than just.
No, wait. Before you feel like that it's not being attacked, it's being questioned. Yeah, it's not being attacked. So it's not about a better than doing nothing. It's like, okay, let's break down what you are doing. Not you, but us, the protesters. What are we actually doing by hitting the streets? What are we doing? One thing I heard was
a defiance.
It's also part of our human nature. It's also part of our human nature.
Wait. Are we saying one day of defiance? Okay, so then let's just say this. It's doing as much for freedom as 420 is doing for legalization of weed. Or as 420 is doing for mine and your brother and cousin that's sitting there doing how many years?
What you got to understand is what I say is that me personally, I wouldn't say I'm radical, but I would say that one day is not enough. We need to be out there every blood clot day. You understand? That's when it will make a difference. If we were shut, like you said, the ley lines and that in West End and all of that, to me, that makes sense, but it don't make sense, because what's the ley lines of Brixton then, where all our youths are getting murdered? It must be crazier than West End.
Exactly. So then why are we not in Brixton? Why are we not in Brixton? Why are we in West End?
In Brixton, their stuff is
One
not in
second,
Brixton.
no, the
If it
people are there.
happens, wait 1 second.
Whoa,
If it happens in one
That's not
second,
true.
bro,
That's
I
not
never
true.
finished.
That's
Let me
not true.
finish. Let me finish. If it happens in Brixton or Ends again, they'll just be rioting and looting. It's better to be rioting and looting Central than
But
Ends,
no one's
than mash up
fighting
our
and
own blood
looting.
clot Ends.
But no one is.
No, but
But
I said if it happened in Brixton, that's what will happen. You understand?
why?
If 50,000 people
Why?
went to
1 second.
Brixton,
Stop. Let's stop it. Please stop for a minute. If it happened
you're
in
not gonna let me
Brixton,
talk.
I'm trying to walk you through it, innit? Because you're just running, innit? and you're making we're making I can see where we're agreeing. That's why I'm stopping you, bro. Not for argument.
Okay.
I'm saying if it happened in Brixton, they'd be rioting and looting. So I'm giving you back the microphone and saying, why do you think that is?
Because basically that's where all the gangs are and all of that, and they don't understand what's going on. They just want things, innit? Like when the Mark Duggan thing happened, like what's the first thing that happened? They didn't go for police and police buildings. They went for Foot Locker. You understand? Because their vibration and what they're taking in every day is what they're reacting. So they're taking bullshit every day, all this BS and all this BS they listen to or watch. So they just want fresh clothes and stuff.
All right, first
You
of
know what
all,
I mean?
two quick points. In Brixton, it's going to be rioting and looting. Why? Because the frequency over there is going to be a more genuine and there's going to be people that suffer genuine hardship, genuinely on a day-to-day basis, are actually exasperated from their treatment in society, and therefore you are going to be able to tap into a more genuine emotion, than you will in the city centre that nobody has an emotional attachment to. None of us here have an emotional attachment to West End, right? You're going to be in your comfort zone. That's in familiar vibrations, familiar circumstances, And what's going to happen is that crowd is going to be way less controllable. Why? Because it's not going to be in the preferred spot of rebellion, of permitted rebellion. So I'm saying to you, when we talk about leylands, the reason it won't be in Brixton is because it will get way too real in Brixton.
My thing is, even if you started off not angry,
even if you started off not angry, you stay there for 20 minutes, you're gonna be fuming and you're gonna be looking for something to lick down. Secondly, I wanted to add to you, when you mentioned JD Sports, that wasn't us. We didn't target JD Sports. We didn't target Foot Locker.
Who was it then?
Well, for me, firsthand, I have two first-hand eyewitness accounts of people that were there on the ground who witnessed these strange masked men gaining access to some of these properties. And then
what was that for? For the Brixton rights or Mark Duggan thing?
And it was all around the same time, innit? And encouraging people to come in.
Bro, I was there, bro. It was man them on ends, bro. It was man them. I was there. I was there.
Bro.
I don't think you heard what he said.
I could, bro. Huh?
I said, I don't think you heard what he said.
No, he said it was masked men. He said it was masked men inviting people in.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that's bullshit. I saw a man then kick
opening up the premise. Okay, cool.
No, I was there. There's a difference. Forget the eyewitness and conspiracy theories. I was there.
It's not about conspiracy theories, bro.
That is a conspiracy because I was there and I saw what happened. So to me, that's a lie.
You saw how every property was. Bro, 1 second, man. You saw how every property was infiltrated. You saw who targeted the first commercial joint that encouraged.
I don't want to talk too much because I don't want to criminalize myself. You understand?
You don't have to. You can listen a little bit though. Yeah,
you both can be right. You both can be right.
It's not a conspiracy theory. What I'm saying to you is this: take on board what I'm saying to you as well. Like not on an argument thing. Yeah, take on board. Yeah, it has been noted. It hasn't been noted. Yeah, unidentified men. Yeah, targeting commercial premises. Yeah, for burglary and vandalism, and then man them from the ends following suit. It has been noted. So you're not the only one that was around in riot times and that. So I'm saying you might have seen, just like I saw, men that you maybe recognize or people you know trying to gain access to properties. but you don't know what the catalyst was. You don't know what the straw was that broke the camel's back. You don't know why it started and why commercial premises started being targeted initially. So I could get it. You went down there, you and the man there, blah, blah, blah. Someone said, hey, and you was like, right, yeah, and you saw it. I get that. You saw that. You saw a man them entering. What I'm trying to let you know is, even before that, there was a spark that started the fire kind of thing. There's a spark. In Tottenham, in Croydon, in Brixton, in Birmingham. There's eyewitness accounts of these people opening stuff, jumping back in their van and bouncing. So it might not be your like what you saw that day, but please try and perceive how the higher powers work internationally when it comes to looting and rioting in poor black areas. Please understand, in order to make sure that that narrative is spanned, you're gonna get a lot of black man digi and waiting for someone to kick it off. Yeah? And I'm saying sometimes the catalyst, the people that kick these things off are not even from the area. They're not even genuine people. And once everybody's trying to bally up, and once people trying to bally up and get together, then you can see that infiltrators come in and turn it. So we ensure that we're not going to the police station. We're definitely going to go to, because I heard this thing's open. Oh, rare. I'm just letting you know that these are some of the accounts that have come back to me from other people that were present in Brixton, Croydon, Birmingham, Tottenham, and other such areas. There's been multiple witnesses claiming these things. I got my own first-hand information I'm not going to put up here. But yeah, if we see each other, we can chat. But this is definitely something that has gone. So maybe you not where you were, but please, take on board what I'm trying to say to you. They want us to fuck up our ends. They want us to do all of that because it's part of the narrative. Like yesterday we had
part of my hand.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say yesterday we had Bristol, yeah, or Saturday we had Bristol. So while people was out in central London, there's people in Bristol. Remember, this is supposed to be a simultaneous event across the country. So the people that was
across the world.
So the people that was in Bristol now, I'm seeing a madness. Burnt police van.
But the Bristol thing was different from central London. The Bristol thing was for Kill Bill. That was just against the police.
Yeah, happened to be on the same day though, right?
You understand?
Happened to be on the same day though. Not much of a coincidence.
Black Lives Matter was in Brixton doing their own little stupidness. There was some far rights doing their thing. There was anti-racism marches. There was all type of, but the one in central London was the one that was for all around the world. If you understand what I'm saying, the one in Bristol.
Think about it though. Why did everyone synchronize their events on that day?
Because it was.
Breaking up, bro.
I think.
Yeah, you broke up, brother.
I think the topic is slightly strayed from.
Yeah, you broke up. I said, why do you think it was all arranged on the same day? Why do you think everyone synchronized their events for the 20th?
Because the 20th was a year since the lockdown, innit? Lockdown started. That was one of the reasons. And
you got some Wi-Fi issues or whatever. So I'm gonna let Mohib. You were speaking. What are you gonna say, bro?
Yeah, I think the topic is strayed a little bit from the positives of
the 20th,
and I think that we as human beings, we're primordial beings, in it. So socializing with one another is something that's part of us. It's very important. Hence why they have us on lockdown and trying to disperse people and not meet up. So I think there's a great power in meeting up and being together, or having that freedom to do so.
Yeah, but that's not freedom. You're there for a reason, are you not?
Is it organic? Is it organic? If we all get corralled into a bullpen, is there power in that? Or are we just the weak ones that got corralled into a bullpen?
Yeah, I think that's where the question is. Is it organic or is it part of an agenda?
Well, it's not.
So that's where
it's not organic. I put my money on it. I put my name to it. It's not organic.
Yeah.
And a lot of us know instinctively it's not organic, but we look for the goods. We look for what good we can bring out of it. Just like Just like the time when Tommy Robinson and them came down to central London. I think we all knew that that wasn't organic, but some brothers felt like they're going to use it to do some kind of good.
That was the biggest psyops, fam. That was a big psyops.
I mean, for me, the truth of the matter is that, remember, this isn't organic. The fact that I'm communicating from my place and you're communicating, this isn't organic. And straying away from that and getting back to the kind of organic idea of meeting up as human beings is very important. Like, at the end of the day, like, I don't think I'd be following your platform, Jedi, if I didn't meet you in real life. And I think meeting you in real life, there's a certain angst that I got from, oh, this is a guy who has his views, and online it's portrayed like that. Obviously, given all the manipulation, all the shadowing and stuff that happens, I can see there's a real character there. So I think that there is a real importance of meeting up in real life and being together and having that freedom to do so.
I agree, man. Actually, I'm not against none of that. I'm just saying, this was a protest where everyone seemed to be protesting on that one day, and
but I agree. I
was more like thinking on a level of, Rod, you know what? This is a piss take. I man them. I meet me in Camden at fucking 4:00. Every man bring as many people to Camden at 4:00. Meet me outside Camden train station. I was on that. It's hard to police that. It's hard to infiltrate that. Just that you're just gonna have to come down. Even if you're an agent, you're just gonna have to come down and wait to hear what's going on. What are we doing? What are we doing? Yeah, we're just gonna go here and we're just gonna do that. That's kind of more like what you're on, like that organic shit. Whereas this thing was planned at least 6 weeks in advance. I was given a document. Maybe I should show you the document. Maybe I should show you the document from the Metropolitan Police. Yeah, because remember, I was looking for a protest to go to film for a music video. I wanted to get some scenes from it, right? And I got given a document of all the upcoming protests. Please believe they're all written down.
That one on Saturday was a perfect one for you to film your video.
But I didn't want to go there. I didn't want to go there.
I agree. This summer is a calling for people to galvanate for this concept of freedom. I agree that this is going to happen.
Mo, I think you're getting the lines crossed between the organic feelings that we have, right? The anger that we have. The point is that these protests seem to be using our own organic, what is organic already inside us, they're using it against us. That's what I don't
disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. In fact, I said that I agree with Jedi, anticipating what's going to happen in the future, which is everyone feels this disgruntled sentiment. And this summer, we're probably going to see like the biggest get together and the biggest so-called riot, I think, of people wanting this item. Yeah.
Mohib, I just wanted to ask, and I wanted to ask Fire.
This is man don't even realize what magic they're involved in, and this everyone's gonna say conspiracy, blah 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 blah. But you're gonna keep proving, man, right?
One more point. Sorry, before you go on, people keep saying it's the anniversary of the lockdown was the 20th. It was not. The lockdown started on Tuesday, the 24th of March last year, not the 20th. Right. So the 20th was nothing to do with it.
Typically, March equinox falls on this date, marking the vernal point in the northern hemisphere and the autumnal point in the southern hemisphere, the 20th of March. I'm telling you that everything we do is according to rituals. Yeah, and these rituals are ones of energy, and you're not going past where Parliament is and where the seat of power is, with your complaints and your energy for no reason. We need to switch shit up. Because they're playing it's a battle of physical and spiritual. Yeah, it's a physical and spiritual thing. I'm saying once we're organizing these things over the net, and we're advertising it over the net, and we don't know who the organizers are, we're in trouble. We're in trouble. Who set this up? Who set up yesterday's?
That's what I wanted to ask.
Who set up yesterday's March?
And did it have a time?
Who set up Saturday's March and why?
And did it have a time?
I'll tell you why. Let's be honest. All the protests seem to be happening on the weekend because it's done by people who, the same people that work in the system, are trying to protest because they're day off.
Bro, I'm trying to say, like, you know, like with the one with the woman died, right? Yeah, the people prior paid £10,000. They already paid the fine. Do you get it? For the gathering of people, they had enough money to pay £10,000. So they're preempting stuff. So I would assume that mass gathering was paid for. Secondly, it probably had a time schedule. Yeah, they'll say, okay, up till 7 o'clock, and then you all have to disperse and go home. Because it never ran through the night, did it? Everybody left orderly at a particular time. So we got to look at these things and say, like, rah, what's going on here? How is it this a random demonstration when it's not even fucking random?
So can I just,
got a fucking schedule
remind people
and all of
what
that.
I was saying? 6 weeks prior, I got hold of a document. I got hold of a document that lists out all the upcoming protests, and this was one of them, innit? I felt was too far, but like it's definitely something that's been mapped out. And this was a Metropolitan Police document. So they are mapping out what protests are going down where they are, who's expected to attend. Yo, mute up.
Definitely something that's been mapped out. It's a Metropolitan Police document.
Mute up. Yo, step nicely. Mute. Yeah. Bro, I just swear like this point ain't supposed to come out. There's a document, yeah, and if I got hold of this document, then obviously this is a low-level document. A high-level document is gonna open your fucking eyes. Yeah, they know when these events are happening months before. They know who are the organizers of these events months before. They know how many people are expected to arrive to the event months before. They have given permission for certain routes to be used and certain routes not to be used. This is a controlled demolition. This is a controlled protest. For it to be, and I feel like if your protest is not organic and is controlled and seeks routes and permission, then it's kind of in its own definition worthless. I feel like a good protest has to cause an inconvenience. I feel like a good protest has to be against the law, has to be against what the authorities want.
So can I ask you, sir, do you think that these protests are they're kind of snapped up at the inception? So once people are starting, they feel the sentiment, obviously this woman dying, and then they get involved in the organization of it.
No. These are social engineering psyops designed to lead the citizen to believe a certain thing, to be for a certain thing, to be against a certain thing, to create enough destabilization, enough confusion. That's what all these things are here for. Yeah, just like when we did the Libya protest, and man come to realize, yo, this thing's a psyop. This thing's a psyop. Where did we get the information?
So you're agreeing with what I said then? You're agreeing that these things are in the inception of being created, a potential protest, they're hijacked straight from the inception.
That's not what I said. I
said
you
said psyop, but it's the same thing. The same thing.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's their campaign. I'm not saying it's been taken over. I'm saying it's their campaign. We jumping on their bandwagon, not the other way around.
For example, you can't anticipate when somebody... Yeah. You can't anticipate when someone's going to get murdered. A woman got murdered. Now, obviously, there's going to be a backlash.
They can decide when a woman gets murdered. They can, of course they can. Yeah, and they can make sure that it all falls in line with International Women's Day. Of course they could do that. They can make sure it's all around. It's all around the beginning of the spring equinox. They can make sure that's all right. They can make sure major protests go down on the major day of the equinox, the beginning of it. They can also do this. They can also make sure that when we go and demonstrate and give up all our energy is done around a specific area. They can make sure of that too.
These are wild claims, but yeah.
So other than protests, how else can the people rebel? Other than protests, how else can the people come together? Because especially in lockdown, that's why I don't mind the protests, because it's bringing people together on a mass, on a big level. You get me? Like there's over they're saying like 80,000 people, bruv. And I'm telling you, it weren't just white people. The hood was there. There was enough. There was enough different people there.
Cool. Go and get on the train. Me and you, come link me. We go and get on the train. We pull the camera out and we'll count how many people don't have a mask on. Just it. And that doesn't even mean that they ain't got the injection in their arm or nothing. We'll just count how many people don't have a mask on and see whether we can get a sense that these 80,000 people are us. Day to day, living what we're living, riding out for us. They're going to go home. Most of them 80,000 people are at work right now, sent their kids off to school. You know what I mean?
But Jedi, you know, if you're making the claims that you're making, that means there's a lot more people on payroll than we like to think that there is. You know what I mean?
Not necessarily. No, why? Why?
Whether it's kind of organizing, kind of coordinating, chaperoning.
Bro, like there's 9 people on the panel. It only takes one of us to know what the grand plan is. You lot will all be genuine. Yeah, Mohib, what you saying? You excited about Saturday? Yeah. Steps, yeah. Fire, yeah. All genuine people. In fact, you lot make it so much easier for me to get away with my master plan because you lot are all genuine. And you think I'm genuine too. So anyone comes in trying to say, you lot like whatever, you could take a polygraph test. They could have 9 chances, they could have 8 chances to do a polygraph test, and we're gonna pass it. As long as they don't test me, we're gonna pass it because you know all genuine.
You're kind of suggesting
I'm an agent for the Most High.
No, you're kind of suggesting a more tiered, layered manipulation happening.
The pyramid. Now, I'm not suggesting. This is the nature of power. The power structure needs. This is the nature of all systems. Is pyramid. You're not gonna get a square system or a circular system. It don't work. It's got to be a pyramid. Top down, need to know basis. Do you know what I mean? That's how it works. More blocks at the bottom than at the top. You got the capstone. Do you know what I mean? That knows Wagwan. And everything else falls under. Need to know basis. That's how any society, any control system works. That's what the pyramid represents.
I like what Foster said. Like, I'm an agent for the Most High. I think if you're not an agent for the Most High, what are you doing out here, bro? What are you really?
You're an
doing
agent for the system. You're an agent for the system. Unfortunately, unwittingly. Do you get what I'm saying? If you're out there protesting,
I'm
an agent for myself.
Personally,
Can I say something?
Your Most High could be an agent. Your Most High could be invented by an agent.
Well, that's another claim. I hear you on that. But what do you want to say?
That's another claim. But obviously, like, when people don't kind of when people say like I just deal with myself, these things are like subjective, aren't they? So that you can be like whatever your whims and desires are. So I'm saying when you say you're an agent of the Most High, there's a level of kind of it means something. It means that you don't abide by a particular system.
So that does that mean if you don't attend protests? 1 second. Are you practicing non-compliance? Because that's what it would seem like to me. If you don't go to these things that are set up by people you don't know, do you get what I'm saying? And like-minded people who might or might not have taken the vaccine.
But for me, like being a Muslim, that's the root of non-compliance. It goes to the root of non-compliance. I don't comply with anything.
Okay, then staying where you are in your space and non-complying, as in not getting involved in the protest, in the demonstration.
Yeah.
That's what man's talking about. So if there's no people there and there's no people, you know what I mean, trying to use any of the facilities or anything that will make them make money, you have to affect the money.
But that's really strange because you're saying that, you know, like we're all used to protesting as an outrage, but then real protest is not involved in the protest. That's like it's like inverting it, which is mad.
In a sense, it's like, what are you doing out there? Do you know what the agenda is?
Yeah.
Do you know what the agenda is? You could give me 5 names of 5 different things that are going on, and which one were people at? You won't know.
I think it's a good notion that you're painting. For example, like I went to the Palestinian thing. But then when it came to ask because I went because like people called out, to stand in solidarity, and I still believe in that. I believe we should stand in solidarity with people. However, when you ask people would they do the same thing for you? So it just makes you wonder, innit? I'd probably be less reluctant to go to the Palestinian thing if I knew that the Palestinian wouldn't stand with me.
I think that's not really the issue. Do you get what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, what effect did you lot come with a bill? What was you lot doing? What, just shouting outside the window of the embassy? Yeah. 1 second, just shouting out, demonstrating outside the window of an embassy. That's a kind of ritual. Where's the embassy going to be? It's going to be around Speaker's Corner. 1 second, it's going to be around Hyde Park. All around the strip, the outside is all the embassies, is it not? Is it not? Yeah, when you lot was praying outside the French embassy, I saw a man praying outside the French embassy. Yeah, what was in front of you? Was it not the gates to the park? Right at the end of that road, it wasn't even a road, was it? It was like a little side road off Knightsbridge.
Hyde Park Corner.
Yeah, it's all there, bro. It's all there. So what man's telling, man, is energy. Go in that park alone. As you said, there's a statue of Zeus. There's a statue of this. There's Diana's memorial. There's King Alfred or George or whatever, or Albert, sorry, opposite the Royal Albert Hall. This is all Masonic. This is all different energy. People go Speaker's Corner and end up fighting. You got the Arch of fucking Hades and all of that. Marble Arch itself, that energy that draws for, and I'm seeing people walking up this ley line, this road that leads to that spot.
I'm saying that the protest that happened for the Palestinian cause was unprecedented. It was unprecedented because I think it was a successful media campaign to get those people out, and it showed that potentially they can bring this many people out.
You can bring people out, but to do what?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but bro, that's like saying when you lot was demonstrating, when you lot was out demonstrating for gang and that's like saying, what did that do? Even though that was on a very small scale compared to Saturday, I saw the significance of that. You understand?
You've never been on a demonstration that's been into people's communities. You've never seen that.
Yeah.
You've never seen a march, right? This was a march. And this encompassed the people. So as we were moving through different areas, we were encouraging the people out their windows to come out. Please, it's your use. What do you mean? Join us. And they did.
Yeah.
So that's a different thing. This is a whole.
Yeah, but not on a big scale though, bro. There was a handful of people. There weren't even 1,000 people there.
My brother, when we started, it was on a large scale. We went to the Libya March and we totally revolutionized how the idea of protest is done. We moved from the spot what they gave us, yeah, and we went outside the real place where all the drama and all the noise should be made, outside Buckingham Palace, and then we moved on, right, to Parliament Square, right, where their money is. And when we block the road, yeah, we stop their money for a couple of hours. That will make
so that's what the protest done on Saturday. But you just saying that the protest on Saturday, what do they do? What do they do? That's what it does. It stops their thing. It's the same thing, bro.
No, because that wasn't in the program, in the memorandum, was it?
How do I know we weren't in the program?
Right, you don't know because you don't know. You're just going to something and you just yeah. Feel good factor. Oh, like minded.
It weren't for no feel good factor, fam. It weren't for no feel good factor.
Okay, I hear you. All right, cool.
That's a mockery. Feel good factor. If I want to feel good, I stay at home with my kids, bro.
The gang demonstration was very important. I think it was very important because whether it was
but what came out of it? What came out of it?
I was not a demonstration, bro. I was a demonstration.
All right, what came out of it was that these people are walking through communities talking about helping the crime situation and even the lack of response.
Yeah, but knife crime's got worse since then. So what has it done? Knife crime has got worse.
Let me tell you something. Yo. I definitely need to answer this, yeah? What main thing is, what was the difference between these the gang marches, the gang walks, the G walks, and these protests? The main difference for me was I created it. I created it.
So that's the ego then. That's the ego.
No, facts.
No,
facts,
what are you talking about? Hold on, wait.
That's a fact.
One second, bro. I'm sorry, I have no idea why you've gone to ego. You asked me what the difference is, and I'm telling you, yeah, the difference is it can't get more organic than coming from Jedi. It can't get more real. It can't get more of the people than coming from me. Nobody told me to go out there. Nobody. Hold on. Yo, mute up whoever that is. There was no international campaign for us to go out and hit the roads. There was no flyers. It wasn't posted up from 6 weeks before. It was organic and started in my brain. That's why I personally, as an individual, yeah, can trust that process because it was me, north, east, south, west. It was Jedi Ali to be precise. You understand? So that's the main difference. Second thing was the person that created this movement or these actions, yeah, has gone on record multiple times to say we didn't do shit. Next man want to take it and lie and say we did this and we did that and knife crime dropped and this and that and yeah, we went to the ends and we did that. I knew in my heart of hearts we didn't do shit. Every positive outcome that came out of that was circumstantial, nothing to write home about, nothing to celebrate, and was one small step in a direction to empower the community to take control of their own thing. That's all.
Yeah, I respect that. I respect your honesty, bro. Respect that.
Facts, bro. That's all it was.
Also, like
facts.
To answer your question, Fossil, like these people going into communities doing such a
wait. Let me ask this brother something. Was you there? Was you there?
The lack of I wasn't. The lack of
was you there? Answer the question.
No, I wasn't there.
I was there. So remember that I'm not going against what Jedi's movement or the demonstration because I was there at like 4 of them or 3 of them. Bro, so I was there.
Listen, it's not a personal, but I'm making an indirect point. I'm saying the lack of response also is a positive thing because then you get to gauge how much the community is willing to come out. So I'm saying whatever happens.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying about the protests on Saturday. Even though some agents might have started it and whatnot, but 50,000 people wasn't agents, bro.
Right.
You
So
understand?
if it was organic and coming from the people, yeah, you wouldn't see them numbers. This is the whole point. You got to clock the game. This what it actually shows you. That's why I said to you, how many people came out to your estate? I'm glad you said it was under 1,000 people because that's the facts. When it was really organic, when it was really about the people, when it was really some shit that we should care about, we didn't. We read out for George Floyd, like we gave a fuck about my man in America.
Exactly.
So that's what I'm letting you know that all of these events, you have to understand this, yeah. If the masses if it's taken on board by the masses, yeah. If there's millions or thousands of people coming out, the chances are the origins of this thing is from the beast itself. This is what I'm trying to say. That's why it's so good to compare the G-Walks with this shit. So good.
And also, Jedi, you make good points.
Blatantly.
I swear to God, bro. God forbid anything happens to you or yours, and you call me out. You know I'm coming out, bro. And the same people that was there at your 80,000 people march, they're not gonna be there, bro.
No, not necessarily. You know, fam, I'm telling you, I've built some strong alliances there, bro.
Let me tell you why.
Strong alliances, bro.
1 second, brother. 1 second. Let me tell you what. Yeah, because finally you got a cause that they can see where their personal interest is. When it's down to you and your personal interest, they don't care. So this is not a genuine.
Yeah, but you know what it is though? Them things there was individual stuff. This protest was about all of us. You understand? It was about.
1 second. Stop, please. I beg you, stop. Ain't nothing more about all of us than young kids dying. Sorry, I'm not hearing that.
Yeah, but this was about young kids dying as well, though, bro. This was about all of that. That's what you don't understand.
No, it's not.
Of course it is. All the children getting abused in their house. All the children getting kidnapped. A lot of people. Wait, let me finish. A lot of people there was for child trafficking and that as well. A lot of them. Do you know what people? They go out weekly for child trafficking and burning out the government and their paedophile rings. So what are you talking about?
All right, bro. Did you hear? I beg you hear what I said to you, though. They don't give a fuck about you or your causes. They don't give a fuck about your son or mine. They don't give a fuck if your son gets fucking stabbed up or my son gets shot in the face. They don't care. There's no solidarity. Yeah. You are welcome to join their vibration, and they're following that. They're following that vibration simply because their social media has given them the window to see it, because it's a popular topic, because this is what the government want us to be demonstrated. It's a window, to feel like you're some kind of activist. They've given you permission, and made it counterculture, which therefore makes it cool, therefore makes it an act of rebellion, for you to be there. It's not because they genuinely care about freedom, because if they did, we'd be living differently.
Yeah, but you can't talk for those people. You can't talk for 50,000 people, bro. That's mad.
I can.
That is mad.
And I will. I can.
No,
I'll tell you why. You're only getting 50,000 people out because they say you can come out, and because it's the spring equinox.
How? When it's locked down, when they said we couldn't come out. So that's bullshit, bro. No disrespect. Let me know. No disrespect, but I'm saying we're not allowed out. So this time protesting is the most dangerous time to protest, because you're not even allowed out you're not even allowed out your house.
Did you see the article saying that police can no longer be bothered to uphold the lockdown laws? 4 weeks ago in national papers everywhere, plastered. Did you see that, my brother? Yeah, you saw that. You don't think your average Joe saw that? You don't think your average Joe saw that? You don't think your average Joe felt like, they was being given permission to ride out because they saw what happened in Clapham, and they saw the princess go into a vigil. Did she not attend the vigil? Kate Middleton. Do you not think that these people give a fuck? Are these not the same people telling you that the Queen hates Meghan because she's black? Do you think these people are actually tuned in with reality? They're lemons, and they've been told that they can go out and protest around this time, which is perfectly fine. But let's not confuse that with awakened people that actually give a fuck about you and me. They don't. It's convenient for them.
I think the locality is important.
And on many different terms, they were given permission to ride out. They're given examples of what it's like to breach the law, and they felt like it was safe to do so. Let's be real, bro. 34 people arrested out of 80,000 people that touched down. You was allowed to ride out. Simple.
Not only allowed to ride out, you were told to ride out in central London. I'm thinking that if there's a problem with a riot, why do you have to go central London to do it? There's a big problem with having 50,000 people in the streets of your local area. That's a big problem.
Right.
So I'm saying,
big problem.
Yeah, why are we going to win?
Imagine 50,000 people. How many people you think live in Brixton?
Bro, it's over, blood. Get a couple thousand, it's over, blood. You get me?
Imagine 20,000 people in the streets in Brixton, and they actually live there. Imagine that.
Yeah, it's over.
That's got a whole different vibration than walking around John Lewis and Selfridges. It's got a whole different, going to Parliament Square and Trafalgar Square, built for tourism, built as an attraction, built as energy harvesting sites.
It's
New Year's come.
When you're not doing the gang thing, you're not blocking the roads.
Without lockdown, you're invited to go to West End, on New Year's to celebrate New Year's. Another solstice celebration. Christmas, Saturnalia, you're encouraged to go to West End to see the turning on the lights, which is the beginning of the Festival of Lights.
Yeah, you're Christian.
Yeah, but even if you're secular, it's not about being Christian. Oh, we're just going to go for the lights. Everyone that celebrates Christmas ain't Christian over here. Muslims are busting their head to go and get their kids rascal Christmas presents, because it's about society and involvement, and not wanting your kids to go without and being cheap. It's about being cheap. So I'm saying I'm saying, yeah, protest is all good when you come to no harm. Extinction Rebellion showed you this. It's all good. Like, yeah, la 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 la. Then what? It's a psyop, my brother. Real change doesn't get pushed. Real change doesn't get the backing. Real change doesn't get promoted. Real change doesn't get 50,000 people out on what you're on. It don't happen.
Fam, let me tell you something. That thing was not even promoted on Instagram like that. It was more telegraphed.
It was. Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't. But you know, wait, let me finish. Because on your timeline, you might see it. Wait, you might see it because you're a conscious rapper. That's
I speak to people. I got unconscious people. Yeah, people that don't know shit, ain't been nowhere, saying, "Oh, what, you going to that thing on the 20th?" I'm saying to them, boy, you know what? I'm not going. And if I was you, like, I'll just be careful.
Oh, then the cipher. Do you understand? And he's a big part of them movements.
What?
That you no new normal, that white you. He was at your cipher event, and he's a big part of them protesting that on Saturday. He phones me all the time. Me and him go. I link him all the time at them things, and he's a big part of them movements. He's a real brother. You know him. He's cool. He's a safe brother.
What's the point you're making?
No, so my point is that you're saying that all these people coming out don't care about us, rare, but you don't know them because you got.
Let me ask no new normal. Ask no new normal. When did he come out for a knife crime campaign? When did he come out?
Yeah, but what you got to understand though, my brother.
Oh, bro.
Not even that much. Wait there. Not even that much black people was at man's event.
Stop.
Your event went promoted like that.
Bro, man, what's wrong with you?
It went promoted like that.
Bro. Does it need to be promoted? Does it need to be promoted?
Of course it does. How's someone going to know if they don't see about it? That don't make no sense, brother. How are they going to know if they don't see?
All right, you need to be a better listener now, yeah? Like, obviously, like, you're shouting and that, but like, what I'm saying to you is this.
Do you know why I'm shouting? Because someone phoned my phone and the thing's low. So I can't, I'm proper listening. That's why I have to raise my voice because the phone's
leave
low.
And come back. I'll wait. I won't even say a word. I'll wait for you. Leave and come back.
All right, bros.
Big up, everyone. Let me take this opportunity to encourage people to hit the like button. We've got 97 people in the building. More importantly, if you want to support this channel and real speakers, you know, Trill minds and shit, then drop a little something in the PayPal, drop a little donation, show some love. You know what I mean? Put your money where your mouth is. And yeah, man, just keep encouraging man like me and the family to grow, because really and truly the support over on this side, it could be a lot better. It could be lacking. We should be over 100% likes. This subject should be something that we're all into and we're loving the passion and the vibes. So we all must have hit the like button at the very least. Secondly, I'm hoping that you're not going to go in your pocket, find your PayPal or find a Cash App or Super Chat and drop a couple nugs in the account so man can do more things. Yeah, this is what I'm hoping for anyway. Personally, while you are at work, enjoying your work, earning your change, or taking your day off, bear in mind the people that actually do put their shit on the line and speak and put their face to the shit they talk about. Do you know what I mean? And are willing to be held accountable for the shit that they believe in. Like, this is very important, isn't it? Are we out here trying to wake up a couple sheep, and we also out here trying to wake up from the dreams that we are under, the spells that we are under. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, show some love. Yeah, someone said we need to do a break to do the Trill lottery. When Fire comes back and we have this convo, then I'll do a break and we can do the Trill lottery. Yeah, I'll get the board up on that. Do you know what I mean? And give someone a chance to win £200. Personally, I'm hearing what the broski's saying. Fire of the Truth is saying. I'm just saying that I know what allies are, innit? And I know that you got different allies in different segments. And I'm just simply saying that a lot of the people that care about the lockdown never cared about my son's potential of being killed on the way to school or back. They never cared enough to get off their ass and do anything or say anything or show me anything. And I've been looking. We've all been looking. So I know that people have the things that they care about, right? And I know they don't necessarily care about me. I'm hearing the speeches of some of the women that attended, and they're here to support Emma Everard. They're not supporting my brother or my little sister or anything that happened to us. And I need that to know. I need people to know this, innit? And say, look, there's many other battlegrounds. Yo, get in your bed. There's many other battlegrounds that we can form alliances on. And I feel like this one is a state-sponsored one. In terms of they wanted us to come out and ride out on that day, which is cool. Big ups to everyone that went out there, took their stand for freedom, walked through the street saying freedom, 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 met loads of lovely people. Great. I'm happy. But I still think we're very much alone. In Rich Porter's words, we ain't got no friends. And I very much believe that even if we march with 80,000 people in the streets of London, when we go back to our ends, we still ain't got no friends. We still very much in danger. And I don't think that people sincerely care about what we're going through, what we all go through. That's like one of the points I was trying to make. Yo, Wagwan, Fire a Truth.
Because they're going through. Wagwan, brother.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing. I was shouting because my phone was mad low, bro.
Yeah, I know. You're better now. You're back now. So yeah, what was you gonna say? They're going through shit too. You saying?
Yeah. Do you know, like how people say, why don't white people come out for Black Knife Crowd, right? Or why don't they come out? They're going through shit too. They're going through drug abuse, alcohol abuse, domestic violence. Like when you go to a poor white youth's house, fam, it's peak, fam. Like you go to a poor black youth's house, he's got on 120-pound trainers, he's eating hard-old bread, he's got yam and steamed cabbage being cooked. You know what I mean? Like, and when you say like a poor black community, our community is not poor. Our mind state is poor because people, Indians and Chinese, come to our community and make their money. So how come we're the only ones poor in this community if other people are making millions from this community? That don't make no sense.
I think we've got to get off this notion of belittling other people's hardship just for our own. I think my problem stems with the fact that there's no orderly fashion. Like, there's people that are going through problems who, these problems are being addressed, but then the next wave that comes around seems to get all the traction, and that becomes problematic. That's when you get disgruntled people. So it's not my problems worse than yours. I think that's quite a negative way to look at things. But there's got to be a form of justice in that. The fact that there needs to be some order there. Like we need to support each other.
Yeah, that's my point. We need to support each other. But I'm saying, like, when people say, no one's there for black people, or we just come up for ourselves for knife crime. So it should be us to fix up our children. You understand? It should be us to discipline our children. It should be us putting our children in their place. That's what I think. I don't suspect no white man to come into my community to save the black kids.
1 minute we're riding against the government, and then when it comes to a black issue, it's our kids are at fault.
No, because you referred back to the
I don't blame the kids. I don't blame the kids for knife violence.
I blame us. I don't
even blame us. I don't even blame us. Not ultimately. I'm all for taking responsibility, but I'm not even blaming us ultimately. This is a system.
Why not?
Because it's a system that we've been placed into and is being cultivated around us and encouraged. And those that try to break out of this system are murdered or demonized or ostracized or integrated. Facts.
I think the G-Walks are a great example of how much the wider community really cares.
Yeah, but the G-Walks were promoted like that, though, bro. That's what I'm saying.
I'll tell you why, because he made...
It don't matter about promotion. It was enough for people. Hold on. Listen, we had like 60,000 people watching. Yeah? So, I feel like enough eyes saw us. Like 60,000 people watching 1 hour of one event when there was like five or four events. We definitely got hundreds and hundreds of views on the internet, from YouTube to Instagram to Facebook, hundreds of thousands of views. So it might not have had the promotion like this last event. That kind of even speaks into what I'm saying. It actually speaks into what I'm saying. The shit that we do is suppressed, and there's no large take up of people from the communities that want to get involved. And this is a more truer reflection of who is actually motivated to act on things that they think are wrong. And I think that the West End, the call to action on Saturday, just like Black Lives Matter, is a state-sponsored event. To go in line with international news and the international comic book, the international comic book that we're living through. This was part of it.
Nah, bro, I disagree with you on that one. Like, I've been to a lot of these events, but I think this one, they were shocked at the turnout. All the other ones were some little idiot turnout, like under 1,000 people, yeah? But this one, I think the police, the media, everyone was shocked, because even the media was lying, saying there was hundreds of people when there was thousands of people.
You think they're lying because they were shocked?
I think they were shocked still. I think they were shocked.
Hold on, wait. You think they lied about how many people came out because they were shocked?
No, they lied because they didn't want to influence other people. Or thousands of people were out, so I'm gonna come out next time. They just want to seem like it was just a handful of conspiracy theorists that came out. That's what they want to make it seem like.
When I was explaining a certain part, I don't think you heard. Yeah, I have a document saying how many people they expect to come down to this event from a month before.
Yeah, they always predict stuff. That's what they do. They do that. Think tanks.
Hold on, bro. Sorry. Where's the shock if they're predicting the numbers from a month before?
What? How much numbers did they say was going to come? How much numbers does the document say was going to come?
I'm going to pull it up now.
And I think that is probably calculated, yeah, off of how much people's come out before, the awareness, and people are talking about it more now. So I think it's easy for them to predict these things. Because remember, they control the algorithms, they control the internet. So they do, like, the hires have a rough idea that's going to come out. But I think, like, the media and that weren't suspecting that. That's why they was lying. Why are they going to lie how much people was there for? I didn't understand why the media was lying.
Yeah,
he dropped out for a second. I personally think it's all long, bruv.
Yo, people, what one?
What on, Mikey?
Yo, I'm not really. I used to be into this protesting shit, but I can't lie, man. It's just it keeps us in the loop, innit? We've been doing the same shit since our grandparents' generation. It just goes in a loop, innit? What do we gain from fucking protesting? We just begging them to do them in.
Coming on the internet and just talking about it is a loop. We're always in a loop. So that's, to me, that's BS. That's an excuse not to come out your yard. Because if you're against this stuff, lockdown and stuff,
I'll come out my yard.
If you're anti-lockdown, or if you're anti-this and you're anti-that, and you never come out, you're just chatting. You're just chatting in your yard.
No. You see, that's a threat. That's like intimidation. That's like intimidation. 1 second. That's like intimidation. You know what I mean? Like you're saying, you're not. It's like saying you're not a man because you didn't come out. Like F you and them. Hold on 1 second. F you and them, because at the end of the day, man could come out their yard to go and socialize with their people and do what they need to do in their community. I don't need to come out to an event organized by who knows what or why
for what ritual purpose.
Lucky. So what do you gain from the protest? Can I ask what do you gain from it?
What did you gain?
Exactly. See this question. I love this question because to me, it's like I think you people, or not you people, or people that think that what this protest do are only the people that wait. Let me finish.
Yo,
where's it gone?
Waiting for you to finish, bro. Go on.
It's a simple question, G. By the way, just like
yo, Maku. Don't you think it's funny that like us man used to have this same conversation before we even went on the protest?
I'm telling you. You get it? It's why man don't go reparations march necessarily. You get it? Cut. I saw it as pointless. Like, what are we doing? Our governments do it. Our individual countries, their different prime ministers have come and argued about the reparations for our individual countries. And as I see it, a whole lot of people need reparations who don't attend the march. And what's the point? Because we're going to go from West End to the end. Yeah, bro.
Listen to this, yeah, because that reparations march, it's a beautiful point you do up. Everyone says that doesn't do nothing. I went to the reparations march, to the first one to the one last year. And let me tell you something. It has sent ripples through Parliament. Now they're talking about reparating black people, the banks, big corporations. Wait, let me finish. They're talking about that. And funny enough, when they started talking about it, what happened? Corona came out of nowhere because it was sending shockwaves through their system, bro. 5-6 years, we've done that every year. And let me tell you, you've never heard Parliament talk about reparations more than now. Because of that.
Have you got a check?
So
have you got a check? Have you got a check?
And also,
have we
it's
got
about
a check?
money to you. See, you don't know what reparations is if you're talking
I'm saying,
about money.
have we got a check?
What is reparations to you?
Bro, for reparations to me, they can't afford to give anything back. Because one, they would have to give back England. They would have to give back all the colonial countries and continents that they own.
What is reparations?
Bro, it's giving back.
It's not giving back. This is where you don't understand.
Yes, it is.
Wait, let me finish. Reparations is healing of the mind, body, and soul.
Healing of the mind?
That's the first thing you got to do.
Forget all that.
It's healing our community.
I woke up, bro. So imagine I woke up and I realized what was going on.
That doesn't help Africa, bro. Africa needs financial gain, not spiritual gain, all of that shit. We need financial gain.
Fair trade. We need all sorts, bro. Like, let's stop.
Reparations ain't not just about money.
It's not about money, bruvs. We're not saying it's about money, but I'm saying, have you got a check? Has anyone got a check? Yes.
It's got nothing to do with a check, though. And it's not about checks of individuals, like individuals getting checked.
Bro, they owe you your life. They owe you your life, bro. They own you. So my point is, at the end of the day, if you ain't got your birth certificate back, do you get what I'm saying? It's obviously you ain't got your check. You got what I'm saying? Yeah, that's a bill of sale, man. A birth certificate is a bill of sale, man.
I was asking you, what did you gain from the protest, by the way? Like you said, when you protested that, what did you gain from that? What did we gain from that as a whole collective of Pan-Africans and that? What did we gain?
Absolutely diddly squat. We went and beat drums outside Parliament. That's what we did. Outside thing. It seemed like a ceremony, man. You get me? You got statues of these Europeans right there on the green where we are, and you got the Nation of Islam on one side talking their stuff, and then you got the Rastas, Nyabingis, where I was, burning weed and beating drums and just having conversation. And then after we picked up and we walked back across the bridge back towards Brixton. This is a continuous motion. They know what's going to happen. It's all time. It's all set. It's all, you get it. It's not an inconvenience for them.
Yeah,
they know. It's just like BLM is planned.
First be laughing, like the police be laughing at man, like, oh, these men are doing this shit again. And like after a week, they go back to their normal selves, so like doing this beef shit again. Like all the men that were there with the what's it called, the BLM get together, whatever. They're all back to the same bullshit.
Bro, them man ain't doing jack,
same
bro.
postcode thing.
They ain't doing jack, bro. You know what I mean? These are the people who feel some type of way now. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Feel that something's affecting them now. Yeah, just like before, just like going to the Battle of Trafalgar to go and fight for a fucking statue. Yeah, it's those people who felt that way then. Do you get it? And if you didn't come out, and what? That's my point. Do you get what I'm saying? I don't like the way man's trying to make man feel guilty. For not coming.
Like on social media saying if you don't, what's called your silence made you a traitor because you didn't post the BLM. I was like, that was the dumbest shit I saw in it. Because
that's really gonna make you do it.
Of a register, like I just posted the BLM thing, so I've done my duty. What fucking duty, man? What duty have you done to post a picture of a BLM and say the black box and say I've done my duty? That was the most fucking coward thing I've ever seen in it.
It's wow. It's just
intimidation.
I'm back,
where's Mohib? Where's Sash? They
It's
had
nice
to get
to
off.
hear that.
And fire dropped off as well, man.
Fire. Where they at? They
I don't
trying
know.
to get back in?
Yeah, I probably.
I think his signal was cutting out because he kept cutting out on it.
Yeah. He was in the middle of getting that work still. Yeah, man, that's mad, man.
Listening in.
Can you imagine that? You know what I mean? I just can't. My people, man. We gotta wake up, bros. We gotta wake up, man. This is all madness.
I think
Keep
the
telling
mistake that
people.
a lot of people make is like we feel like we care so much about like the colonizer and how the colonizer treat us, and like we want the colonizer to love us, innit? Why would you want your enemy to love you? Like we care so much about them man loving us and them man treating us nice. My thing is the biggest freedom is saying fuck them man, we don't need them, we're gonna do our thing and actually focusing on building our shit without actually begging them for freedom and begging them for better. Like I feel like we get comfortable begging them to give us freedom. Take it, man. And like there's multiple ways to do that. Where like if you not include them, that's a way to that not including them is a way to actually fight them in it. But I
gotta ask people like, do you feel like the powers that be are like, oh my fucking god, fuck, they're protesting, oh shit, they're walking through the streets and they're saying that they're not happy with what we're doing. Fuck, this is the beginning and the end. Do you think they care?
No, they don't give a shit because they know the majority is still sitting at home doing whatever they say.
They be laughing.
They're laughing.
Yeah, that's the bit I couldn't take. You know, like man assume that because you didn't attend on Saturday, you was complying to you might not have been. You might have been out. You might have been doing your thing. You might have been, having to do normal everyday stuff.
As far as I'm concerned, it's been impossible for me to be a black man and go with the COVID rules. All rules and all laws are designed to attack me, my freedoms, my liberties. I can't speak about the rest of you lot in the world. I don't know how you lot go about your business. Me wearing a mask is an attack on my liberty. Me not being able to meet with my family is an attack on my liberty. Me not being able to meet with more than 6 people is an attack on my liberty. Me not being able to enjoy music, socialization, or whatever, blah, 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 attack on my liberty. Me not being able to travel to my country of origin, attack on my liberty. Like there's so many different ways. I just feel like I've been attacked.
Oh, don't tell me Jed's dropped out as well.
Yep, his internet's just killing it today.
Yeah, but he was making a good point. You know what I mean?
It's crazy, bro. Like, yo, man, like Fire, man. Fire makes me laugh anyway, man. He's funny. You get me? Like,
everyone's at different stages, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what it is, you know. Like
everyone's feeling it, and everyone's trying to do
what's
something.
going on around you. Yeah, like this is a sight up, man. Just to make people come out of their house. The last time it was all part of that. Yeah, let's go and defend the statue. No, you just want freedom. Stop it.
And more than just a psyop, there's so much ritual significance as well. The solstice.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Where you're doing it.
Else.
You know what I mean? Trafalgar Square and all of that. Like, yo, like, what's going on? What's going on?
I do feel like it's a stage thing in it. Like even I went through that stage. I was the stage where I wanted to do the protesting and fucking writing and mashing up all them EDL man in it. But I feel like I can't shame him because he's stuck. But he also can't shame me for not feeling, because that's the problem that a lot of people make, where they say, well, because on this conscious level, whatever level that there is, or then you're not doing it the right way. But I just feel like that's the mistake that we do. Like, oh, you're not part of the culture, you're not part of the people, because you're not like going around and shouting at feds and calling feds pigs and all that shit.
And
like,
I'm saying, what is that? What is that? The people, the community, the black community, and all of that. I'm like, what is that? I got my family, my people, my thing, my community, yeah. But that encompasses all different types of people. Do you get it? You don't know who's gonna have my back from who's not gonna have my back. You get me? It could be a guy who looks like a op, like a fed. You know what I mean? Oh, no, that's my long time friend, black. Just allow him, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he likes Nigerian food. Chat. You know what I'm saying? What you say, mate? Yeah, and that's the environment I grow up in. So there's never these meetings where the black community sit down and we discuss certain things. No, man. I'm an African. You know what I'm saying? I'm a Nigerian. So we got maybe Nigerian communities, Nigerian events, you know, women's meetings, tribal meetings, all of them things there. Man don't even attend those shits.
Yeah.
But as this unified rule and set of laws by the black community is non-existent. So no man is going to shame man, for not complying to a list that doesn't exist.
I think like what always gets me, like this confuses me, innit? Like middle class white males or middle class white women telling black youths, because I used to get told this in school, innit? A middle class white lady trying to convince you that I'm oppressed. I'll be saying by who? She'll be like by a system, and everyone's like, yeah, you're oppressed. I'm like, by who? So I'm listening to a middle class lady whose life is blessed, and telling me, a black youth, that I should accept that I'm oppressed and that I'm a minority. And like everyone's just accepting that shit.
Minority. Yeah, no, you know, it's the same as people wanting to travel, right? They haven't brought in no law saying yet you gonna have to take this vaccine to travel. But in the minds of people, they're already at that stage. Do you get it? Where they're already implying it, like, yeah, if it gets to the stage where we have to, I'm gonna take the vaccine. Like, rah, you're thinking this thing into existence
in advance.
Every word has, you get me, like weight, color, ingredients. You know what I mean? From the thought, like man said, the thought of man's mind came an action, a physical thing, a creation. Do you get what I'm saying? So man create shit. Woman create shit. That's why I always say, women, be careful with your words. I beg. Don't be going around just naturally just cursing, man. I hope something happens to you. You see? You see? You see? That's how that shit starts. You get what I'm saying? So words have power, man. People got to recognize, man. Sure. Yes, Jeds. You're back.
Yeah, man. Like you can see, every time I go to open my, bro, it's just one of them back.
Yeah, I know.
People want to ring me. I don't need to be rang, bro. No one needs. You like, if you don't have my number, don't phone me. Any of you that has got my, don't fucking phone me, man. I don't want you to phone me. I don't want to talk to you. Yeah, message me. Don't call me. When I call you, pick up though. Really?
Yeah.
But yo, Sniper, don't you think we give words power though? Like we can have
hold
power.
on. Wait. Let's not run to words and all that. We gotta stick on protest.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so another.
And that's what my thing is. It's like, man is saying these things, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, oh, you didn't come. You lot, you know what I'm saying? You people, oh shit. You're already making distinctions and separations. You've already conformed to the program. Now you're looking back at us and saying, oh yeah, you didn't go, you ain't shit. Effectively, do you get what I'm saying? You didn't go, you're not woke, you ain't thing, you ain't got thing, you ain't showing rebelliousness. Well, rebelliousness is to say my house when I know better. You get it? It's not to attend such things, like put myself in a compromising space. Why am I going to do that? I'm a real radical. Like, I will do stuff. Like, when I go stuff, I'm itching to do stuff. Like, are we going to do stuff? So are we just going to like stand around here? And you get me? I'm ready to roll. We are not for fucking sale. You know what I'm saying? Let's do this. Yeah. Let's get into the action and the fighting. You can see my shit on video, man. Like, I don't give a fuck, bro. Yeah, for my people, if you're doing slavery and that, bro, I'm mad. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm the nigga who directed people to Buckingham Palace. Like, we're walking past it, talking about, yeah, free the Libyans, free the slaves. Excuse me. You see this woman here, right here? She's responsible. Where are we going further than her yard?
Yeah.
You know
I feel like even the whole like marching to, unless you really do some radical militant shit, then I feel like walking shouting at them, man, ain't doing nothing because they don't care.
Look, all it taught me, is that man gave man confidence that man could move a crowd, man can move people, man can direct people. You people come this way, things like that. So that was a new experience for man. Then everything after that became easy. Do you get it? Oh yeah, let's all stand in a circle, grab your hands, we're going to block this traffic. We only let in ambulances through. Police have to wait because they weren't rushing when our kids was dying. Do you get it? They stayed on the outside of the circle or the outside. They never troubled us, never. Yeah, but we was being disruptive. You get me? We was being disruptive. We blocked the road outside Parliament Square. No money, bruv. The hours we was out there till late in the night. No money, bruv. The bus drivers turned off their bus. You get me? Everybody's with us in that sense. Yeah, essential workers and that. We was letting them through. Black brother in a white van. Yeah, go true, bro. You know what I'm saying? Break the circle. Let him through. Let him through. Let him through. Ambulance, definitely go through. Feds, stay your ass over there. We even had feds trying to infiltrate the circle. Media trying to infiltrate. Like, bro, it was a lot. But we learned a lot. And from there, we were asked to return the next time to help in the organization of what was going on. And then after that, later on, we came with our own concept. Then Jade, as Jedi said, he's the one who said, "Nah, man, you know what? We need to go talk them. People can't be shooting little girls in their head and all of them type of stuff there. We need to put a stop to this now." I was the most vehement against it. I was like, allow my ends. But if you lot are going, I have to go with you. You get it? So I know what he's talking about. He's talking 100%. That concept came on his mind. You get me? We were sitting there. A man said, yeah, look, this is what's going on. This is what I think. This is what we should do. Action, action, action. Words, sound, power. You get it? So all of this secret agent stuff is in those marches. It's the program of the marches. It's organized. It's got a time. The people have probably paid the fines already. That's what people are not realizing. So certain men are already organizers are abiding by the COVID laws and rules. We saw it a week ago with Kate. How you gonna go to a vigil and think that's already been paid for? Who paid for this?
Oh, fuck that family, bro. Anyway, but
yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because of the woman died and but they made sure they told us that on the news. I don't really watch the news, but I just saw the Kate thing and I was like, rah. But they made sure they explained that, yeah, these people who are organizing this thing know it's a gathering of people, know it's against the rules, but they've created a fund overnight that's raised certain amount of money, which was able to pay the £20,000 or £10,000 fine for bringing people together. So what do you think Saturday was? It would not have been allowed to happen. I'm telling you that right now, demonstrations right now, no. Unless somebody appealed to somebody and somebody said, yeah, cool, do that. This is the time. This is the date. This is the route. Do you get it? Because when we was doing our thing, we had route finder. You were saying, man who was like knew the area. This is different. This is like, yeah, this is unfamiliar to most people. They came from far and wide to come to where? To the city of London, which is a city within a city. It's all ley lines. It's all ritualed off. It's all thing. Everywhere you go, there's gonna be a blood clot statue or a blood clot devil's bridge. You know what I'm saying? Or entrance to hell and shit. Marble arch and all of that. Like, ain't people seeing what's going on? But now you there.
This is
with
my
that vibration. You know what it is, bro?
Yeah.
It's the word that hurt, man, was feel good factor. Yeah. When man said, yeah, it was a feel good factor thing. Man said, no, it's not that, it's not that, it's not that. Well, it was that, bro.
Yeah, that's what I have to be honest with that, innit? Because if you're gonna do writing, don't say I'm writing to make change. Nah, you're doing it to cause hazard to the government, innit? Just say that. But if you do this, I'm writing to make a change and do it for the betterment of black people. Let's not lie. It ain't doing shit. Just do it. But if you're doing it on the basis of I'm gonna be at war with the government and be a military, then yeah, do that, innit? Don't chat shit to yourself, innit? That's calm.
Yeah.
Like, if I'm gonna you get me, that's say that, innit? Say that with your chest, innit? But I feel like when you start saying, because you're not doing this with me and you're not jumping on this rioting and causing hazard thing, then you're not a real what's it called? Whatever the whole woke. I feel like the whole woke thing is basically like another thing that just like puts you in a little bubble. Like I'm a woke individual. I don't care about that.
Yeah. It's psyop. It's another psyop. It's another psyop.
I'm free. Like, be free, man. Why are you like you're not woke? I don't care, blood. I'm just me. I'm free, and I just like whatever I understand it. I know. I just teach my brothers and sisters, innit? But the whole woke thing, just putting yourself in a bracket which just gives you like fucking The solutions, man, just chat shit, man. But
yeah, man, it was crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, as I said, we're fighting against forces that are complying, but not seeming to comply. Do you get it? Seeming to be rebellious, Extinction Rebellions, and all of these, bro. They're not real. They're not really rebellious. They're not really giving you another option. It's another
Limited
fake
rebellion.
option. Yeah, limited. It's limited. It's limited.
No, I
It's
said
limited. It's created.
permitted.
Yeah, permitted rebellion.
But definitely limited.
Yeah. Permitted and limited rebellion. Yes. You get it? It just works smoothly, rolls off the tongue. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and that's the
Permitted
truth
rebellion.
of it.
Because what happens to the true rebellions? They're labeled like terrorists and them shit there, and that or they're
Listen, if it's real, yeah, you can't put a label on it.
What's knocking the door like that?
You can't put a label on it. You can't say it's revolution and and it's got a label already and t-shirts made and all of that. Merchandise and that. You get it? It doesn't work like that. If it's organic, it's organic. You get me? People had a blood clot enough. Yeah. We would see if people had a blood clot enough, but it doesn't seem like that. And even when it is supposed to seem like that, it's organized. Got 20,000 self-made crisis actors. You know what I mean? Self-made with the agents in there as well, just to add spice and, you know, let off a few fireworks and, you know, smoke grenades and all of that. That's all organized. You think 420 is not organized by a MP who starts it off, officiates it? It's not organized by people who smoke weed. You get it? Right in Speaker's Corner again, another place, another ceremony, another thing that's going on.
All right, cool. Can you hear me?
Yes,
I don't know how long I'm gonna be here. You get me? I'm just getting. I don't know what's happening with me right now, boy. But fuck it, we here, we pushing through. Boom. Let's get to this. Pick a one. Let's go back to the. Let's go to the standard, the Evening Standard. Check this out. 3 cases of New York COVID variant detected in the UK. Public Health England confirms New York version. Now, why are they telling us about the New York version? Where is it? Where is it? Let me go out. Let me get to the mirror. Oh no, that's where it's written.
Don't come in. It's just 1 second. Wait there.
All right, boom. Here we go. Boom. The Mirror. Health chiefs have confirmed on Monday that swabbing suggests the B1.526 strain, which has caused havoc in New York, may have been in Britain for at least a month. Right. Boom. Check it. A new coronavirus variant, which was first identified in New York, is in the UK. In the UK, and there are fears it could make the COVID jab less effective. I repeat. Yeah, I repeat. It could make the COVID jab less effective. Health chiefs have confirmed on Monday that swabbing suggests the scientists tracking the constantly evolving virus say they have so far found 3 cases of B1.526 in the UK. Public Health England say the virus could have been picked up in travellers quarantining after flying into Britain. They did not deny it was already been detected 3 times in the UK. And US the red list, which means arriving to the many samples of the B1.526 contain the troublesome E484. Okay, am I still live? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I've got to check because I've been talking and I look and then I'm not even online. Mutation and other changes which scientists say can make the vaccine slightly less effective. We are beginning. Why are you taking a vaccine? 1, it doesn't stop you from getting infected, and 2, there's more strains mutating as we speak, which are gonna eventually render the version of the vaccine you took Pointless. Just something to bear in mind when you're making your considerations about whether you're going to get the jab or not. Just know there's strains out here. Remember, first of all, when the weird little strains started coming out, there was like, oh, well, yeah, there's nothing to suggest that your vaccine is going to be less effective. But the fact that even in there made us know that this is the route they're going down. I highlighted it, bringing it up, speaking about it, letting people know this is what's going to go on. We're here now. We're getting different variants coming from different places, apparently. And just like the flu jab, there's no one flu jab that deals with all of influenza. They have to keep updating it. We even had a period of time where they were using out of date or old flu jabs, and then they got reprimanded for it because they say, look, everyone that we just jabbed is not resistant to this new version, this new update of influenza. They're treating us like PCs. Yeah, and they're going on like they got the new update to Norton antivirus, and we're falling for it. McAfee and all these things. We're falling. Literally what's going on right now. Please just be aware and know what game they're, you know what I mean? Just know what game is going on. The New York variant, yeah, may be rendering the jab less effective. Let's let that sink in with you for a minute. Yeah. Plus, we already got the Europe variant that Boris Johnson went on record to say yesterday, like 5 days after Jedi told you. Yesterday, he's gone on record to say, yo, this thing's coming. It's going to hit England and it's going to fuck us up. We look in a third wave. So now everyone that's supposed to be celebrating, yeah, you can't fly nowhere legally or whatever, yeah. But you're taking jabs. These new versions are coming out faster than the jabs are rolling out. That might be rendering your jab ineffective. And plus, we got a third wave coming. So, I mean, what are we going to do? I don't see how the protest affected any of this. Not in a bad way. Not to say putting it all on a protest, but because it's today's conversational piece, do protests work? I say the protest is not going to work against any of the plans that the powers that be have, because 99.9% of protests that we see happening and we hear publicized are controlled opposition's psyops. Real people go to them. Good people, people I know, people I think, yeah, you lot are on a good thing. They go to these things. Doesn't mean that, you know what I mean? I could have gone. Fire of Truth went. I'm sure we all know someone that probably attended. I'm not saying calling them agents or saying anything bad about them. What I'm saying is overarching who constructed this day and why and to what benefit and how does it benefit us, the people? And if it doesn't, is there any forms of action that we could be undertaking or ways of thinking we could be adapting or adopting, should I say, that would lead us to liberation? My answer is to stop complying with the laws and the rules of this land. That would what I'd be proposing. If I had the mic for 20 seconds, that's what I'd be saying. Get it, get it, get it, get it.
That's where we need fire.
Yeah, we need them to come back.
Oh, because it's really that simple, man.
It's exactly as I said from the start, isn't it? Just don't comply.
Bro, don't even say don't comply. It's just do your own thing.
That's right.
Do you know what I mean?
But then, Mahib comes to his argument of, oh, that's selfish. Well, I don't care. I'll be selfish then if that's the case. I really don't.
But as I said, I'm not going to assume that Mohib is going to be frontline when this thing goes off. You get it? I'm not going to sure how he's going to react to real, you know what I mean, the real situation. But that would be an assumption on my part still. And I'm saying I wouldn't do that. So I don't think that any of them should assume anyone else is thinking or how they, you get me? Because they didn't respond to the program.
And I hear the whole, oh, well, if you don't go, either you do nothing. I do hear that. Inactivity, I do get that, man. It's frustrating when you feel like you've got this energy, this fire, and you want to do something, and you go in places, and people telling you, oh, well, yeah, you know what? People sitting at home like, yeah, well, boy, that's a psyop. Blah, blah, that, man. That's dead. Like, that's frustrating as well when you're talking to people that don't do enough or when it's people that don't do anything that speak to you. But when it's your brothers that you know are up for action, maybe it has a slightly different sound, but it still can be annoying, isn't it? Like, bro, what are you lot doing? You're not sitting on the internet talking about, this is a psyop. You should have come out and been with the people. To be fair, I wanted to utilize that moment to create a piece of art that spoke to people. So I am aware that it has its uses, you know? I didn't attend, but I will be using footage from yesterday and from Saturday's events to tie into my little projects. That's my bit of awakening the masses and reminding myself, Wagwan. That's it, my little piece. You know what I mean? If we all made little efforts, then I'm sure we'd be getting, you know what I mean? I'm sure it'd be powerful. But we all got to make little efforts. I know I sleep at night knowing I make my little efforts, even from my little kitchen. Even without leaving the yard, I make my little efforts. And I know enough of my brothers and sisters do around me, make their little, you know, their little campaigns, their little efforts. Whether it's not wearing your mask here, or not doing this, or not doing that, or not complying, or chatting to your uncle, or your mom, or your dad, or, you know, like, you know, posting something or speaking on something. All these little acts, they do count. They do count. Don't ever get it twisted. They do count, man. But I believe there's far more people that are inactive and not doing shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? By far. By far. You know? But yeah, man, keep making your little acts of rebellion and doing your thing, man.
But I don't think we should move away from the key issues surrounding this particular thing that just passed on a Saturday, and the whole ritual side of it as well. These kind of big major internet, we shouldn't move away from that. Yeah, we got to acknowledge all of the frustrations of the what Fire or Mohi would have, but and maybe not Mohi, but I can't remember where he stands on this. But Fire, for example, was kind of just ignoring the whole point of
because
it
he's not
based on the 20th of March. And I'm not attacking Fire. What I meant to say is that most people would ignore that because they're not up on it. They don't know about it. They don't know of the significance. That was the point I was trying to make. But we should not stray away from that because it is highly significant. Highly significant.
Yeah, highly significant. Yeah, I agree, man. And maybe it's just an avenue that it's an angle that people should be paying attention to. But like it's like the hidden calendar is not something that people seem to be awakened to, man. There's a calendar, there's a schedule of programming, there's a schedule of events, there's a calendar, and there's locations that you can pinpoint as well. Let's take Hyde Park, let's take Kensington Palace and Alexandra Palace and Buckingham Palace and this whole little area, Parliament Square. Let's take that out of the agenda. Is there anything else that goes on in the country of any significance that we should be fucking vibes into? Or is there a place that we should go and meet? I would say you need to tell everyone to come to your estate. Tell everyone to come meet you on your estate, on your block, in your ends, in your high street. It's not perfect, but it's better than there. It's better. And I was one of the people that used to always call, yo, if we're doing anything, can we do it in West? Can we do it in Central? I know why I was saying that. So that when it goes peak tongue, I could smash 2 windows and grab some jewelry and come up. That's why I was saying it. I was well in criminal mind. I had meetings with people about this shit back in the days when I was a youngster. A man knew me as a rider. A man said, yeah, Jed, come to this meeting. I went to a meeting and they started to recruit me to recruit my brethren to make sure when I get the call, we were gonna roll down to West End. I was up for it. One of my brethren's uncles didn't even call my brethren, call me. Yeah, you're the leader. You're that guy. You're the one. You're you. Your brethren will listen to you. My nephew will listen to you. Come. That's real shit. It never transpired. It never happened. Do you know what I mean? But the ethos was there amongst the elders in a certain community. The idea was there. But really, it was just old men's ideas using young men's muscle. Yet again, always the same way. But still, I appreciated the shout out. You know what I mean? I probably would have been sitting doing 15 years in Ross Clark jail. But I appreciated the shout out. You want to see the young brothers eat. You can't run as fast as me. You're not as young. So send them out to go do a works. and just guide them in a way where they can get away with it. I get it, man. You get me? I'd known for doing more dumb, stupid shit anyway. So that made sense. But yeah, man.
Did you get the super chat, Jen?
Huh?
You got a super chat from Rion.
Rion? Okay, maybe I missed it.
R10.
Oh, Rion, big up yourself. Big up yourself. I'm not going to play the music just now, yeah? If you don't mind, please. Sorry. It's easier to fool people than to convince them that they've been fooled. Mark Twain. Big up, Jeds. Great show today. Powers to the family. And number 47, please. Yeah. I'm going to give you number 47, but you owe me a penny. So how you going to pay me back my penny? So the tickets are £5, and they take 40% of what they take in 40% of what you put up there anyway. My brothers. Yeah? I'm going to get you a number, though, King. I'm going to get you a number.
You have to PayPal a penny. PayPal a penny.
Someone did something like that one time.
I know.
They actually paid for the rest of the change. Someone did that. I thought it was funny. Yeah, I just got no internet in my yard for whatever reason, so it's just going to cut out at any time. You say 47, yeah?
Yep.
47's been taken, my friend. Sorry. It's been taken by Accent Queen. Yeah, 47's been taken by Accent Queen, family. So what you going to do?
Wasn't 47 a winning number last time?
It was.
Everyone after that 47 again. Big up, Sash.
Big up.
Yeah, what go on, Sash? You good, yeah?
Yeah, man. I've been listening in. Been a bit busy, so I just thought I'd jump off in case someone else wanted to jump on.
Yeah, you weren't taking up no one's space though, but respect. Respect, man.
Oh, big up Rion. Rion just done a super sticker to cover his shortage.
Now pick yourself, Rion. Now they're gonna take 40% of that.
Yeah, it covers it though. You didn't do a penny.
Come on then, let's go. What number do you want, Rion? Anybody else that wants to get some numbers? Oh man, let's get this popping. £200, figure me, jigger me, jackpot. When all the numbers are gone, when 90 of the numbers are gone, we can roll, you know. Big up to the last winner, you remain. You won twice. You won the jackpot and the runner-up prize. Mad thing.
Did he come and collect it in the end?
Yeah, I PayPal'd him it.
Oh, okay.
PayPal'd him his winnings, isn't it? And you know what? He's bought more tickets, and he bought some tickets for some of you lot as well. I actually forgot. He bought some tickets today. Yeah. Let me get your number. What number is South talking about? From Mohib. Mohib don't know what he's doing, man. Getting this Puerto Rican numbers and that. I don't get it.
She's trainer, isn't it?
Yeah, she's personal trainer.
I think he appreciates that.
All right, let me look into this now. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, this is the part where you lot all hold your breath in it. I forgot.
Yep. Not to say, bro. Your numbers.
I'm taking some numbers as well. Just got sidetracked by some messages. Hold on.
Don't say it out loud, S, for God's sake.
I'm gonna.
Not yet, not yet.
I know what S is taking. He wants number 100.
100, did it?
Yeah, that's what he said.
All right, boom.
I think, Jed, it might help.
He said,
I know you're gonna hate
you
this,
remember
but Go on. Why? Not playing with the internet this time.
Thinking. Deep thought. Da 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 da. Da, 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 da. Elevator music. That's the sound of the man lighting up a zoo. Yay, yay. Were you burning on Mary Jane?
I was trying to play Who Can Stay Quiet the Longest with Jeds.
I think we're getting silent treatment.
I have a bit of a cross of OZK and Orange Tree.
A what? Sorry?
OZK and Orange Tree.
Oh, OCK, sorry.
Yeah. But to be honest, you remember them cookies that I made last night?
Right.
Yeah, that's all I need right now. That was a lot.
Is that good,
that was a lot. Yeah.
What are you saying? You're going to start making that?
Maybe. I've always said that I should, but it's like, do I have the I don't know, like I got I set up a whole Instagram page and stuff.
Mary Jane's cookies,
just...
cookie.
Yeah, cookie, sweet cookies,
organic cookies, sweet cookies, whatever.
Vegan, ginger, the whole shebang. Come on.
Yeah. An herbal remedy cookie. Awesome.
Sniper, what's your number?
Yeah.
You've been bought a number.
Who bought me a number?
You remain.
Oh, big up, you remain. Let me see. Bloody hell. What is 19 gone?
Yep.
Yeah, Sasha.
Trying to get Sasha's number.
That's how she answers so quick, isn't it? What did I say last time? All right. What about 73?
Sniper. Okay, Mary Jane, you've been bought a number, but you remain.
Oh, big up. 27, please, and thank you.
You really did just jump in my head and take another number I was thinking about.
Sorry, S.
MJ, yeah. And Sasha, pick a number.
Is one still there?
One is not there, no.
Can I go for 90 if it's still there?
90 is not there. S has got that.
Oh, S. Is it you?
Yeah, I got
that. My eyesight is bad. Can I go for 10, please? Please tell me 10 is not.
You can go for 10, but you're gonna have to pay some money for it because no one bought you a ticket.
Oh, do you know what I was gonna say as well? Yeah, you know them awkward ones there, and I'm waiting to hear my name or not. You're an arsehole, man. Hey, Jed, you're mean. I'm going. That's horrible. I didn't expect one either, so now I just feel like a dickhead.
You gotta take it on the chin.
No.
She's like, what is number?
You know that number's gone now.
It doesn't matter. That's what I was gonna do. It doesn't matter.
Oh man.
Fuck you, that was bad, man. Someone buy Sasha a ticket. That's bad.
No, it's cool. I will buy one because I'm just embarrassed now.
Oh my lady, throw your hands up with me. Hey. Let me buy my own ticket because I got it like that.
Oh, allow it.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
That was mean. That was fucking still. I
That's
didn't
horrible,
expect
man.
it to work that well as well. I feel bad. I feel proper bad.
I'm not sure how that could have gone any other way, to be honest with you.
All right, so who is this? Is this H? Is it about like H? Yeah.
What time did H finish his set last night?
H was dropping some
He was on some mad
jams,
thing,
boy.
I was out, man. I was out. It was affecting my spirit,
I
bro.
left S and H in some deep discussion, and then 5 minutes later, I was like, "Wait a minute."
It was gone. I left S.
Yeah, when I clocked you lot left me there with H, I was like,
When you lot got to some deep into, oh, we're going there again. I'm out.
Yeah, but you was in. That's what I'm saying. There's a deep conversation. I felt like
H
that
was-
was going to go on for hours anyway.
H was on one yesterday though. He went in. He went in.
What was he breaking down?
But no, it's not even what he was breaking down. Like, I didn't want to break him down. You know what I mean? I agree with a lot of what he believes in, but he just couldn't see the element of it doesn't have to be funneled through a control point. Like, why can't we achieve it ourselves? But I didn't want to break him down too much because it's H. So anyway, I just left him to it. I saw everyone left me there, so I left him there. I called for you, you weren't there, so I just left him there. So my man kind of jumped into the shoes from like, my man starts saying, yeah, when we start look at chat, start engage with the chat now. Oh no, all before that though, start look at chat, engage with the chat. Then he's like, yeah, but what is it he said? I said, yeah, he was playing music, that's what it was. And he's like, oh, someone said, oh, stop playing, Mary Jan, I think, said, stop playing the music and sing. Watch H. I tell you what, if I get 100 likes, I'm going to sing. My man got the likes full out to 108, 109, fam. He got $10 donation from Brad. He got fucking views was fluctuating. He nearly hit 50 viewers from like 37. H was on. Yeah, blood.
Wow. I big him up. And you know what? And on top of that, he dropped man a PayPal. He says, the best way to help other people is to help yourself first. I bow down to those who have destroyed lust, anger, greed, pride, attachment, duality, individuality. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. Hey, yeah, man, I respect that. I respect that, man.
Come on. He's funny,
and let me get sang. Yeah. S. One. Tenor, 2 numbers. We want. Where you are? Boy?
I wrote it there in the message.
I ain't been bothered to open it. Just tell me.
All right, 30 for me and 60 for my mom.
Yeah. All right, man. Mommy S. Yeah, mom. Big up. Good luck to Mommy S. May the luck of the Ebo be with you. And good luck, S. May the luck of the Ebo be with you. And good luck, Mary Jen and Sniper. May the luck of the Ebo be with you.
Jeez.
There you go.
Oh wait, you can still wish me luck, you know, Jez. I do have a number on there.
I wish you luck before.
I may not have got 10, but I do have a number there.
I wish you luck before. You get me? And Scripture, where you are, Scripture, you've been bought a ticket as well by You Remain. So he bought Mary Jane a ticket for holding down the platform and being a great panelist. He bought Sniper a ticket for being the funniest on the panel, and he bought Scripture a ticket for being his favorite vaccine challenge verse. And he said he's going to fall back this week in case people start. Because I accused him of judge straight in my email. I straight accused him of judge, and he's like, he's gonna fall back. What did he say? It was a funny message, but he's gonna fall back in case he wins and gets accused of more judge.
I should have got a ticket for discovering that he was a hacker, though.
A hacker.
Come on, you Remain.
But big him up, man. Big him up. You Remain. Always showing love, man. Much love, man. Yeah, and he bought me a ticket just because I'm Jeds. You know what I mean?
That's fair.
Yeah, man. Anyone else want a ticket while I'm at it, while I'm here? Quickly grab you a ticket. I'll come back to it at some point. Remember, you can cash at me and PayPal me as well. So it's not just super chat. In fact, I prefer if you cash at me or PayPal me. If I'm honest with you, I would prefer that. But I'll take all forms of a thingy. And you know what? I ain't really seeing like the family like just donating. I understand that some of you lot ain't really into the lottery and whatever. I tried to make it another way where you could like maybe get something out of it and also show some love. But yeah, I appreciate the people that just take their time out and their hard-earned shekels.
Have you got
do
Brad's
the donations? Like man, like Brad, like you get me. Brad don't even want a ticket. Buy this ticket from. I buy this ticket from Mohib. Mohib, all right, Mohib. I'm gonna put. Big up yourself, Brad. Though, man, you deserve the fucking jingle, man. You're smashing it out with the orange numbers and that. Man, like Brad, you know, comes through, drops a 40 on man. Minor, like boom, all that Jeds, love that, and he's on G Block.
Big spliff for that. Whoa. So you know what man's leaner. Blood, I'd rather die before I let him hit me with a vaccine. Never that. Mandatory for everybody. You know what that? Leaner. Keep ties to the mob. Stay on job for the peace. MOB. Why would I run? If I got my machine? When I got that, best be ready.
Yeah, big up yourself. Oh, why does it not come up on the screen? Oh, yeah, it will do. Is it on the screen?
Yeah. It says big up Trill family, that one.
Yeah, man, my computer's mash up. There's nothing on my screen. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, big up to everyone. Big up Trill Mimosa. Trill Mimosa, see you in the chats. MD Trill, Rion, B Rika, Troublesome Trill. Who else is there, man? I probably missed some of you lot. But big up to all of you. John Stone in the building. Dublin's Trillers Pacifier, Southside. South, what number do you want, South? South said he wants 29. Didn't that just go? No, 29. All right, man. The board is filling up. Yeah, man. I'm waiting for South to buy me a ticket. Yeah, and big up the man like Brad, man. Much appreciation for the donations. Big up to everyone that be donating and showing some love. Keep that up. Keep up that spirit. So where we at, man? Today was a juicy one, man. It was a juicy one. I knew it was gonna bang because I'm just like, yo, this protesting is mad. Like after protesting, then they come out in the news and tell us, you know, you can't travel and all these little things, man. Mohib said he wants number one. Number one's gone, Mohib. Number one's gone, broski.
But also, Jed, what we haven't spoken about is what is the changes that they're trying to introduce when it comes to protesting.
When it comes to what?
Protests. Because that's what the whole Bristol thing was about. The Kill Bill thing is that they're trying to change what people are allowed to do during protests. Or how the police are allowed to... Yeah, I did have it.
We look through it. Yeah, we look through that, bro.
Police crime and sentence power.
Mary?
Yes, Miss Potato Head.
So you mentioned in the comments, yeah, about the fact you can't find who organised the protest on Saturday.
Saturday's one, yeah.
I find that really interesting.
Yeah, all I could find was like information about how many thousands of people were there, how many arrests, like basically all the media reports after it, but I can't find anything from before.
Protesters, seasoned protesters, and people that are involved with grassroots organizations don't know who organized the protest. So, do you know what I mean? I don't think we're gonna find it just looking on the internet. And this is what I'm saying, like, how is that possible?
Right? But while I was looking at that, I also found it strange that we didn't know anything about the fact that it was, what was it, hashtag Racial Discrimination Day on Sunday. And apparently there was lots of online protests about that. And I was like, oh, anyway. So much shit out there. Let me share this page. Pardon me. I need to stop eating.
You're still eating, Mag. Pick up the chest.
I'm still. It's the munchies, man.
Yo,
the
big up.
cookies are giving me the munchies.
Big up, Mag. One.
Big up, man.
How's everybody doing? You alright?
Good,
Yeah,
man.
not
You?
bad, fella. Not bad, bro. You know what I mean?
Cool.
Not bad, man.
The sun's shining in your kitchen finally, Jeds.
Yeah. Sunshine in the kitchen.
Wicked.
Might be day 2 of not leaving my house. My thing. Yeah, man. But I'm working in lots of other ways, so not leaving my house. I get out there when I need to, and weekends I'm usually not in my yard. I'm working in lots of other ways, so
I hear that.
not leaving my house. I get out there when I need to. Mercy, turn on your YouTube, brother. Not in my yard. I'm working in lots of other ways, so big up, bro. Thank you for that. Well, one steps, you good?
Yeah, man. Yo, what do you think about the lockdown ending on the summer solstice?
I've said what I said, man. I said what I said, man. It's all a ritual, man. I told you, it's so easy to see. Once you're aware of the calendar, everything falls into place. Things even happen on special days. It's like, it's a calendar. It's all a ritual. It's all about social engineering, influencing the mind, body, and more importantly, the spirit of man. Social consciousness, the egregor. Let's look at that word again. Yeah, egregor.
Remember last time we talked about that?
Do you remember that?
Yeah. That was a mad thing, innit? That would just come up on that day as well, innit?
Just come up, boy. That's a mad.
What's that?
I'll show you. I'm gonna go into Google now. Egregor. How many people have heard of egregor? Don't go and Google it. Yeah,
I'm Googling it now, man.
Oh no, wait, man! I'm gonna show you. I'm about to show you.
Oh, you have to be the oracle. Safe. I'll just sit and wait.
Yeah. Because let's just try and use do you know what I mean? How many people know what the word egregor is and means?
No,
anybody?
The only thing that's coming into my head is the Gregorian calendar.
Huh?
The only thing that came into my head was the Gregorian calendar, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Gregorian calendar, which I think there probably could be some. All right, here we go. Let me go to this comes under theosophy, by the way. That's a little link here, a little clue. Egregor, also spelled egregor. From French, egregor. From ancient Greek, egregoros, wakeful, is an occult concept representing a distinct non-physical entity that arises from a collective group of people, aka group consciousness, or any deity. I'm not reading from the thing now. I'm freestyling, by the way, just so that you don't think or any deity or being that we all agree exists. Could COVID-19 be an egregor? Just like the gods of old. Anybody that's seen American Gods would understand the concept of an egregor or group consciousness.
Yeah.
When we all decide that it exists, because that is the power of man.
But would you say that there's been a lot of these, but this one's just the biggest one yet?
I don't think it's the biggest one yet.
Okay,
and there's a lot of these. And when you go into the article on it, which I will do, it says each nation has an egregor. So your landmass that you're on will have an egregor, a collective somethings. I love the word somethings, it's my favorite word. Boom. Historically, the concept referred to angelic beings or watchers and the specific rituals and practices associated with them, namely with Enochian traditions. Am I sharing my screen? Yeah. Namely with Enochian traditions. More contemporarily, the concept has referred to a psychic manifestation or thought form occurring when any group shares a common motivation made up of and influencing the thoughts of the group. The symbiotic relationship between the egregor and its group has been compared to the more recent non-occult concept of the corporation as a judicial person or legal entity, and the meme. The term egregor referring to the most illustrious of fallen angels. However, it is important to take note of the novel's heavily orientalist and fantastical bent. No, that means ignore. Yeah. The second author to adapt egregor in a modern language seemed to be the French poet Victor Hugo in La Legend The Legend of the Ages, first series, 1859, where he uses the word egregor, first as an adjective, then as a noun, while leaving the meaning obscure. The authors seem to have needed a word rhyming with words ending in the sound of or, and it would not be the only example of word creation by Victor Hugo. However, the word is in the normal form that the Greek word, whatever, watcher, would take in French. This was the term used in the book of Enoch for great angel-like spirits. Describing terrible beings that crush us without pity because they are unaware of our existence. The concept of the egregor as a group thought form was developed in works of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn and the Rosicrucians, aka Knights of Malta, and has been referred by writers such as Valentin Tomberg, notably in his anonymously penned book Meditations on the Tarot, which was also mentioned in the book El Maravilloso Universo de la Magia by Chilean author Enrique Barrios. A well-known concept of the egregors is the gotos of the Fraternus Saturni. Fraternitas Saturni is a German magical order founded in 1926 by Eugene Grosch, aka Gregor A. Gregorius, and the four others. It is one of the oldest continuously running magical groups in Germany. The lodge is, as Gregorius states, concerned with the study of esotericism, mysticism, and magic. 1926, these motherfuckers are coming up with these orders that dealing with these highly complicated principles like group thought forms and how they are in their own way alive and able to effect change on our reality. What we don't understand is the power of our combined thoughts. And this also shows why it's so important to indoctrinate the masses and curtail too much free and fanciful thinking. Because we might sit down and create a being, a spiritual being so fucking strong that they can't take it down. This is why it's important to have controlled opposition. So they can control anyone that's on the nay or anyone that's on the yay side. And they can influence what they create, what they manifest. S, what do you think about this? This is, like, as you can see, chaos magic. This is to do with chaos magic.
This is what we were talking about, Kwanzaa. This is a sick... I heard about this concept on that day when we were talking about Kwanzaa. It made perfect... it made perfect sense. It's not fresh in my mind.
Right.
Because I've just come off the phone. But I do know, I did hear the last couple of minutes of what you were saying. Let me just pull out the page. I'll quickly read over it again. Come back to me.
Yeah. Hit the like button, family. What do you lot think about this in the chats? I mean, on the panel, man. Anyone got anything? Does it make them want to ask a question at least?
Yo, it's a scary one still. Do you know why? Yeah, because I feel like it's something that I just heard of this today, like as you've explained it. I feel like it's something that I've imagined.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
it's something inherently that I think you might know.
Yeah, like, and obviously based off of the back of the information that skirts around this subject, it's something that, like, when I see certain things, when I see a crowd running in one direction and I see the other direction is running, and when I see hysteria around anything, when it's the World Cup, the FA Cup, Olympics, religious things that are happening, like the run up to Christmas, the energy of Valentine's, like, this is what I think about.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, like, everyone's being kind of.
Yeah, there's like this group thing that comes over us.
Yeah,
but more
exactly.
down to the, has anyone of you looked?
And also, it's like, so you probably want to call it like the spirit of Christmas. Let's say there's that type of thing. But then, do you know what I mean? I've always kind of observed that type of thing and seen like there's an energy harvesting thing that's going on here.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? It's not just getting paid for likes and clicks. As
let me ask you something. If you are out protesting about COVID and how you don't believe in COVID, are you creating an anti-COVID egregor or a pro-COVID egregor? Like, I know we're not fully understanding this concept, so I might be totally off mark, but this is how I'm perceiving it.
I think you could be doing both. I think that the challenge is that, like, you could be out protesting against something and your heart's in the right place, but at the end of the day, you've been brought to a certain environment, you've been brought around certain people, certain other ideas that challenge that. And also, so whether it be like, you want to say that little patch of Central next to Trafalgar and Parliament and all that, it's got stuff in it, so that whatever you do there becomes a shag anyway.
Right.
I don't know, but this is type of things that pass my mind at times.
I would say, oh, sorry, go on.
Good things. They're good things to pass your mind, bro. But what I was gonna say is, if we go by the quote unquote law of attraction, then we would know instantly that to protest is to be pro. And to be pro something, whether in your head you're disagreeing with it or not, you are only giving energy to that thing.
Because you're for, yeah, that's the next thing I was going to say, is that, like, you're kind of confirming that it's there, confirming that it's real, confirming that they have a certain power.
Even if you're screaming about how fake it is.
Yeah.
You're still screaming about it. So therefore there's a it.
100.
Yeah, you said
you know what you say it's fake. If you say it's fake, then there's still a it.
Yeah. So, but then again, it's like I suppose we have to be careful about how we communicate about this type of thing. Then I think this
science is what they know about Mac. I think they're more closer to understanding these things. So it's like we think, oh, we're pro and we're against, and they just want us to care. They just want us to be involved, pro or against. Get me? Just say something.
Just give a fuck. Just get involved.
It's like me running this live stream. If bare people come and they're pro COVID, it's gonna be a better live stream. If there's bare pros and against going at it, it's not gonna be no skin off my teeth, because there's gonna be more viewers, more watchers, more numbers, more engagement.
Yeah, that's another thing I was getting to, is just that, like, from getting people involved in the thing. Same election is another one. Like, you're summoning up that energy in everybody's belly, in it. Like, I don't know.
All right, but going back to this egregores and what kind of egregores you're creating, yeah, instead of doing anti-COVID, you could be pro-truth, pro-freedom, pro-rights,
right,
pro-sovereignty. Do you see what I mean? And that's creating these different social thought forms, or these different psychic.
Imagine they said though, bro, look at this. Look at this. The meme. Legal entity, legal fiction. We know what this is. A legal fiction. Who you think you are, blah, 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 all that shit, capital letters. Yeah, juridical person. No. Juridical person. We know about this. the person, because we are all persons of the state, right? Yeah. Legal entity, legal fiction, and the meme. Meme.
Mad thing.
Let's see what their definition of meme is. Meme is an idea, behavior, or style that spreads by means of imitation from person to person within a culture and often carries symbolic meaning, representing a particular phenomenon or theme. A meme acts as a unit for carrying cultural ideas, symbols, or practices that can be transmitted from one person to the other. Wow. Wow. Anyone else considered how complex the meme is? I have. I definitely have.
To be fair, I kind of got the introduction to that. They did cover it when I was at uni somehow.
Wow.
As like what a meme is, and that's that definition of meme there. And that was when, because their memes have been around in it, but they were more for the 4chan lot in it and the Reddit and that side.
Here we go. A juridical person is a non-human legal entity. In other words, any organization that is not a single natural person, but is authorized by law with duties and rights and is recognized as a legal person and as having a distinct identity. This includes any incorporated organizations, whatever, including. There's probably more to go on lock onto that. So we go from magic, Enochian traditions, which is angel magic, yeah, from Solomon and the lesser key of Solomon and all that malarkey, to judicial person. So we've gone straight from magic to law
as well. It's nice
it's
magic.
Just law. It says, yeah, it's all the same. Yeah. I'm just trying to say, like, you get me? We gone from Enochian traditions to corporations and juridical persons and legal entities and memes.
Magic. All of it.
Come on, man. And they say these are non-occult concepts, yeah? Non-esoteric concepts are what? Exoteric. In your face. You hear me? What else we got here? We got the Fraternal Order of Saturn, which doesn't sound good. Let's be real. You know what Saturn's about.
When I was listening to that bit, I was like, hold on a minute, it's them guys again.
It's them. It's the same. It's the same.
Yeah.
What do they call them again? The same Brotherhood of Saturn or whatever they. I forgot. There's another name for them.
I just heard the frat and the sat, and I was like, yeah, it's them.
Yeah. You know, it's the same reason why we graduate with the black gowns. That's the gown of Saturn. But yeah, we chat about it all on. Oh, what day was the protest?
Saturday.
Saturday.
Ooh, Saturday. Ooh.
Well,
got nothing to do with nothing though. Yeah, me.
Saturday.
It don't mean nothing though.
It's the weekend, isn't it? That's what's convenient, safe and convenient.
Yeah. That's all it was, man. Not that it was a specific Saturday. Not that it was a specific Saturday in a specific month at a specific time in a specific location. No. It's the people. The people. Who's the people?
People.
They weren't people. We are the people. But we have to understand what motivates us. And a lot of the time we think that the choices, they've explained this in Inception. They've already explained this to this. They've already told us how they work things. Darren Brown told us about suggestion and hypnosis and all of these things. Sleight of hand. So why are we so hell-bent on believing that these things are organic? I know for a fact, if it comes from me, it's organic. Yeah. But when I do certain things, I don't expect to get 50,000 people turning up. And the day that does happen, I'm going to change the world. But it's the reason why they're not going to make me get 50,000 people in one place. Or you. It's the reason why. Vaccine challenge and I'm just thinking just the vaccine challenge in itself should be on millions. I should be inundated just from that one thing, just on its own. And half the things that man creates, it takes a lot of energy and magic to suppress
the energy that us natural born leaders fucking put out there. It takes a lot. It takes a lot. That's why they've got so many systems in place to keep you and you and you and you and you and you in your little box. So many systems. It's not no little thing. They don't want Sash waking up and getting a microphone and being able to speak to who she wants and say what, you know what I mean? I always ask people the question, if you had a chance to speak to everybody at one time, what would you say?
Turn off the TV, fam.
Turn off the TV.
Yeah. But that's kind of redundant now because it's like they're just on the phone.
Yeah. So what else would you say to that?
Just I don't know, like, and again, do you know what actually would make it tricky for me to work out now? Like because obviously there's a bag of things you could say if I was given a chance to lecture, but like if it was just a one-liner, like something succinct, it's like I would say to everyone.
Sorry. Is there someone rustling? Can you mute up, please? Cheers. Yeah, go on, man.
You could say encourage everyone to question everything, or encourage everyone to stay. But there's a bag of fucking twats saying to question everything. There's a bag of agents saying to stay positive. Do you know what I mean? So you can't even say that and let it land properly.
If I could speak to everyone, and they were going to listen, then I would say this is ridiculous.
We can't guarantee they're going to listen, but
everyone's going to hear. Yeah,
they're going to They're going to hear.
All right. So a certain percentage will feel what I'm saying. So I would say to everyone, this is ridiculous, and we can stop this now. We can stop this right now. So let's stop this right now. Let's move out. Boom. That's what I'd say. Keep it short and sweet.
Say that one more time. Say it one more time.
This is ridiculous, and we can stop this right now. So we should stop this right now. Let's move out.
That's all you're gonna say. Because I'm gonna be sitting there thinking. I'm gonna be sitting there thinking, what's this?
Well, what percentage? What percentage of everyone do you need to make a difference?
0.00001.
Exactly, and you'd get a bigger response than that if you communicate.
But I'm saying,
to
when you say this is nonsense, let's stop this. Yeah,
you can stop this
How
right
many people
now.
gonna know what this? What's this? I ain't gonna know what you mean by this, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. And that's not
Relative,
you. Ain't
it'll be.
Bro, you had a chance.
I hear what you're saying. All right.
You didn't give me no instructions, no location. No, you gave me nothing, bro.
Right. Okay. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. But on the 23rd of March, 2021, if you don't know what this that is nonsense is, and you need instructions on how to stop it, like, let's all go and stop it right now. Let's just move out right now and put a stop to it. If you don't know what that means, then you're not one of the ones who's going to be moving out.
Nah, bro. Like, to be fair, it's a little vague, you know, King. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm hoping I'm one of the ones, but I'm gonna be like, yeah. Do you know exactly where we're moving up to, or do you know what I mean? Like, when you say
fair enough. All right, go on. Yeah, all right. Obviously, I wasn't going to state a location in the answer I gave just now. Do you know what I mean? But, like, come on, bro. Like, you say it's vague, but the information that you're saying people should be getting provided at that point is the information that is surrounding them all day, every day. It's the information that's forced on them every day. It's the fact that they're being told or it's being suggested that they should wear masks, and they're tripling up masks, and just all kinds of shit. This bullshit you brought up today about the travel. This is the information. How could they not know what this is? It doesn't matter what source they're going to. All they're getting is this. Whether they're getting it from mainstream or the other side, how could they not know?
All right, Sash has got her speech ready, prepared. Go on, Sash. Everyone's listening.
I'm thinking.
Everyone.
I'm listening to Earth. I'm listening to everyone else. What you're saying, yeah, and I cannot think of something that can relate to everyone through their own perspective. The only thing that I can think of, is to say you're all dickheads. Like, this literally the only thing that can come to my head is you're all fucking dickheads, because it will make people think, why? Like, that's all I can think of. Like, I won't try and do any, like, at first I thought, you're all powerful. And I thought, well, they can still take that in a different route. The only thing I can honestly come up with is you're all dickheads. Just because it will at least make them question why, because it's all perspective, isn't it? It's all relative to what they see and what they believe. So at least that will make them at least think outside of their norm, if you know what I'm saying. But
yeah,
don't rush me though, people.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you lot are weak, man. You lot are weak, man. Weak. Step nicely.
Yo.
Pick up the microphone, man. Talk to everyone. Everyone.
I don't know, you know. I really don't know. I really don't know. It's like, you know, most of the stuff's gonna come out cliche anyway, so it's a bit. No, that's a question I'd have to think about, man. I can't just answer on the spot like that, man.
Do you know what? Yeah.
Sorry, bro. Before you go, Jed, is this a broadcast or is this a live stream to everyone where they could communicate back?
Bro, I just gave you a microphone and said you could say if you could say anything to everyone.
Yeah.
Now, here's a mic. Say it. So nah, it's not no broadcast. No one can't send you no donations or whatever.
Donations.
I mean, if you wanted to say, "Help me find Jennifer," then that's what
could say.
That's get me. That you could say that. If you could say, "Do you lick a dick a day?" You could say that too. Do you know what I mean? That whatever you want to say.
Lick a dick a day.
To be fair, I might just start with that.
I might look at the mic and say something dumb like that.
You know what I'm saying?
I giggle. Like, you get me? Do you lick a dick a day? I might do some dumb shit like that. Yeah.
Okay, serious now. Everyone's serious now. Serious.
Joe.
What's happening, guys? You good?
Yeah. Hey, Joe, if you could pick up the microphone, and speak to everyone, what would you say?
Okay, look, I've just sort of jumped on, so I haven't really been listening to like what the panel's been talking about.
Even better.
All right, so in regards to like what's going on now, or
no, Joe, we've got this revolutionary tannoy system that's gonna make sure everybody on Earth hears your voice.
Cool.
What are you going to say?
I just like people to do their research a lot better. That's what I would like. I heard a little bit on the panel about obviously. So when you're saying to people that they're dickheads and stuff like that, that will then they'll take that as a insult and a disrespect, and they won't even look into why they are a dickhead. I'm not obviously trying to slew what you said, darling. Sorry, I don't know your name.
Sasha.
Sasha, sorry, darling. Yeah. So I'm just saying they'll take that as an insult and they won't even look into it, because then their automatic reply is that, no, I'm not a dickhead, you're a dickhead. So it'll go back and forth and it won't really get solved properly. But people need to do their research better. So obviously what you was just going through, I was seeing little clips about, obviously you was touching on like magic and things like that also, and what mean meant, and things like that. So we have to cross-reference and do checks properly, because a lot of people thinking that the world is this way and that way. And I mean, I was on the phone to my dad last night, and my man's going to get his vaccine on Thursday, and I'm not happy with that. I'm upset. So, you know, but I'm sitting there and I'm trying to say to him, with all respect, that you're a dickhead. I am sort of saying that to him, but I'm trying to do it in a way where it's like, it gets through to him. And I think I was getting through to him little bits last night. I was trying to show him about the statistics and about what's going on. And I was like, look, that was all falsified. You know that, Dad. Like, and I was trying to get through to him. And then he was like, oh, yeah, no, you're right in that sense. I was like, so if I'm right in that sense, why do you think that the same people that are pushing these restrictions, vaccines or whatever, why do you think it's going to be any better? You know, people seem to think that these government really care about them. You know, we see what happened to the guys that care about their people. Like John, I forgot his last name, from Tanzania, the president of Tanzania. He tried to care for his people. And what happened? He got assassinated. But then, like, you know what I'm saying? And then people are giving it, no, he never, come on, that's just conspiracy theory. But it's not really. If you look at it and join up the dots, you know. So I just say to people, please, like, take some time out of your day. Do a bit of research properly. Now, I mean, a lot of people ain't really working at the moment. So you've got enough time on your hands. All right, you may have your little kids running around your ankles and that. So maybe leave it to later on in the evening. But at least try and do a bit of research into, you know, all the views. I know it'd be a bit hard because a lot of people think that, where do I start? And I mean, start with what interests you. That's what I would say. Start there. Like, okay, boom. The stats of the stats. Then let's just go for that. For example, if you use that there, go check into them. Go check into the 28-day period. You know, if you get hit by a car and you die from a car crash, you are now labelled as a COVID death. You know, when people don't know this, like, you know, they think that, oh, BBC are telling the truth and this, that, and the other. But like, they are actually telling the truth because it's there, but it's in the small print and people don't really see it. So they continue to think in this kind of BBC media-y kind of way, you know. And I just say to people, do your research just a bit better, and then you will start to see, even if it goes against what you morally believe in, just check it out, you know. So then at least you know what you're talking about, because a lot of people are running around talking this stuff and they don't actually know what they're talking about. And I mean, this goes for you know, the COVID thing, this goes for religion, this goes for just even life choices, basically. So yeah, I'd just say, just do your research a bit better, people.
Do your research a bit better. So someone in the Amazon is going to hear this message. Joe saying, it's coming into his ears. Joe saying, do your research a bit better about COVID. You know what?
They're live though. They're fine. They can ignore it.
They're fine. They're live.
Well, I mean,
do you know what I mean? They can ignore it.
So obviously, with the people in the Amazon now, if they've got technology to hear me, then they've got the technology to research.
Forget about technology. You have the technology for them to hear you.
Okay.
Everybody on the earth is going to hear your voice.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Everyone's going to hear your voice. This is actually a prophecy in some people's religions, and this is actually a piece of technology that the military have been working on for a long time, bouncing vibrations off the bones in your ear and your skull to send a voice to the middle of your head that you will not be able to differentiate from your thought.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Oh, I thought that was them, man. I thought they was bouncing the frequencies to me, bro.
Is that what you're gonna play? Yeah. Jeez. I was thinking, what would I say? And I'm pretty sure what I would say would have me arrested immediately. Because I'm gonna say it all. I'm gonna say stuff that I can't say even on this YouTube. I'ma say it all. I'ma give you my heartfelt opinion on what we are involved in, what is going on, and a plan for action. I am going to tell you in no soft words to literally eat the rich, to abandon your jobs, to forget about bills, to forget about money, to storm your local government buildings, etc., etc. And it gets worse, it gets gory. Do you know what I mean? And I'm going to firmly affirm to the human race that they have all they need, that we live in an abundant world. The minority have hoarded the riches of this land. We have been lied to about where we live, how we live, and why we are living. And it is time for us to move from the age of childhood and infancy to a responsible age of adulthood, in which we are responsible for our own safety, happiness, security, and everything in between. I'm gonna go in. And the response I should hear is Get me? If I don't see, if 5 minutes after my speech, I don't see smoke in the horizon, I know this thing ain't working.
You best run if you don't see that smoke, you best run, to be fair, fam.
Huh?
If you don't see that smoke in the horizon, you might have to run still.
I'm gonna have to run. It might be the last thing I say.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna make it worth it. And it's gonna be heartfelt. And I think I'm gonna be very tactical as to not try to appeal to one demographic. I'm definitely gonna be speaking to the all.
Yeah.
Get me? I can't just chat to the man them or the Africans or the blacks or the man or males or us in the West or us against the city. I have to talk to the rich. I have to talk to Fontsworth. I've got to talk to Del Boy. I've got to talk to Jermaine. I've got to talk to fucking Ahmed and I was gonna Gita.
What about Mr. Bernstein though?
Tatiana. I have to talk to all of them. So who?
Mr. Bernstein.
Bernstein?
Yeah.
That's in the Bernstein Bears?
I don't know. Mr. Epstein. Mr. something. Mr. something Berg, innit?
You mean the Jewish family? Of course, I don't separate. Of course I'll be talking to the Jewish family. You know what I mean? I'll be talking to everybody, man. We got allies in the Jewish community. We got allies in the Scottish community. We got allies in the traveller community. You got allies in the police force, in the army, in government. You have allies. They just don't know it. But there's allies everywhere, man. Trust me, man. It's okay. It's okay to down your tools. It's okay to walk out. Walk out now. Walk out now. Forget about this. Get me. Walk out now.
What about the order that you'd say the information in? If because you sound like you'd be on a long one. Like, what order would you say it in?
I think I'd start with the most important things. Your leaders wish you harm.
Yeah.
Your leaders wish you harm. Any man or woman or entity that would deny you sovereignty is your enemy. Money is a tool used to control us all. Free yourself from it. Free yourself from the burdens of social constructs. That's what these are the type of things that I think I want to motivate people to understand. I definitely would ask anybody at work to leave and never return. I never worry about ever returning. Don't worry. From today on, that way of life is over. That's over. Slaving away, being a slave to the system and building someone else's dreams. Them days are dead, done, over. Get me? Switch off your TV, switch off your radio, switch off your phone, switch it all off. Turn it off. Pull the mask down. All the masks. Now I'm gonna be on a mad thing. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Cause essentially, I'm an anarchist. So essentially, everything I say is going to be motivated towards us moving to be governed by nature. Let us be governed by nature. Let us take our laws by nature. Let us take our lifestyles, our futures from nature. Let's abandon the words of men. Let's abandon the books of men in terms of being the key instructors of how we live.
Do you think, the current situation has this broadcast has it been made easier by the current situation or harder in your eyes? You know the current situation that we've had for the last 12 months now. Do you think your broadcast would have been made easier by this or harder? Like, do you think people will be more receptive, or do you think people will be like, "Oh shit, it's another fucking anti"?
I think with the things I'm gonna say, it's gonna be 50-50. I just know I can speak truth. I know how to do that. I know how to speak truth even into an enemy. However you receive it is how you receive it. But the enemy will know I'm saying the truth.
People to connect the dots, innit?
Sorry?
I'd want to encourage people to connect the dots.
Yeah, for
I'm
real.
sick of the dots. I'm sick. Forget the dots and that. I'm
For
sick
real.
of the dots. But they're gonna go and start googling. They're gonna
No,
go and Google.
that's what I'm saying.
Nah,
I
I'm
feel
sick
like
of the dots.
I'm going to be there. I'm going to connect them for them.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean? Oh, you can drop the bombs and be like, look, this is how this is connected to this. You know that the money that you're spending is not even real. So like, just allow it. That's why you should quit the job. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
I think a big thing would be. I think a big thing would be telling people about the nature of slavery by consent, and alerting everyone to the fact that now I've said this to you, you can't go back to pretend you didn't know this. You are a free child of the all, of the source, the universe, the oneness, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Wherever you experience, whatever you see, whatever you look on is your birthplace, is your place of origin, is your birthright. You understand? Anything that your eyes, Lion King, yeah? When Simba's up like, yo, what? Yeah, everything you can see is your thing. That's a message I'd like to spread to every boy, child, girl, woman, man, elderly person. You were born on earth and earth is yours.
Mm-hmm.
And let no man, woman, or being or entity tell you otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
Borders are fictitious. The ownership of land. Get in your bed, man. You're fucking up my clothes horse. You fuck up my laundry, man. Yeah, I wouldn't tell them that they're fucking up my laundry. I'll talk to the dog. But yeah, I think for me personally, it's important to break down the artificial parts of life that we've taken on as natural, as being just who we. Do you know what I mean? Where you from? Oh yeah, I'm Nigerian. I'm Murray. I think it'd be important to break down all of these things, not to merge us all into one, but to give the individual the control of identifying themselves as who they want to be. Get me? Rather being told who we should be, I think breaking down these barriers. But I'm not gonna lie. Any speech that I say is gonna end in blood. There's gonna be blood. There's gonna be war. It's gonna be it's gonna be a mad thing. And I think this is the ugly side of any kind of revolution. Like I said, we sitting here criticizing protests, and I think in the back of my head, the only other option for protest is like some form of physical demonstration that probably going to result in, even a protest results in violence. When you want to go somewhere freely and the oppressor doesn't want you to go there, he's going to enact violence on you, and you may have to defend yourself with violence. So it's like just trying to be free is a revolutionary act in itself. Trying to be autonomous, sovereign is a revolutionary act in itself, and will incur the wrath of the oppressor. So
well, that's sort of like why I wanted to I wanted to come on, because obviously, I mean, I went to the protest on Saturday, innit?
Yeah.
And I mean, I wanted to sort of talk about like my experience and that, because I'm still buzzing from it.
I'm so one second.
Big split for that. Whoa. So you know what man's leaner. Blood, I'd rather die before I let him hit me with a vaccine. Never that. Mandatory for everybody. You know what that? Leaner. Keep ties to the mob. Stay on job for the peace. MOB. Why would I run? If I got my machine, best be ready.
Gonna be free. Yeah, carry on, Joe.
Yeah, sorry, bro. Yeah, so basically, I'm still the vibrations for me are still high to this day. Yeah, from Saturday, because it was really, really good, man. And they won't be showing you this on the news, like what I'm about to tell you. And I mean, so before we were going, like everyone was anxious. Everyone did have that. Plus, you got the people in the truth movement and all of that. They're shook as well, and then they're making videos and saying, "Oh, yeah, I got a bad feeling about this one. Don't go." So there's people not going to be going because of these people that have got their own insecurities and wanted to spread that around to bare people. So we're thinking that we're already not going to have the numbers. We got there, man. I swear, man, it was absolutely the reverse, man. It just absolutely spurred people to come out, and it was like around 200,000 people, bro. Like, and I mean, being amongst that and being in that, obviously filming as well. Obviously filming some footage for the really woke show and stuff like that. Rox is going to be on soon in a minute as well. She's already messaged me saying that she's going to jump back on. But yeah, no, it was beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Seeing the people there, and I mean the feds as well. It was weird. It was eerie because they weren't doing anything. And normally, sometimes, you know, they'll come about and they'll just try it and they'll just annoy people at least. But they weren't even doing that. But they were there, and it was weird, man. It was all helicopters and that, but that was just the weird side of it, you know, because normally we're used to them trying it. But other than that, it was beautiful. And you got people saying it don't do anything. But really and truthfully, we've had messages from loads and loads of people. I say I talk to admins and stuff like that, and myself. We get messages, and people were going to commit suicide during the lockdowns last summer. And then they see us in the news and see the people in the news standing up and doing something, yeah. And they come down, experienced it, and they were like, "Thank you," and they've written thank you messages and everything. So a lot of people think that it may not work, it may not change anything, but it is actually saving lives, you know. And this is not promoted, and this goes over people's heads and that. So it is a long haul, basically, protesting and stuff like that, but it is still your voice, your fundamental right to voice your opinion against things that you see as wrong. And now they're trying to take that away from us, and people are saying, yeah, protests don't work anyway, you might as well just get rid of them anyway, that sort of thing. And it's like, well, you're sort of helping them. We're helping the government kind of silence us. It's like,
so where's the results?
Yeah, so the results. I mean, that's what I was just saying. Even them little things there of people wanting to commit suicide, and them getting a spark of hope by just seeing us protest, and then coming down and then getting out of that mind frame. That's a result. You know what I mean? Even if it's a small one. I know it ain't for the bigger picture.
Yeah, but what was you there for? Was you there for that? Is that what it was there for? Was that what was? Oh
no! So basically, on Saturday, I think there was 3 protests that were going on at the same time. So they had different things. But me myself per se, I was going for it was a freedom rally, and against obviously these lockdowns and regulations and all this nonsense, basically.
Okay.
That's just myself, but I mean, yeah, we all sort of merged, and I mean, it was around about 200,000 people. I mean, the sea of bodies was just amazing. And we walked past Scotland Yard, walked past 10 Downing Street. There was no beef, there was no kickoffs, there was no nothing. It was just cool. Everything was blessed. You know, they didn't do anything, we didn't do anything. Obviously, there's a little you know, you lot, blah, 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 whatever, but that's about it. There's no bad confrontation.
Well, because someone already paid for the privilege, didn't they? Someone already paid the £10,000 fine for people gathering. Oh, it seems like 3 times. So that's like £60,000 or something like that. You know what I mean?
Well, if they did that, then that's a smart move, really, to be fair. But it
not really.
Well, I mean, I know it's how you see it, though. Really, I
it shows that it's not organic, my brother. It shows
organic. No, that's true.
It shows that the organizers are in league.
Cool. Yeah. I get what you mean.
Right.
Yeah,
that's why you've got police escort. Let's get it right. Yeah. So however many people is however many sheep. Do you get what I'm saying? They could use in their controlled opposition, because this is nothing more than another program that seems to be rebellion, but it's not. That seems to be about freedom and not bringing in certain bills, but it's not. It has absolutely nothing to do, because if you look at the concept of in paperwork legality, you would maybe write a petition or write a bill to counter the bill that is being brought forward. You would not go in the street with a placard, and protest outside where?
These things are being done as well, though.
When people are not being attending even these buildings. How many people are going to be in the House of Parliament or wherever needs to hear what the people are saying? I hear what the people are saying, but it's all controlled. You've all got a time when you reach there, time when you leave there. This is all control, bro.
Oh, no, well, no. Like, so basically, I do hear what you're saying, and obviously being a part of certain group, like I've dip dabbled. Like, I'm not a part of one group, like, do you know what I mean? Like, I fluctuate between a few, and I chat to them, and like we've like done link ups basically. So there was for instance, Stand Up X. They're to do with anti government corruption and masks and stuff like that. They hooked up with Eyes Wide Open that are against child trafficking and paedophilia and stuff like that. And then they hooked up, and then they done like a little collaboration kind of march sort of thing, and it was raising awareness, obviously, for the children and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, so I've fluctuated between that groups and stuff like that, and I have seen what you're talking about. And you know what? I'm not even gonna lie. Some of the majority of these admins and stuff like that, I don't like them, bro. And they know I don't like them, and I make it known to them, bro. Like, you ain't pulling the wool over on me, bro.
Well,
but at the same time, we try and help, like the people that do come, though, bro.
So what is this?
I know what you're saying.
Is this just a protest, or is this revolution? Are we anarchists, or what's going on?
Well, so
like, if we're really about
thing,
this life, if we're really about this life, we ain't on none of those things there, really. We're trying to free all of that, because all of that is part of the system and part of the system of things.
Exactly.
Do you know what I'm saying? Criminality is legal in some senses with child trafficking.
Yeah,
How the hell is child trafficking affecting me unless youths in my neighborhood are getting kidnapped? Like, that's not my fight. That's not my argument.
Yeah, but then 100,000 children go missing every year.
Yeah, but it's a byproduct of what they're doing in the establishment. Let's
exactly.
not get it twisted.
We need to. What's it? A lot of people, they don't know these things, and then
but to grab on with any arm of it, of the same thing, to grab onto any arm of it and say, "Listen, we're going to get free this way," is a myth. It's just really farcical. Like, it's a joke.
Well, not really.
They're not serious.
The thing is, it's raising awareness, for the people that don't know that these things do go on.
We don't need awareness. We need action.
Obviously not us. Yeah, we do need action. You're right. And with this though, there are people in America that are going out, and over here as well. Like there's this guy called PAP. He's on Instagram. It's like he goes out and he films and he gets like pedophiles. He gets them, like, and he's there. He made this other geezer phone his mum the other day and tell his mum what he was doing, messaging this, but obviously, you know what I mean. So that he's just bringing.
I mean, what's the bigger picture though? The bigger picture is we got COVID. We got these COVID laws and rules and whatever that they're trying to impose on us. They're trying to say no social distancing. Maybe that's the only rebellious thing that you guys did.
Well, no, in a sense,
go against the current lockdown laws by meeting up in a large crowd. But then if someone pays for that privilege, it's counterproductive, isn't it? It's just like a joke.
That's true.
It's like a little party, a day out.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. But really and truthfully, I mean, like, I don't know that if someone paid for that, but it's a good thing that you brought that up. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's a good thing that you brought that up. Do you know what I mean? I didn't even think that.
No,
but,
you know, because the other one last week with Kate was paid for.
Kate?
The one that Kate attended.
What, Shiramani, that bird?
Yeah, that woman, yeah.
Oh,
that was already paid for. They said it on the news.
They're all political parties, isn't it? And I get what you're saying. And even the people in the group. No, but it was.
Remember, if you create a fund, you know, like for the woman and her family or whatever overnight, right? You've got funds. Who's doing that?
Yeah, I know, it's mad, man.
Who's doing that?
Yeah, when it starts to go like that, it's fucked. But the genuine people, such as myself and like the majority of the people that attend, they are just got good hearts and just want to kind of stand up and go out. And I mean, like you got people. I'll use this for instance. You got people that go out like for BLM marches and stuff like that. And I mean, majority of them have got good hearts and they're going out for like a good thing to fight for. Do you know what I mean? Obviously, people like such as ourselves, we sort of know like the kind of higher uppers and the more depths of the matter, to say the least. But the genuine people, just the average people that are about, they're doing it for good. If you know what I'm saying.
Look at the matrix. Look at my picture. Do you get it? The whole point of that is, look, these agents, how did they come about, these Agent Smiths? Are they there as Agent Smith in the beginning, or can you just be an average Joe minding your own business, and turn into an Agent Smith?
Joe's laughing because his name's Joe. He's laughing. Like, what do you mean?
You know what I'm saying?
Jack could be average.
Sorry. That's coincidental. You get me? No offense. You get me? Like,
I get what you mean. I do.
You know what I'm saying? Because in the Matrix, the people, there was one person going through on the phone. He wants to go through. He wants to come out of the Matrix. Do you get what I'm saying? And a tramp, sights that person in the corner, and then they do the wobble, and then they turn into an Agent Smith. So that's what I'm saying. At a BLM march and all of these type of marches, you've got these innocent people. Before you know it, I'm looking at the woman in the red dress. You know what I'm saying? And then I turn around and bam, there's a fucking agent. So people are unwittingly, getting drawn into the actual agenda. Because remember, the agenda is controlled opposition. So
of course. And
what's
obviously
the opposite
they want to cause civil unrest. Like that's the plan. And obviously with that, they then cause martial law.
But how can unrest? How can unrest be civil unless it's organized?
Yes, that's right. That's true.
You get me? I say, sir, we'll do 10 paces in the morning. Do you get what I'm saying? At the break of dawn. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah. But so I'm just like, with the protest in itself, the essence of it, what you take from it, it really does reboot a lot of people. Now, I mean, going through the winter, everyone sort of froze over. There's not really no protest. Everyone's like, my mental health, and they just want to have Christmas and they just want to be away from it for a minute. They need a breather. And then obviously on Saturday, what that was, it was the thawing out process, where they're coming out of the freezer and they're thawing out, and it's like spring's in, mate, I'm ready, summer. But we don't know what that's going to entail. And obviously, like you're saying, there are controlled oppositions and things.
I personally think.
I mean, I ain't gonna be ignorant to that. I'm not. And do you know what? I've looked at these people, and it's like I've got a few in mind, but I can't prove it. But then at the same time, you know what I mean? We've got to be careful in the sense of who, because a lot of people running around giving it, that's a shield, here's a shield.
No,
and you know what I mean? They could have just been a normal person, and then it's like, what the fuck's going on here? Like, everyone's going crazy.
What's really surprising to me, bro, what's really surprising to me, where there's people who are maybe certified stoners even, you get what I'm saying? They're out there, boom, we got to do this and da-da-da-da. But 2 years ago, 3 years ago, were you into these type of things? Were you attending these marches and doing these type of things? I would very much doubt a lot of the people who are now screaming, that statue's a slave master and all of these things. These things are come about because of the situation. Do you get it?
And a lot of people are bandwagoning.
Yes, thank you.
Which is right, what you said. Yeah, man, I get that. Like,
but
for
the
me,
people who are
bandwagoning,
they should stay very quiet. Do you get me?
They need to learn first. That's right. They need to learn bits, because they've watched a Tutu YouTube video about the 13 bloodlines of this, that, and the other. And have you seen this on Netflix? And I'm laughing because they're sending me stuff that's on Netflix about this.
They saw the meme. Let's get it right. The memes.
Okay.
Because these
I only caught
videos,
a segment of that. Sorry, because I didn't see it all earlier.
You know what I'm saying? No, I'm just saying, like, I'm just trying to relate the two. Like, they saw the memes, the little videos, the little clips, the little thing that steer your mind to a way of thinking. Sometimes Jed'd be mad. He'd be like, wow, people just keep sending me fucking all this shit. You get me? I'll send him something and he's probably got it already. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how it goes. You know what I mean? Because people do the same to me. They send me stuff. The latest thing, thinking that they're woke by sending it.
Yeah. And I mean, and like at the same time, you got to think these people that are new into it, they're like, they want to see, like, hey, look what I found. Like, they kind
I know that feeling.
Yeah, like they want to show like the people, like, oh, look, like, I found something, like, you may not know, and it's like, oh, bless you, that sort of thing.
No, like just say we're having this conversation, right? And some of the groups you just mentioned, right? Remember, the system is the beast, and its thing, it's Google, and Google owns everything. So basically they're listening to us, right? So now they know that certain groups, got together on a particular day, but they knew that anyway. With RT, with all the different media things that were there, and the police and all of that, and the the systematic arrests.
Yeah, but it's not hidden though, like in a thing, like, and it's everything is done. Yeah, even if two groups do want to collaborate and do a protest, it's within their rights too. Do you know what I'm saying? Everything is lawful, like in a sense, like, do you know what I mean? Like, so,
yeah, but you're gonna fight for the right to protest. You're not gonna fight for your freedom. Like, this is how they dissuade you. Do you get what I'm saying? They've got you in a pocket where that actual action doesn't result in anything tangible. And we know we're supposed to be woke. One second. We're meant to be woke and people smarter than that. Do you get it? We've got freedom people out here. We've got freemans. We've got straw man. We've got all sorts. Do you get me? And then all of a sudden, when it comes to this kind of situation, people lose their mind and forget the knowledge that they have just obtained. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's all way rounds.
But then, what to do?
There's a lot of contradictions. You get
it's a lack of consistency from the people as a whole. Because just like water, you see water is calm and peaceful, but if it consistently goes through a particular way, it could break a mountain in half. Do you see what I'm saying? And the problem is that people are not understanding that you don't have to be Usain Bolt in this game. You know, it's a marathon. So keep taking them steps and don't stop moving. Do you know what I mean? I feel like most time when it comes to movements, everyone's on it just while it's in the public eye. As soon as it's off the news and it's something else on the news, then it's kind of faded in the background. And most of the people aren't really on it, because if they were on it, regardless of cameras or no cameras, they're still gonna keep pushing forward. And I feel for a lot of the time, it's a case of what people fear the most is being the only one to do something. And actually being, I'm not saying don't be scared, because it's a scary thing, but this is where real courage comes in. Do you see what I'm saying? And if you're making moves one way or another, you can't remain unseen. You're going to be seen. So you just have to prepare yourself. Do you know what I'm saying?
For real. Yeah, man, totally. I totally agree with you. 1,000,000%. The protesting, I think, helps, but then if it doesn't help and it is a part of the game and stuff like that, which I basically know that it is, what do we do if we don't protest and we don't say, hey, this is wrong, and we just sit indoors and we just complain about it? I don't know what no, sorry, that was a question just like for anyone, that if you think protesting doesn't do anything and that it is really a waste of time, then what is the alternative?
Well,
protesting don't do nothing. Like Maku said, what are you protesting for? Do you know what I'm saying? It's different if you're saying, right, we're going to protest and say we want this legislation be put into place. We're coming out as a collective to make sure this legislation goes through, or to stop XYZ legislation. Correct. But right now, everyone's just screaming, don't do this.
Yeah, we don't do that. We want that.
There's no organization in it.
Yeah,
I mean, that's not.
Conscious sport has gone out of the window in that respect.
You see the cup? What it says? Can you see that?
No, what does it say?
What does
it say? That's unfortunately what happens. Sorry, people. When it comes to a protest, all that being tired, you're not. If you just go on the protest and nothing else, then you ain't truly tired of being sick and tired. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And a lot of the time, these protests, I'm not saying they don't have benefits, because there are some benefits to it, but to say the cons outweigh the benefits. Do you understand? As a whole.
So you said that they don't go there and try to make sure that certain legislations go through and that, but that's not really true.
There's no plan.
No, wait. I'm just saying that's not entirely true, because the thing is, the protests that you've probably seen online and stuff like that, maybe the big ones and stuff like that, but there are ones when they do, like on a Wednesday, and they're trying to fly through a bill and that, where there are certain people will come together and go down to the Old Bailey and stand out there and will do stuff. Do you know what I mean? It's just that obviously some people, they've got work in the week, and I think the majority of the big ones that you have probably seen are on the Saturday or on the weekend.
But
that's when people have got enough time to kind of but you know what I'm saying, come in. In London, it was like, really and truthfully, I'm really, really proud of the Northerners. I'm not even gonna lie.
Listen.
There was more Northerners, I think, in London than the Londoners.
Do you live in there?
At the march, like,
sorry. Do you live in the city of London?
Yeah.
In the city of London.
Oh, city. No. I'm from East.
Right. So everybody comes from far and wide to the city of London. That's got dragons and all sorts facing the entrance as you go over Tower Bridge or whatever you do. You know what I'm saying? As you go into the embankment and that type of city, C1, that region. Do you get me? That has nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with you other than bare Masonic statues, all sorts of energy ley lines and all of that.
The way that it went, I don't think there was a specific route, but the things that we did,
it was specific. It was specific.
Okay, but I mean, I can't talk and say that. Do you know what I mean?
No, you're just feeling the feeling.
Yeah, and I mean,
you're feeling the feeling. That's the energy.
We walked past Scotland Yard. We walked past Westminster. We walked past Parliament and stuff like that. Everything was peaceful.
And Hyde Park.
And Hyde Park and all of that. Yeah, and you see that there? And we went past these places and they were there. And it was just to let them know, hey, we are about, like, I know what you're saying, brother, like, about it is a game and about it is a thing. But when you are there, you are looking at them and it's like,
wait.
We are about,
every time you reach a
they
spot,
think they're tasty,
it's a spot where they let you know what was happening. Who has control.
But you got the old Bill standing outside their little thing. Obviously, they know we're not going to go across these fences and do all of that. They know that. But it is when you see a big sea of them people like that, and you're standing there, they were scared, bro.
But that's not a rebellion. That's not a rebellion, though. You're still conforming.
It's just to show them. It's just
why can't you go on the other side of the barrier? Why are
you with them? Yeah, it's like why are you with them? Like why not come with us?
Is it a true rebellion, or is it the fact that they just see safety in numbers? Hence why
it's the safety, man.
So many of them, then they feel like nothing can happen. But if they're actually put to the test for themselves to go someplace, they ain't doing it.
Well, and then what we're gonna do, what we're gonna seem to do is refer to other countries and their actions and other parts of the country where they were more supposedly radical. Yeah, we're not gonna talk about ourselves and what we did.
Well, I mean,
I
can say for myself, I've been at during the weeks and stuff like that, and I've went with like certain peoples and that, and we've just phoned each other up and said, come, let's just get the megaphones and let's go. And we had the tripods and all of that. We went down to Dalston, set up outside the station, started chatting to people and that, whatever. Do you know what? A policewoman come up on her bike and she said, do you know what, darling, yeah? She said, it's fine what you're doing. She said, could you just turn it down just a little bit? She said, and you could just continue. Go on. I was like, oh, thanks, like, cheers. And she drove off and then we carried on. Then we got on the train, and then we was on the train, and then my guy just compelled him to just start talking. And I mean, this is rush hour. And he started chatting. Some woman started filming us. That thing went viral. Like, there's people sending me, like, Joe, is this you? Like, is that you? Like, yeah. Like, I was like, bro,
it's little things like.
But it's like, yeah, it really did. They were like, Joe, like, this is wicked, man. I think what you're saying, and I was talking as well, but my mate, he was talking more.
You don't think that interaction with the police officer was like giving them jurisdiction?
Oh no, because where it was, there was some woman. She started shouting, because she disagreed with us, but she was screaming, and I took the mic and I was like, listen, you need to calm down, and all of that. And then obviously the Fed on the bike, she was only driving through, and then she seen the woman like causing commotion. She told the woman off, told her to go away, just told us to turn it down a little bit, and everything was blessed, and she was cool, and then she drove off, and then we got on the train and that. But I'm just saying that even them little things we go out and do, but not a lot of people know about that. Do you know what I mean? But it is just like,
that's genuine still. That's
genuine. Major,
as I said, these large groups, these large groups and these large events are orchestrated. Yeah. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, of course, of course. And I mean, I'd be in there and being amongst and trying to help things. Like, because you got to remember, a lot of these things, they are built off of the ground. And you see, like what you're saying about that, they come in and then they infiltrate the average person, and then they're the thing, and then they're all organizing and moving around these people that are innocent, that don't know no better.
Right.
And it's like, it's hard because sometimes I look at these people and I can see them and I'm like, oh, but I ain't got no solid proof to go bang. Because if I did, I would do it. Like, and then all of the people, because they know me as well. Like, but I've had to just like move away from certain things, isn't it?
Yeah, I think a lot of us. I think a lot of us
it's
who
hard, isn't it? Because
conform.
we're trying to do the right. I'm trying to do the right thing. You're trying to do the right. All of us here, like taking our time out of our day, are trying to do the right thing by having these conversations and trying to figure it out, basically. And I mean,
why should we should interact with the way they want to do things, like the way they've told us to do things. Like, why can't we do it our own way? Why can't we set it and surprise them and appear in places they wouldn't expect us to be? Like, why is that a problem? Why does it have to be organized? Why does it have to be all done by 7 o'clock? You get me? And everybody dispersed peacefully. And look, oh, how great was that? We got 60,000 people and there was no violence. Wow, that was amazing. That was a good protest. And at the end of the day, can anyone bring forth anything that is tangible for me, please? Did Boris mention it? Oh yes, and to the protest the other day, I'll look into you lot's claim and you lot's thing, and I'll see that the proper due diligence is paid to your protest. Lie. Never happened. Never happened. So really, it's again what I said before. It's about the feel good factor.
It is though. It is.
Yeah,
and I mean, people do need this though, because people are killing themselves, man.
I know.
People are dying out here, and even just that feel good factor. I know. Obviously, that it may be little to people, because we do feel good with ourselves, and we do think, because we've got minds, we've got sense, and I mean, we have our up and down days, but there's a lot of people out there. We would look at them as like not being crass, but that weak. And that little feel-good factor, boosts them in such a way. It's like, bless them, man.
Look, bucking the program.
Like when you see them smiling and having a good time, it's like this shit should just be normal.
That's what I'm saying. Feel good.
It's like, but it's
this ain't the feel good factor time, my brother.
Like they come around and they give it. You got to move. Like they're moving. Like my mate drove up on his bike. My mate Jimmy, he may pop on in a minute as well. So he's a part of the Really Woke show. He was on his bike and he's got his camera and he see this police officer talking to this like two young teenagers, boy and a girl, Trafalgar Square, just sitting next to the little waterfall, having a little romantic little thing. Young love. Going up to them, harassing them, telling them like, listen, you've got to move and this, that, and the other. He's went up to her, he said, what are you doing? He said, they're kids. He said, they're boyfriend and girlfriend, leave them alone. Like, what are you doing? She's like, listen, under the regulations of the thing. It's nasty, man. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, these people are running around and like we don't see it because we're doing our own thing, but they're actually going around and just doing this to our people on the sly, and we don't even know about it. And it's like, no, man, enough. Stop that.
So what's the
standing up? No, but that standing up sort of thing. Sometimes that does encourage people to go, hey.
Okay, but what's the legal and lawful? What's the legal and lawful thing to do in that scenario? Do you make a report? Do you go to your local ombudsman and make a bill and say, yeah, look, we're gonna back this bill with thousands of signatures, you get me? And one of us is gonna walk up into Parliament and hand this document over. Like, let's get away from the feel-good factor and let's get into the reality
solutions. Yeah, and providing the solutions. And
we've been in that feel-good. Yeah. We've been in that feel-good factor, and a lot of us have, and we realize.
No. With us,
I've come to realize that the feel-good factor often is part of a cycle. It's just a cycle, right? And I think we need to get out of the cycles and either spiral up or spiral down. Yeah, but we need to stop revolving in cycles. And obviously, the cycle that we seem to be caught up in is a Hegelian dialectic. We're playing chess with somebody that's 10 moves in front. This cycle ain't nothing but part of his or her plan. You know, stress the people out, put them under some fuckeries, give them a little light relief. Stress the people out. I think we were talking about the protest as being a way that people actually release tension that they need to keep. Because we need to get to boiling point. We wonder why we don't boil, why we don't bug out. Why are we not bugging out?
Exactly.
We're not bugging out because we get our little releases here and there. Before the English people get to go balmy, they give us a couple weeks. Kind of just open up the little bit. Where me and you, Joe, might be like, oh my God, it's gonna go. The British public ain't gonna have this for much longer. Then they're like, oh yeah, guess what? Lockdown's down, we're not in tears no more. And you can see everyone whose only concern was to get back to being fully fed sheep.
Yeah. I know what you're saying.
That's what they wanted. They wanted to get let back in the barn. And then, oh my God, nah, the barn's open. Joe, the barn's open. I'm so happy. That's really what it is. Oh my God. Look, listen, from the process you was at, I took a picture. And the picture said, if you take away our British pubs, you take away the heart from this land. Something like that.
Right, boy. Whoever wrote that was some serious alcoholic, boy.
No, but I hear it. No, but wait. Because you know what? It ain't
They
even about
love their beer, boy.
You know what's so bad about it? I know you're joking. But it's the fact that actually the pubs are a British institution, a British social institution created for a reason. These public houses.
And all
that's why they're perpetuated on every soap or whatever drama to do with life in the UK. They have to have a pub or a bar or a club around it, right? Because these are the patterns of how to live in Britain. It's British way of life.
Place of social interaction. It's like you go to the pub and you socially interact with people. Oh, I brought my friend along. Oh, what's happening? Like you didn't know that person. Now you know that person. And
so now, that's all. But like people have turned it into a soap. People actually think they live on Albert Square.
Yeah.
They actually think they're in the Woolpack, and it's like, yo,
this ain't
so this is their measure of what they're missing. They're missing the ability to go to the pub and socialize because that makes them feel normal. When there's strikes, when there's diseases, when there's genocide, when there's miscarriages of justice, when there's scientific lies and all sorts, they feel all right because they can go to a pub, drink a pint, and have their escapism. What they're essentially asking for is give me my blindfold back. Give me the thing that allows me to feel comfortable in this world. And I'm saying, even after your lockdown's over, if your life goes back to normal, then you are part of the problem. Because you shouldn't have felt it was normal before the lockdown. You should have seen what your government's doing and what they're doing to you and your future generation.
For the donation.
Big up who?
DC Brad. He did another donation.
Yo, big up DC Brad, man. Let me play some music for DC Brad. Big up your chest. Much love for the donation, broski. MD, have you had a chance to speak? I'm gonna definitely make you speak next.
Big spliff for that. Whoa. So you know what man's leaner. Brother, rather die before I let him hit me with a vaccine. Never that. Mandatory for everybody. You know what I leaner. Keep ties with the mob. Stay on job for the peace. MOB. Why would I run? If I got my machine? When I got that means best be ready.
Yeah, much love for the donation. You know what I mean? Let me try quickly grab a.
There you
go. Fucking slow, man. Right, well, much love for the donation, DC Brad. He says, y'all better stop talking. I got brunch with Agent Smith in 2 hours. 666 Mason what? Mason Bourne. Oh, he's Mason Jason Bourne. Mason Bourne.
New World Order.
Shut the hell up. Give me the first sacrifice anyway, man. You hear me? They don't get your pretty blood all over your little apron, man.
Get me.
And you can be like, Granddad, Dad.
You didn't tell me about masturbating in a coffin.
It's not personal, son. It's not personal, son. You hear me? We all play our role, son. We all play our role.
It's part of the process. It's part of the process.
Oh, no, big up. Much love for the donation. Man. Yeah, where was that? Where was you at? Yeah, man. Like I just feel like what people are fighting for is to get back to a society that I was already depressed in, sad in, uncomfortable in, disillusioned with. I felt under attack by this system. The normal that people want to get back to was a place that had me sitting in jail for half a decade, estranged from family members, murdered family members, friends in the grave, friends doing life in jail and long ass sentences, unfair blockages on my path, oppression, unfairness around the world, deceit, lies, and just a general conspiracy to deprive me from my birthright of knowing who and what I am and why I am. And I feel like people that just want to be able to go back to like clubbing. Some people are protesting because they're sick of not being able to go clubbing. Like I run events, club nights, and all sorts, and I don't care whether we get back to clubbing ever again. What I do care about, I mean, not to say I won't go clubbing, I will, but I'm saying what's fixated on me, on my mind, is for first time in a long time, people stop calling me a conspiracy theorist, stop saying I'm a fucking loony, and actually started questioning their government and what's given to them in the news. And I don't want to see that just get squandered for the paradigm of, okay, we're off lockdown, everything's cool now.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I want them to continue questioning, continue seeing outside of the lines that are given to us, and for us to ask the people to overturn. It's not going to happen, though. I'm not going to lie. It's not going to happen. But I'm looking for as much of annoyance to the powers that be as possible, because I don't actually see people riding up and actually.
No, but that's where it was as well. That's where it was as well on Saturday. I'm glad you said that. You see the annoyance there, and when you annoy them, yeah, bro. Them old Bill were getting run around everywhere on Saturday. Like, obviously, he was saying no, like, that's taxpayers' money and stuff like that. But bro, why are you about for? Go away, go home. They got. You see Hyde Park. They got. Get out of Hyde Park, man. Move. Bye. It was jokes, bro. It was jokes.
Did you not break a window? Did you not break a single window?
No, none of that. None of that. They just got told to go home. See you later. And they tried to be all nang with their fucking shields and batons. Yeah. And it's that move that water bottle. Water bottle at your helmet, mate. Boom, go home.
Oh man.
Bro, it was nuts. Like, the youths are sick. Like, they just come from nowhere. It was sick. I was like, no way. But look, like, sometimes we're talking because we know what we know in it. We've been doing this for a long time. I mean, myself per se, I've been doing this since, before social media. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Talking about this. I was the loony conspiracy theorist to all my friends and family. You know what I mean? Before Facebook and all of that stuff, and Twitter and all of that, you know. So, I mean, that hope thing and that feel good factor that we were talking about, yeah, all right, cool. It's fluffy, it's light work to us. It's like, look, it's a minor really, because we're seeing the bigger picture and we're trying to work on that. But for these people, that they do need a bit of a breather. It's like swimming in the water. They're underwater. Yeah, they're drowning. They just want to come up for a bit of air. And it is that sometimes, but for the real reason why people do go is for the unification, and you meet people, like, you know, vibration grows stronger. You know, you be chatting to people that you wouldn't even met in your life, and now you grow bonds and friendships and stuff like that. And you know, things get bigger and brighter. Like, you know what I mean? It's not always doom and gloom. It's not always the doom and gloom though, because we have to focus on a bit of positive. You know what I mean? Because otherwise, it will just turn into like. It just turns.
Imagine you make friends with a government agent.
Sorry, can everyone pick up MD? Can everyone pick up MD and like, yo, MD, come through, man. Like, what are you saying? You saying? I hear your little ad libs in the back. What you saying, sis? These big mean men not giving you space. They're not crossing the road when they see you.
Boy, she turned on camera and everything, bro. She turned on camera and everything.
Yeah, she showed the third cup.
Yo, I'm back.
Big up. Yo, what are you saying? You turned your camera on?
Yeah. We got BC Brad as well. He put another donation in. I don't know if you heard me say that before.
Are you gonna turn it back on? Go on then. Hey. So sorry, Maku.
Yeah.
Sniper.
Yeah.
Do you recognize the sister?
Kind of, I swear. What, from Speaker's Corner, yeah?
That's okay. I'm not seen to be. I don't need people to remember
It
my
was a
face.
short one. It was a short one. It was a quick one. No, I swear it's from Speaker's Corner. I swear. No.
I ain't said where.
Yes.
Yeah.
The
exactly.
interview, the meet. Yes. Okay. I got you, sis. Mashallah, inshallah, man. Come on, man.
Mashallah, inshallah.
Come on, man.
Mashallah, inshallah.
Come on, man. Come on. No, you're a beautiful sister, man. Respect.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate that.
Boom.
I remember,
So, yeah,
yes.
MD, talk to us. What are you gonna say? And big up DC Brad for the donation, man. Stop the coffin. LOL, damn. What are you talking about? What coffin? Oh, the coffin he's lying in.
Michael keeps being disrespectful. That's just
wait. I'm gonna come back to you. Let me
I don't want to kill the
MD
vibe. I don't want to kill the vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're not gonna kill the vibe. Let's get MD just to like. I just want to invite her in to say a few things. Go on, MD.
Cool. Like I said, when we spoke earlier, earlier on in the day, we were talking about protests and stuff. I already said the type of person, I initially started off with doing protests and then going to meetings and talks. I'm at the point where in conversation, I don't mind having certain conversation, but it's not something I will continually go over because I feel like like you were saying before, it's a cycle. It's just I'm stepping out the circle and actually trying to do some action now, like physical, like footwork. You see what I'm saying? And that's what everyone needs to do. That's why I say just be consistent. Whatever you're doing, just be consistent in it. Even if it's just one step at a time, keep doing that because, like I said before, water can split a mountain, yeah? And that's through consistency and pressure. So if everyone is consistent, then the pressure will build. But that's why I said the pros and cons of protest is if we lose that tiredness, if we lose that tired of being sick and tired, it's like you're diminishing your own fire to actually make real moves and to be really heard. And yeah, I'm not really much for talking. I'm not very well thing, but you know what? I just keep myself moving, and like I can't sit down and not do nothing. So I'm gonna do something. But yeah, that's it really. So big up. Yeah.
Big up, sis. Yeah, man. We won't be dictated to on how to protest or how to demonstrate or how to make our protestations to the state or whoever needs it.
Joe, will you be going to more protests?
Definitely, million. We got footage to capture, we got interviews, people to see, people to talk to. And you know what? Even though, these big ones, they are the ones that people will majority see in the news or on Facebook and people sharing and that. But again, like the sister said, keep doing your thing as well. Boots to the ground. Even if it's just one, like you see me sometimes, I swear I'll get my Tesco bag, I'll put my little speaker in it and I'll walk up and down my main road, go do a little thing and I'm blaring lovely tunes. And people are looking and thinking, oh, I see some people walking towards me, bopping their head. It's nice. Like that normality there, you know what I mean? That's nice. We can't forget about these ones. Because obviously the old one that you were talking about as well, like the old normal, so to speak, you know what I mean? It was shit, weren't it? But there were fragments that are in that where it's like we still got to hold on to these little things, you know what I mean? That still make it like they still got to have a chance to cross over. Like, walking down the street saying good morning, good evening or something to someone, they're nice little things. We still got to have that. Because otherwise, if it's walking down the street and it's like, why are you playing that music for, bruv? Like, what? I've seen people look at me like that as well, and it's like I'm blasting COVID out of my speaker. like the maskers, they look at me like, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
That's music, man. It's like, what the fuck? It's ill. Like these people have got like this. It's a mental ill. Like it's a mental syndrome now, where they think if you are even playing a bit of music and stuff like that, you're seen as like, oh, you're just. They just look at you like you're disgusting, like you're a parasite. And it's just like, fucking hell, man. Look how sad this is getting. You know what I mean? And it's like they want us to eat each other and hate each other and all of that, and that's what it is. And it's like, You know, so sometimes, you know, just even walking down your road and playing a bit of music and that, and making someone smile, man. Yeah, that's a protest in itself. Because you know the old bill give it, oh, you're playing the music too loud. It's under the regulations. You can't play that. Shut up, bro. Like, let me play my tunes, man.
It's
you
like
know? Or put up some stickers or something.
Do you guys remember the guy that did Carnival by himself?
Carnival by himself?
I heard about this.
Yeah, the guy that was walking around dancing on his own and that.
Yeah. And
Man.
do you know what? I'm not even gonna lie. When it came to Carnival, when they said cancellation, I was curious to see how many people would still turn up.
Mm-hmm.
And it goes to show like how important it was to him in particular, and even him alone, just in his clothes and thing, you know, it makes a difference. But this is what I'm saying. Everyone needs to understand that you can make the difference, even if it's just you or one person yourself. Do you see what I'm saying? Stop waiting for there to be safety in numbers before you start to do something. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Even
I think
the
we
little
kind of
things,
know.
like you
I
said.
think we kind of know we got the numbers. You get me? But they know we've got the numbers, and they're gonna manipulate that. They're gonna, you know, a lot of people are walking around awake asleep. They think they're awake, but they're fully asleep because they're accepting some of. That's what I don't understand, right? We're all against the system, right? But yet people are willing to accept aspects and parts of it, and they can't even see past that. Do you get it? Like, yeah. The police was there. Yeah. But they were there for their protection and your protection and other reasons other than what you thought. Do you get it? It's just all control. It's just all control. Like, everything is organized. They knew you lot was going to be there. That's why there were so many police fans.
Of course.
Do you get what I'm saying?
I think it's a transition. I think it's the transition. Like, so obviously it can't be just, it can't just go bang, bang. And then it's like, has anyone really got a plan as to, all right, cool. If tomorrow the whole government was to stop, be dashed away, done, what's the plan for that next? Because someone is going to have to kind of basically take over or be in charge or say, look, this has to go there, that has to go there, the big man have to go there. Because then how are you going to run like a country? Well, not run a country, but obviously make it more economical in a sense. Like, make it what has to work. Like, you can't have, you know, like a watch. You have to have the cogs in the right place to make the thing work. Like, but obviously their way of it working is bad. Like, we know that.
Yeah,
so
but some
we'd
people
actually have to do it. But
what some people want is release of the rules, but not release of the regulations, like the comforts, the creature comforts. Because what you're exactly talking about is forming another government. Why?
Well, no. This is what I'm trying to say. I'm like, what happens next? I'm not saying like, oh, well, let's make another government. I'm saying if this was to stop, what then happens after that?
Well, I can't divulge that information.
Let me just ask a quick question. When, for want of a better terminology, when the animals escape the zoo, do they wait outside the gate and think, "Fuck, where we gonna go"?
Nope.
Do you even think that them considering where they're gonna go stops them from leaving? Once again,
they're rushing, bro. They're just running.
But I'm saying it's a transition. Like, there will be some form of transition, because if it was to just stop,
the transition is you are now freer than you've ever been. That's a transition.
How about that?
Okay.
It's hard.
You know what? You know what it is? Because I guarantee you, if I never met you in your life, and it came to a thing where, just say hypothetically, local government has been disbanded and we're left to our own devices, and you lived on my block, we'd make sure each other was all right. My eye will catch yours. I'll be like, well, go on. Before you know it, we'd make sure our block, our family was all right. Yeah. And there's going to be cunts, but we ain't going to have it.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the main things as well, though. Like, I think we're made to think that, like, if the button was pressed, it would be carnage, and everybody would do everyone would be doing stuff that's wrong, and like everybody would be fucking each other up, and everybody was stealing. And be like, no, you're talking like we're still indoctrinated, because it's like you think you're going to think people are going to be stealing, but guess what? If they press the button, there'd be nothing to steal. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
You think people be killing each other, but again, if they press the button, like if you don't like somebody, you could just get the fuck away from them for free. You could up sticks and just go elsewhere. So then suddenly you're not thinking, oh yeah, now it's the purge. Like I think the purge is a little psyop as well to say that if we take our hand off your brain, then you're just a madman.
You're not going to kill each other.
Yeah, look what you do with your freedom. Exactly.
You get the citizen that says, and we've all heard it, well, we need the police, otherwise it'd be chaos.
Because they're telling us this fuckery, this lie about human nature, innit?
It's a lie. You know why it's a lie?
Human nature.
You know why it's a
it's
big
like
lie?
that. None of that is my nature.
You know what?
None
You know
of
why
that
it's a
shit
lie?
don't come natural to me. All the fuckery is what is not natural to me. That I've
majority of the world live without the institutions that make us feel safe at night. I.e., the police, the fire, the ambulance. Majority of the world do not have access to these things. There is no police station. There is no patrol. It's you, nature. No one's going to stop you. No one's going to stop a lion from making a sandwich out of your face if you're out in the Serengeti. Do you know what I mean? Living. No one's going to stop you, bro. There's no one to call.
The joke is the lion was not. Even the lion is not how we think a lion is.
I hear you, man. I hear you.
I'm not saying I would go chill with them.
I do think there's just a big, there's definitely a lot of fear around sovereignty, around governing yourself, around being an adult. There's put a lot of fear around that, being a social adult, because we are all socially children, infants at most, and there's a big psyop, whatever you want to call it, about governing oneself. Because once you are prepared to govern yourself, then you need no government. You need no one else governing your mind or ruling your mind. You rule your own mind. That makes you a sovereign. Once you become a sovereign, you take up your higher status in this reality, and therefore you're automatically above these people. You're automatically above them. Remember, for a government to run, they need subjects. For a ruler, for a monarchy, they need subjects. You get me? And this is why they need us to believe that we need them. It's a parasitic, symbiotic relationship. Do you know what I mean? Where they feed off us, and we somehow feel we need them, and we'd lose out if we leave them, if they leave us. And I get it. There's loads of weirdos and nonsense and rare. But that's why you get the daily news to remind you of all these guys. But let me tell you something. In a land where there's no police, a criminal's more scared of social justice than anything.
Yeah.
They know me and Joe look out the window and catch them, it's curtains. They know this.
Stones, sticks,
you never know what to fuck around in a place. Listen, how many times have you seen criminals being saved from the people by police? Because once the people get with, it's not a joke. Look at that geezer from Mitcham. Look at Caden from Mitcham. The man that was at the house. Instantly.
People found something to do that day, didn't they?
Instantly.
People really found something to do.
You think it's a joke? It ain't it's going to be a mad thing. It's going to be so hard for you to be this warlord you think you're going to be, because it's going to be equal groups of people that want peace. They want a peaceful life, bro. They want do you know what I mean? The roads and the pavements are now going to be turned into little farms, little growing patches of food. That's what majority of people are going to spend their time doing, planting seeds.
But that would be lovely. That would be proper.
Imagine.
Big up, guys. I'm so sorry I'm going to have to bounce, but I'll still be in the chats. Big up, everyone. Salaam alaikum. Like, comment, and subscribe.
And thank you for your 15 words that you said. Thank you. Hope you come back, yeah?
I can't even laugh.
Yeah, you can't laugh. Who's this? Who's that? Who's that? Yeah, man. I mean, it's all fanciful and that. Surely there's going to be some fuckeries going in. There's going to be a lot of bad stuff happening. But I think we got to come to terms with the fact that bad stuff happens every day.
Already.
And
and and so much good stuff. We can't never forget that, Joe. That's very important. It's part of the spell. We can't forget that at all. Good stuff happens. I'm probably going to say more good stuff happens than bad stuff happens. I'm probably going to say that. Do you know what I mean? If I go out in the road and I need help I'm gonna get helped. See me, I've done some of the worst stuff you can imagine on earth, and I'm probably one of the most helpful people you could ever wish to have a misfortune in front of. I'm gonna help you straight away. Do you know what I mean? No if, buts, or maybes. I'm gonna help you. Oh shit! What? Look, you good, bro? You're right. You're right. Don't know you from Adam. Don't need to know you from Adam. It's human nature. Do you know what I mean? You ever watched that advert where
name is Glare.
like people's going to fall into the train tracks and the strangers grab them and all these, you know, that little things that someone's going to jump off a balcony and they've got grabbed by the toe and this and that, and you know,
a lot of people are being taught not to be that guy though by what's going on.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. They don't promote that on the news and stuff like that. If they do, very rarely, it'll be one little snippet at the end, and they'll quickly breeze past it and onto more doom and gloom.
Yeah, they used to do that.
It's just that. It's the cycle again, like what you're saying, like repetitive thing of doom and gloom, and football and doom and gloom, and
because they will be like, and now they'll be like, oh, unfortunately, da-da-da-da-da's died, da-da-da's died.
Oh, what now?
Yeah, and then they'll be like, and now, a 3-month-old kitten was found alive in rubble, and da-da-da-da-da, and you're like,
after the weather and everything.
They're playing with your emotions.
Yeah, cool.
It's a shit sandwich they're giving you. Get me? Because they don't want you to sit back and be like, you know what? Yeah, the news made me feel like shit. I can't watch this. Turn this off. They don't want you to think that, so they give you a little bit of reward, a little bit of oxytocin. Do you know what I mean? A little bit, just like so you're like, oh right, there's a feel good factor in this, and then they, you know what I mean? They do that on purpose.
Or they capture people with like this just in, like, and all stuff like that. So it's like you're in the loop, you're in the know, and if you're not in the loop and in the know, you're out of it. And then it's like, no, I'm not an outsider. I don't want to be seen as an outsider. I need to know. I need to know, and that's why they put on news and they get in that loop. And they get in that thing of, oh, what's the latest thing out? What's going on? What's the latest gossip? So they can go, and when they see their mates, oh, did you hear in the news? Like, blah, 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 blah. Mate,
you spread it on. Because you become the mouthpiece, innit, of the propaganda. Did you hear about this? Did you hear about that?
We've all sort of done it, like, here and there. We all still do it. Like, oh, did you hear that in the news? Like, bam, bam, bam. But we don't really do it as much as these people. Like, we still have little traits of that. Oh, did you hear what was in the news like the other day? Like, bam, bam, bam. Like, we all do it, but they do it excessively. Like, and they're like,
the red golden child says, until a new monarch takes control. And I'm like, do you know what? I don't know, innit? But one thing I do know is the people in power actually have told everyone else they're in power because God ordained it so.
Yeah,
we gotta remember that. We gotta remember these people are actually saying God has put them in power over us.
Yeah,
like, bro,
mad, isn't it, bro? It's ridiculous.
It's a madness, bro.
It is.
It's actually insane.
Yeah. Someone just got happy back in the day, just was that, right?
Yo,
I want everything. But then obviously, so this is what I'm saying. So if it did all stop tomorrow, what's the chances of someone then just going, oh, okay, I'm taking over, and just getting bam and then having a go? Like, there's all these chances out there now. Do you know what I'm saying? It's weird. It's mad.
Like,
that's what I'm saying. The transition to make that go away, like,
will
it's a transition. You couldn't just like stop.
Will there be anything to take control of? Is what the question is. Will there be that type of structure or willingness? I think you only really got. I think you've only got a window, and it is definitely a spell. And like you see in cartoons when the witch is dead or whatever, and everyone is, oh, what happened? What was I doing? What am I doing with this gun in my hand? What? Get me? And then I think it's going to be kind of similar to that. I think we'd be shocked at how much.
We'd probably need like healing centers, rehabilitated centers, like, because you see them people that have come out that days, like, it's like you have to sit them down and tell them, like, no, like, you was under a spell, you had a gun in your hand. Really? It's like, yeah, man, put the gun down.
Mankind has been duped into forgetting how easily and quickly we adapt. We'd be fine. We'd be fucking fine. In 2 years' time, we'd be having hazy memories of how it used to be. Trust me, we adapt so well. We will adapt, man. we will adapt, and that's why we are not given that space. That's why we're not given a month off or a week off or 6 years off, because we will adapt. And once we adapt and get the taste for life, and I mean not living to work, but life. And this how you know it's been a long old system. This system's been going on for a long time, because a lot of people think that the meaning to life is to work.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, you're a top grafter. Yeah, that means you're a top man. You're a real man because you're a grafter and you go to work. And you break your back.
Yeah. My dad was a real man. And it's like, yeah, you also said you didn't spend no time with your dad.
Look at his back. Look at his back.
He was busy. What are y'all trying? Your projector coming at me like he was busy most of the time. You know, work.
Right.
You know, running a company. You know what I mean? It gets lonely, but still, I'm not gonna ever shame my dad for it. You know, he did his thing.
No shame. No. Because I mean, like I had a mother. That was,
it's not about that.
But either way, would I have thrived more in a system where my mum wasn't forced to do 2, 3, 4 jobs? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Would I thrive better? No, and I think I would have. To be fair, no, like mummy did what she could, but would I want to?
No, I agree.
Yeah, I just don't think this is how we're supposed to be living. Man, the village is calling, man. The village. This village in my head, where like we just do our roles and we enjoy life. Like I've seen it. I've sat down and watched tribes. Yeah, I've seen the way they live. You know what I mean? They sit down and they say, "Yo, you look hungry." Yeah. All right, let's go get a munch. And they go out into the bush and start tracking something down. Sometimes they come back with fruits and da-da-da. Sometimes they come back with grubs. Sometimes they come back with whatever they've caught. Get me? Armadillo, fucking whatever they've caught. And they fry that up, cook that up. They eat that, and they're good. Now what we gonna do? Let's play a game.
I will say in them tribes though, like they will always have someone who is sort of like a leader though.
Not necessarily.
Not how we see it, but like someone that's sort of like someone they sort of turn to and go,
the oldest
what do you think? Or the elder, here we go.
But
but guess what?
Actually earned it.
Earn it. Yeah. Matriarchal. Is it matriarchal? That's a system where it's like you earned your position.
Meritocracy.
Yes, that's the one. Thank you, brother.
From getting up in the middle of the night, heading off into the bush and never coming back.
Yeah.
And he ain't gonna, do you know what I mean? No one's gonna bring you back in chains. Just rare, throw him in jail, shame him, put him on the newspaper, kill him, take his kids from him. No one's gonna do all of that.
Yeah.
The construct is so different. So for me, it's normal for granddad or Joe's granddad or Mag's granddad, do you know what I mean, to be he's the oldest.
Yeah.
And when has he ever chatted shit? You know, like it's just basic. When has he ever chatted shit? Why would I even? Of course, I'm gonna ask him.
Yeah.
Yo, big up, Trill Billy Cole, man. He found the internet again because he just disappeared. Big him up, man. Let me give him a little sounds.
Big spliff for that. Whoa. So you know what man's lean up. Brother, rather die before I let him hit me with a vaccine. Never that. Mandatory for everybody. You know what I lean up. Keep ties with the mob. Stay on job for the peace. MOB. Why would I run? If I got my machine? When I got that, best be ready.
It's a clever little fucking message hidden in this song, you know. You had fun and then a lyric will hit you and you be like, fuck, what does he mean?
Yo, Jedi, I have a beat that you will murder if you had the chance to I was fried out of my dumbass mind. Okay. I'm about to put in the back chat. Let's
do this. I big up Trill Billy Cole. He says, real big ups, and I'm thankful the panel and everyone in the chat is still breathing. So thankful to be here, trust. He sounds like a man that's been through some shit. Do you know what I mean? But welcome back on the other side of whatever you've been through or still going through. You know your brothers and sisters over on the Trill side and the woke side. You know, we celebrate your return, bro. Big up yourself. Hope you're living good, man. You know what I mean? So yeah, let's get back to the tribes because I heard Mag, what was he trying to say? The granddad ain't the. What was you saying?
I was joking. I was joking because like there's superficial things where it's like I can't live like that now, but the essence and the overall, yeah, you was right in it. But that's what the joke was like. That's why I said, well, because there's little things but that's family business, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Is it granddad? Granddad was up to stuff. Yeah, I hear you, man. But I mean, essentially.
Exactly. That's what I'm getting at is essentially that, of course, like 100, like this the wisest Dunny that I know, but
yeah.
We can at the same time they give us a platform to improve from.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I'm not really one for a village chief or anything like that. I'm not really a fan of none of that. And I think that when mankind decided to start creating a hierarchy, that was the beginning of the end. When we strayed away from nature and we started creating a enforced hierarchy, not an elected or selected amongst our peers, but like an enforced one. Like, Step Nicely runs things, and that's just how it is. Like, I think that was the beginning of the end.
You need to earn it.
Yeah.
In most tribes, they do certain things where, like, you know, you're like 13, 14, and you go off into the bush, and like you got to catch something and come back.
Yeah.
And
Or
you may
come
not
back,
come
or make
back.
it back. Yeah.
But, you got to go through this thing, and you got to come back, and it's like a 3-day trial. And it's like they come back, like they've had to kill things, eat out there, and all of that, whatever. Sleep in the spring.
It's elements of life that we not.
And they are
we not
man
got
now.
them
Like,
elements.
mm-hmm.
We not got them. What they call that? Rite of passage. We don't have these rite of passages.
The only thing that would be sort of similar or close to that would be conscription. Like, you see, when they signed up the young
to the army,
to the war, it would be similar to that. Like in weird.
I was gonna say it's mad. You would say conscription. I thought he was gonna say jail, because in my eyes, jail was was my coming of age, was my transition into manhood. Was through these hardships. It was through tribulation. It was going to jail and being on your own, being isolated, not having friends or family for over a year, not having any contact with anyone that truly held my regard, and being able to come out the other side, be intact in mind, physically. Yeah. That was my rite of passage. And to this day, I look back on my prison experiences, especially the early ones, with a kind of sadistic pleasure, because the hell that I went through, the good and the bad times, I'm kind of strangely proud of it, of coming out the other side. And I wish that more men and boys had these defining moments in their lives where it was sink or swim, where they dug deep and found who they were. They got to spend time with their own thoughts and blah blah blah. I only wish that my thing was done like in nature or some shit. That would have been perfect. I would have picked up some. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the harshness. It's not the harshness.
In a different way. In a different way.
Right,
not enforced in that way. That's what I think. That's
even the enforcement. I'm not gonna lie. Even the enforced part of it, I think it's kind of good.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be better if you was compelled?
In these villages, you don't get to say, "Nah, Dad, I'm not going." Do you know what I mean? If all the other kids at 13, or all the other women, all the other girls that have seen their period go through this thing, you can't say, "Oh no, I'm not going." What? Because it's just weird, isn't it? Like, what do you mean? So it is kind of like a.
But then that becomes like a dictatorship, then, in a sense.
No, but like, no. Your child, yeah, you do. For your child, you have to be a dictator to your child. You do. This is the natural order until they are past the point of. Until they can do for themselves. And this is why you put them through these rites of passages, so they can learn the ability to do this. So that they can do. Sorry?
I'd say a guidance more than like a dictatorship. Like, I know what you mean, though. I know what you mean.
If your son's gonna be honestly, if your
disciplines and stuff like that have to.
One second. I don't know if you got kids, Joe. Have you got any?
I haven't. No.
So, like, say you got kids.
I've got a lot of nieces and nephews.
Right. Now, say you're sole custodian of one of your nephews, and he reaches 12 years old, right? Comes in, you come in the yard one day, you know what I mean? He's got a big old spliff on the go. What'd you do?
Oh, no way.
What do you mean? What?
I'm taking that straight
no way.
off him. I'm taking that straight off him. What do you mean? What?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
He's smoking a big spliff of that. Whoa. No. That motherfucker is lean. I'm taking that spliff and you're getting what are you to get out of here, bro? Your feet on my coffee table.
Joe, do you see how fast you've turned? Hold on, man. Hold on. Do you see how fast you've turned into a dictator?
No. But I mean, yeah, the discipline. No, that's what I said. The discipline factors, yeah, I agree with. Definitely. But if it's like proper, like life-changing stuff, like sending him out into the bush and stuff like that, I mean, I'd have to say to him, look, everyone else is doing it and what it is, but it's up to you.
Bro, you wouldn't want to live in the village, your child being the only child that has refused to do the rites of passage, where you believe, your granddad believes, and your great-granddad believes that is the only route to becoming a man. Your neighbors, your son's children, your brother's children, blah, 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 blah. Your wife's brothers and that, they've all done this. Your child's going to be the only, hold on. Your child is going to be the only child in the village that doesn't go through the rite of passage. You are not going to live with that, bro.
Why? I don't know. It's a train of thought. But it's a train of thought, innit? Like, obviously, that may not align with what I believe in, like, and what I see as like proper to me. Like, obviously, that choice there, like life-changing choice where you live or you die, yeah, that's up to you. Like, I wouldn't like it if I was 12 and someone done that to me.
You would have gone through it. You get it.
No, I don't know whether I would have or I wouldn't have.
Hold on.
The society that you're in.
No. Just keep the Western way of looking at childhood and rights.
No, I am.
No, you're not. You're bringing it in. You're bringing in some kind of democracy. Oh, let's vote whether little Joe Jr. should do it because Joe Jr. is not comfortable and all the other kids are doing it. Bro, it's a mug off. You're not having. You're not even going to tolerate that, bro. You're not even going to fathom. Listen, have you seen the rite of passage where they do the scarification, where they get the little cuts all over their body, and then they've got. Have you seen the one? Have you seen the one where you got to put your hands in the mittens of these termites?
No, I've seen the one where they jump off with that rope and they hit the floor, innit? Like they do that one as well.
There's one where they've got these things made out of like bamboo and out of like banana leaves and that, yeah, and vines, and it's like mittens that go up to your elbow, yeah, and it's filled with these mad ants, these fire ants, yeah, and you got to put your hand in them and show no pain. There's the one where they're getting little cuts all over their body, yeah, scarification, yeah. And I think something else put on them, and you got to firm it. You can't cry out. You can't do nothing. In another rite of passage for women, they have to go and give birth on their own in silence. It's not a thing of you're gonna vote to not do this. Oh, I'm not gonna do it. Yeah. Oh, meet Joe Jr. The only adult that has not gone through the process. It's not gonna happen. This Western world. This Western world has got us feeling sorry for the child going through what everyone else is going through. And I think this is where we got to abandon that way of thinking, oh, what if, fuck, bro, if your child gets to a certain age in the wild or whatever, where they can't sink or swim, they are nothing but a burden to you. Yeah? You might as well just go and have another child. Yeah? You see what happens in 300, you got to go and kill the wolf. These are real things. These are real concepts where we're not having a because remember you got to think of what's good for the village. We can't have no weaklings. We can't have no people that are not fit for fighting. And I think this is what the West is. The West is bare pussios surviving and alive where they should have died at childbirth if it weren't for fucking modern medicine. Sorry, not being funny, because some of you lot might have been the result of some medical complications and you're here and you're like, yeah, thank God for Western medicine. But I truly believe that some people weren't destined to be here. And if we were just living with people that were destined to be here, Like literally, they made it here, then they'd fight a lot harder for the life they have. I'm just saying, innit, yeah? I'd be a very different person if he was out in that bush, mate. And no way is my son gonna be the one person that don't go and get the fucking go and put the mitts on. I'll be fucking damned. And come back and live where? Shaming up my Ross Clark family. Are you mad? But yeah, man. Real talk. I big up Fred Cole, Trill Billy.
Come on, family, man. Big up everyone, man. Even if you fucking hate your guts and I want to hurt you, I love you still. Big yourselves up. You know what I'm saying? Everyone.
What's happened, man? What's happened?
You got Fred.
What's happened, Fred, man? What's going on?
Yeah, Fred, say that shit to my face, Fred.
This is
What's
a
up?
deep one.
Yes,
This is
what's
a
up?
deep one, blood. Because obviously, now there's been bare bereavement, you know, fam, since the last time I spoke to man.
Yeah. No, I think you got a time delay. But tell us what's been going on since the last time we spoke, bro. Tell us. Give us a little indication.
What did you say?
I said, give us a little indication.
My virgin found his mum on fucking Mother's Day.
Wow. Yeah, jump out and jump back in. Your connection's effed up, brother.
I missed that bit, but it sounds fucked.
Yeah.
Condolences.
Trill, Tive Trill. Why does it look like a J? Tive Trill says,
what's the black doctor's name?
Yo, Fred, leave and come back.
All right, yeah.
Tive Trill says, you can't physically make someone do something like catch an animal, though. These peeps want that, though, innit? Yeah, you can, man. And like any of you lot that think you're gonna come to the village and come and do some vegan bollocks, bro, just allow it. All these Western sensibilities, leave it out of here, man. Oh, you can't eat the armadillo. No, I'm not catching the armadillo because I love animals. Fuck off out of it, bro. You're not gonna survive in the new world. You won't survive.
Yeah, defo.
You're not going to. Get me? The Western choices that we make and the choice and our little set, a lot of them have to go. A lot of our tiptoeing around each other and our political correctness was given to us, to divert us from humanity, from our human nature. So they tried to encourage this human nature that means wiping your batty with a leaf or in the river or shitting in a hole in the ground is nasty. Ooh. But finding a room in your abode and pooing in there is cool. It's modern, civilized. We gotta like kind of switch it up now, innit? We gotta kind of, if we're gonna go into that lifestyle, we have to understand. And this is what I'm saying. Humans gonna need a little bit of time to remember what it is to be an animal, what it is to be human, to forage, to hunt. You know what I mean? To use scent. You know, we got all these fragrances and perfumes and soaps covering up our pheromones. We eating all this synthetic stuff. I'm supposed to be able to smell whether you're a cunt or not. You know what I mean? From down the road. Yeah. You know what I mean? From down the road. Now he's a cunt. Now he's a cunt. Now he's a cunt. Now he's, you know what I mean?
My man's actually able to smell when you're a cunt.
Yeah. Because smell has a fear. I mean, fear has a smell. Sorry. Fear has a smell. I mean, arousal has a smell. So you smell a little wrongin' round the kid smelling like he's fucking turned on. You'd smell it. You'd know, like, you get me? And you'd be more in touch mentally. When you eat certain foods and drop certain sugars and certain parasites out your system, your brain process is different. You're way more focused. Once
I'm doing
a
a
month,
colon cleanse right now.
Once a month, we should be sleeping under the stars. We got roofs. When most of the year round, we are not even grounded to the earth. And you can take your shoes off in a little poxy park. Under that grass is cement and rock. It's not even real ground. You get me?
Yeah, big up the grounded, man. I ain't gonna lie, I support that. I support ground.
We need to earth the ground. We need to, there's lots of things that will bring us away from this synthetic humanity and back into our animalistic natural sense, which doesn't mean less intelligent, doesn't mean less empathetic. It's just different. In the jungle, when we're in the jungle, say for instance, we're in the jungle and it's dog eat dog and survival, and we got to hunt and we got to do this and we got to do that. How many of us do you think are going to have children that's going to wake up and be like, Dad, I feel like I'm a woman in a man's body?
Man, we're ready for that.
You know what I mean? In the middle of the hunt, you and your son, in the middle of the hunt, you're bonding. Yeah, this is father-son. This is father-son rite of passage. For 3 days, you're supposed to be out in the bush, and then on the day two, your son's like, yo, Dad, I got something I want to tell you. What's that? Huh? Oh, I feel like I might actually be a woman and not actually a man.
Big split for that. Whoa.
You know what I mean?
I'll be coming back. I'm coming back to the village like this. Help me! A big lion bear. I mean, animal. Really?
It was a dragon. It was a dragon.
It was a dragon. It was a something.
Blood of Jesus, the devil took my boy.
Let's go and find him. Let's go and save him. No. It's too late. He dragged him off. He flew off. He flew. We won't find him. He's flew off. No, but I mean, all jokes aside and that, I think what I'm just trying to highlight is that some of the sensibilities we have today are a direct result of the system that we are living in. And we've attached them to be part of the human experience. And it'd be interesting to see exactly how many of these sensibilities and civilities that we cast off in order to be more in line with nature. Yeah. And how many of us would survive?
I was just thinking, like, you see, like when you're making your example, it's of like the jungle and the forest and stuff like that.
Yeah.
What, like, same concept, yeah, but
no
in
difference.
Cities. What would happen? Like, okay.
No difference. We in the jungle now. This is what they call it, the concrete jungle. Ain't no damn difference. You know what I mean? There's no.
Yeah, big up to the concrete jungle, man.
And if anything, our concrete jungle is going to be even more. Is it going to be even wilder? You know what I mean? Our concrete jungle is going to be even wilder.
But that's what I'm saying. That you said that but like getting
hanging
more
gardens of Babylon.
But then obviously, what then happens to the people in the city that are not really around like nature?
All we do is allow nature to do what it does. Remember, each day we fighting against nature, man. You know what I mean? We you know, the man on the road is scraping out that bit of moss that's growing on the side of the pavement, and that little bit of tree or that little bit of you know, that seed that fell and started growing somewhere and someone didn't like it. They scraped it up. They're cutting down the trees, cutting the sides of the trees to allow this and that. Blah, blah, blah.
I was saying that the other day.
When we watch I Am Legend, an abandoned
the thing
city
just grows natural, innit? Yeah.
You know what I mean? We can't. We've got a daily fight against nature from doing what nature does.
Yeah, for real.
Do you know there's ways of building and designing and making things that it doesn't have to be
relates. Yeah, it coincides. Like you'd have like a tree in a building sort of thing. Like kind of. I've seen some sort of like art.
I'm very much intrigued by those temples in is it Cambodia or Indonesia, whatever. You know them temples in the middle of the jungle and that. Like I'm liking all of that shit, man. Do you know what I mean? They've got like advanced cities and stuff like that, but it's harmonious with nature. Why wouldn't it be?
Yeah. I think it's possible, man. It's very, very possible, and that's the thing. Like again, you know, when you go about this time when suddenly there's no leadership, there's no technology and all this stuff, that suddenly everyone just goes to shit. It's like actually, it doesn't have to be like you live in some kind of backward lifestyle. Like we've got skills and expertise.
I think it should be as bleak
around us. Do you know what I mean?
I wouldn't look at it
just because you don't have no leadership no more. It doesn't have to be a dickhead thing. Like everything's hard. Like it just means that you could do things better than we were doing.
Yeah.
I think the spirit of cohesion and collaboration would be far stronger And I think basically what you do is you'd end up with real communities, and it might be a thing that you can't necessarily just mosey on down into any old person's community, and that might be something that we're gonna have to face. But it's understandable because me personally, I'm trying to put some debris and stuff on the end of my road and leave a small little window for access, and on the other side of my road, I'm trying to do that for where I live. And I'm trying to encourage my neighbors. Yo, for now, this is our strip. This is where, so we got to defend this shit should we need to. You know what I mean? We got to have all the men of fighting age and all that. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. Group cooks. I've seen little small projects where people have come together in a commune kind of thing. And if it wasn't for the fact that they had the outside world just outside of that door, I think it would have continued and flourished. The fact that they had the outside world meant that they couldn't really maintain their little utopia because, you know, there was always something outside to go to. When this is your only choice, I think people make a lot more effort. And I'm sure you find a lot less bad boys, a lot less people that trust me, man. Trust me, man. Once the spell is broken, which I don't know if it ever will be, bro. Like I pray for natural disasters, calamities, and all sorts of things to befall this earth in order to at least knock the grid out. I just pray that none of the homies are on life support machines or whatever when that grid goes.
Lightning, brimstone, thunder, earthquake, all of that.
This is our only. It's our only hope because Jesus, Muhammad, the Mahdi, Buddha, Maitreya, no one ain't coming for you, like, in my belief.
Stuff Allah.
No one ain't coming for you, in my belief. And this is where we part ways. You know what I mean? So, like, we are all we got for now. And until there's anything that proves otherwise, I think it's wise to live like that. Not to say that don't believe in the higher power, but like my sister MD always says, remember to tie your camel. Tying your camel is in reference to the story where a man had some camels, but his belief in God was so strong, he didn't tie his camels down.
No,
it's like God will protect my camels.
He's not here to do that, is he?
God's got me. God's got me.
Yeah.
God's got my back. And it's like, you know, the Bible says faith without works is fruitless. So what I'm essentially saying is, you know, God helps those that helps himself. We're going to have to act like we're prepared to now help ourselves and stop acting like we're waiting for someone to come out of the sky or materialize to save us. And personally, I don't think enough people think like that. I don't think enough people are ready to ride out or create a revolution or civil disobedience or whatever. So I'm hoping that a natural disaster comes and does it for us. So the choice is taken out of our hands.
or a fake alien invasion.
They're working on that. They're working on that, aren't they?
Yeah, they're going to be like Macron said. They're going to be working on the invasion, like, you know,
all of that, all of it.
What is that? In the sky, it's the Galactic Federation of Light. And
do you reckon aliens is this year?
Huh?
Do you reckon aliens is this year?
I don't know. It might never come. Just the possibility of it coming might be all that we ever wait for. Just like all the other saviors, just like all the other interventions. Always waiting for it. It's coming.
I wouldn't even say it's going to save anybody, to be honest. But I just feel like that's the next thing on the pantomime.
I mean, they've been screaming about. I mean, they've gone on record to say the Galactic Federation. So this is a term. I'm sure Joe would tell you. This is a term they've bandied about for 30, 40 years.
Yeah.
And now they're going on
basically like United Nations Space Force, ready to dip off when shit goes pear-shaped.
Now they're going on record to say, okay, yeah, the Galactic Federation, you know, Trump's been contacted, the Israeli defense minister has been contacted or knows this information, blah, blah, blah. Who knows? I don't know. But I do know that they take Theosophy, Madame Blavatsky, and people of this nature very seriously. This is part of their hierarchy. They believe in this. The UN has the Lucis Trust, who on their front page tell you that they are preparing for the coming of the spiritual hierarchy, the ascended masters. And this is a official UN NGO.
Jesus. Yeah.
So
yeah, Jay, that's why I love God, but I hate religion. Can't fucking stand it. Can you hear me, Jay?
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Jay?
Yeah, you good, bro?
Yeah, you good, brother? You're good. You're good. We can hear you, bro.
We got you here, man.
Success, man. Success, man.
If you can't hear us, just go for it.
Hey, I don't want to derail the convo. This is really powerful, but can we just take a moment to just thank, all the existence, the universe, whatever, for finally destroying Derek Jackson? Can we just, can every black man just say hallelujah that he is destroyed? Alhamdulillah, inshallah, hallelujah, ashe, ashe. What do atheists say? Top of the morning. I am, I am dancing with glee right now.
Man said, what do atheists say? Yeah. Top of the morning.
Hey,
I don't know, man.
My Irish Jamaican, cuz.
Gracious, man. I am
in that case, top of the blood clot morning to you then.
Gracious, man. Feels so good. I was like, when he did that video, I was like, yes, you are done, Negro. Yes, you are done. Thank you. And white supremacy, you ain't do shit, but thank you to whoever Poom destroyed him. Oh man, I want to send me your Cash App. I got you, sweethearts. Thank you. Oh. Gracious, I couldn't stand that black female wet dream nigga, man. I hate that, man. Excuse me, Negro. But yeah, man. I'm sorry. Go back to you. I just wanted to get that out, man. Gracious. Woo. Felt good. That felt good.
What do you think about God? Yeah, I was just feeling a zoo, innit?
Wait, what was that about still? Who you talking about?
A guy called Derek Jackson. He gives black women false hope for a perfect black man.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna
Google
him now.
I Joe.
Mm-hmm.
DC Brad's a Mason. Low level, but Mason.
And another thing, Jedi. Listen, man. I support the panel, man, but you can't be having Maku up here talking about masturbating in the coffin. That's not us. Man. You gotta you have to address him on that, man. You have to hold him to that, man. Because I'm like, bro, what? He just can't keep slipping out there, and people will associate the two. Because I know how this panel works.
You're gonna be holding is your dick, man.
Son,
that's the only
stop
thing.
it,
Pause
Maku.
on that as well.
Maku,
You know what I'm saying?
on the
skull
real,
and
man.
bones, crossbones. You know what I mean?
No joke.
Doesn't matter.
We've had some classic shows with Brad where we've been getting into masonry and blah blah blah. And so ask him any question you want or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Maybe we could get into that.
What about masonry?
Yeah, anything that you want to ask him or whatever. He don't know shit though.
It depends on what level he is.
Oh my goodness! No, excuse me.
Level 1.
He's basically been employed to try and recruit me, but it's just dead.
The Facebook one.
Oh man, trust me. No, I haven't been recruited to. I just simply say that Jedi would be a superior, a very superb brother. I would gladly have I would have no problem
recommending him.
At all.
That's what you gotta do. You gotta advocate.
Gladly share a coffee with Manning and masturbate and hear man's secrets.
So basically,
Jedi, I beg you to moderate, bro. I beg you to moderate. I feel like I'm being attacked right now.
Because you ain't done the coffin thing, and you're saying they don't do the coffin thing.
Oh my goodness, man! Stop! Literally, I live in the United States of America. So with the white stuff, the stuff you guys are naming are what the white guys do. Okay, white Masons do not see me as their brother. I guarantee that. All right, stop putting me in the category.
So what are you saying? What are you saying?
White guys.
BLM, Mason.
I'm done. You know what? Let me just. I'm gonna go over to G Block where I respect that. Oh my goodness, man! I get no level of this piece.
So, what degree are you then?
I'm a first degree. I'm still an apprentice.
Oh, okay.
Hence you ain't done the coffin
So you couldn't actually advocate for Jedi if you wanted to, though. Really?
I could because my grandfather's head of a lodge.
Okay, but you're not at a level to actually bring people in, no?
Well, the thing is, when you have when it's kind of led by when you have like a legacy, so like 3-4 generations, you can talk to people and say like, listen, this guy has utter potential. Like Jedi's, like I've heard bits of, like we use him as a catalyst to how it would work. His life story as a black man is perfect. Like perfect. The fact he's very skeptical is perfect. The fact that you can tell Jedi 1 + 1 = 2, and he's still trying to figure out how, why, who made that rule. You know what I mean? That always draws the attention of people. You know what I mean?
Okay,
I would suggest
the non-worshipping of Lucifer.
Oh my goodness, man! I'm trying to tell you, we are not the white. Every time I have this conversation with Maku, he brings up the same information that has no.
Yeah, but
it doesn't apply to us. But whatever, whatever.
As the white masonry is obviously.
There's the occupation. There's the occupation of masonry.
Get that nigga, Joe.
There's the occupation. There's the occupation of masonry.
Get him, Joe! Get him, Joe! Fuck him up, Joe!
There's the occupation of. There's the occupation of masonry, and then there's the organization. The organization itself, new, like if you look at it as exception, started before the Revolutionary War. Before the War of Independence kicked off, and it kind of ended towards the end in the English colonies in America. The whole point was to simply free African Americans that were being enslaved. The first movement before the country was established to have African Americans go back to Africa was started out of a guy called Thomas Hull, or commonly known as Prince Hull. His history is somewhat of a mystery. Like it's two different stories. Like he got his name from his from his master, where he was a leather worker, and then the other ones that he got it because his mom was a a black French woman, and his father was a English sailor. So there's just So there's just two stories on him. But yeah.
Right. You see masonry, yeah?
Yeah.
Obviously, the origins of masonry, they go way, way back. The European changed it and took it and molded it into what you're calling white masonry, yeah? So your little offshoots that you have, they're still governed by that.
No, because if you ever talk about American history,
blue realm. The Masons in America, they're the highest realm. So the highest realm of Masons.
If you look at the United States of America, you can never remove the racial component.
Right.
Once you divorce
this principle,
anyone can be in the Masonry order. So the white masonry things that you're talking about.
If you do the Scottish, if you do the Scottish rites
in there doing this stuff,
if you do the Scottish rites, right? For example, if you look at a Jay-Z.
Right, so what about the Jewish Masons then?
That's a different order unto itself. Like if you look at because they have a specialty. So for example, there are Masons that are able to form like little orders that are just based off an occupation, like being a police officer, being a fireman, bankers, franchise owners. Then you have there's certain Masons that are just simply school teachers. Then there's certain Mason orders that are like you're looking at orders. Okay, the orders have their own, like kind of like an essential. Like I like this. I like to use this one, like a gang. So you have like all gangs that may fall under the same, like have the same logo and banner, but they're ran completely different. Like you have one gang that's like, hey, we're not going to sell any drugs. We're not going to sell any drugs in our community at all, but you'll find the same colors, same logo, and they're selling mad drugs in their community. You understand? So you can't really, so what you see on one corner over there, right? You can't put it on the other corner over there. You know what I mean? So like that's the whole point. That's why like I laugh at I'm not really serious when I'm not really offended or anything like that. But when you do the
all believe in the grand architect. That's what it is.
Which making the man do the weird stuff over there.
No. The aspect is, and the basic nature of it was a way for the community, or for African Americans, or at that time freedmen, to be able to maneuver through a society that did not want them to exist. That is the root of what it's meant to be.
Okay,
it's not meant to be.
Have you ever heard Masonic waffle before? Because that's what you just got. Anyway, I'll mute.
No, I guarantee you. Like you claim that you lived over here, and the fact that you talk about I ain't gonna lie, Maku. Maku told me he lived in America, but it's almost like it's amazing how he lived exactly in the areas that I'm like 15 to 20 minutes from, but doesn't get the framework of why like an area like Southeast look completely different from an area like Georgetown, or why like PG County looks completely different from Montgomery County, because Black people had no choice for at least 100 years. It wasn't until like the late 80s that people were able to actually integrate into society. We took what we had and created our own,
right? But the thing is,
suit our needs of our communities.
Sorry. They don't deal with the supreme architect. They deal with the light bearer.
That's true.
It's called the grand architect. The supreme. Oh yeah, the supreme.
Right. And who's the light bearer, my brother?
That's the G. That's
no, who's the light bearer, my G? Who's the light bearer?
Yeah, Lucifer.
Oh, okay. I'll go mute.
The light. Never mind.
But what?
Yeah, that's
never
it.
Mind.
No, because it's like
I don't know why. But why is
like
race
talking
all
him is
coming
just like
into this? Why is
because
race
it's America.
It's
America.
But that don't mean
That's the
nothing.
trickery of this thing, you know.
That I could just say to you, Spider-Man, like that don't mean anything to me. Like you can't just say,
when you say to me Spider-Man, when you say to me Spider-Man, you're not thinking of Miles, you're thinking of Peter Parker. So like,
no, I'm just saying
race
a word.
runs. I'm saying race runs everything in America. So like even down to our colleges, right? We're the only, because Black Americans were the Native Americans didn't have it, but Black Americans did. Other races didn't, but even down to colleges, like you have what's known as PWIs and HBCUs. PWIs are predominantly white institutions. HBCUs are historical Black colleges or universities. So like I cannot deny, and I'll never deny that like African Americans said, oh look, they got something over there that works for them. We're going to do the same thing over here for us. You know what I mean? So race runs everything. Okay.
All right. So let me get this straight then. So you're saying, Black people looked at the white Masons and said, you know what, they're doing something like that. Let me do my own thing over here with that. Yeah, is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Let's cut it. They said.
Yeah. Okay, but then the thing is, what the Black people don't know, it already comes from them. So how are they looking over at this white guy and going, oh, I'd like to do my own one over there when it come from them?
Because when you got people leaving plantations or leaving,
like I'm talking about like the original, yeah, but we're in the age of knowledge now. So like people,
so now that
but you understand that even if we go back to the root of Freemasonry, right? We're talking about guilds. Primarily, you're talking about people with a particular skill, cultivating and mastering their skill set.
No, stop it. You're talking about Kemet. You're talking about Kemet and
yeah.
You know,
and those things were still broken down. The reason why the pyramids cannot be reduplicated, the reason why organizations these things cannot be redone is because you're talking about the Masons of those times mastered math to such a degree that it cannot be duplicated in modern society based on knowledge and materials. That's why you can't rebuild the pyramids today.
No,
because they can't figure out
build the pyramid. I mean, it wasn't only pyramids built, temples.
Do you understand that the
houses? One second,
the example, but that was easy to do because all they simply did was take
the White House. The concept
from
even of the White House didn't come from Greece, bro. Like, stop all your nonsense.
The entire DC is inspired. DC is inspired by three major civilizations: Egypt, Rome, and Greece.
And what about Babylon?
Egypt, Rome, and Greece. Where do you think Babylon got its inspirations from?
Hold on. The supreme architect in Masonry, right, is Nimrod. And where's Nimrod from?
Nimrod's from Kemet. Did I not just say Egypt?
No, he's not from Kemet. Where did you get that
from?
No,
you're talking about you say Nomner or Nimrod?
Nimrod.
I said Nimrod.
1 degree.
Oh, go ahead.
Come on. Yeah, I know. I've just got to school him though, you know.
You ain't got to school me on nothing, okay? Gracious.
No, I'm just saying, bro.
I literally went to whole ass college. I'm telling you,
this is not college. This is Masonry.
So
we're talking about your big G, right? The G in the middle of the thing is the supreme architect. The supreme architect, according to the grand architect, according to Masons, is Nimrod because he built 3 cities, right? Uruk, Kauna, and Babylon. Right? He built it. He built the Tower of Babylon or whatever, going up to God and blah blah blah. I don't even know if that's part of their concept, but at the end of the day, yeah, your supreme G, is Nimrod, and Nimrod is from that region. So why were we not saying Babylon? A lot of this stuff comes like Britannia, comes from Diana or Dina or Ishtar or Semiramis, the wife of Nimrod. So like these are all of the things that they use, as you said, the Roman Empire and all of that, but a lot of it comes straight from that region of the Middle East. You got what I'm saying? So when you're dealing with the light bearer now, you're not even dealing with that. Man came with the real things like, supreme architect, Man's like, nah. Okay, light bearer, yeah. But that's Lucifer, yeah. But don't worry about that. Worry about the community stuff and the way in the community and blah blah blah. And then black man decided to join a bunch of fucking Freemasons to go over to England and join the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry.
That's right.
And you know why, right? You know why that we. You know why that happened,
bruh.
You know why?
Because if you know why that had to happen at that time.
So what color is your thing then over in America?
No, we still have the same. We still have the same. We still have the same color, same logo. It's just differently.
Big split for that. Whoa. So you know what man's leaner. Brother, rather die before I let him hit me with a vaccine. Never that. Mandatory for everybody. You know what I leaner. Keep ties with the mob. Stay on job for the peace. MOB. Why would I run? Why would I if I got my machine? When I got that name, best BB.
Wanna be?
Yeah, I know. Bracking out, you know.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, that slowdown was really nice.
No, because that Prince Hall.
Brad, what are you saying?
Look it up, Joe. The Prince Hall Masons is after a guy named Prince Hall, who was a black guy, but who came from a probably wealthy family or whatever, and then
no, he was in a freed area. Okay, so he had to go to. He had to go. He was in the English. He was in an English colony. So that's why he went to England, because he knew he couldn't go to the Americans.
Was he mixed race, bro?
Like he knew he couldn't go to Virginia.
Was he mixed race?
Well, hold on. Were there Masons? One second. Were there Masons in existence at the time, though? American ones.
Yes, there was. The Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, the founding fathers were Masons.
So yeah,
and they even established their own. They even established their own sect.
Yeah, right. So,
and if you go from below the Mason-Dixon line, so if you go from Maryland,
that's my cue not to join.
They probably had to do the same thing that your guy did. They had to go.
No, they were. Most of them are. George Washington was legacy. That's why. That's why if you were to go to Alexandria, Virginia today,
are they not all connected? Sorry, I don't understand. Are they not? All
no, because they do not. Like if I were to take you to the Grand. Well, the Illuminati comes after the Masons.
Rosicrucian.
So it was the Illuminati they competed with each other. The Illuminati competed with each other.
Compete with who?
Competed with the Masons.
Right, because they are Masons too, yeah. Right.
Exactly.
No, it was so the Illuminati was inspired by the Masons, and they didn't like the one. So what you're looking at here with a lot of secret societies is rich versus rich in government.
No,
hierarchy versus medium. I'm really talking. Like I can, like I actually studied this. That's what I'm saying. Like this isn't just
Albert Pike.
a YouTube
Albert
video.
Pike is the founder. Is he not?
Is Albert Pike? Yes. So like Albert Pike,
and
Albert Pike is a white man.
The founder. 1 second of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. Is he not?
No.
No.
No. He was a Scottish Rite. He said the Illuminati.
No, I'm saying those bunch of guys who came from supposedly Israel and blah 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 and went to Scotland, right? Albert Pike being the first of them, the highest person of them, formed this group called the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. Am I incorrect?
No, Albert Pike, was a prominent member of the Masons, but he wasn't like
he was a member of the Scottish Rite.
He was responsible.
He was the leader.
He was responsible for the foundation of Masonry within. He was a prominent member that created and recruited a lot of members, like post-Revolutionary War into post-Revolutionary War in the Americas. He was a poet. He was a politician. you know, I'm sorry, a poet, a writer, and things like that. You know, I wouldn't say a politician, more like a lawyer. You know, so.
So listen, what about I don't know where this is all going. Listen, man, what about Bohemian Grove? That's in America.
That's white people stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake,
White people stuff. It's on your doorstep.
This is like
in your country, bro.
You know, I get it. I know, I get why in the UK, why you guys can't grasp what I'm saying, because like you live in like society for you guys is like, okay, poor whites, different minorities all living in the same area. So it's kind of hard for you to picture a world where my white friend and my black friend or my Jamaican, Somali, Pakistani friend all living in the same area. That doesn't happen here.
I don't
it's
understand
like
what's going on.
You split up. You know what I mean?
Everything,
so you have
everything
to
is
form your own groups.
Everything is together as Americans, and then everything is separate when it comes to masonry. Is that what you're saying?
Everything is together when you're Americans. Do you understand why Black History Month was made? So black people. My thing is, you lived here. You lived here. You lived in one of the black. Maka, you lived in one of the blackest cities. You claimed that you was in one of the blackest hoods in America, and you was afraid to walk down certain streets in Southeast DC as an African. Weird. All right. You talked about you were in PG County. You talk about you lived in New Carrollton and all that, and don't even get the idea that you lived in the blackest county in America.
What does that mean?
America is separated by race. America is separated by county. Where else?
But you acted like I never traveled. 1 second, you acted like I never traveled, took vacations and stuff. Like, well, what?
Did you go to? Did you go to Montgomery County ever?
We went to Cape
Arlington.
Cod. We went to Cape Cod.
What part of Cape Cod did you go to? What part of Cape Cod did you go to?
I don't even know what it is. It's just Cape Cod, isn't it? It's just
There's
like
8 parts. I guarantee you.
You hire a house, you know what I mean, or a mansion or whatever, and you spend your time there. You know what I mean? That's it. That's your vacation. You and your family and your peeps, you drive down to the beach and enjoy it or whatever. But it takes ages to bloody get there from where we're from.
Yeah, it's like
we pass all the major cities and all of that, and we go to Massachusetts and through Massachusetts. And what does that mean, though, Brad?
No.
Okay, so I promise you, I can guarantee you didn't go to Nantucket. You most likely went to Barnstable. Okay, because if you no, Nantucket's where the white people are. I guarantee you didn't go to the
where
Dukes.
the Mason, where the
You didn't go to
Lucifer
Dukes.
worshiping Masons.
I would tell you. I just told you. You most likely went to Barnstable. Barnstable's where first Freeman. Yeah, and you went. Did you go to the large? Did you see the Masonic Tower? Did you see the? Did you see the large tower?
1 second. I saw the Cleopatra's
Did you see
Needle.
the? Yeah, you noticed that like
anyone selling McDonald's in the Burger King uniform, bro.
I can't hear you. Say that again, Beefy.
Where do you see anyone selling?
In the chat already.
Yeah.
You tapped it in the chat.
Where do you see that happening? You wear the uniform all the time. You wear the same uniform. You're saying the same brand. You're wearing the same brand.
Did I say that? Didn't you hear my example earlier?
What, McDowell's?
That is actually, I ain't gonna fake. That is a good way to define it. Though.
Yo. Let's keep it like informational, right? So where we at now? He's asking you where you went in. He's asking you where you went in America or something like that.
Well, no, I was just asking. I said, so what about Bohemian Grove? Like that's in America.
Yeah, that's where like rich politicians.
Yeah, but there's all colors, all shades that go to these places, bro. That's what I'm saying. I know what you're saying. That there's separatism, bro.
Listen. Let me remind you something. Yeah. As much as Brad wants to tell you that he's a Black Mason and Black Masons are separate from White Masons, he's a Prince Hall Freemason. And in Prince Hall's own lore, his own story, legend, he's a mixed race guy. And traveled to Boston to get permission to travel to England to get permission from the York Rite Masons to start his own chapter, which they granted him.
Yeah,
so what are we talking about?
No, that's what we were just talking. Yeah, we were just talking about that where he went to.
What's the black and white chat about? It's out the window. First of all, Prince Hall was a mixed race man. Secondly,
we don't know. Excuse me. There's two origin stories because he disappears after they talk. We believe that's just a mythos to explain him. Like before, because you don't really hear him pop up again until like you start to see the freedmen towns in Boston. That's why, like I said, that there's two stories. He was a son of a English sailor and a black French woman, and then there's another one where they don't even mention his family, and there's like he got his name Thomas Hall.
You know why that was necessary? To ease up anyone that thought that, oh, this is white man's magic. We ain't doing that. It's like, no, relax. It's a black guy's thing. It's a black guy as the head. Who is he? Just like we don't know who created the protests on Saturday. Oh, we don't know. It's a mystery. There was another thing that was a mystery. What was it again? And it was like, yeah, we're all into this, but when we look for like where it originated, it's ambiguous. It's a mystery.
Bitcoin. Something with Bitcoin, innit? Something with the Bitcoin.
The creator of Bitcoin. Oh, who created Bitcoin? No, nobody really knows. But yeah, it's definitely a key to freedom. Dickheads. Like.
Oh, you're not talking to me, mate.
It's like, yo. It's like, yo, come on, family. Let's wake up.
Yo.
That's why I got so excited. That's why I got so excited when Fire of Truth said, yeah, but the gang, they did the gang, yeah. Now Jeds of the gang said, let's do this. So if you ask me what's the difference, is because I know who spearheaded a movement. He was like, oh, the ego. Nah, bro. I just know I trust me. You don't have to trust me, but I trust me. Just like I'm not going to trust some other person that's the spearhead of this campaign and we don't know who they are, what their motives are, or none of that. Like, I just feel like it's pretty simple. When you look back in history, it's pretty simple to see what's going on in here. Let the black guys feel comfortable and feel like this is their thing and they're doing something separate. But they ain't. They're not going against the system.
There you go.
Yeah, there's no war. There's no Masonic war between
it's
the
like
black
these
Masons and the white
OBEs and MBEs and all of that.
Exactly.
All of that.
We ain't got time for that, man.
That's ridiculous.
We ain't got time for that.
All of them things there. When I see certain geezers accept them awards and all of that, it's just like, mate, nah, that's a joke, man. Like, how can you be a member of an empire that smashed up your ancestors, mate? No way. And then a man
telling me, oh, look out for Cop Wiley's new album, Anti-Systemic. Man, shut the fuck up, Wiley, you know.
How about there's loads of people, but there's actually loads of people that actually turned them down as well, which I'm actually glad of. So there's the positive flip side on it. Like,
wait, can I just say?
No, I'm not on that.
Let me give you the head fuck though. Yeah, some of these people that turned it down, Masons too, infiltrators too. In fact, like,
probably didn't want that smoke. They didn't want
it's not even that. But I'm saying
they didn't want that attention.
Some people are told, right now, you playing the rebel role, innit? So
them way there.
Get me? So you're gonna turn this shit down, and people are gonna rate you for turning it down.
Okay,
but you ain't gonna do that. You're gonna do absolutely fuck all.
But then whilst they're rating you,
you're gonna do absolutely fuck all except for go and do the royal proms. Yeah, and drag other conscious artists around. Yeah, and you know what I mean. And everyone get gassed. If you're clued up, you know who I'm talking about. Like, bro, I see you on Jonathan Ross sitting on a man's lap, man. You're done out here. Done out here. When I saw that, I said, nah, you're done. Ain't no Rasta man getting on TV and doing that. What's that? I never had that kind of banter with one of my friends, let alone behind closed doors, let alone on stage with millions of people watching you, and you know the importance of what you symbolize by turning down an OBE. So I'm saying the game that they play, like, bro, simply, someone said it earlier, simply just forget about the hero thing. Forget about looking up to anyone. Fuck that. If you can't look up to the man in the mirror, you're doomed, bro. You're doomed. Do you know what I mean? So live a life worth being proud of, innit? And be someone, be that voice, innit? Like, make your voice count and stop trying to emulate other people, because I feel like most of our heroes that we have are handpicked and given to us one way or another. Like, we know about COINTELPRO, but we don't think how deep that could go. So we know that even the Black Panthers have been infiltrated, but we don't think that the Prince Hall Masons have.
Well, they weren't infiltrated if you said my man went to get permission from the fucking
all unauthorized
English Freemasons. They weren't infiltrated. They were straight. They're just straight part of it.
Yeah, straight part of. But I'm trying to be soft for
yeah.
Brad's ears, man. You know what I mean? Brad's little Mason ears. I don't want to break his little Mason heart. He's my mate. I got a Mason, mate. You know what I mean?
You got little Mason ears, Brad.
His little Mason ears.
Come on, look at him.
He's gone. He's like, I'm fuck this.
Oh, Brad.
He's going to call his granddad.
Bring them little Mason ears back and prop them up and have a good old listen.
Pin back your logos. Pin back your logos. Little Mason logos. You know what I mean? Come on. He'll be back, man. He'll be back. He's going to write something fucky in the chat. I know
yeah, big super chat. It's some bullshit message.
Like, yeah, he don't want to, I mean, like, either he can't talk the truth or he don't know the truth. I think it's a bit of both. I think he genuinely has learned some shit from over here. But at the same time, obviously, whatever his little oaths are or whatever, I don't know how serious he takes it. You know, he could just be cannon fodder. But from how he described his family, they're pretty, you know. I personally get the energy that Brad is an important person, whether he knows it or not. He's an important person, man. Do you know what I mean?
I get that. I get the energy that sometimes he's definitely holding back in what he's saying, and he tries to use his understanding of geopolitics and the way things look on a political stage in terms of marketing to explain away stuff that's a lot more simple.
I got that.
He went around all the houses trying to explain that Scottish right thing. That you just quickly interjected and went, "Wait, hold on." It went bam, 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 and that's
bam, bam, bam.
Yeah, long
he got script,
in 18, he started giving it all of this and all of that, and I was just like,
"Yeah, it's just nonsense, bro."
He didn't even know.
We're separate from the white man. We're separate. It was script. Yeah, no. And then when I was like, when we got into the story, and I went and done some research. I'm like, hold on.
Who said Joe? That is Mason Waffle.
That's Mason Waffle. Just waffling, bro.
You just got Mason Waffle, and I'm going on mute. Boom.
He's trained. He's well trained in the bullshit. Do you get
script. You know the script.
Yeah,
like when you ask like who is Prince Hall, said there's two stories about him. What do you mean there's two stories about him? There should only be one story, shouldn't they?
There's the one that he believed, though, isn't there?
And Albert Pike, you're never going to get away from the Albert Pike thing. You know what I'm saying? Oh, he was a member. He used to organize. He was the head of the thing. Them man, it was Knights Templars originally. Do you get me? Supposedly come back from Israel from the Crusade or whatever, and then moved their ass to Scotland because they couldn't go back to France or couldn't go back to England. So they went to Scotland, set up their thing there. Then now you got years later, a man coming along saying, yeah, you want to join that order. Where Albert Pike is the head of that. No matter what subdivisions, you got what I'm saying? Get taken to the Americas. Let's get that right.
What happened to Brad's internet, though? I said, what happened to Brad's internet?
Yeah, man, something crashed, I think. I don't know. I think the moment he was mixed race, yeah, it just kind of like I don't know what happened. You get me? All of a sudden he started stuttering and jittering and
Wait, do you reckon them man have got a connection to his computer or something though? So when they didn't feel like he's gonna start giving away
no, what he does, he takes breaks. No, man, he takes breaks. He'll take breaks to confer with.
Oh yeah, even
just. That's what Jedi has to, man. That'll have you talking to your granddad and your pops. You get what I'm saying? And your great uncle and the supreme grand pontiff of your ends for clarification and that.
You just chatting wax to him as well. That's the joke. That's the joke of it. They're chatting pure wax to him so he can pass it on to others.
Yeah. Like trying to uphold the waffle. But the reality is they know what you know. You get me? They know what we know, so it's like, yeah. You get me? You can't get away from the light bearer, man. You're just gonna sit on Lucifer and just be cool, man. That's okay. You know what I mean? Because we're different. We're different, Lucifer.
Let's not go to his motto, his own motto, his family motto. Let's not go there.
What's that? Oh, the Seclorum. get
Which
me,
means what,
man?
though?
You get me, Latin stuff, man.
What does it mean, though?
And was it new? Our mission is a success.
Okay.
You get me? New World Order. I forgot the rest of the other part. It's Order
Something about
Seclorum and something
Lucifer,
else.
something with something.
No, and it says the New Order of the World or something like that. Yeah.
What are you
he's
saying?
on family one.
Order out of chaos.
Yeah, in a sense.
No, I
No,
mean that's
definitely.
one of their things. So I'm asking, is that the one that they get me? Is that the one you're talking
No, I'm
about?
talking about Brad's family. He said he's got their own family crest and they got their own motto, which
No, just like Lucifer's like their patron saint, their patron.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Not like he never is a patron saint, but he's like their example.
Yeah, because he's not the bad guy. He's not supposedly, according to their doctrine, he's not the bad guy.
No. That's
He's
not what he said.
misunderstood.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said. No. That's not what he said. What he said is Lucifer is the family example because it reminds them of how to stay away from pride and understanding what it's like to fall from grace. So they say that he said a Bradley family trait is pride and da. So they use Lucifer as a reminder of how to stay like humble kind of thing, like paraphrasing, but it's basically something like that. It was just such a shit story. I was just like, nah, bro.
I'll pick someone else.
Sorry?
Let's pick someone else from this generation, innit? Let's just be like, let's not pick this geezer now. Granddad did it, Daddy did it, but I'm not gonna keep picking.
Yeah, he ain't got that choice to do that.
Well,
it's a patriarchy. It's not a
yeah.
It's not a modern day liberal childrenarchy. Get me?
That's a childrenarchy, you know.
Childrenarchy, modern childrenarchy, and
It's true. That's what it's like now. The kids run things.
Where's he gone? Where did he go, man? Why did you run off, bro?
He's gone to the coffin, blood.
Yeah.
You're gonna be like, yeah. You're gonna be like, yeah, I've got a phone call. That was my dad on the phone. I told him what we were saying, and he just laughed. He just laughed. I played him some of what we was. This is what he did last time. Yeah, I played my granddad some of what you were saying. I was like, what?
Yo, Mark,
he just laughed. I like, yeah. Did he say I was wrong? No. He just said, oh, like that understanding is very old school, and like he agreed with you.
Oh my god.
Like, yeah. Granddad must have said, yo, that you spitting fire. That you knows. Yeah.
Code red.
Yeah, what chapter?
Get it under control, Brad. Get it under control.
Yeah, get back in there, Brad. Get back in there. You get me? You get me? Drop another super chat. Super chat him again.
Yeah.
Now, big up Brad, man. Whatever the case may be, man, I ain't really bothered. Like, I've spoken to worse people than him, man. Converse with them. You know what I mean? Like, so whether you're a Mason or not, it's not the be all and end all. But like, obviously, you can't babysit, innit? Like, it's cool. And I'm not going nowhere remote to meet you. But apart from that, we good, man. We good, man. Good chat. I personally know.
Would you accept a drink that arrives on the tray that you didn't pour yourself?
No,
at Brad's residence.
None of that.
Most people in that area, you're not having no drinks, but you ain't poured, like, fuck that.
You know them ones there where you lot are drinking.
Nah, man, I'm going there fully fed, fully watered. Like, I don't need nothing. Like, I'm good. I just ate. Like, bang, do you need some water? Nah, I've had some water. I'm good. I'm cool.
Straight eye contact.
Yeah.
You were drinking.
Yeah,
drinking.
Yeah, boy.
But again, see, obviously, people now gravitate. That is just an example. People gravitate to things, and that obviously, he even said, "Right, I'm a first degree. I'm only apprentice, getting into this." But his family got ties and generation thingy-mabobs, whatever. So you can see that how people hold on to these things. So if we are gonna go into like a new world, so to speak, and stuff like that, these people are gonna hold on to these things, and it's like, how do we like get them away? No, I don't know. See, I'm trying to be careful in what I say because I don't want to offend people, innit? How do
Brad
we
won't
then,
get offended if you just talk and you're not trying to be offensive.
No, I'm
Brad,
saying like
Brad
the
won't
people
get
in the
offended.
chat, like you see the people in the chat, like as well, like, do you know what I'm saying? The chat room and stuff, because everyone's got their own sort of beliefs and stuff like that. But yeah, so the transition of them seeing what we see, and it's like, look, this is the new world. You need to kind of come away from them old thinkings and then ways there, and this is a new. Like, how do we deal with that? What would we do? How do we go about it? Sorry, should I say? In a sense, because again, they're gonna hold on to these things and say, no. Like, I know what you're saying. We're going into a new world, but I'm holding on to this. This is coming with me.
Talking about the people in general, the masses.
Yeah, like the masses and what they think, like, and obviously what my man, he believes in what he believes in, and this guy and whatever, and the history, he holds it dear to him. So now he's not willing to just drop that at the flick of a button and just. So then what happens?
Yeah, I don't think he has that choice, if that makes sense. I might be making this up, but no, I'm sure he's like Succession line, so he doesn't have that choice.
I feel like the truth will relieve a lot of their foot soldiers. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, you're not gonna get Albert Pike on side or whatever, but little Brad, when he realizes what them man are up to, he's like, do you know what? Nah, I can do without this still. If you're on about the same Tannoy speech message that was on about earlier,
yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's plenty of people that are going to be like, actually, yeah, I was just doing this because I thought it would help me in this, and I thought it would, because there's bare man are just doing it for showbiz and career and all that kind of thing.
All of that,
so again, if you pull that carpet out, which is what I'm saying, is when you really pull out the carpet of everything, then what type of security is he offering? Because there's no immunity to get from feds or the law or the legal system. There's no one up that you can get because there's no more stupid hierarchy and ladder to fucking be climbing up. So then why are you in it?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Then it's only for the wrong uns and their pleasures, and they'll be the even more of a minority. And you can drag them out and deal with them accordingly. And I think the same, not just for that group, but any group. Do you know what I mean? It's like, we'll show you what your leaders are really on in it, and then you'll be like, oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I think the bulk of the masses, like if there was this radical change, it would happen without the bulk of the masses having to do anything different from what they normally do. And when it happens, they just shift to the new paradigm and follow along like they have done all along.
But then again, see, then there would have to be someone or a group or something.
It would have to be a critical mass.
Yeah, like a collective, isn't it, of like-minded individuals that are going to guide it in that sort of way. But it then stems from the same sort of blueprint of what they're doing, innit? Like, do you know what I mean? It's just that it gets shifted in a different way. But it's a lot less evasive, because what they're doing now is just pure and downright evasive, man. And they're just arseholes breaking the law and things. They don't even know the law and this stuff, They don't.
Who are you talking about?
Like the police and these.
Oh yeah, they don't know the law, of course not.
I don't know shit, and it's aggravating, and it's all of this and all that, and it's just causing all of this stress for people. Do you know what I mean? And it's just fucked. I really do think, if everyone was fed, majority of the world's problems would just dissipate.
If everyone was fed.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, or imagine it like this.
Hunger no more. Everyone would actually be all right, I think.
Well, imagine everybody's access to food was no longer blocked. That's a better way to put it. Imagine everyone was free to grow on the land without someone coming and tearing down their crops based on some idea.
Here we go.
You know what I mean? So it's not even like everyone needs to be fed. Just stop making it so that people can't feed themselves.
There we go.
They're taking effort to get in the way of people eating so that they can't eat. Do you see what I mean? It's
There we
actual
go. And
effort
then that's
being put in place.
But then that's why people, if you look at it, like 9 times out of 10, when you're looking at crime and things like that, it all stems from hunger.
Yeah.
Like, look at lyrics, like in rap tunes and stuff like that, when they're talking about life, it was always like, I was hungry. I needed to eat. Like, my mum didn't really have a lot of dough, like, so I had to go out and I had to do what I had to do. So, and I mean, it goes in that motion. Do you know what I mean? If everyone was already taken care of with food, yeah, I think the world would be very, very different. It would be.
Yeah, of course it would.
It would be very, very different. Like, you wouldn't have a lot of crime, and then music would be a bit different as well. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, the music
couldn't
that
even
gets
say I was
promoted
hungry because you got
is
food.
music that's specifically promoted. So it's like, if music was like, let's say this music was just a free enterprise, and everyone got to hear everything and choose what they really like, rather than hearing the same songs 100 times a day, switch to all different stations, keep hearing the same song. Like, that's what makes music what it is. It's them songs that are getting pumped from, you know what I mean, from like they're part of a plan, they're part of an agenda. More so than the crime being an aspect of it. It's more like the music supports people in committing crime because they're hungry, more than the crime is causing the music, if that makes sense.
Yes, yeah. But yeah, for real. But the aspect of hunger is always there, like, and it's like, if that was eradicated, then things would be a hell of a lot different. And my mate was like, well, how are we gonna do all of that? I said, I don't really have the answer to that. But like you said, start with the restrictions. Stop restricting people from getting foods and stuff like that. Why you got to charge bare for like organic produce, like, and what? So then I think I'm eating Nang food, yeah, but it's all GMO and it's all good.
Yeah, it's
why
just
is that
got
even
organic
there?
label.
Yeah, and but like, it's
Yeah,
like,
why is the GMO food even in existence? Much less the standard supply.
For an organic something, which is really, really good for you and it's really healthy, and it's the whole shebang. It's not even a lie. It's not even just slap a sticker on it. It's proper, yeah. Why is that fucking an arm and a leg, yeah, and then you got this shitty little fucking burger thingy, whatever, like, and it's like £1. And, you know, and it's like, what is that? I think them restrictions there like that and calculating it properly, yeah, would change a hell of a lot of things. People would be moving at their optimal pace. Like, you know, your nutrients, your minerals, you're in there, you're working at your optimal, like, max as a being. Like, you know, you're, but we're not. We're eating shit and all of this, and it's crud, bro. You know, if them restrictions were sorted out like that, then I think that would be a big change in people's cognitive thinking as well. So then when we're coming to them with information and showing them, like, look, this here is shit, this way is a lot better, you know what I mean, then they'll be more receptive to go, you know what, boom, use their critical thinking and say, yeah, they're con artists, man, we're coming with you guys. And I think that's how it's got to be, man. But getting into them positions and trying to make a change in that sort of way will be very, very hard, because we know that people that have tried to make changes and they've been off. Like,
yeah, of course, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, we ain't gonna beat around the bush. We know that they got whacked and all of that, and they mysteriously disappeared and all that. Oh, man.
It's not about trying to get into any of their positions of accolade and then trying to fuck their lives over.
But it's how they distribute it to the masses. It's that if we got it on that sort of scale and then started correcting it, then that would make a change. But you'd be coming against some fucking corporate giants, man, and they ain't having it. You know what I mean? So it would be as just a collective coming together.
Like, if there's a critical mass, it would really not matter so
critical
much.
mass. That's the one, bro. Yeah,
it wouldn't matter so much. Nothing could come up against that. Nothing in existence could come up against that.
Yeah, because they would just dissipate. Like Woolworths used to be about on the high streets and stuff like that. That just come off and went online and stuff, and it just, all the stores dissipated and gone, and then they turned into the next shop. So yeah, you could work it like that and just make them fade out, and then everything's fair. The society that we live in right now is not fair.
It's definitely not fair. I don't think that everything would necessarily be fair, but a lot of bullshit would be out the way.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of bullshit would be out the way. A
Yeah.
lot of obstruction would be out the way. A lot of deliberate attempts to cause discord where there's naturally harmony would be gone.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
all that
causing
causing fights between different people groups, all that shit.
Yeah.
Well, it would be gone at least from the people who are doing it now. Can't say someone wouldn't try to fill the void.
Mm-hmm. And then that's what I'm saying. So then who then sorts that out? Who then if that ever got out of hand where someone thought, all right, cool, I'm gonna take the piss now. I can see a gap in the market. Let me try and exploit it and start going that way. Who then comes along and says, hey,
Has to be the people. The responsibility always has been, always will be on the people to stay vigilant, individually and collectively.
Yeah. People always look towards a leader, though, man. Always do it, man. In this day and age, they do. They always
But
look
those
who's going to lead that? Who's going to tell that geezer off?
But those people who see that as their position in life to look for a leader, those are the people that won't get in your way, and when you're victorious, they'll just follow you. Because they'll be looking for their current leader and their current leader's soldiers to get in your way. And when they're no longer getting your way, and you're not harming them, then they just see new regime and they just crack on.
It's like it transitions into the same thing, sort of, in a way.
Well, that's the danger. There's always going to be that danger of, like, better the devil you know. Do you see what I mean? I'm not saying that it is better the devil you know. I'm just saying there's always going to be that danger. But that's something that, in an extreme situation, it's something that's worth taking a risk to find out whether or not it's better the devil you know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, finding a better way out of this is definitely a must. There's no doubt about it. You know, no doubt about it. Because this is just ridiculous now. They're giving it, it's illegal to go to other countries now. So they blagged everyone, to go get the jab. And it's like, yeah, you can go on holiday. It's like, oh, I'm going to go on holiday. I'm getting the jab. Bam, bam, bam. Jabbed up here. And then all of a sudden, it's like, yeah, on Monday, like, it's illegal to leave the country. And you're going to get £5 fine if you ain't got a good enough excuse.
Funny, isn't it? Funny.
What is
But
going on?
Shouldn't they be more of a panic about the so-called it's illegal to leave the country? Shouldn't people be feeling... Get me?
People should be, the whole country should be up, tearing up the place. Like, who the hell do you think you're talking to?
You can't leave the country, unless you've got a good enough reason. Like, what?
Wow.
Who's that? Who's the panel that has to judge that with my good enough reason?
Our government that we elected, is telling us we can't leave unless we got a good enough reason.
Mad.
How?
So they're allowed to have business trips and flights and things, because that's probably their good enough reason, like, for them. But like, we're not allowed to go anywhere because that's not a good enough reason.
Wow.
Like, in their eyes.
With no walls.
Like, I want to go see my family member in somewhere, like, whatever. It's like, nah, that's not good enough reason, mate. You got to stay here. But he's allowed to go see his family member and put it down as a business flight.
Right.
Or he's allowed to just go to a business meeting.
Yeah,
just go to a business meeting, not even family. Just a business meeting.
Yeah.
No, but imagine there was no family. He's literally going to sit down and talk to someone about something that doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
And he's allowed to do that.
Yeah.
But family, something which does really matter.
Exactly.
Nah, that ain't good enough.
Yeah.
When Jedi asked the question, how? It kind of got over to about how. And when you break it down like that, you see that there is no way how. No way. You don't accept that.
Except for by consent.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, Snipes, honestly speaking, where does the free man the free man movement come into this?
What?
Like,
Sorry.
Free man? You know that the
Yeah,
whole
yeah, yeah.
yeah. Where does that come into this?
What the white follow the white rabbit? All those type of organizations are kind of involved in all of these like separatist groups or whatever you want to say, or organizations that are trying to, you know, get our freedom and do all of these type of things. But everyone's in league with each other. You know what I mean? They come from little socialist groups and all of these type of groups. So they're just giving themselves different names and coming under different guises, but it's basically the same thing.
No, that's not what I meant. I don't mean the individuals. I mean the law aspect.
Oh,
like
the law aspect.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
well, obviously.
Where do you think this how does it fit in, S?
It doesn't actually. I mean, a lot of it is you're conforming to any type of, you know what I mean, demonstration, all of these type of things come under those legislations, and you know what I mean, you're conforming. If you're doing something independent or doing something sovereign or separate or whatever, because you're using the law of the land, well, then that would be apparent. But unfortunately, no one's using those laws. They're just legislations.
The way that I see it, looking from them aspects, is that the whole time, like, the whole time we're out here, we're doing our thing here, we're actually just existing privately. And unless someone interrupts or interferes, then there's no issue.
Yeah.
Now, all of these little interruptions and interferences, from this perspective, are viewed as offers. They have zero authority because they exist in a jurisdiction that's below the jurisdictions that you, well, one, the one that you exist in, two, the one that you operate in the most, or the two that you exist in and operate in the most, and the public jurisdiction. It's below you. So any of these things are offers. None of them are being forced. They're all offers which you can choose to accept or not. Now, if someone appears that they're trying to force something on you, and you feel like they're attempting to pin you in, and it doesn't seem right, then you can accept conditionally.
Under the fact that you're on duress, yeah, under duress, yeah.
Well, no, you're not even call out under duress yet. You're saying I'll accept conditionally, conditioned upon proof of your claims, and you state specifically what would constitute proof of those claims. And if they don't provide proof of those claims, then you keep pushing. It depends where you want to take it from there, but at some point you're gonna have to follow that up with a claim for fraud, because they've committed fraud against you, because they've attempted to cause you a loss at the very least. May have caused themselves a gain as well. Do you know what I mean? And
can I ask you something about this?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
So I follow a group on Facebook. Yeah, I think I've mentioned this before, and it's called the Practical Lawful Dissent. But they're
Sorry.
I got them on Telegram stuff.
You got it as well?
On Telegram, yeah.
Right. So, so with the because what they're saying, the country's entered like a lawful practical dissent, and they are saying about sending an oath to these barons. Like, do you know anything about these barons? Because I mean, this is one of the things that I feel has come out of the protests, and I don't know enough about it, but I mean, I'm always keeping my.
Who are these barons?
Right, so there's different barons. My laptop's decided to be a bitch, so I'm trying to access it now. But there's a couple barons.
Are you talking about the Magna Carta? What?
Yeah, but what they're saying is to for real, my laptop's just not doing anything right now.
Yeah, but obviously that was in 10 something. The Magna Carta was written, so any such baron will be dead. But their relatives still exist in the House of Lords.
I'll come back in 10 minutes. Yeah, can you not hear me?
Yeah, just about.
My phone just keeps going off and off and off. I've got to do something quick, like 20 minutes. But I beg you lot, please, all be here when I get back, because I really want to chat about this. Please be here. 20 minutes, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, one sec.
About to go shop myself, man.
Yeah. What was I saying? I was saying that yeah, those are offers. You don't have to accept them. And yeah, if you're pinned, then you would have to. It would get to the point where you ask for that proof of claim, and when they can't provide proof of the claims that they're making, then you follow that up with a claim for fraud because they've committed. By this time, it will be multiple counts of fraud against you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's something that you'd first have to do privately. And once you've done it privately, then you would get that ratified in whatever public court is in the land of the party. So if it was a UK company, it would be a court over here, a Queen's Bench or Chancery Court. It depends who you're dealing with, what circumstances are. But it would be one of the high courts, basically. Like, but it wouldn't come to that. In most cases, it doesn't come to that, because what I've discovered over the last 10 years is that most of the time it's your conduct. If you're personally put in a situation right there on the spot, most of the time it's your conduct or the words you use that get you tied up.
Now, brothers, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Big up, man. Big up. I was just going to say, I was listening to when you said if people had access to the food, then fucking hell, man, my heart dropped, bro. I'm not going to lie, because that's what it boils down to, you know? Boils down to poverty and power, do you know what I mean? And like, obviously, I followed the devil when I didn't have no money. And I was poor and I was fucked and I was stressed out. So I can see how you go to these like far-fetched religions and masonry and all that. Because if you're poor and you're fucking down and out, you know what I'm saying? Can easily get led astray. That's my little
part of the design, isn't it?
Yeah, man. That's how you end up. That's how you end up out on a Saturday. You get me?
100.
Walking up and down. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's just so sad. Like what they do to us.
Don't have it, Joe. Don't have it. He said that's how you end up out on a Saturday walking up and down.
It's not just him. It's not just him. It's not just him.
You see what you're saying about the man in the mirror?
Yeah.
Bro, that's such a fucking big statement, bro. 'Cause a lot, you know, these Mason people, they remind me of like the greedy pastor or the imam with 4 Benzes, and you don't want to let off no breaks. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? Those people are just manipulators and greedy motherfuckers. You get what I'm saying, fam? So that's all them Masons remind me of, just like greedy religious people.
And then they captivate people to make them go along with them and stuff. I've seen it, and it's on the most smallest levels, and that's not even just with Masons; it's with people in general as well. I call them opportunists now. I don't even call them like shills and that's no more. They're opportunists, and I can see that some people and the way that they move and their actions and stuff. It's like they can see a gap in the market, and they're trying that their heart may be in the right place, but they can see that they can earn a bit of something here, there, and bam, and yeah, it goes into this shiftiness, man. It's disheartening. It is. And, you know, it fucking then puts a bad light on the people that are genuinely coming out, boots to the ground and saying, yo, listen, man, I've had enough. Like, fuck it. Let me just do my thing. Let me be counted, at least. Do you know what I mean? Like, people didn't know whether they're going to get nicked on Saturday. Like, it was a big thing, you know what I mean? And like these people ain't used to being nicked either, so that actually puts the fear in them double. Like, you know, like some of us, like we could be used to it, you know what I mean? Or like we've experienced it a few times. They haven't, like, so it's like they're scared, but they still turned up, they still came, and it's for something that they kind of they and some of them used to believe in it.
What do you think it takes, to get 50,000 people out?
Get 50,000 people out. Well,
and
advertisement.
I'll be back, lads. Give me 20 minutes.
Easy, brother.
Cool.
Yeah, big up.
Big
Yeah,
up.
do you think you can do that? What's it take?
50,000. I don't know. I'd give it a go. I'd give it a go. I don't know how much I'd get though, but obviously it comes down to obviously advertising, word of mouth as well, how you promote things and how you get it out there really. But then obviously people then look at that now as a factor, as that they could be a this, they could be a that. So it's like, how do you get the people out without looking like a dodgy one? Like it's hard. It's obstacle.
Without putting your face to it. Like, I mean, let me ask you, do you know who organized that event? Who was behind the initial thing?
No, I'm hearing that there was two, but then I heard now that there was 3 going on at the same time. Obviously, it's like the Freedom Rally. That's the one that I was attending, like me and Rox and that. And then there was like another
some racism thing apparently.
Yeah, and I think it was an anti-racism protest and stuff like that. And a lot of people, they kind of like merged together and they were chatting and talking. And bro, I'm just saying, the vibration was high, man, and it was really good. And even though there were different protests, the way it merged and people were mingling and talking, it's like, oh, so why are you here? Oh, so why are you here? Oh, blah, blah, blah. And it's lovely, and friendships and people like adding each other, you know, socializing. It's good. You know, it's a positive. You know? There is a lot of negativity around all that we do.
Yeah,
like we feel it, man. The stuff that we research and go into, it's pure. It gets really, really negative. So sometimes it is nice to have that, like, bring your head up out of the water, like, all right, cool, bang, back under, and go down to the depths and then get stuck in. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah. If we can't go to the depths and then run out of air, you know what I mean? Like, we need to, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I do see a lot of sense in what has been said today as well, in regards to it being a part of the initial bigger picture and plan. Like, I think we've all thought that since last summer when we was all going out. Are we actually like just adding fuel to the fire, like, for their plan? Like, are they using us as a thing? But
right. You got.
We was asking ourselves that, and at the same time, we looked at each other and we thought to ourselves, like, you know what? Yeah, they can't keep doing this. Like, and we are just normal people coming together, and it's like, no, fuck that. Even if they are possibly using us, which they are probably are, whatever, we're not gonna let them. We're not gonna let them take that energy away, because that's when they start to dim the fire. Like what we're saying earlier, do you know what I mean? Like, when we're together, like me, Rox, Jim, and all of that, like when we're going out and we're doing stuff, like we're like a family. And then I'm there and I've got people running up to me and like, yo, and it's family. Like, that energy there is powerful, bro. And I'm telling you, they can try and use it, bro.
These lot are in like their own little version of gang. Do you know what I mean? And like, because the little movement that we was in for a little while and that, it was that same vibration. Like, every time we was around the man, them, we felt like family. People stopping in the road. Like, oh my God, I love what you do. You guys have just helped me so much. I've woken up because of you. People willing to lend their bodies. Like, literally, yo, what do you want me to do? Where do you want me to go? What do you want me to lift? What do you want me to bring? It's overwhelming sometimes, and it's a mad vibration. It is a mad vibration, man. We booked all around London, but I tell you why, my vibration. One second. Let me say this last line. I'll tell you one thing about that vibration, though. Yeah, it was ours. So if you asked one of us, how come you lot are out here? They'd be able to point to someone and say, yeah, him, because of him. And I think that's what some of the larger movements obviously lose that. And then so I lose a little bit of my trust. And I do get, nah, bro, I don't want to be, I ain't trying to be Pinocchio, you know, dancing to Geppetto's fucking little tune, thinking, patting ourselves on the back. And then this man in the skyscrapers, ha 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 ha, our plan came together. I don't want to be that guy. So, yeah, man, that's just my fear. But yeah, go on, Fred.
Nah, Jay, I was saying that it felt like man was doing God's plan, bro. Because I was helping strangers, what I normally do. I was fucking helping my family. I was extra mindful of my daughter.
You know what I'm saying? And my brother and my cousin and all different. It felt like I had some sort of God in, man. I'm not even gonna lie, brother. When you was doing that.
I know what you mean. But you spend your time doing something that undeniably is, quote unquote, the right thing. You know? And that's why I believe that, like, we all have that in us, man. We actually do. We actually want that. Majority of us want that.
Yeah.
I'd rather live a life where I went to bed knowing I help people than going to bed knowing I hurt people. I'm capable of a lot of violence and destruction. And whenever I dish it out, I always feel like shit. I still dish it out, but I hate the feeling afterwards.
Bruv, that's facts, James. That's blood clot facts. When I was working for the devil, I wanted to quit that job. Didn't want it. But it's only because man was poor. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah. So, big ups to everyone that goes out and they got a good heart and whatever, man. I think my concern is, how do we make sure that we're in control of why the people are coming out? Do you know what I mean? So we doing it for us. I don't know, man. It's a lot of responsibility, and probably if your name was put to it, that's your death. You're gonna get thrown in jail. You're getting fined. You're getting all sorts. Like it's not really a joke. Do you know what I mean?
But you got a lot of brothers and sisters out there now that are in these sort of like firms and stuff like that are helping people, that are willing to like speak out, but at the same time, is it playing into their game again? It's the question that always lingers in our minds, because it's going into their game again, into their territory, and courts and law systems and legalese and they just chat shit and they fucking all of that, and they do. That's why we never get taught it, because they abuse us. That's why you go to a private school and then you can learn a little extra and all that if you pay a bit more and all of that. And it's like, fuck that. What the fuck is that? Come on. And then, oh man, it's a joke.
I realize these greedy people, whether they're religious or non-religious, they're gonna say anything and do anything to hold on to their little vanity fucking money or whatever they got. You get what I'm trying to show you? And especially the religious ones, they'll fucking lie on God, their mum, gran, everything to hold on to the little power and the money.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah, but
so
people got to keep the vibration high, man. You got to keep the vibration high. So I always say, man, that's what I always say. We got to keep the vibration high, because there's too much shit going on in this world, bro. It's too much, man. We need to inject a little love, man, a little excitement, a little niceness. You know what I mean?
You got
not trying to take away, not trying to take away the seriousness by any way, shape, or means. You know what I mean? But keep the vibration high in what we do and what we say. You know what I'm saying? And it's
Well, true Rasta man talk there. True Rasta man talk there, Joe. I mean, no lie. You get what I'm saying? Cause at the end of the day, people are gonna say you're soft and you're chatting out your bum and love this and love. But trust me, bro, I'm telling you, what man believe in, I'm not asking no one to believe in it, because I know it's concrete to me. You get what I'm trying to show you? So I just think love is the answer, bro.
Yeah, man.
You try and fucking do anything else other than that, you end up fucking you don't want to be. You know what I mean, fam? Even though you think playing the cunt role, that man deserved for me to cunt him off, or that man deserved for me to, or whatever the case may be, or I don't feel like dealing with that person. If you just deal with them with a bit of human compassion, it normally works out better for you. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Definitely, bro. Yeah. Obviously, there's times and places and things and situations and circumstances where we may need to be horrible or unlike what we would like to be known as. You know what I'm saying? Because, I mean, I think everybody here in this chat room can be nasty or has been nasty at one point in time and sat there and thought, you know, I don't like being like that. I don't like that. I can go there, but I don't really want to do that, because that's not me. Like, I don't want to be known as that person anymore, you know. And that is an evolution in ourselves, like, you know, like the caterpillar becoming the butterfly sort of a thing. You got to go in your cocoon and find yourself and find like the bits and work on the bits that, you know, are your dark energies and stuff like that, and you got to face them. You know what I'm saying? And then you realize again that love is a powerful thing. It's half of the answer, isn't it? Because obviously we gotta have equalness in it. So love and hate has to be there, because if one too much of one, it just fucks it all up, man.
You have to
It becomes unbalanced, like, you know what I'm saying? So
no, you have to have the both of them, brother. Definitely equilibrium and all that. Fucking equilibrium.
I don't even think love and hate are opposites. I think hate is just furious anger that's boiling away. It's hard to get rid of. That's what hate is, not the opposite of love. Do you know what I mean? I don't see that as the opposite of love.
Maybe I think I was going off of, like, you know, like the cliche, like love and hate.
Yeah, no, of course, I know that. I was just making that point because I think love is something else. It's do you know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. If someone asked me to describe it in the shortest way, I would say it's like nourishing, life-giving energy. Something you give, something you receive. But that's the way to describe it. Nourishing, life-giving energy. Hate ain't the opposite of that. Hate's not equal. Hate doesn't cancel it out. It might get in the way sometimes, but it don't cancel it out. Do you know what I mean?
That's facts, man. That's facts, bro. That's facts, big man. It's just a tough one, isn't it? Fucking tough one, bro. You know what I mean? But big up all them people that went Bristol, man. I wish I was there, bro. You get me? Because anything to do with standing up for yourself, fucking, I'm down for it. You get what I'm saying?
All right. Well, this is a problem, though. I feel like this Bristol thing's got a whole different energy. I'm seeing bare dodginess about it. I'm seeing things, man. You know.
Props in the streets. Did you hear about the car wreck?
Right, the car wreck. Yeah. I seen the car. Break it down. Who said the car wreck thing?
Me.
Yeah, break that down. Break that down.
I can't break it down. I scroll past it, but basically, it's a car that's been registered off the road for a good year or so. One of the police cars that got burnt out. So it was put there either to be destroyed, or it was put there destroyed, or it self-destructed.
Yeah.
But either way, like, nobody drove it there legally whilst they were on job.
It wasn't a real police car, yeah.
Mad thing. So the van and the car, there was a van pictured being vandalized and a car pictured vandalized, and they had the same registration. People typed in the registration and seen that the car ain't got no road tax since 2020, but whatever, some earlier this year or some shit, yada yada yada, and it's the same license plate on both cars. So yeah, I mean, you know, when you see the image of the burning van and the burning car, and oh my god, it does make you wonder, man. Like, what's actually going on here?
Yeah, but then do you know what it is? It's that one that kind of got to me. Is seeing them like saying shit that we've been saying, and then you're like, oh, for fuck's sake, just fuck off, like, stop stealing the bars, kind of thing. Like, when they're like, oh, okay, so the government and the powers that be, whatever, are crying about the police van, and then you get all the kind of the woke people saying, yeah, well, a police van isn't worth such and such his life, and and it's like, we've been saying that. Again, you're just parroting more shit that we've been saying.
Yeah.
In a Rothschild mask.
Yeah.
Like, fuck off, innit? Like, with the man hating to go with it, like, fuck off, innit? Basically, I feel like them lot are constantly stealing the bars in it, and I find it jarring, because it's like, what bars do we have left if it's being taken away by the fucking soft and fuzzies?
Facts. Yo, Step Nicey, come off mute now, bro. Come on now, that's enough. That's enough, bro. You're on a panel, bro, for talking. The listening section is in the chat. Come off mute now, bro. Come on, bro. You can do it, bro.
One sec, I just eat him at dinner, man.
Me too. I'm eating my dinner too. Holding up a conversation and live streaming. Stop that, bro.
Yeah.
Stop that. Yo, Mr. H, thank you for the oh wow guru, but that's not what the chat's for. Don't spam it with oh wow guru, please, family.
Let me just bust my gun on him real quick anyway, just so he understands. Sorry, big up H, but we have to bust my gun.
Basically, fam, you see this country, we're not going to be able to do nothing without some type of psyopsy vibes and some type of pro-COINTEL vibes going down in the team. Because where we living, fam, do you know what I'm saying? If it was Africa and then the same registration was there, then we could think, right, let's get the brother that done that. But this is the place where we can't do nothing. Just have to just kind of stand up for your rights when you've got the opportunity to, and try and hope that you're doing the best thing, and hope that the man next to you ain't going to send you to jail or whatever.
Nah, I agree. Sorry. Mag, you look there, yeah? You look still there, yeah?
Yeah, I'm here still. I'm here.
Okay, yeah.
I do hear that as well. Like, I'm not like I'm out here being like totally anti-protest. I think there's a time and a place. If you feel to stand up and be counted, then make sure some more people hear about what you lot are on. Like, I get the logic of it, but I just, for me, I've been to a few different ones now, different types, and they all feel the fucking same. And that's like first stage alarm bells for me, innit? And also what comes of it afterwards, like I feel like shit just went more down that road.
100%, but they don't give us a lot of options. That's what I'm saying, and we're not well organized on the ground. Like, we're having a lot of frictions between each other in race, economics, this, that, the other. Do you get what I'm saying? So we're not too united to take them on. So any opportunity you do get, you're gonna have to kind of grasp it, because that's how we advanced throughout the stages from Windrush to now. We just grabbed the opportunities when we fucking had a chance.
Yeah, but so now again, because I'm not like Windrush age, innit? So that's grandma stage, and then obviously Brixton riots era / Handsworth riots era. That's mum and dad stage, right? And my stage is fucking it's just turn of this time. Stephen Lawrence / BLM / everything else that's been happening for the last 30. Yeah, things have changed since then, but is it we changed it, or was we just granted little blighs?
That's what I see.
Don't feel like we were granted
That's
anything.
what worries me. Like, we just granted little blighs. We're just getting granted little blighs, and then we're granted these little things, yeah, at the same time as some bullshit. Sometimes it's like it's counterproductive, bro. Like, I don't know.
No, most definitely. But imagine if you kept quiet though. That would be super counterproductive. That would be super uncounterproductive. You get what I'm saying?
No, I hear that.
If you kept quiet, you wouldn't get nothing. You get what I'm saying? Telly boys would still be running around or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying though. Like, I feel like there's a difference between the people who really made a stand in their area against Telly boys and the little scraps that the state kind of wants to put down on a piece of paper just because they saw enough people crying in the news. Like, that's kind of, I feel like there's a differentiation between when you can actually take physical action and physical ownership, like them previous generations did, and said, you know, like, we're not having racism again. Or like, again, like my generation now, like there's people doing, I don't know what you call it, power moves. There's people doing things in independence. There's people doing things in business. There's people investing back home and abroad and finding their little slices of freedom. Like, it's not like I don't rate none of that. But what I'm saying is because there's ways that we can take steps further than what we're being given. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, 100.
The bigger picture in terms of like the headline stuff, I got to opt out, man. I've just realized over the years I have to opt out because I'm not on this placards thing.
Yeah, it does feel sheepy because I was born in that, innit? I was born in the placard game, so it does feel sheepy. It does feel like fucking Groundhog Day, and here we go again. But trust me, bro, every little effort, I like to think in my mind that it's gonna push us forward a bit more. You know what I'm saying?
It does. It's not like I'm not saying it doesn't as well, because it's
I understand.
Because even when you do these things, yeah, you're inspiring the hearts and minds of people that were sitting at home, and you know what I mean. Like, and people are putting their bodies on the line because heads really get bust in it. And as well, like I do I make my little decisions. Like there's certain things I might think, I'm not buying that. That's my little protest. Obviously, I have my little pastimes as well that I'm involved in. They're all forms of protest, innit? I'm not following the fucking rules. I'm creating a disruption. I'm showing people that there's a new way or a better way. It's all protest, innit?
Most definite, bro, man.
And that's what I'm saying. So our collective effort does make these differences. But when we get clubbed together, they can do stuff with us.
Yeah, but I'm saying even in Africa, we ain't going to escape process because the conditioning's already been set in place. Do you know what I'm saying? Even Caribbean's got mad conditioning. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's like us uniting on the ground is the best thing we can do to try and enhance ourselves. You know what I mean? Yeah. Otherwise, if we don't unite on the ground and get out to talking to, and I don't meet Joe, and I don't meet this Joe's cousin, and Joe, the thing's not going to move on.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I'm saying? So that's the only reason why I'm for the getting out there and doing your thing. But anyway, man, I got a bounce though. All I was going to say is I'm a strong believer in God. God is inside, man. If you're looking for God in a building or a book, you're ramping. You know what I'm saying? He's inside, man. So that's it, innit? Later.
Big up.
Wow. Who just abandoned ship now? Who was that?
That was Trill Billy.
It's Fred, yeah.
Try to eat a food. I see we hemorrhaging. We hemorrhaging. You hear me? Sisters be telling me
what's the food that you got there? Is that what you just posted on thing, Jedi?
Yeah, I got some okra soup and pounded yam. That's what I got. Yeah.
How is that still? I'm not well versed in these foods.
Yeah, lovely, man. Lovely. I got some jello fries too. That's me. I'm done. 9:20 last meal.
What, rice and soup and yam?
Yeah, I know. It's mad, but yeah, got pounded yam, okra soup. And then
are you greedy, or is that a West African thing, like double carbs?
Probably a West African thing, but I'm being a bit greedy. I really, you know what I mean? I've been a little bit greedy, just slightly. It's all good.
Yeah. I'm not judging because obviously we do yam, potato, and rice still, and all sorts.
Yeah, I ate light today, but yeah, man, I'm feeling good right now, man. I'm just trying to finish off my food, and I feel like the pressure I've got to keep up a conversation, trying to go on mute. Hopefully, Step Nicely just doesn't stop talking. Helps me out.
You two just having a fucking invisible mukbang right now, so
yeah. You know the way there. But yeah, MD Trill, come jump on. Come talk to the brothers, man. Big up man like Joe. I think his battery died because the way he cut out, it was frozen for a while. Julietta Tuli. Big up Julietta Tuli. Let's try this or go straight to war. Inspiring others, putting us in the front line. It's good to try everything. Agreed. It brings us together. So, Julietta Tuli, do you want to jump on and come talk to us? Awareness of the pandemic. Those who show. Okay, you asking about my protest. The protests and our numbers make a statement. It doesn't make a drastic change, but it shows how far our awareness has spread. Okay, fair dues.
You know, that's a good point still. It's good for that crowd, the said crowd, whatever the crowd is, to audit where they're at. Do you know what I mean? In terms of numbers, in terms of like awareness, in terms of stuff like that. So you get me? It's not all bad, but I just feel like when we all go central for a reason with placards, like we're potty in the hands basically.
The news even declared we were so organized they couldn't figure us out. I don't know, man. I don't know, Julietta, man.
Next week, you get slapped with a terrorism fucking status.
It's not even that though. Like
they're so organized.
Like the news said it. The news said it. And we were so organized. We don't know who the organizers were.
Jeez, they're boasting. They're slightly boasting, isn't it?
Picking themselves up, baby.
You were so organized.
Ha ha! You know that? I don't know, man. I'm a very, very, very cynical person, man. You know what I mean? And I fully admit it.
Same. You know what it is? I try and work to cynic my cynicism and always just give shit a chance and fucking see how things go and not let my kind of, you know, what's you know, when you defensive ignorance rule rule my whole perception.
Yeah.
Same.
Because if it was down to that, like, fuck, you know.
Say God save us all.
But not even though, because it's not like I'll be on a madness. I'll be like, fuck it, they want me on a madness, so I'm just gonna sit here on this rock. They're gonna make an example of me. I'm not falling for that shit. That's how it would go. It would literally, and I think that's the nature of kind of anxiety type stuff, innit? Like, you get so up in your ideas that you don't do fuck all.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? And that's a dangerous fucking territory to be in, man. Trust me. We've all been there on a subject or in a circumstance, but like when it starts to just creep into every aspect, it's not healthy, man. So it's like you got to resist a bit. And again, that's the kind of the trappings that we're in now. It's a little anxiety trap of like, oh, you can't do this because of this, you can't do this because of that, and then that internal voice just gets too fucking big. And that's how they want that voice to be big in everybody. See that little tattoo thing that you shared earlier today, Jeds?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think they need the tech to do that. As much as I feel like they might eventually bring that out. Like, I don't think they'd need the tech to do that. I think that there's enough that you're listening to when you are plugged in, so that when you plug out, you're still listening to them voices.
Man, I hear what you mean, reverberating in your head.
Yeah.
And your brain definitely does work like that. Mine definitely works like that with music. I'll tell you what's scary. Let me tell you what's fucked up. Well, and you lot might have noticed this too. I'll be on road. Very rarely do I listen to music while I'm walking, yeah? I'll say it's one of them days, or even better, at the gym. Yeah? See the last tune that I listened to before I turned off my phone and my phone died. I guarantee you, 3, 4, 5 hours later, I'm singing it. It's in my head. Like, I can hear it. I'm thinking of the song. I'm like, right, why is that in my head? Like, rare. Fucking hell. I'm singing it, rare. Next time I go on my phone that day or whatever, maybe to turn the music back on to listen, it's that same song. I've registered what the last song was, and it's followed me around until I've played it again.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of you have noticed that. Like, you're just singing a song, you're like, why is this song in my head? It's the last song you played on your phone before you took your headphones out and started doing whatever you was doing. I don't know. It happens to me. It scares me.
The other one is even when it's not a song with vocals.
Right.
And it's just the build-ups and the samples.
But you hear it. And
just little bits. Like, even like one of them tunes that's got dialogue in it, and you just, that's Terminator's out there. It's in my head.
It's like you get a flashback of the song.
Yeah.
Why am I
just from saying a little bit of fucking
and then if that's the case, what else do I get flashbacks from during the day?
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily.
Do you know what's worse than that though? Because at least that's a song that I chose and a song that I liked.
Yeah.
The shit songs, I think they hammer through harder than the songs that I like. Do you know what I mean? Like,
I stopped using iMusic or Apple Music or whatever because I started to get music that I didn't ask for. And like, I got one song that I'm like, yo, what the fuck is this? How did this even get on my phone? And like, I don't know if they're giving you free songs or whatever, but it's some devil shit. Like some Rihanna song came through that I just never.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's how all this stuff works. Like, you think it's like you've got the whole thing at your fingertips, but slyly they're just gonna keep pushing onto you. The mid-range,
bro, they're sending man songs like
mid-range
playing, and I'm like, yo,
pure mid-range hits. That's what they're gonna like. Even like, no matter what you use now, it's gonna bring you back around. I start searching for deep freestyles just on YouTube, and it's gonna start bringing me back around to mid-range. Like, look what Kanye did in 1998, or something. Like,
And I rope you back in, innit? Like,
rope me back in, innit? Like reggae.
You know what? I've
reggae,
tried
reggae.
everything.
And it's just
I've
like they
tried,
just slyly just bring it back to fucking popcorn and everything else. It's like
I tried deleting the cookies, doing this, doing that. I come to realize I gave up with YouTube because I saw the change in YouTube. I saw it from going
2 years back anyway.
Yeah, exactly. From showing me what I was on to showing me, like, trust me, any commercial thing that you look on, the rest of your search is going to be flooded with it.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's not even equal. It's not even balanced how they do it. Do you know what I mean?
It's not even like educated guess. Like, you like this, you might like this too.
Yeah, no.
I feel like it used to be one of them. Like, my mum might like this still, but now it's just like, you're interested in such and such, yeah.
Well, let me give you the commercial. Let me give you this commercial equivalent.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Let me give you the bait equivalent or whatever. It's mad.
So last week, for a couple of weeks last week, I was working somewhere and there was pure Heart FM every evening, innit? And they play the same tunes every hour.
Yeah, definitely. Come on.
No, but do you know what it is? Because I've been out. I've not been listening to radio and that. Like, obviously, and when I do listen to radio, it's never really been that. And it's only when you're at a place for 4 hours, you clock the 4 hour fucking cycle. And Heart FM is a station that plays tunes from way back as well as new tunes.
Yeah.
And it's still a Return of the Mac. That's as deep as it gets. Daily though.
Where's everyone gone?
I can't believe they're allowed to do that shit, man. Like,
right, Sash.
Where'd everyone go?
I skipped out, man.
Shit, man.
You come to revive the convo, right?
I tried to.
Wait. Reviving the convo would mean that it died.
I knew he was going to, as I said it, I thought, here we go.
What a shame, man.
I think offense.
Yeah, no. As I said it, I thought that. It went quiet, but then it came back up.
I did go and hunt her down still. I did go and hunt down Sasha.
Okay.
Where's she go? Because I know she popped in and popped out.
You know what, yeah? It's just long. My brother-in-law got locked out with my nephew, so I'm running up and down the road like a mad woman trying to get keys.
Okay.
No.
I wanted Sasha to talk to Joe, but now Joe's gone. Might as well go, yeah?
Oh my God.
We're getting back. Yeah, them kids don't give Sasha no peace. You know?
Did you hear it?
Seriously, yeah. They're on 24/7. They're not playing. Pick them up, man. Pick them up.
That's the kidocracy at work.
Kidocracy.
But obviously, that's the rate. That's the version that I rate. I'm not gonna lie. Like, fucking let them scream and throw their shit. Just try not to damage nothing, innit?
Yeah, a bit like that as well. But yeah, God damn, man. I still want to ask that question to Esther about the Baron thing because I think.
What was that?
Right, so hopefully my laptop's going to play ball now, right? Practical lawful descent. There's these barons, and people are essentially they're sending their allegiances to these barons, like something along them lines.
Are these people alive, or is this dead barons?
The alive barons and the like lords and stuff like that. Hang on. Notice the constable, widow notice. I have to. There's a lot of very useful information on this, talking about like not paying your council tax and example of an oath allegiance to a baron.
Yeah.
Oh, do you know what? There are templates on this. Like, it's going to take me forever to find who they are addressed to.
Basically, so these are people who are alive who are currently they own land, I guess, if they're barons, right?
Yeah.
Right. So they got titles, they got land, and they're part of a pre-existing power structure, and it's the same power structure that got you to shift from the monarchy to this parliamentary government.
Hang on, say that again. They're part of the same structure.
The pre-existing power structure, of course, yeah. If they're barons, if they've got titles and They got
So that's
like,
an issue, right? The fact that there are thousands of people sending these people like
yeah, allegiance, yeah, in the private, the oath of allegiance. That's a huge deal. Huge deal.
yeah, right. So this is where I was gonna say, because a lot of people have found these Facebook groups from the protests, because obviously common law, where people were talking a lot about common law,
yeah,
there was quite a few things. So it's a shame that everyone who's part of the protest have left, because these are some of the things I wanted to kind of like ask about and talk about, because I mean, people are pledging allegiance, so to speak, to it's a different part of the thing. Well, I don't know if that makes sense.
But in the private though, this is completely different from this antsy pantsy airy fairy stuff we do in the public. Like in the private is a totally different thing. Because the penalty for breaking oaths or contracts can be death.
Right.
Contracted into the contract. But it's more than that. It's what it signifies. They're literally an oath of allegiance, like you're putting yourself under that person by oath.
You're putting yourself under that person by oath, right?
Literally,
so
as in you're that person. You live to serve that person.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
Wait, that's nuts.
I feel like that's something that I kind of come across within that section of thinking, is that people can become a baron somehow.
You can do oath of allegiance to self. That is one of the things, because quite a few people actually ask this question about, is it dodgy or whatever. So they was like, well, you can do an oath of allegiance to self. Listen, I don't know, man.
But you could, but for what purpose? What would be the purpose of doing an oath of allegiance to yourself? I'm not saying it's not something you should do, but I'm saying for what purpose would somebody do that?
No, I hear you. I literally can't answer you because I ain't got a clue.
Do you know what I mean?
don't have a clue. I hear that though. Like there's I'll download a couple of these things and just send it over to you so you can see what I mean. Talking about
no, I know. Yeah, please do. Please do. Yeah. So the reason why a lot of these people are doing these things is because they believe it gives them a something they can show, like a certificate of oath. They can show that they
of some sort.
Yeah, exactly. But they don't realize that if anyone can see through that piece of paper and see that without that paper, this person ain't going to stand up, then they'll just, if they're brave enough, they'll push past the paper and test the person. And then if the person falls over, the paper's worthless. So you don't ever need any of the pieces of paper. Although templates are good and being able to formulate stuff is good, you don't need any of that. Well, that's not entirely true. If you're going to actually take people to court, then you have to construct pieces of paper. But outside of that, all of these other stuff, they're not really necessary. And all these people who are doing these oaths of allegiance to self, have they taken back their birth certificates?
Well, one of the lords, if anyone's interested, is someone called Lord Craigmile. I'll type it in the chat. If anyone wants to have fun.
Yeah, but that is crazy.
Craigmile, am I spelling that right?
Yeah.
Lord Craigmile. And he lives in Inverness. Oh man, everyone left.
Yeah. What are we seeing there? Did you say, was it Craig Mile with an L?
Craigmile. M-Y-L-E.
Yeah. Yeah. This dude's old, fam. Is he alive?
I believe so.
Fucking hell. Man was serving back in 1909.
I did find it before of all the barons, but I can't remember where I found it. So when I find it, I'll bring it back.
House of
What
Lords.
are you guys talking about?
So
Can you explain what we're talking about to AV 251076?
what's that?
He asked, or he or she asked, what are you guys talking about? Please explain.
Okay, it's what explain about what exactly, AV? What's the basically Sash was asking me if I know anything about this thing where people are pledging allegiance, giving an oath of allegiance to some particular barons as opposed to the United Kingdom. So they're using that oath of allegiance to step outside of what they perceive as their duties to the United Kingdom. That's what we're talking about, I guess, in the short form. Is there anything else more specific?
Oh shit! Was it just silent? Sorry, was it just silent just then?
Yeah, for a second.
Yeah,
I just came in. It was like silent, man.
Yeah. No,
Did you come to tell us
I
off,
don't know
Jeff?
if AV's still there. But yeah, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, just the whole pledging an oath to these lords. It's just crazy. I don't know. I'm surprised people are even doing it, to be honest. But then it might just be well, there's numerous reasons.
You know,
for
they're
that.
in the chat. You don't remember the chat? They're asking you lot questions like, "What are you talking about?"
Oh, the Nazi.
answered.
Yeah, I just answered that. So what do you mean
Well,
the
X
Nazi
answered.
party? How does the Nazi party go? Well, not really like the Nazi party. It's that okay? Look, right now, someone's echoing back.
I think that's you, Jez.
What?
Echoing.
Echo.
Someone's echoing.
Hello. Yes, Jez.
Yeah, the Nazi party. I guess that's slightly different. It's not even like that. What it is, these people are just flocking to this offer. Okay, because there's this. If you don't know AV, there's this thing. Some people call it free man stuff, but there's this idea that you can detach yourself from the United Kingdom and just live freely as a private person, completely detached. Right? So the thing about these lords is, I guess, in these groups where people discuss this kind of stuff, it seems someone's come up with because you could do whatever you want in the private, you can do whatever you want. So someone's come up with the idea of making an oath of allegiance to some lords who I don't know, what do we know about these people? They're just people. I guess because they're barons and the fact they actually have title to land is the reason why they chose these barons and these lords.
What about the day? One the day comes when the baron wakes up and he's like, yeah, you man, you need to do such and such.
Well, exactly. That's what an oath of allegiance is.
So he's sitting there quiet. You think he's an old man. When he passes it to his son and his son's on fuckery, you're doomed now, innit?
Yeah, and exactly. And his son's like, boom, this is what it is now. We got to secure our land. Like, you lot can come here. Safety will protect you, but we got to secure our land. So this is how we're going to do it. And it's just the same thing all over again. But now it's some private setup with some baron who you've given an oath of allegiance, as in if you break that oath, you run away, you can just get scooped up and put in prison.
But this is the thing. I think someone asked this question, and they said that baron will still be liable to the laws of the land. So they can still be held accountable. Sorry, one sec. Sorry.
So if barons are then required by law to round up their subjects, they're going to do it, aren't they?
They would, but I want to question that because I'm not sure. Like, I'm not saying it's wrong, but I just want to question that more.
Yeah, I can't answer it like I know it. So the only thing I can do is, as I'm on here to you, I can search on the comments.
If you're saying those barons would be subject to the legislation of the United Kingdom, then off the top of my head,
the common law.
Well,
that makes sense.
Everyone is kind of, but they are the law, though, right? So on his land, if he's got X amount of people pledged to him and they're on his land, and he's got these people now pledged to him, he is the law. That pledge is part of the law. The law in this case is the agreement, the contract between the parties, and he's the highest authority in that agreement. So he is the law.
I'm so confused.
Because remember, they've pledged an oath of allegiance. So that a ritual took place. So now instead of they've transferred their allegiance from the United Kingdom to Baron Craigmile or Baron whoever, right? And that was done by a ritual, and it was signified not just by a ritual, but also there's a memorandum in the form of a record of that agreement. So now that's a contract. That is law. They're in the private, that is law. When we read the word law in the public, we could substitute the word law for the contract, and everything would make way more sense. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah, man.
Yeah, if depending on how that pledge of that oath of allegiance looks like, yeah, those people yeah, but I just don't know if so yeah, not the UK laws, but the common law.
Hey, Julieta.
In that situation, he is the law.
Big up.
He's the highest authority.
Big up.
How are you?
Welcome, Julieta.
Good, man.
How are you?
Good to see you. Happy.
Well, you can't see me,
Good.
but
Nice to see this conversation going. I can't see. I
like
can see
it,
now.
yeah?
Mad. Nice to see you.
Yeah. So what? Do you know Joe?
Yeah, I do. So we've known each other from the beginning of the year, since it all started, since everyone started kind of being outspoken, communicating with each other, spreading the word. And then I think I attended one of their protests, which was Stand Up. And then our group was doing anti-child trafficking protests. And then they collaborated together. And then all the groups kind of went in a different way. But that's the best thing. Everyone's kind of found their own soul tribe amongst one another, people they can talk to. Right. I guess when you've kind of lost our own family and friends, really, like I lost a lot of family members. I lost a lot of friends just because you're speaking about the unspeakable. People don't want to hear it. But yeah, no, I've known him since the beginning of last year, and we've just been close. I've spoke to him and he said he can't come back on because he's making dinner, but he sends love anyway.
I'll big him up anyway. Big him up. So I mean, yeah, man, welcome. Everyone say hi to Julieta and make her feel welcome, please. And yeah, like just try and get involved with whatever conversation.
No, thank you for having me. Shall I pop my camera like everyone else?
Yeah, you can do. If you feel more comfortable,
you
can do that. Really, I'm trying to encourage people to turn their cameras on. I think it makes it more interesting to look at. But yeah, do your thing, man. Do whatever you're comfortable with.
All right, now I'll keep it on. So you were going into a conversation Sash was just having, which I was really enjoying before I jumped in. So you were talking about the taxes, not tax. Yeah.
Tax? Not. Are
you here?
Not tax.
I'm
yeah,
here. It's just there's a lot of noise.
Oaths, wasn't it?
No.
It was what? Sorry.
Trusts and oaths and allegiance and all that.
Oh yes, yeah. People making oaths of allegiance to these hereditary peers and barons.
Okay. Yeah. No. Because I'm sure I heard you put in that you can avoid tax because it is possible.
Yeah, I think this is why people are queuing up to sign these oaths, because the two Facebook groups that I follow, they're actually in Australia, they're in a few other places as well, but they're all queuing up because what they're advising is that it's better to have an oath of allegiance to a baron before you proceed with not paying your council tax.
Is that something we can do here?
Jeds, that's on you.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
It's something we could look into because
let's look at it.
I was having a conversation with Weird Stuff in the comments, and realistically, everything they built systematically is massive. It's huge, and you'd have to undo everything systematically. So it should be it would be something that we could look into. To be fair,
what do you mean by undo? To achieve what? Sorry.
So, for example, everything they've done, it's all legalese, law, policies, regulations, everything they built up Like when you look at, if you was just to look at the UK law, it's just one big collective mess. There's so many things
so
that
you
they
don't
have, and
you don't have
us
to know
standing up
all of
fighting
that.
for our rights. I can't really hear because my phone rang. Let me see if I can fix this. Sorry, I need my headphones. Talk? I can't
Yeah,
hear
can you
anything. I might
can you
have
hear
to
me?
leave and jump back in.
Hello.
Yeah, no, it's really
Hello?
quiet. Is it possible if I leave and jump back in?
Yeah, it's probably
Yeah,
the
let me
best
do
bet.
that.
Okay, so what shall I get from this extremely large list of?
What's most interesting to you out of all of them things?
Honestly, the barons. So
The barons.
learning about the baron. I mean, who they are, why we're sending the oath of allegiance to them.
Okay,
Like
have you got a
why?
copy? Have you got a copy of one of the oaths of allegiance to them?
There is templates on here. Yeah. Oh, hang on a minute.
Back chat then.
I don't know how to do that, Es, because it's something like PDFs and stuff.
Yeah, you can just.
Are you on Facebook?
I am. Yeah.
All right, let me just send the page, but I think you have to. I think it's a private group. Hang on.
Oh, it's a Facebook group. Okay.
Yeah. Didn't someone say they're part of a Telegram group? Who was that? No, it's pretty.
Not sure. I heard someone say that as well.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Fucking on there's loads.
Like there's a lot of information.
All of this what you sent me, is this a folder full of stuff all to do with pledging allegiance to the Lord? Yeah.
Yeah, Livo. That's like the full list of it. But obviously on the actual group itself, it discusses stuff. They talk about it and stuff. I'm trying to go through. But yeah, I don't know. I feel that this is a bit like Sarah said it in the chat quite nicely actually. Where did she say it? Sounds like changing from one master to another.
Yeah, but it's a what's a better way to put it? It's a more I don't know what the word is. It's a more dangerous deal, but dangerous isn't the word I'm looking for. Like the potential is just it's crazy because most of these people don't really understand what they're doing.
Risky.
Yeah. But not even risky. I was looking for another word. It's because most of the people don't really know what they're doing.
It's like
I can't think of a word now. I'm trying to think of one for you, but yeah. It's on the tip of my tongue. Sorry, it's not coming up.
There's loads of documents here, isn't it?
There's a lot. I don't know if you can actually get into the
only
group
one I
to
could
see.
see that said something about oath said not sent to a baron. I can't see one that is sent to a baron. They've got a document called "Business is how to deal with the police." I can see that.
There's a lot of truths in a lot of things that they're saying, but that's
Most of
always
it's
the case,
probably
isn't
more
it?
than truth because it's got to be based in actual law. If it's not based in actual law, then it's just trash. All of this stuff has got to be completely lawful and law based. That's what it is, private international law. Anything outside of that is just trash.
Where's Julieta at? She's jumping back on.
She said.
Julieta. What's going on? The Barons, right? Hang on. This is 2019 though. This has been going on for years. This page is
So
quite
you
old.
found one, yeah?
No, I'm trying to read this comment. I just kind of searched in the comments. The reason for why since when the God God, because they're doing it under the clause 61 of the Magna Carta.
Yeah.
Because that's
here we go.
I can't remember.
Oath of allegiance to a baron. I found one.
Right. So I'm just trying to find.
Oath of allegiance to self.
God, there's just bare words, man. Which he's entrusted. Right. Further, in all matters, the execution of which is entrusted to these 25 barons, if perchance these 25 are present and disagree about anything, or if some of them, after being summoned, are unwilling or unable to be present, that which the majority of those present ordain or command shall be held as fixed and established, exactly as if the whole 25 had concurred in this. And the said 25 shall swear that they will faithfully observe all that is aforesaid and cause it to be observed with all their might. I literally haven't got a fucking clue what that means.
Okay.
That's why they do it. It's
send that to me.
Mess your head up. That's why they make these words long. I'm back.
Right, I'm going to just... Hi. Welcome back.
Yeah, send it to me.
Okay, I'm just going to just copy and paste it to you, yes, because... So I don't know if this. Hang on. I'm just going to email it. Be quicker.
Is it not in the? Is it not the link you put in the back chat?
No, that goes to a room full of documents, like a long list that just keeps loading more and more documents.
What I just read out was
I found the oath of allegiance to a baron. I've got that still.
But there's 25 of them, right?
This sounded different to what you were reading out. That's I was going to ask.
Can I get can you? It sounds silly, but what's a baron? Like, just
good
That's what we're trying to establish.
Okay, so
this is what you're trying to look for, right?
While I look it up, a baron is a person who's got a title from, I guess, the monarchy, the power structure, and with that title usually comes land, as in they're a landlord in the private feudal sense. But I'm looking
I've just sent you
what a baron is right now.
that thing, yeah. Have a look at what I just sent you on thing.
What level is a baron?
It says a member of the lowest order of the British nobility.
So the lowest.
Right,
order.
yeah. So Stephen Lawrence's mum was made a baroness. We have Baroness Thatcher.
Yeah.
Which is she needs to be gone.
So then do you become a lord? You're a member of the House of Lords now, right?
Barons are they're not necessarily a member of the House of Lords because that's hereditary. That's a select group, but they're usually referred to as lord. It says here.
What a baron's usually referred to as lord.
That's what it says here, yeah, in the dictionary.
Yeah, Lord Baron. Okay. So what?
If I get some other definitions.
What does a baron's job entail? Maybe you'll get a bit more if you look into that.
I don't know. Let's have a look.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's so much a job, a rank of
look.
nobility or title of honor, often hereditary in various European countries, either current or historical. The female equivalent is baroness. Typically, the title denotes an aristocrat who ranks higher than a lord or knight, but lower than a viscount or count. Other barons hold their fief, their lands and income, directly from the monarch. Yeah, that's the bit that I thought it was. They actually hold land themselves, which was gifted to them from the monarchy. Barons are less often the vassals of other nobles. Does everyone understand what that means?
Nope.
Barons are less often working under the subjects of the puppets of other nobles. So they're more likely to be sovereign people, sovereign entities. Like I said, he is the law. He's the highest authority when we were talking earlier. So, they're less often the vassals of other nobles. In many kingdoms, they were entitled to wear a smaller form of crown called a coronet. So it's like a king under a king type setup, just not called a king.
But you don't have no power over decisions.
No, of course. So if there was conquest and the king took new lands, he would take time to decide which one of his allies, which one of his barons he's going to give that land to.
Okay, I got you.
Gift that land to them. So now they literally rule that land, but under the king.
kind of like Gibraltar and stuff like that.
Possibly, I'm not sure what the setup is there.
Gibraltar's a UK island, and she's queen of it. There must be a baron.
No, that's different then. Oh no, there might be a governor there or something. This is slightly different though, because the baron is considered like a king in the form of it's his land. Barring him offending the king will let him carry on acting as though it's his land. If he offends the king, then the king might steam in there and cut his head off and take the land back.
Okay. Because I know the Queen owns a lot of land, like, I don't know. But then I'm thinking she's here, so she's got to allocate each place a baron, as you're saying. Possibly.
But so Jamaica has a governor.
Okay, so yeah, cool.
So there could just be appointed positions in today's modern world without you having to allocate the land.
So we wouldn't. I mean? So would we contact a UK baron if we were to do this, or would we contact?
That's what Sash was talking about. She had a list of 25 specific barons. Sash.
Okay, let's do it all. CC them all in.
Hold on. Have a look.
What are we saying to CC?
Oh, you were actually reading clause 61 from the Magna Carta. Okay. Yeah, that's what it was you were reading. Yeah.
Oh right, I think because that was shit, man, I can't remember that now. Here's another one. This was in 2016, but this David Robertson guy, he's dead now. Like literally died a couple months ago, and a lot of people were like, about that one, because he was the one who was bringing all the information out and stuff. But he's saying in this 2016. And now my laptop's going to be a dick. Warning, those taking advice from any members other than the admin do so. Basic points. You do not need to send an oath of allegiance to a baron. You merely need to create one and have 3 good men or women sign as a signatory witnesses. This makes the document a lawful instrument, and a copy can then be provided as evidence of your standing in law to any agent of the crown or anyone else not standing under Article 61. We asked people originally to send their oath to a baron, in brackets, which you can do if you wish, but some have since died and others are too ill, so be discerning with your choice, please. To encourage the barons to help in this matter, as they have a duty under the law to do. 2, we do not use anything but constitutional law in our notices. We do not attend any summonses because they are not summonses, nor are the courts of law. Britain has no courts of law within its shores, not one. We demand any hearing to be heard in a properly convened court de jure, is that you say it? As they stand on the British constitutional law only. We do not play the we use nothing but intellectual facts. We stand united in our sovereignty as sovereign peoples, not as a freeman. Ooh. A sovereign is far superior in their standing than merely a freeman or baron or whatever. A sovereign man or woman means just that. You are a king or queen of your own land, in brackets, Britain. We are a nation of sovereigns. This is what makes us all equal under common law. Britain has national sovereignty, meaning we are a nation of sovereign peoples. The monarch is merely...
Sorry to cut you. Does the straw man eradicate this? Does the straw man
I haven't got a clue.
No, this is what she's saying is this: being sovereign is higher than this. The straw man doesn't eradicate it. Sovereign is the highest form.
It's the highest form, but I guess once you sign your kids, that's what it is, isn't it? You're signing them over. Once you sign them over, because it splits into 2 numbers, so it splits into 2 certs, one that goes over to sea and one that stays in land. Once that cert's taken over sea, that your sovereign being's eradicated from that, is it not?
No, because the sovereign being is the living person. So as that sovereign being, you take responsibility for your kids and any certificates that are out there, and you take back charge of them. That doesn't mean taking them back. That doesn't mean taking them back necessarily. But it just means if anybody ever communicates with you in a way that suggests they don't understand your standing, then you make sure you let them know your standing.
Because the sovereign part is sovereign man or woman of the land, yeah? Sovereign man, woman of the land. When that cert's taken over the ocean, it's under the law of the sea. So
sovereign anywhere, land, sea, everywhere.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. I get what you're saying, but you're
it's
talking.
interesting. Yeah, I'm just
You're
trying
correct. Like that is what they do. They
'cause that's what it's built for, isn't it?
they've built up this life of this system of dead souls that are out at an imaginary sea, lost at sea. Like I get what you're saying, and that's literally how it's written down in law. But once you decide that's not you anymore, and you start acting as though that's not you, then that's not you. And I don't mean acting up. I mean taking responsibility.
Yeah, no, 100%. It would be so. That's another dismantling of what they've done in regards to certificates, standing that you're a sovereign being and holding that right. But then you're being a sovereign being, you would be able to, exactly as you lot have said, avoid your court, your fines and everything.
Of course,
like that.
because who is there to send a notice to about a court date? Who are you going to call into court? Who and how?
Because that's why your name's capital letters on your certificate, isn't it? It's it's establishing your government name. Your. I don't know, it's an interesting
really
one.
quickly.
Go for it.
Sorry, babe. I was gonna say, someone asked a question about who do you pledge your allegiance to, if not the Baron? Just asking questions, and he goes, we pledge our allegiance to the Committee of the Barons, whom invoked Article 61. So the Barons that apparently you're pledging allegiance to, they were the people who invoked Article 61, I believe in 1999 or 2000.
Yeah, 2001. That's that document you sent me. That's what I'm getting from it. There's 40 points to it by the look of it, and it looks like they went through this process. This British constitutional law, I'm guessing, is the Magna Carta that they're referring to. Yeah, because they've gone through this process.
He said, remember they act. That's all right. Remember they acted in the interest of the people. It does not mean that you hand over all rights to the committee, as they must also act strictly according to constitutional law as we oversee their actions. It seems odd at first, but it is by royal command that we stand against the crown in this way. Magna Carta was also designed with equal consideration. We protect the office of sovereign, and the sovereign protects the constitution that protects the people. However, the throne has been vacant and the coronation oath breached a long time ago, so circumstances are a little different. But that is why rebellion today is by royal command.
Okay, so this is I would say this is lawfully sound, 100%. It's lawfully sound, and what you just said there about the committee. It sounds like committee is in a fiduciary position. They have a fiduciary duty, which means it's double risk for them. If they fuck over the people who they've got a fiduciary duty to, then the law is completely against them. They lose everything. The people could take everything from them, which means the land.
It made me laugh because when I got arrested, I wasn't even in a
lawfully take it.
And then I was using the common law argument. They were trying to say to me that common law doesn't stand. Obviously, I've looked into it. No, they didn't fulfill its job when it was first written, and then it was reinstated. But on my police letters, they were using the common law against me, and it made me laugh because they
Sorry,
tried to
what do you mean by it didn't fit its job and then it was reinstated? What do you mean by that?
So basically, it was, I can't remember what king it was. Who was it that created the Magna Carta?
The Magna Carta. I can't remember his name now either. But
I can't remember his name either.
Henry. Yeah.
Is it Henry?
He was just trying to codify certain protections for the people.
Yeah, and
right then. You know what I mean? Yeah.
It was the Pope that undid it straight after. No, don't apologise. It was the Pope.
But it can't be undone. It was just a declaration of a general understanding that everyone accepts to be true, and nothing can break it because it's just the truth.
It was made null and void. That's what.
No. What happened was, you know what happened? They used a different law. They ended up, because of the Bill of Rights, changed everything. That's what changed everything. The right to form parliament. Right, the right to form parliament, which came in 1700s. Like, we're talking 10 something for the Magna Carta. So there's a big
12,
time,
15. 12,
right. There's a big time disparity, or a big gap where there's absolute sovereign rule, but yet there's something in place to say that the sovereign is subject to the people.
But the Bill of Rights doesn't.
Forced. That again, the Magna Carta is forced.
The Bill of Rights doesn't repeal the Magna Carta, though. It exists.
No, it doesn't.
It coexists.
It coexists. Yes.
Yeah.
They
And the
needed
Bill of
another
Rights
set of laws.
is a parliamentary act, right?
Right.
I'm sure I was reading up on the history on it, and it was saying that the Pope thought had it made null and void because they weren't happy. I can't remember. It was
That might be their business. Like there may have been a papal decree that declared it null and void, but that doesn't mean shit. That just means if the Pope can get your head cut off, then it's null and void, and if the Pope
that's going to
can't,
only
then it's
mean
rejected.
something. That's only going to mean something to Protestants.
Yeah.
Because
I was just
by Henry's
Give me a
time,
minute, guys. Give me a minute. I'll be back.
He's going to create. They're going to create the Church of England. You get me? So any decree by the Pope is null and void also. You get what I'm saying? Because once he was able to, Henry was able to rebel with marrying his wives and doing all of that, and then his grandson bringing a Bible. They basically formed their own religious sect. Do you get what I'm saying? Within Christianity.
Yeah, so that he
Which
could
is Church of England. But when it comes down to William II, so you got to remember that Oliver Cromwell stuff we talked about last time, I think. Yeah, when he took over as a Supreme Protectorate of England, yeah, that's when they can push in this Bill of Rights, bring in people who are never going to be powerful like a king, to be honest, and unless we can bring in a king that we can manipulate. And that's what they done. They killed William I, chopped his head off, right? Waited for the son to grow a couple years. Well, it's about 6 years or 7 years that Cromwell was in charge as a Supreme Protectorate. And then all of a sudden you're getting Guy Fawkes and the rest, trying to blow up Parliament. This is all one story. Do you get it? This is all one story at a particular time. The reason they're trying to blow up Parliament is because they don't agree with that. They agree that the king should have supreme power, according to the Magna Carta, because that would help the common person. Do you get what I'm saying? And they're subject not only to the people, they're subject to the dukes and their peers. Basically, the king is subject to them because they're the ones who forced him to sign the Magna Carta. Yes.
Do you have you heard about this? Apparently, there's a king who says he's got a rightful heir to the throne now.
Oh,
like
that
right now.
fake show. That fake. What's his name again? No,
he's not necessarily fake, but
he's apparently he is a fake. He's been apparent like he was. They were caught. Who was it that was advertising him quite a lot? It was Charlie something. Is it not Charlie Freak? Was they were advertising him. They did the whole the whole King documentary kind of thing.
I remember that. Yep.
Going
in
through
Australia, right?
Yeah, saying they're going through all of his history and stuff, but like apparently it was all one big fake because the other guy who made the documentary admitted that they were just going along with the storyline.
Okay. Right.
So,
does that illegitimize? Does that illegitimize that our royal family is fake?
I think our royal family is fake anyway, to be fair.
Okay, so fake on fake on fake.
That's one of the things that they're saying. That's one of the reasons why it's gone into. That's why they invoked the Article 61 because they're saying that the royal family they should never have been there anyway.
Yeah, no.
Well, them. So.
But remember what I told you. I told people. Sorry, it's the case versus Regna versus Ja. You know what I mean? And if you look on that, you see that this is all business, and she didn't fulfill her oath, and she didn't do the processes correctly.
She mixed two of her words up, and that was a big.
That's enough.
That was a
Let
big
alone the Philosopher's Stone itself.
It's a defect.
Was not correct.
Defect.
Yeah, she signed it. And all of that, it was not fake. The Bible she used, it's another story. Do you get what I'm saying? Like all of these little factors that prove that she does have no jurisdiction. So then court and everything comes under that. So this is the whole point of trying to prove your jurisdiction. You don't have jurisdiction over me. I don't understand what you're talking about.
But all the issues people are facing today or believe they're facing, that's parliamentary jurisdiction.
That's parliamentary.
It's not even the
Bill of
monarchy.
Rights. Blame the Bill of Rights for that. Blame, as you say,
So how could we go about completely dismantling Parliament? Like, is that something that we want to consider?
I mean, if it all goes left, it will be dismantled anyway, wouldn't it?
Mm.
We're not going to reopen it.
That question is.
We're not going to reopen it, are we? We're not going to reopen it. We're going to that's closed permanently.
On this.
I mean, it's permanently closed. I don't think that people should be clinging on to the old system in any type of way.
No, I agree. I don't think anyone that's definitely something we can't, especially if we're having this fight now. We can't allow them to continue to grow, like not at all.
Right.
We need
or
to
reconstitute any of their policies or any of their systems,
or just completely discard huge chunks of their policies. Just completely discard. There's no need for it. Can use common law and equity.
That's right.
Yeah, I wanted to go into policy making, see if I could make a change, but like I just feel like you don't really have a voice to make that big change.
No, that's part of this machine. You just be a cog.
Yeah, no, I know, but it's just, I don't know. You'd have to dismantle it systematically, but you'd have to get enough people, enough numbers to not want them to be around anymore. Come on, look, Guy Fawkes tried to blow it up, and it's still standing. Do you know what I mean? There was,
unfortunately for Guy Fawkes, though, Guy Fawkes was one of them. If he wasn't one of them, he'd be a hero story. But unfortunately, they never tell you. Yeah, but they never tell you he's part of them. He's like the opposition in mindset, not in bloodline or personality.
Yeah, he was working. He was working for the Catholic Church, right? Yeah,
of course. This is an in-house business. This has got nothing to do with us. Yeah, but they never tell you he's part of them. He's like the opposition in mindset, not in bloodline or personality.
Yeah, he was working. He was working for the Catholic Church, right? Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, but what was he doing for the
This is an in-house business.
Sorry. AV, you need to turn on your YouTube.
In mind, not
One
in
second.
bloodline or personality.
He was working. He was working for the. Yeah, turn on your YouTube. Turn your YouTube off. Mute it completely. Yeah, AV 251076. What's good? AV, you need to turn on your YouTube. Yo, AV, you need to mute. You need to mute. AV, you need to mute completely your YouTube.
There we go.
Yeah, no, he's just muted completely. But can you mute?
Yeah,
your
not
YouTube?
mute StreamYard, mute YouTube.
Yeah, not StreamYard, YouTube, and then unmute StreamYard so we can talk to you. Big up, by the way. Yo, AV. AV25. Hey. Hello. Cooey. Yo, AV25.
You're so silly.
Yo, hello, AV25. 1076. Yeah, you know the mute button that you've pressed? Press it again. So you unmute.
Your microphone. Yeah, that's it.
Hello?
Yo. Hello.
Big up. Yo, AV, you got YouTube playing in the background, right?
I don't know, mate.
Yeah, you know the mute. Well, I can hear it.
Yeah.
Press it again. Can you mute your YouTube?
Not your microphone.
Yeah, not the microphone, but like YouTube.
Turn YouTube down, yeah.
Or just close that window.
Yeah, just close the window, the YouTube window. Yeah, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
You want to Kubi again?
Yeah.
Big up, AV. What's good? What should we call you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Is that yeah?
Yes, we can hear you, AV.
Okay.
Can you hear us? Turn your
How you doing?
volume up.
Yeah, we good.
I
We
can
good.
hear
Like,
all of
what do we call you?
AV's fine, man.
AV. Where you calling from, AV? Tell us a little about yourself, because it's just an avatar and some numbers. We need to know who we're chatting to.
I'm from Bristol City, and
Right. Yeah, you said you're from Bristol, and you didn't hear anything about a protest.
Yeah, exactly. So so the first time I seen it, I went out in the car and I seen the people uptown, and it was kind of like, I thought it had some slogan like "Kill the Bill." I thought it was like to do with that woman who got killed by the police officer in London, something like that. But
yeah.
I figured out later that it was to do with like, the bill that was trying to pass and all that.
Right. Did we even find out information about what this bill was? It was to do with stopping protests or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's to do with like the right to protest.
Lord up, everyone. Big up.
Big up, Nay.
Big up, Roger.
All right, cool. Well, welcome, AV, man. Like, jump in when you can. You know what I mean? And yeah, man, welcome, bro. Thank you for jumping on. Yeah, and Nay.
Welcome. Yeah, boy.
Right,
have they taken the miss off the potato head as well? I'm looking at Sasha's icon, and it's got me thinking about potato heads. Have they taken
I've kept this Mrs. Potato Head here in an act of protest against the fuckery.
Love it.
Of
Yo,
my
can you hear me?
Yeah?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I still can't believe they did that.
Yeah.
My name is Mrs. and I'm not having it.
That's it, Mrs. You keep that title.
Well, I'm offended. I'm offended by you calling yourself Mrs. personally. You know what I mean?
Cross
I find
the
that
goddamn road.
Triggering.
We don't do feelings around here, man.
I take offense to Pixar.
Yeah, I'm doing this. Yeah, no, you know what it is, yeah? When Pixar, I don't think Nay liked our response. We'll be back. When Pixar got hold of this potato head brand, that's when it happened. That's what the beginning of the end was for the potato head.
It was fine.
Yeah. Like I said, in the last Toy Story, they started playing with the theme of fluidity, right? With the spork. With the spork. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, do you know what? Since you said that, I come across the toy in a friend's house and it had the rainbow on its foot.
There you go.
Listen.
Yeah, the symbols are all over the kids' toys. I never noticed it before. Never noticed it before. And then once
even with the NHS
things,
rainbows. What was that for?
Yeah.
Yeah, that confused me because I'm walking down the road thinking, okay, so my neighbors are gay, right? Cool, whatever. Yeah. But they're not. They're not. They're supporting the NHS. I didn't I don't know.
You must have been thinking a lot of people were coming out on your street.
Yeah, I'm like, right, okay. Like, you lot just out there, yeah, safe. Like, cool. But nah, they're in support. I think
Restole it, innit? They restole it.
They restole it back for the LGBT, or are they sharing it?
They restole it.
Because I was told,
it's a normal thing, innit? It's a normal thing that you just see every now and then. And then obviously...
Fun fact, I was told that the LGBT rainbow is in fact backwards, inverted.
Yeah,
is it?
Sounds like it.
Oh, to do with the chakras or something like that.
I don't know, but there's like
I know they've got different coloured rainbows because you've got
special rainbow, innit?
Yeah, each one has their own type of rainbow.
What are you talking about? The nursery rhyme, like the nursery rhyme fucking routine.
No, like so
the reverse of that, yeah.
Every what are they called? Like you've got polyamorous, gay, bi. I mean, the list is endless, but each one have their own flag.
Yeah, they got a special one in Tennessee still.
Yeah, because they've got one for pedos as well.
Purple, was that purple?
I remember
Purple,
that tune when I was eating. I
what you
can
call it?
see a
What's that thing
rainbow.
called again? Purple Dashiki is the one in Tennessee, in it.
Yeah.
Sniper.
Well, that's why they use the rainbow, because it's appealing to children, and they were working at pushing LGBT, and they have done now into schools. So the rainbow kind of warmed you up to it, just like Snapchat had you 5 years ago using a mask filter. 5 years later, you're wearing masks on the
I
street.
see a guy get punched in the head because he dared to protest against people that were protesting for the transing of children.
They forgot about the series, Jets.
And they beat the man up. The man was like, "Yo, this ain't right. You some grown men advocating for children to be trans." And I'm talking about children. Yeah, they beat him up and told him, "Get out of here! Get out of our neighborhood!" And they get me. That's how
It's just
tolerant
like
they
them
are.
sending kids to drag shows. It's just too
Oh,
much,
mate.
man. It's
Mate,
too
it's a lot.
much. You know,
It's a lot.
so I think a few of us have kids. I've got a kid. I heard Sasha's kids, so I think you do as well. But with the schools, they've started like what is it? The sex education. I pulled my son out of school last year, but it's sex education and it's RSE, yeah. So relationship sex education. So you're allowed, because obviously every person's got different religions, different beliefs. So you're allowed to actually pull your kids out of the sex education, but you are not allowed to, because it's compulsory, to remove them from the relationships. So that will be forced onto your children, gender fluid and all of that shit, telling them that, if you're wearing a dress, maybe you could be born in a girl's body, and all of this stuff they can't avoid. You can't pull your kids out of this, and that's
I literally feel that, not to get too ultra manly with it, but I literally think if my child came home talking about, I think I'd hurt somebody. I said it, I'd have a Michael Douglas moment and go crazy.
It shouldn't be in the school's hands to be educating your kids this. Like, don't get me wrong, I've got gay best friends, do you know what I mean? And even my gay best friends, like, they don't agree with this. They don't agree with it being put on children. When you see a little kid, you don't go around and say, "Oh yeah, I do this with this person and I do this with this person." You don't need to have that conversation.
I think most non-selfish people, most non-selfish adults would agree, regardless of what your orientation is. I think we should all be able to agree as adults that none of this has anything to do with children, and it's not something we should be pushing on children. And if you give, and we all know, if you give a human an option, now the option is available.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
But they don't give you the option though. That's the problem. It's under section 17 something, but they don't. It's actually like within the education law. Like
mandatory now.
You don't have a choice to come out of this. You don't have a choice. Like if your child's in year 1 to year 6, you don't actually have a choice. And when your child hits year 6, they're teaching them.
When you take your child out now and you're homeschooling, is this going to be part of your curriculum that you're going to have to cover in some way?
In a way, yeah. But I'll touch on it how I deem necessary. But that would mean myself going into extensive research and how to sensitively tell a child to tell my child, like my child's in year 6.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So if he was in year 6 in school right now, he would be getting taught about sex that I was being taught in year 8.
A complete madness, masturbation.
Yeah, but the masturbation they're introducing to year 2.
Yeah.
So they're to year 2. They want to. So basically, I've got I'll get one of your emails or WhatsApp or whatever later, and I'll send it over to you. But it's actually the school registered curriculum. My friend passed it over to me. So it's literally like in year 2, they're going to teach your child that basically not teach them, because they're not going to physically tell them, but they're telling them that you can self-stimulate yourself in different ways, and you can try it in the bath, you can try it when you're
with the shower head. Sometimes, and it's like you're not trying to lead. Oh, another one was, you may. Hold on, there goes another one, maybe at night time when you're laying there on your own, and it's not appropriate to do in front of people, so it's like, so don't do it in school or whatever. I'd wait till you're alone.
Yeah, but go home in your own time,
or maybe in the shower or in the bath. So you're literally telling man when it's a good time to knock one out. Like, no, thank you.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
Do they have to teach this in like religious schools, like Catholic school, for example?
Yeah, so basically any school, so social schools, it's mandatory. You don't compulsory. Sorry. And then when it goes to private schools and stuff, they don't have that compulsory. They get to choose.
Yeah.
So private schools have the choice, and church schools, I'm not entirely sure, because it doesn't. I need to read it. It's it's bloody long. All of these things are long articles, but yeah, it's some schools it's not, but any schools we're sending our kids to, we don't have a choice. And why is that?
Nay, what was you gonna say? Heard you piping up a bit. Hello, Nay.
No, I know one sister that sends her kids to a Catholic school still, and she was basically raising the point that like their school has blatantly made a choice that like they're not picking up on certain sex education lessons. Like like they sent a letter out to their parents explaining the situation about certain things that are supposed to be, or certain things that they wanted to be added to the sexual health curriculum, and
I'll give you the full list
what
on
they're
that.
not going to do basically. So it's they're just letting the parents know they're not teaching them this, so if they feel they want to, it's in their hands, kind of thing. So that's just one in particular though, so I can't speak on behalf of all of them.
Do you know look how respectful that is though? And do you know what? We've been asked to teach these things. We don't think that our teachers are not comfortable with if you want to do it at home, then by all means, do you know what I mean? But we now teach that in the school.
No, that's good. I guess that's a good thing about religious schools. They will be a bit, no, they will be a bit more tight on that. But even if with our regular schools, these are just they've got to take what they see from this little schedule they have set out. They've got to take what they can from it and make a lesson. It doesn't mean they have to do every single one, but each school makes a decision based off the things that they're providing you with.
You know, I remember Juliet, Julieta, sorry, should I say? I remember how slick they are. So what they've done now is like, okay, so because what we need to do is make awareness for the kids so they know when an adult is touching them in an inappropriate way. So we're safeguarding them against abuse.
That's a loophole. That's the loophole they're using. That's what made a lot of people who I know, and even relatives, a lot of my close ones have said, oh yeah, but there's nothing wrong with it, because realistically it is protecting your child. And I'll tell you something, when my boy was young and he was in year 1, I found a leaflet that I would recommend any parent to use with their kids to share knowledge, and they are using it in this curriculum. I'll give them that. It's called the pants rule. And the pants rule, I stand by this rule 100%, because it teaches your child, you help your child understand that their pants area is their area, and they get to decide what happens with their area, and no one's allowed to touch their area, and they should never touch someone else's area. So the pants rule, I raised my son on that, and it's worked wonders, and it's a good sensitive way to get the awareness to your children. You can find it anywhere if you write the pants rule. It's brilliant. But like a lot of my close ones have said, oh yeah, no, I believe that you should do it, should have this in the kids' curriculum, because it saves them. And then I've had to stand there and say, okay, so there's your child's in year 2, okay? And I'm looking at their child and I say, now imagine your child comes home and says, look, mummy, look what I can do. And they're fondling themselves. Now tell me that this is what they should be doing. Because they've managed to slide it in with the pretense that they're protecting the children without making you understand, because you're looking at it the way they break it down. It's just like legalese, the way that they do law. the way they've written it down is to make it look innocent. Like, and another one of our warriors have brought this subject up with the school, and the school are turning around saying, no, we're not going to do anything like that. We're not going to be teaching your kids that. And they keep telling her that they won't. And she's bringing it up and she's like, this is the curriculum. And they've shared with her like a rough bit of the curriculum, but she's got the full downloadable PDF.
We've had it. We've seen the ins and outs, the dirty little. It's not nice at all. It ain't nice,
yeah,
man.
it's coming at your cartoons. It's coming.
Yeah,
it's
horrid.
Everything.
Boys,
Even the gender fluid stuff started coming in.
An image of like 2 boys like under some covers, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do you know what it was? In that section about self-discovery and that, it was like, it's normal to experiment and to whatever with other people, like, and then it was saying sometimes with other like boys, other girls, so it's basically saying if you want to touch, if you've experimented with another child, it's fine. It's not something you should feel bad about.
No,
and it was like,
it's wrong.
what is this?
It's wrong.
What is this, man?
What concerns me is there's not enough parents out there who care about what's going into their children's education. Like, it's enough that we're allowing our kids to be taught fake history.
Right.
But like, you wanna throw they're just building them up for the system. That's all they're doing, building them up for their wants and needs. Can you stop tickling me, please? I'm fully getting tickled in the middle of it. No, don't walk away like that. I just don't want you tickling me. Yeah, but it's just scary that not enough parents care. It's like a lot of parents, you know, with all this lockdown stuff and this COVID regulation and how they're like making the kids walk, talk and everything. And then it's like when the schools open back up, parents didn't care about the fact that their kids are getting tested every week. They don't care that they have to wear a mask for a majority of, like, even nurses, even medical professionals do not wear their masks past 3 hours without changing it and having a break.
Yeah.
And like, they've just pushed all of this on these kids, and then as soon as the parents had the lockdown, they're like, I get it, I'm a mum. Like, you're pulling your hair out, the kids are around you 24/7, you can't get a break, like, it's hard homeschooling. I get all of the aspects, I do, but I will sacrifice every single one of my days to know that my son's not in that scenario. And why that's just how I feel.
Why did you pull your
It was he's in primary, so I mean his regulations are not as tough as high school, but it was the isolation, it was the division, it was kind of like looking at concentration camps, like the way they're all set out and separated and divided. And then like they were making him sanitize. Now my son's got sensitive skin, but there's been no dermatology test. I'm his mum, I know what reacts with his skin, but I have not had any dermatology tests carried out, primarily because the wait is long. You're looking at waiting months and months and months just to have a skin test. And this sanitizer stuff started happening within the schools, and the school had already said to me like they were going to work with me in regards to certain things and the regulations they're doing. And I didn't want my son to feel different in the school. I didn't want him to feel like distant from all his friends and stuff because of all the regulations. So I had the conversation with the teacher, and they said, yeah, look, don't worry, we're going to work with you, mum. Anything that you feel will make you and your child's time during all of this more comfortable, that will work with you. I said, okay, brilliant. Then my son came home and told me that he was being made to sanitize 5+ times a day. Now you're looking at, and sanitizer.
No, that's bad.
Yes, sanitizer is a corrosive substance, and the majority of these sanitizers that they bring into these schools, they don't know what's inside of them. You don't know what the ingredients are, and your body's based.
And they like right after having it, like a minute.
Yeah, so they're not even drying the sanitizer on their hand properly before they're consuming food. So I've literally like pulled them up, and I said, look, I raised all of the sanitizer issues, like how corrosive it is, how your body's built of bacteria as well, and what it can do, and it's stopping your immunity work naturally as well, because you're not getting used to dirt and everything that comes with nature. So anyway, I've sent everything, like I've sent all of my research over, and then they've asked to see me. So I've gone before I was going work, and I've like showed up at the school, and the head teachers just looked at me and went, "Well, mum, I've got eczema and it doesn't bother me."
Oh,
And I
God.
turned around to him and I said, "You're the head teacher. You ain't my child's brother. You ain't my child's father. You ain't got nothing to do with my son. So don't tell me my son's the same as your skin."
Yeah.
Because you're different. You're two completely different people. And I'm telling you, as his mum, if you're
Yeah.
making him sanitize 5+ days, yeah, then you're going at how many days that's running per week.
Yeah.
And then you're talking about if his skin stuck, because he's tried to make a point that my son's skin hadn't flared up yet. And I said, but once it gets to that point, it's going to be hard to
you watching my son's skin though?
Yeah, no,
It's
I
not
know,
his
yeah.
place to say- No, I'm
I
saying
know,
it's not
yeah.
his place to say that. But
No,
yeah, do you know what I
100%.
find? My one still goes to school at the moment, but she's a bit
I
older
don't-
now. She's not in
Yeah,
secondary
no.
school.
She's in secondary school. Okay, yeah.
No, she's not. No, she's not. She's still in primary,
Oh,
but
she's
she's
not.
kind
Oh,
of gone
she's in
past the
primary.
year. She's
Okay.
gone past the age 7 now. But I mean, this is a battle that I've been having with them about this stuff. You know,
Sanitizer.
Yeah. I bought her a friendly bacteria hand cream as opposed to using the sanitizer to like make a big point. And when they ask me why, I don't give them no reason apart from that's what I want. I don't give them no reason to talk shit because they cannot comprehend anything outside of their own box. I don't even bother.
But this is
Like,
why
I
it
don't
makes
even
me
bother.
laugh, because these new regulations that they fit into the school from the parliament, all of these new regulations that they fit in around coronavirus, it's literally just taken away the teacher-parent communication understanding. Like, it doesn't matter what mum or dad wants. If it don't fit with them, like that's something they were putting down serious. Over a sanitizer, it got bad, like really bad. And then I tried to make my point. Then he said, I said, look, when my son puts one of your plasters on, he gets an allergic reaction, does he not? Yeah, that's on our system. Therefore, you've got on your system that he has sensitive skin. And then they were like, yeah, but it doesn't work with coronavirus. You need an excuse for the coronavirus. Yeah. So I'm like,
It's a medical excuse.
Wash your hands, innit? Like,
yeah. And
worst
I
case
said
scenario.
exactly what I said. I said, look, I don't care if you make my son wash his hands 5 times a day, but that's only what I want him using because I know he don't react. And that was what I said. I want him washing his hands. And he said, well, mum, if a teacher asks him to use a sanitizer, he'll have to. So he was arguing with me back and forth, back and forth. Yeah, I know. That's what he said. And I'm arguing. I'm like, what do you mean? I'm his mum. I'm telling you, I've given it written in a letter. I've given you an email. I've given you a breakdown of the damages.
How old
your
is your son?
Pardon?
How old is your son?
He's 11.
Oh, okay. So he was going into high school then, or he was already in high school.
Yeah, so I've made his application for high school, but whether or not things change, that's going to depend on that. But it's I actually like when the head teacher was refusing me the whole time, I went to the GP because I was like, nah, I need a letter now because this is too much. I didn't want to pull him out. He wanted to be with his friends. Do you know what I mean? I didn't want to. But
This is actually one of the main reasons why I haven't with my big one. Like my little one hasn't even started school yet, so I don't even think she's going. Like I'm going to be staying at home with her, and linking up with other mums who are doing the same thing. But it's probably the biggest factor is her friends. But I mean, I'm schooling her every day she comes home from school. I'm letting her know this ain't normal, this ain't right. Like she come home, they had basically tried to convince her to take the flu vaccine. Right? She's like, she got home and she's like,
she's
oh,
not even
why am I
old
not
enough to skip.
Yeah.
Thing.
But they're obviously just trying to get into her mind. Like, oh, this is mum. They said that this will help me. So I'm telling her, no, baby, it won't work like that. She goes, yeah, no. She's just, and peer pressure is a hell of a drug. Peer pressure is a hell of a drug, 100%. Yeah. So in the end, I was like, they put their babies in it, babe. They put their babies in the vaccine, and I had to get real.
You end up feeling like
I had to get real.
Yeah.
And she was like, oh, I don't want that.
And that's the thing. And the worst thing is like any of these vaccines, if you were to hand feed them to your children, you'd be in jail.
Mm-hmm.
You would not be allowed to give any of
a
these.
really hard one.
It's difficult, but that's what scares me about high schools, because when they deem your child intellectual enough to be able to make their own decisions, I can't remember what it's called. There's a name for it. There's a name for everything. But they so your teenager can go into school, and you've said you don't want your teenager to have a vaccine, yeah? So you've said no, you've signed the paper and say no, but they can coerce your child within the school. And so within the school, they can see if your child is smart enough to accept the vaccine on their own basis. So a teenager would be allowed to revoke what you've said.
Do you know what age that's from?
I think that's 13, 12, 13, but it just depends on whether or not I believe they'd probably say any child is smart enough to say yes. Do you know what I mean? Because it's doing what they want them to do. But the twist side of it is the mum can say yes, but the child can't undo the mum's yes. So the child will not be smart enough to undo the vaccine approval, but they're smart enough to approve the vaccine when it's been rejected by the parent.
We've got to educate our children. Like we've got to be honest with them.
We educate our children, and I think it's
very honest with them.
Yeah, and I think.
And the thing is, we actually have to be honest with them about the lashback. Is that the right word? Like we have to be honest with them of how people react to the truth. And it's one of them things about kind of knowing it and keeping quiet with it, just silently knowing that and not trying to even.
Has your daughter heard anything? Because I know they've been speaking to kids in schools. Bear in mind, my child's not in the school anymore, but I've been hearing that they've been speaking to kids in schools, telling them that about conspiracy theorists, and if your parents are conspiracy theorists, you've got to snitch on them.
They got a whole.
No, do you know what?
They got like a whole video to show them about, and like a whole lesson about. Some people have conspiracy theories and they're really against some things, so they'll try to make other things seem silly even though they're actually true, and like it's some madness.
Don't get me wrong, a lot of these things, when you say it, it sounds crazy to think that they're messing with your food, messing with your water, messing with every aspect of your life. They've twisted it. And to be able to say it out loud, I don't blame people for thinking we're crazy. I get it. It does sound crazy, but this crazy shit is real.
No, I think
real.
My little one hasn't mentioned that. She hasn't said that to me. But I have been, I've been being
Making
honest
sure.
with her.
Yeah, you're being
I
honest.
have been this whole way through, like we haven't stopped seeing friends and family. Like she never sees me wearing a mask, and if anything, she's with me in the car going, "Oh, mum, look at that person with a mask outside. Like, it's so silly." Like, do you know what I mean? So I've made sure.
It will be our kids that will be the next step in the generation that will be awake. That's the most powerful thing out of it, is all of our kids, all of us who are aware, all of us who are taking the time to educate our kids and look into things like this, that like our
but
kids...
we got to teach them, because we spoke about this earlier, the fact that they will manufacture the opposition. Oh, one sec.
I'm loving that drawing right now.
Cheers. I was just listening to you guys.
Blow it up.
I think it's. I don't know. I don't know how to control it. I think it's up to Jed.
So, did anyone attend the protests today? Saturday. Sorry.
Hell no.
No.
No, I wasn't there.
Can I make a comment on the school part?
It was an amazing energy, though. I can't lie. It was a brilliant energy. It's just nice to not be in the dystopia of everyone wearing masks, isn't it? Like, it's nice to be around massive tribe of people who feel what you feel, who think what you think. I don't know. It's better than having a convo with my family, to be fair, being out there.
So what would you say your family are quite against it?
Yeah, I think everyone, a majority of my family are hoodwinked, 100%. Like, the fear has definitely got them. They're sick of the lockdown, but they're complying because of fear.
Yeah.
Right, sorry about that. Yeah, what I was going to say is, if we are thinking about our children being the next generation to kind of, I guess, wake up, like we have an issue with the word wake up. But anyway, we need to teach them about manufactured opposition, which is a big deal. And I mean, like, I think honestly, it's the whole following the crowd thing. It's just following the crowd.
I just want to
which
add
I think is the issue.
add a comment there. Hello?
Yeah?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, cool. I just want to add a comment there about the schools and their policies and all that. And what you were talking about, the sex education and the rest of it, the vaccines and all of the restrictions and all of that. I mean, schools, like, even like if you go back to school days when you were at school, you know, they always make policies and that. Now they kind of getting a bit extreme, but they need to have reasons for doing it, which they provide you with reasons for what they're doing. But the reasons, you can argue against those reasons, because like back in some decades ago, they had other policies like were like biased towards, say, non-white kids. Like, there was, like, you know, there was that type of day that time. But nowadays it's to do with like what we're talking about right now, the sex education and etc. But really what I'm trying to say is they need to have reasons that add up, and if you can argue against them, then you should, because otherwise they'll just say they're right. So if this is not the parent, if the parent doesn't argue against it, then obviously they're going to say they're the more educated people. They know best.
Sorry,
They know best.
can I just say that's 100% right, because it's that same premise that got all the fines declared unlawful and got all the stuff they done to the roads declared unlawful. It's the fact that people said, look, you got to have good reason for this, and you haven't demonstrated good reason.
You need enough people to go against it, to be fair.
Well, I think if one parent does it and tells other parents, and other parents do it, and they tell their family members and blah blah blah.
Yeah, within our community,
people have to just start doing this stuff. Just start doing it.
It's getting active and doing it. Yeah,
very true. Yeah. Being active is something we need to teach our children to do. Like take part. Definitely take part, but where you take part is very important.
Yeah. It's that the thing on the education thing, it's a really long article, but don't get me wrong, there are some things on there that you would say, I do want my kids learning. Not all, I'm not saying all of it, I'm saying there are some things, and that's what makes it difficult for people. And then when you try and come against this sex education thing, like with the relationships, it would be the LGBT thing. It's like, if you would try, if a collective of people would try and kick this out of the curriculum, what else would it stir within the LGBT community? There's going to be a comeback at it, will it not?
So all they're trying to do is trying to like promote inclusivity, right? Like to conquer prejudices about other people, like say from race to race, like we're different race to each other. Maybe we look at each other and we might make preconceived ideas about each other, which we do, but they're trying to knock all that out. Now that's all fine. That's one issue. Maybe they're getting that right, but that sex education, maybe they're going too far with that. They don't need to know.
Yeah.
The kids don't need to know about sex education to that degree about at a young age. They need to know
I think
about
that should be in a parent's
potential
hands.
abuses and dangers. That's about it. People trying to endanger their life. Yeah. But
That's what I was saying. On that, the
Or
pants
it's for
rule,
adults.
100%. But going further, as you said, it's not necessary. It's not
Yeah,
needed.
because sex is an adult play, if you want to say it like that. It's not kids play. It's not for kids. It's for
It's like
adults.
someone made a point to me earlier. It's like they know someone. Like, you know, every child is like, some are really tall, some are really short, some look older than what they do. Like, I know someone who knows someone who's within the age 12 range, and they look like a grown-ass man boy. Do you know what I mean? They don't look young, and they're sexually active. And that's why it's really important for us parents to take the forefront in making sure our kids are not ending up like that. But then what her argument was they're 12, so maybe sex education should be introduced to year 6. And what's your, like, I don't know, what's your opinion on that? Because other kids are active at a young age, does that mean that we should be educating every other child about it?
No, I mean,
short answer,
like
I'd
when
say
we was
no.
at school, we was like getting educated about sex about like the age of 14, 15, say.
Yeah, that's
And
what I'm saying.
about what sex was and reproductive cycle, etc., and all of
Yeah,
that.
and all of that.
And
I even remember being in high school, and every time the subject would be on, everyone was all giggly and giddy because it's like we're innocent, so it's a
but
subject
no, I
that's
mean, at 14, 15, you're like reaching puberty, and you'll think you're already talking about it with your guys, with your mates, or girls maybe talk. I don't know what girls talk about, but
yeah,
Yeah,
like,
you already know the
you know,
penis goes in the vagina. You know all
well,
of
that's
this.
it. At
You
that
know
time,
before
Wait,
they
I
teach you
actually
that the baby
remember.
grows in a womb, and you know all of that. You've seen
I
babies be
remember being in
born.
primary school.
consequences of what you might at that age.
what
Like,
you got
So
taught
14,
in
15 is probably the right age.
Huh? Sorry, I'm cutting everyone up. I was gonna say I actually remember in primary school learning sex education. I can't remember what year I was in, but because I was the joke of the class, I automatically got sent to the back of the room. Like I didn't even open my mouth. I was like, "What the fuck is this we're watching?" But it was like for the fact that I remember it. So do you know what I mean? And it wasn't
Sorry, what
nice.
age? What age was
I
you at
don't
primary school?
remember learning that in primary school.
I
I didn't learn
remember
nothing at primary
learning it
school.
in primary school.
Yeah, I remember learning it in year 5. I was in year 5.
It might have been year 5, yeah, but
Maybe.
it wasn't nice. Like it wasn't nice
So
at all.
What age was you that time? Sorry, the guys that are learning in primary school.
Year 5. Like, I must have been year 5. So that's how many years ago? God, I can't do
So how
basic
old is
maths.
that? I don't
You
know.
must have been about 10.
Yeah, you'll be 10. Yeah,
So you
10,
learn
yeah.
you're getting taught at 10.
Is it 10 in year 5?
No,
Maybe.
not 10. Yeah.
My boy's 11 and he's in year 6.
Yeah, you'd be
So maybe 9, 10.
Yeah,
So
I
I got-
remember they showed us like private parts, everything.
No,
Swear down, yes.
That.
I remember just being really uncomfortable, and I think a lot of other people in the class were uncomfortable too. Like I didn't even have any jokes in me. That's how uncomfortable I was.
The question. So, to you, did you think it was necessary for you to learn that at that age?
No, I think that's something that my parents should have taught me.
Yeah,
because
exactly. In the
Did it
you know what I
come
mean?
in? Did it come in use for you, like later in life? Did it help you in any way?
Not
Like,
at all.
Of course not. Showing kids pictures of stuff they're going to get awkward about. They know what a willy is. They know what a pom-pom is. And the kids at that age, if you mention to, they would just get embarrassed.
Giddy, yeah.
So,
That's what,
so how could it help to sit all the kids down, make them all sit there, have to face the screen, behave themselves, and look at these pictures?
behave and look at the vagina.
So, yeah, so the first
I was told that once. My teacher.
What's that? I missed that.
Look at it, boy. Look at it.
Look at the vagina. Be good and look at the vagina. No, I just don't think it should be in the primary school curriculum. Full stop.
It wasn't when I was there.
I mean, if you want to intertwine it into year 6, but primarily like reproductive system, like that's what my son's got. Like when it
What's
would
the
be.
danger? What's the danger? We grow up and don't know what a penis or a vagina is. Like,
Listen, we weren't even born with a manual like this. All this
You know
stuff
what I
that
mean?
we're being told we've got to learn in school. Everyone
Why?
systematically
Why
learn.
is it so important? Because what they said was I remember me growing up when they said it was so important to stop teenage pregnancy.
Yeah, that's the argument.
That was
That
what
is
they
the
used when I was
argument.
growing up.
That is the argument, and I'm sorry,
Yeah.
teenage pregnancy has existed from the beginning of time.
Yeah, hence the reason why you get your puberty in your teenage
And ain't
years.
this vaccine supposed to prevent pregnancy anyway? So
Oh no! See, I remember the next thing I was. Oh, you just reminded me. So I'm not gonna say it word for word, but in the newspapers today, they are saying that supposed cure for COVID might be injecting boys with female hormones.
Oh, but they've been doing that anyway. With aborted
Google it, so I get it right.
Yeah, no.
I'm gonna Google that right fucking now.
Aborted human fetal cells are within the vaccinations. Therefore,
Right.
you've got male
I
and
hear
female
that, yeah.
genomes within the vaccine. So
right.
regardless, they're doing it. So the fact that they're putting it on a paper as if they ain't been doing it before is just laughable. It's like now we're only
I hear
telling
that.
them what we're gonna do.
Do you know what it's like by them saying these things is just kind of a bit of a mockery, really.
It's
know what I
just
mean?
justifying everything we're saying though, and that's what's annoying.
Women hospitalized. Oh yeah,
come-
snap. Yeah, I see it.
Come
Progesterone eases severe COVID-19 in hospitalized men.
That's true.
I can't even say this word, man. Progesterone therapy may improve COVID-19 outcomes. Clinical trials suggest injections of female hormone may reduce disease severity in certain male patients. God damn.
Wait. What did they use? That's the best part is what is progesterone used for ordinarily?
Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
Nah, they're taking the.
It's like they're literally trying to eradicate the male species.
I know. I feel like I got a target on my back sometimes, man.
Honestly, it's just a joke. You've got police officer doing something to a woman, and now they're putting it all on men.
Men,
They're
yeah.
saying men are curfew. No, how about we
Oh,
sort
good.
police officers out? I went mad on Sadiq's Twitter. He carried on deleting my messages. I was like, how dare you? I was like, why don't you go and sort your police force out? How are you trying to lock up every man? So what? More
men.
women and children will be vulnerable.
Be vulnerable to the police, yeah.
It's just
It's
stupid.
crazy.
And most of the men work late time jobs.
Right.
So what
So,
what are
yeah.
they going to do? You're taking jobs, you're taking businesses. Now you're telling them they can't go to work if they're doing late jobs. Like, are they going to need a special certificate to be able to go to work? And like, what annoys me is I saw a meme going around,
Yeah.
and it's saying, "Oh, 6 p.m. curfew for men. Don't worry, I identify as a woman." Is this how you're fighting back?
See what
Is
you're
this
saying,
how
Jed,
you're
yeah?
fighting back?
Yeah.
Literally Googling progesterone injection sex change. I had to word it like that because it was coming up with other stuff. Prescribing for transgender patients, increasing the measure is used by some clinicians in addition to estrogen and anti-androgens. Anyway, yes, feminizing hormone therapy. It's used as part of feminizing hormone therapy.
But they want to give this to kids anyway, don't they?
Yeah,
They want to give them hormone blockers.
They give it to transitioning men in their, like, you know, in their journey to becoming trans women. You know what I mean?
Well, check this, yeah?
And now, if you go to the hospital and you got COVID, they might try and bang you with
That's
something.
it, you're coming out a woman.
You're coming out.
You're coming out with a vagina.
Oh my
out
God. Shit.
Coming out looking for a husband rather than
You get me?
Allow it.
I imagine you go to the hospital and you come out and you're just feeling different.
I'm gonna wear a polka dot dress today.
You get me? You're crying up films. You don't know what you want to eat. Do you know what I mean? You've got
hang on. Pause.
You've got this weird urge to nag somebody.
Nah, cross the road. Cross the goddamn road.
So why are you coming out swimming for?
I'll be like, I'm hungry. Hey, yes, I'm hungry. What do you want to eat? I don't know.
Okay, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that
Stop
one.
it.
Oh man, but it's crazy. It's like wow, we've reached the twilight zone. We're actually here. We live in it.
Mm-hmm.
Like all the things.
So,
think about all the things we've been talking about. Like from I woke up this morning, I was told it's illegal to travel. Do you know how weird that felt?
Oh,
read that?
don't. Absolute
Like,
joke. All these vaccinated people will get fined £5,000 if they leave the country. That is the best thing ever.
That is classic. That is classic.
That is just the best. You got vaccinated for what again? To go where?
Oh, you know what? That's a good shout. You know, I really, really hope that pisses them off.
You can't go nowhere. Passport, no passport.
Hey, listen,
just-
I've
yeah,
got to
man.
go and message my friend because I forgot to wind him up about that because he's had the vaccine. He said,
I was thinking the exact same thing. I'm thinking I'm gonna message my friend and invite him to listen to the show or jump on the panel because not that he would really get the vaccine, but in the early days he was like, boy, if they said it, like, boy, I don't know, you know, like, oh, so I was just about to message him.
Dude, no,
Fucking crazy.
everyone's locked up. No one's going nowhere.
Vaccine or
No,
not.
go on, break it down.
In
to me.
it? We don't accept your
You get
vaccine
fined.
passport here. Go away, my friend.
So what is it? You're getting a fine if you what? Everyone, what? What's this?
Yeah, it
If you
didn't
don't have a
specify.
valid reason to travel is the reason. If you don't have a valid reason to travel, something.
But
wrong with
yeah,
it anyway.
if you go on radar, airplane radar, you'll see how many planes are in the sky. They ain't stopped.
Yeah, bro. I got a distant auntie and I beef for that. I need to go link. It's her birthday. Shit. Yeah. Not like that. Like, fuck. What do you mean, bro?
Oh, wonderful.
No, I don't know. This vaccine passport just bet they are considering it though. I know they're considering it. Let's
I
just
think, you
hope
know what, yeah?
Who would issue that though? Who would issue a vaccine passport?
I'll get a fake one.
Hang on, wasn't
sells a
EasyJet?
fake one?
Didn't EasyJet or I can't remember one of them little airlines.
One
actually
of them said yeah.
we're not going to be requiring you to have the vaccine to board our planes or something like that.
Well,
like one of them actually
Dolores
said it.
Cahill, she's like a medical professional in Ireland. You've probably seen a couple of her videos, curly hair. So Dolores Cahill opened up her own website to help people to be able to fly without a COVID passport. So it's something worth looking into. Dolores Cahill created the website. I can't remember what it's called for the love of me. My brain's gone. But yeah, no, she was doing a movement that would kind of give the unvaccinated the ability to fly. I think everyone who's not willing to get a vaccine, maybe have a look at it just so. I can't remember what is it called. Is it free to fly or something like that? Can't remember what it was called, but it was really interesting. And I think we need to like support more of
Freedom
those
Airway or World
That's
Freedom
it.
Alliance.
Yeah, Freedom Airways.
I always feel funny about seeing anything alliance, anything world. Like it makes me just my spidey senses started tingling and stuff. Like I'm on it now. I'll have a look.
Well,
You gotta
she's
take
the
back
woman
ownership
that's
of that though.
she's the woman
Yeah,
that's
I hear
been
that.
she created an alliance. So you know you've got the Doctors Alliance that are going against the COVID agenda, and then like she's part of that alliance. So alliance is meaning like joining or coming together of a
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, them things.
What Sasha's
make me
saying,
feel-
whenever you hear a term that sounds like world
When
or
you hear
global
it, yeah, I
something,
know.
alliance or federation, you just think, oh, here we go.
you just think no, I
It's
know.
them, innit? And then
But
you quickly check,
worth
and their
looking
name's just right
into.
there on it. Yep, it's them.
I'm on the website now, just having a little.
Well, yeah, have a browse of it and see what you make of it, because
Let
I've
me
heard
put
of it.
her website in the back chat. And there's quite a few different. Well, I'll just put it in the main chat actually.
Have you not seen what's happening in Israel? We have,
I'm not sure if you can
unfortunately.
see
But
that.
Israel fought back big this Saturday as well, didn't they? But what
Fought back?
what that
What?
does, no idea.
What do you mean fought back? What happened?
Well, the worldwide protest was triggered around like 45 plus countries, wasn't it?
Right.
And Israel was one of them, and they had a massive turnout. against the passports, the lockdown, and everything. But their numbers were big. I guess that's what it shows, isn't it? Your numbers of those who don't agree, who don't consent. But they had it hard in Israel. They were already being told that they can't go into certain shops unless they've got the vaccine passport. Isn't that right?
Kind of sounds like what Palestinians go through. Sorry, my mouth.
Sorry.
My mouth.
My mic.
My mic, man. Sorry.
Someone, Sarah Trill said, unknown Triller. There was a boy transitioning to a girl named Charlie. We had a whole 1 year training on how we need to feed this delusion and use she and her pronouns. Even the kids got told off for not using it properly. This she and he pronouns. Yeah, you can get told off for using them now. Is it in church? It's not in church schools, is it? What school is that in?
Okay.
Because what do you have to, instead of saying she and he, they have to say they or their?
I think people get to choose their pronouns. My sister was telling me how she got an email, and at the bottom of the email, it was the pronouns I choose to use, and it was like she, her. Like, it's just mad.
So you get to choose?
Apparently, but I mean, like, you have to kind of state your pronouns in this
so
email.
So what if you say potato?
Well, that's Mrs. Potato Head.
Yeah.
So I'd have to clarify that now if I was to approach anyone. I think it's choice, isn't it? Like, I don't think people are.
That's I'd be Mrs. That's it. Be Mrs. Potato.
My
I'm not
kids
even
would
gonna
still
try.
call you man or woman, depending on what you are.
Because it is what it is, right?
Yeah. And they've been taught that no one can tell them any different.
Literally, boy or girl,
So what?
man, woman.
Now they're pushing onto kids that you're not allowed to say she and he now. That's just nonsense.
Yeah, just not my kids.
He is a he and she is a she. Simple as that. If they're confused, then that's their business.
And chest feeding. Chest feeding.
Yeah, if they're confused or they want to pretend, that's fine. But my child
That's all good in them.
does
Do you
not
know
have
what I
to be
mean?
forced to indulge in that.
You're just gonna get people identifying as like tabletops and shit next. Like, it's just stupid. It's stupid, all of it. I think they just need to leave the kids alone, to be fair. My niece told me to buy a toy that has rainbow hair. I mean,
oh dear.
Do we reject the rainbow altogether because it's used by LGBTQ? I don't think so. I think rainbow's a fun colour. I like rainbows. Do you really think we should reject it altogether?
Yeah, until we can establish that we're not having it.
I don't know about altogether. Like, if a rainbow appears in the sky, of course not. But if
Just
if
pretend it is,
there's
innit?
rainbow,
Close your
if
eyes
there's
and look
rainbow
away, run
tags
away
on
from the
toys, if there's rainbow tags on toys or rainbow themed children's intellectual property that's popular, then we should definitely look into the sources of these rainbow themed and rainbow tagged things and
But it's like
see if we actually want our kids to be watching it.
I'm not sending my son to school with a rainbow jacket on, so I don't know.
No, yeah. But like when you're a kid, that's what's fun about a rainbow. It's all the colours. It's magical story that there's probably a gold pot at the end of it. All the little things, like rainbows magical, aren't they? And kids love rainbows because before they can draw mostly anything, before they can draw most things, they can draw a rainbow. They can just like, you know what I mean? Like a rainbow's
I remember we
basic,
used to get
it's
that all
colourful and fun.
the pencils. We used to get all the pencils in our hand and just do it.
And do it at the same time.
Yeah. Them things there.
See, like a rainbow is innocent, but it's what they're doing with it which is destroying its innocence. And I think we need to take the rainbow back, kind of.
I'm not that desperate to take the rainbow back, though. It's weird. I just feel like
I don't
let
know.
them have it kind of thing.
But
I don't know.
Keep
just
it.
LGBT.
We don't want that no more.
Like I said, real rainbows in the sky are cool, but I can live without rainbow symbols and
they're spoiled. It's spoiled a bit, man. It's
everywhere.
It's like we don't want to start going around saying I'm gay
to express being happy. We like, you know, that's you can have that word now. It's cool. Do you know what I mean?
Well, this is like, gays come a long way. Before they were not able to like continue in society without feeling judged or picked on and stuff like that. And it's nice to know that people feel part of, not feel like they're being judged constantly the way they did throughout history. But to flaunt it everywhere, I don't know.
I just don't care who you're having sex with. Like, stop trying to tell us.
Yeah, no.
Stop trying to communicate who you're attracted to. Like, it's long. Like, I don't care. I don't want to know.
And someone's
You know what I
always
mean?
going to judge someone. We don't all have a
Yeah,
right
yeah,
to not
true.
be judged.
Cool,
We're
man.
all getting judged left, right, and center.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Keep it in your pants and keep it to yourself. It's cool, man. It's all good.
Well, no, in school, when you go to the shower, you're allowed to touch yourself. So
Ah. Yeah.
they don't want them to keep it to themselves anymore, do they?
Now. Yeah, man. I feel
Painted
sorry.
on the
I feel
side
sorry
of
for.
the-
I feel sorry for Zim and Zay. Zem.
Oh, listen to this. They're sexualizing Batman and Superman in Gay Village in Manchester. They've got a painting of them on the side of a building with Batman and Superman kissing.
Now forget about that. Forget about that. Go to Google, yeah. Type in.
What?
Type in Santa's boyfriend. No, Santa's husband. Santa's husband. Type it in. That's second.
No.
Type it in now. Type it into Google now. Santa's husband.
I might lose the
I'm scared.
Type it in. All right, let me type.
Well, Christmas is fucked up again.
Yeah.
Santa's husband.
Type it in.
Sorry, let me turn this on.
Santa's husband.
say
Oh,
something
man,
to
he'll give
you.
you some joke. He'll give you some actual joke. You will giggle.
What am I typing
You
in?
will fucking giggle.
Santa's.
Santa's
It's a book.
husband.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Yeah.
I can't go any further. That's it. I'm done. I'm just backing out of the page.
Who knew? Who knew?
Wait, you're laughing.
I told you.
Oh shit.
Oh, it's a
This is a real book. This is a real book. They're violating.
That's a
They're
kid's book. Oh my
violating.
days. That is.
Everyone
Fully.
knows that Santa Claus is jolly, but in Santa's husband, you know.
In
this
Santa's
cherished-
husband, mad thing.
Yeah. Everyone knows that Santa Claus is jolly,
no.
but in Santa's husband, this cherished symbol of holiday season is also black and gay and married to an equally cheery man.
Wow.
Mazza.
How did you even
Mazza,
hear about
Mazza,
this
Mazza.
book?
Santa's
Man.
husband.
Yeah,
On sale in the, on sale now, isn't it? You can go grab that book, innit? On sale, man.
This is forcing it.
This is
Nah, they're
mad.
taking the piss. They're taking the piss.
They're taking the piss, isn't
They're taking
it?
the piss.
I'm like, why did they have to drag the random into this?
Oh my god, you need to actually. Oh, you've got it up. Thank-
You've done that alone.
Oh, fuck's sake, man. It's a fucking liberty, mate.
I
Look
love
at the
how it says
mistletoe.
the holiday season is black and gay.
Wow.
This is what is like description of the book.
Yeah.
Well, this ain't an all-white Christmas, is it?
You better be taking your vaccine, your COVID vaccine to get on the husband
What's it?
list.
Interracial Christmas. What's going on?
It's crazy.
How did you hear about this book?
I don't even know. I think someone came on one of the panels and was telling us about it, and we looked it up
Oh
and
my
had a
god!
mad laugh.
Open up the story. The story
stop
is
it.
something else.
Yeah, the story's crazy.
The
It's
story
wild.
is something else.
Yeah, fuck that,
Wild,
fuck that,
man.
They don't got that dirty, man.
Well, we don't deal with Santa Claus anyway, so lucky for us, isn't it? But yeah, that's it's violated. Mistletoe,
Even a
you
few.
know.
Oh, listen in the title. Even a few celebrities showed up
Oh,
Yeah,
stop.
I saw that as well.
inside the book. A few
Look,
celebrities.
yeah.
showed up.
Rudolph, Frosty. Everyone was there, from Rudolph and Frosty to Parson Brown. Even a few celebrities showed up. Which is what is this about?
Santa and his husband live together at the North Pole, at the very top of the world. They love keeping each other cozy in the cold, but each year it seems to get a little warmer. What is this? Like any married couple, they have disagreements, but always manage to kiss and make up.
Oh, you're reading the whole story out. Stop now.
I can't believe it.
She's going to finish the book now. She's going to finish the book. I tell you.
Story time with Julieta. What is this? You can get a T-shirt.
No.
I'm buying your son's husband
There was
T-shirt.
something else. There was another thing that we found that was almost worse than... Yeah, so basically, when you click on one of these, there's another book. There's like a list of LGBT children's books.
Oh,
and
yeah,
the other day, there was a video of a young boy reading one to his mum, the gay BC. You heard about that one?
Yeah.
No, gay BC.
Gay BC, bro.
I don't even want. No.
Oh, I see it.
Okay, you can't even start.
No, listen, no.
It's
It's actually a mad thing.
You can't even start them.
Look.
They don't tell me what it is.
No.
The gay BCs, color coded down the side. Like, who's this for the benefit of who?
I don't understand. I think it's to raise gay children. Like, no joke.
No, man, that's madness.
What does that mean? Gay? It's a word that implies
your kids to this.
Your girl. Hold on. Look. G is for gay. It's a word that implies you're a girl that likes girls or a guy who likes guys.
Oh, so we forget that the initial meaning for gay was happy.
Yeah,
so we've eradicated that, right?
From the
English
That's gone, man. That's gone.
No etymologies and nothing. No.
Did you know that the Elma elephant, the Elma and the rainbow elephant, is under an LGBTQ book?
Who?
What
You
they're
remember
trying to
the
do is
Elma
trying
the
to get rid of
elephant, the
gay
little
hate.
rainbow patch elephant?
Nah,
That's now
I don't know
declared
that one.
LGBT children's book. It's an old book from when we were younger. There was one weird one I remember, and it was talking about an adult love with a young child. Like,
All right,
really
wait.
weird.
Can I just let me show you something? Yeah.
Go for it.
Okay, look. I don't know if you could. You probably could see it from here. Look at this.
Do you want to play my what? Or lock it off, Jez.
Is that serious?
Oh dear.
Oh, man, dash that away, bro. Dash that away, man. Like, that's just fucked up now, man. That's just you
What
got.
is going on?
You only dash away your confidence. That's the problem.
And it's
Evil laugh is that.
And he's got the black kid yet again. I don't know why they're violating the black boy. The black kid's got it in his mouth.
Allow it.
What is this?
Wow.
So is the little
That
white
one
kid.
there is like grooming.
No,
kids.
he's only got
Yeah,
one
and then
ball
the
in his
next one
hand
is
as well, innit?
the next one is they're not playing, bro.
That is not a kid's book.
Yes, it is.
Click. I went to say click and I went click on it, please. Click on that, Jess, to see if it's a kid's book.
It is a kid's book, man.
No, don't
I bet
worry.
it's a person.
I can't tell you.
It better be a person.
How is that coming up next to that anyway?
No, because there's a list of
This is
LGBT
a-
books, and I'm telling you, the titles alone are like what? Don't you remember? Don't you remember we went through this? Like maybe last year, the year before, we went through all these. It was when we was reading about the literature that they're putting out for kids. So it was the same subject about education, and we ended up seeing these children's books, and there was a whole list of them, LGBT children's books here, LGBT friendly children's books, and they have the most outrageous titles. It's like, what are we? What is this? Is this some kind of comment? Is it a joke? Mad thing.
They're kind of grooming kids with those titles.
Honestly, the amount of LGBTQ books is insane. absolutely insane.
But no one's complaining against them, I guess.
Boy, people
Because-
are getting beat
Because
up.
it's a sensitive subject. It's like it's if you touch on it, you must be a gay hater. Like that's why people are scared to do it. It's like not arguing, and it's like being called anti-Semite. Like people don't want to be labelled as someone
Yeah,
who.
so they don't say shit.
Yeah, and that's the effect they've built up. I don't want it, but thank you. I just want it. That's brilliant.
So
Okay.
what? Look what we got here. We got gay and lesbian history for kids.
It just doesn't need to happen, does it?
For kids, you know.
Like, why
That's
isn't it?
not
Why?
kids,
Why?
okay.
What?
It's not a kid's title, sorry.
Yeah, there was one. Yeah, there was one called you know, like My Two Dads or Simon's Two Dads or The Boy with the Two Dads or some next thing. Like, I don't know. It was just like
Yeah, there's loads.
pushing it.
There was one, I can't remember the name of it, but it was like it was to do with the age thing, and I just wish I knew the name of the book because it needs to be known. Like it's an old one as well. Like it didn't even come out because of LGBTQ. Like it was an old book. I think it was like part of the NAMBLA Association. NAMBLA book. Let me see if I can get a NAMBLA book. No, I'm not gonna be able to find it. It's too long. But yeah, no. Maybe we can like set something up and like ask, like try and see it. How would we go about making a mass complaint about something like this?
Listen,
Protest,
it's
I'm
over.
joking.
Protest.
Get out there! No more neighbors!
Nah,
Oh, do you think they would ever organise a protest against the gay agenda?
I mean, some people have come together to try and create straight pride. Some people have been speaking about straight pride and stuff like that. I personally kind of think it's a good idea, but like it's just a lot of effort to go to, isn't it? I don't. You know what I mean? I don't know, man.
You see where it was come from?
It's
Like
like
the
in
gay
regards
bashing
to
back in the
like
day.
They just call it. We should. I don't know.
in regards to the kids subject, there are child trafficking process, but the child trafficking doesn't just touch on the trafficking. It's all aspects of child abuse, sexualization of the kids, everything, like everything to do with children, protecting the children. I mean, it's something. I think it's better to combine a massive. If you were.
Oh fuck's sake!
Throw something to combine it. Angry queer Somali boy. What?
Why is it so?
No, it's one of our friends' books.
Niche.
He left his book here.
It's super niche.
But what's that title?
I'll come get your book, bro.
Stop it, man.
Wait, that's probably the most niche book in the world.
Would any of you go to a straight pride? I wouldn't.
Nah.
I just don't feel.
It's not a valid reaction to the thing. What's happening in it? Like.
Yeah, I just don't feel like there's a need to have a straight pride. Just like I don't think there's a need to have a gay pride.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I won't lie, fam. I like a vibe, bro. I definitely would be turning up at a straight pride.
No, but
yeah.
But isn't everything straight pride for that reason?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that, you know, Nay, that is straight pride. I don't know, man. I don't know. It just feels weird. It already feels weird. I'm not even going nowhere. Where you look going, yeah, we're getting straight pride. I think I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna stick this one out.
Everyone's getting straight pride.
Hey.
Huh?
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm entertaining the
Where you lot holding it? Mount Gay. We're holding it at Mount Gay.
Hey, bro, shut up, bro. Listen, not now yet, not now.
No, but you can do that. You can do that straight pride, and then you style it out. Call it carnival.
You drink the same soup, fam. Yeah, so that's a bit egg. You know, we ain't gonna get into that now.
What? Yellow soup? What?
You know, see, you understand. You see it there.
I swear you abandoned the Bayesian thing anyway.
No,
Why are we back there?
listen, stop
All
it,
right,
stop
cool.
He
it,
did
stop
say
it,
that.
stop it,
He did
stop
say
it,
that.
stop it.
Remember?
Listen,
I thought we moved
He
on.
did say it.
I only mentioned
What's
Mount
going on
Gay
here?
because, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's how they can hide this gay shit as your
Born Rich,
festival.
man. Big up yourself. Born Rich, come through, man. Come say Wagwan. The show won't be going on for much longer. Come say hi. Come meet Juliet as well. She's been great, man, jumping on it. And AV. Big up AV and Juliet,
Yeah,
man.
big up
It's
both
great
of them,
having
man.
you on there.
big up AV, man. Big up Juliet.
Big
Yeah. Juliet, don't lose our page, you know. Make sure you subscribe and stuff. And I'm on every day.
100%.
You're on every day
It's
talking
Rox that
nonsense.
sent it over.
Right. Some days we have some days we have some real we do like to have fun, right? So we're not
You've
always
lasted
talking
11
serious.
hours.
Yeah. We do longer sometimes. We change it
solid.
up,
So-
we do quizzes, we do competitions, we do all sorts of things. We've got a movie night on a Thursday, we watch short films.
I'm interested.
We've got advice show.
Creative Commons, yeah.
Yeah, we've got all kinds of things, man. So and we do debates, we got structured debates and religious conversations and all sorts. Whatever you could think of, we discuss it and we do it.
No, I like it. I like it a
Yeah.
lot. Thanks for having me on, man.
Nah, that's cool. That's good, man. You've been good with the information and the banter. AV, how you doing over there? You
Yeah,
alright?
man.
That's cool, man. Bristol's cool. How's London?
So what's the vibe in Bristol then? What's going on?
So that protest, say like from this side, I just went downtown.
Yeah.
It was just happening. I didn't know it was happening. So yeah, I don't know, mate. What it was basically, I'm just going to say it blatantly straight. That when I went down there, it was just a lot of like white boys and girls on the streets. It might have been students, but like yeah, that's what I can say. The vibe in Bristol's the same, mate. So Bristol's like, what do you want? Ask more specific question. But
Like
like,
I'm saying that the claims where people climbed the police station, defaced
yeah.
the
So
police
you've
station.
seen it. You've seen it on the news. Who was doing that and what was happening? So you can see it's blatantly there in front of your eyes what's happening. So like, but the rest of Bristol was the same. I mean, that was all planned and organized. I know. Well, I'm not saying it's wrong because they had a point, and I ain't saying nothing about it actually because fair play. If someone wants to do that, that's up to them. Innit? But like, if you do, yeah, it's nothing to do with me, mate. You know what I mean? So,
If you knew about it, would you have attended?
sorry, if I
If
knew
you knew
about it,
about it.
not really, no, because
No.
because I look with the way these protests and all that work, and you Jedi will probably know this about this. When the situation like this happen, it's usually like a friend circle with another friend circle and links up to other people. But like, if you don't know anyone, why would you even attend such a place? Because look,
Well, I managed to meet hundreds of amazing people that I now call really close friends from
yeah.
attending.
So
first
I lived there all my life, right, in Bristol. So like
Yeah.
like Jed's has probably lived in London, right? And
Yeah.
the point is that if you don't hear about this happening, then obviously it's some circle that is kind of like exclusive. Do you know what I mean? Someone's organized some. It's not wrong what they've done, I reckon, but it's not necessary. If I go down there, it ain't gonna be the situation that I can make friends there, and someone's gonna make friends with me. It ain't gonna be the case. They know people there. They've gone in groups. They've gone in friend circles. They know each other, and that's what it's about. It's a bash on a night, yeah.
Well,
And
no,
if I go there,
I guess
I don't
that
know anyone.
depends on. I guess it depends on the area because it's word of mouth. So I mean, the way that this one was sent out was Telegram. So I mean, they did it more of an undercard platform. Not many people had it, and I guess if you were invited to said group that was telling you about it, then you would be aware.
Yeah,
but
you know
even
what's gonna
going
happen.
without
You know what's gonna
knowing
happen from this.
people, you'll be surprised. Like I've met everyone I know now from going, and I never knew them from Adam before. I had no idea who they were. I didn't even know they existed here Do you know what I mean? And they're
Right,
people
right.
from all scattered around, and I'm talking about scattered, coming
Yeah.
from Scotland, like people that you can resonate with, and
Sorry, you
you're on the same
went to the
kind of
protest, yeah?
path. Pardon?
Did you go to the protest?
Did I go to not Bristol, London? I did
Okay.
go to it.
Yeah, so London's a bigger place. London's a different place. You know, people come from everywhere to go there for protests, and
No, of course.
yeah, it's a different place to Bristol. Bristol's like
So in Bristol,
a
do you think
segment
it was
of it.
mostly people who were in Bristol that went there?
Sorry?
Do you think it was mostly people from Bristol that
No,
attended?
definitely not. Definitely not. But it was, you know what it was to do with, if you ask me, it was to do with like, yeah, I don't want to say that, but it is to do with an exclusive group of people who know and spread it about on their social medias and get each other involved, and they all go down there, and it was like a night out, and like I say, fair play to them, whatever they're doing. I mean, so they probably achieved some. They've got on the news and all that. So what do you think about that, Jeds? What happened there?
What about?
Looks like a setup to me. Like
I think so.
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't like the look
Would you
of
go
it.
there?
I watched 10, 15 seconds of a clip where the police horses came in, and I played it today, and I said, does it not feel like someone just said action? Because 1 minute everyone's standing around, opposing lines, the police horses kind of make some kind of movement to one side, and sporadic acts of violence start taking place where there was no violence.
There was even a guy talking to one of the police officers in one of those helmets. He was a protester. He had a mask on. Anyone who's going for a movement like this wouldn't be wearing a mask, and a lot of them were wearing masks. And one of them was speaking to the police officer, and then all of a sudden he left the police officer, and then a ruckus started. And I think that's one of the videos you were explaining.
I've seen all this fighting just starting, and it was like in different pockets at the same time, which I didn't seem very natural to me. And I've seen videos where an explosion has gone off, and then shitloads of people have come onto the scene and laid down. Like I saw it on live leak.
I've seen that, right? the war ones.
Right, yeah. So
yeah. I've seen that. It's all stage camera action thing. Yeah,
right.
I've seen that.
You know, live camera, go. I saw one in a hospital. Oh my god, I think it was Italy. That one was the scariest one because
the one where it was that was another set-up one, wasn't it?
Yeah,
the hospital thing, because the same scene was used in more than 2.
But this scene the camera was running, yeah, and then someone's like done the action sign, and then like these nurses have come in with someone on a gurney and run across the thing, and everyone's all active in the hospital ward, like looking like they're trying to save people. You got emergency cases going past the camera, and then they kind of just go off to the side of the camera, and they're just standing there, getting like patted on the back for a good scene.
Have you seen the best one where they did? I think it might have been BBC News. I could be wrong, but on BBC News they had. So they were saying, oh my God, everyone's in ICU and they're needing a lot of help and we're needing to do a lot of things. So they showed a scene where there was a supposed body on the bed and there were like doctors and nurses around it trying to get the ventilator machine on it and everything. It was a dummy.
Mad.
It weren't even a person. It was a dummy. You could see, like, but the way they did it was trying to make it out to be a real person, like trying to hide the fact that it was a dummy, but it was a dummy.
So, like, because of things like this, I'm just very cautious. You know, like, I know how easy it is to set a scene. And if you're not questioning it, you're just going to take it on board. Okay, this is what I got. So I just don't know.
Well,
I don't know anyone that was there.
Was,
like, this protest, I know loads of people that attended. The one in London, you know?
Yeah, same.
People like involved in some way. People with a purpose to go there, and some people that was just curious. I wanted to know, just wanted to see Wagwan, and you know, they all reported back how genuine
Oh,
and
mate,
how
I
like
loved
they're
it. I
buzzing
made a
and all
movie
of
on
that.
it. Absolutely love it.
Right.
Absolutely love it.
But the Bristol thing, I can't confirm. And wasn't Bristol the scene of the statue?
Yeah.
Yeah. So as far as I'm concerned, protests in Bristol have been infiltrated.
Well, you
Yeah.
know the police cars that were like that you've seen all over the news that had like graffiti on it. They were set on fire. They were smashed.
Yeah.
So
Same number plate, no road
same
tax.
number plate, and yeah, there was no road tax, nothing. So these cars were props.
Props, yeah.
They were props because they wouldn't be a police car on the street like that
With no
without
road
the. Yeah, exactly. And one of the vehicles conveniently had their license plate ripped off. So I don't know. I in comparison to being in the London one and from what I've seen, because I've attended a majority of the protests throughout the 2020, and from what I've been to, this was the most organized London protest I'd ever attended. I'm not gonna lie, like the energy was something else.
I'm looking at
Bristol
My
one. I
problem
didn't-
is who organized it. That's what
This is
So
what
it
I'm
was
looking at
it
right
was
now,
triggered.
Jed.
It was triggered by a woman in Germany because the one in Germany was the first. So it was triggered by a woman in Germany who had this hope, this idea that people around the world will all stand at the same time, at the same day, to fight for what we're all going through. So she put this idea out and it caught on because Londoners hadn't protested throughout the majority of winter. Like we were deflated, we're still living in this dystopia, nothing's changing. And then London decided to join in and it picked up bigger than ever anticipated. And they had it set out like all of the locations were only being dropped on Telegram, which left it, no one dodgy got in, which was really lucky because I thought they would do. But out of all the numbers, they just seemed to coordinate it. They said that they were going to be using the coloured flares, the smoke things that smell horrible when you're next to them. But the coloured smoke thing was to identify which direction you've got to go in next and stuff, or like follow the crowd. But it worked. And me and my group have conducted our own protest prior. This Saturday one, like I take my hat off. Like they did good. The feeling was just different. The police couldn't destroy us. You know when like the police did a chain to try and block us at the front. Everyone linked arms and pushed through, and that's standing in solidarity. Do you know what I mean? Holding each other close, pushing together, pushing past them, fight. And they didn't intercept, which was really surprising until it got to Hyde Park. In Hyde Park is when it started kicking off.
Right. I heard about that, yeah.
And that
Well,
was
I am currently on a website called Worldwide Demonstration March 2021. There is no information about who these people are.
No, it isn't. It's just a collective. It's everyone who has combined themselves into doing it. I don't know. I think you'd be able, like, even because the admins in the 20th
There's
protest.
info and then there's some mad German by the looks of it. Hang on, let me copy and paste and see what I can find. But yeah, we've been actually trying to find who has organised this throughout the day.
To be
It started in Germany. It started in Germany 100%.
I hear that.
Why are protests that start in Germany the biggest, most organized protests we have over here?
Because
Why is that?
it's how they decided to do it. So I was part of the world wide, I can't remember what the bloody name is, but they've got the group on Telegram. And what they were doing, what the admins were doing within the Telegram, is they were communicating with everyone who were in the Telegram. So it was still only at like 1,000 people when I came in. And they were just communicating. They were asking one another what they think would be the best. They've come with a collective saying what went wrong at every other protest. And then they said, what would you advise for us to try on this one? And then they were holding Zoom meetings. They were holding Zoom meetings, coming together, communicating further, putting in their ideas. And not every idea came to fruition. Like, not everyone got a high vis and stuff like that. But it did work. Like, I can't explain it. Like, I can't explain what they did because I weren't in the group every single minute of the day. I was popping in and checking up what the latest update was. But it was the fact that everyone was saying, like, to stay tighter, to stay stronger, I don't know, it just made a difference. And I can't expect, because even I know from when we organised the child trafficking protest, the first one, we had no idea what we were doing. We'd never held a protest before in our life.
Do you know what, Juliet, just on the side, can you tell us a little bit about what you know about the child trafficking and what do you actually mean when you say child trafficking? Can we get into that a little bit quickly?
So yeah, child trafficking, higher ranking. So it's kind of like within our political parties, within the celebrity world, like it triggered off with members of parliament, like everything to do with child. It's basically all around child safety altogether. So with the child trafficking, you've got people with loads of money, you've got war invaded countries, motherless and fatherless children, they're being trafficked. All of this, famous people take, like rich people who are able to get their hands on children via the trafficking chain. And then you've got members of parliament who have also got hold of them. Then you've had the Elms Guest House, which was a private guest house within the UK that would have trafficked and orphaned children brought to there for higher ranking people to do things to. And then you've got members of parliament. So a member of parliament, if they're caught, for example, doing something to a child, they'll go through the processes that we would. But member of parliament, if they get less than 1 year on their charge, they are still able to keep their parliament position. Wow. So a rapist can remain in member of parliament as long as they get less than 2 years or 1 year. And then you've got within we had PI, which was Paedophile Information Exchange, which was in our political party in the 70s, and they say that they got rid of them, and realistically I don't think they did, because so many policies still protect paedophiles in so many ways. So it's not just touching on the basis of child trafficking. That's the biggest aspect is bringing awareness, acknowledging that it's happening, because trafficking and everything happens man, woman and child, but it's bringing the awareness to the children that are facing all of this. It's like what they did with the woman that got hurt by the police officer. What have they done? They've just turned around and said, that's it, all men are bad. So they're just focusing on protecting women, but there's no concept of protecting children, no big fight for children, no standing up for children, no questioning why children are being kept in cages in America or being trafficked from Libya, or do you know what I mean? It's just not touched on enough. And I think the main reason we triggered it was to bring more awareness, for it to be understanding.
So what organization was that? Sorry?
Pardon?
What organization was that was dealing with that part? Eyes Wide Open? Yeah. Okay.
So it was literally just a collective of people with knowledge. And then you had the release of Pizzagate, and then everyone going, oh no, you're crazy, you're a conspiracy theorist, the automatic lockdown, let's not have a conversation thing about it. But everyone within our group started doing more intel, deep research into everything and trickling it all together and showing all the connections. And then you had like the FBI release of the pedo symbols and everything. So it was really just the trigger of collectiveness that everyone was aware. We came together, we made a group.
Did the German woman know this?
Pardon?
Was she aware of this information?
The German woman, no. Hers is the lockdown. Hers is based on the lockdown.